Quilltree Books and Harper Audio present the first book in the Scarlet Morning series, Scarlet Morning, Book 1, Scarlet Morning, by N.D. Stevenson, performed by Ramon Diocampo. To every kid out there thinking about writing a book, do it. Prologue. It is nighttime on Caveat, and it is very dark. But then it's always dark on Caveat these days. On this particular night, a storm is raging, though no one on Caveat is outside to see it. They've all gone inside and barred their doors. They've lit a lamp in each window and sprinkled a line of ashes across the threshold, as one does. Outside, billows of white powder scream down the streets, clumping on the eaves in shaggy tendrils and piling up in great marshmallowy swells that threaten to swallow the little houses whole. The frigid scene would send a chill to your bones if you were there to see it. But if you were there, you might be surprised to find that it isn't nearly as cold as it seems. In fact, it is still the dead of summer, and what would appear to be snow and ice is, in fact, salt. Well, it's something like salt, anyway. The truth is, no one on Caveat knows what it is, or why it comes sweeping in from the west in relentless waves, trying to bury them alive. All they know is that it hasn't always been like this. Once, they say, the sky was blue, and the spray of the sea wouldn't burn your flesh. Once, the sun would set each night in the west and faithfully rise again each morning in the east. Once you could hear the crying of the gulls and not be afraid. But that was before the great blow turned the sea sour. That was before the sky shattered and the birds changed. And now, when the sun does rise, it rises red. Somewhere in the heart of Caveat, there is a house. There's nothing particularly special about this house. It looks exactly like all the houses around it, with its weathered gray planks and its drooping clamshell roof and its crooked little pipe chimney that lets in more salt than it lets out smoke. No, the only thing special about this house is that inside of it is a woman who is trying to get two small children to go to bed, and failing miserably.
"Wilmur, you get down from there right now!" the woman is shouting. "You're going to fall and bash your head in, and then I'll finally be free of you." "Ah!" retorts the 6-year-old boy who is jumping vigorously on the bed. The woman is wrestling the other child, a girl of about 5, into a nightshirt, but, being 5, the girl is not having it. She ends up with both her arms through the neck hole and her head through a sleeve before wiggling away to join the boy in jumping on the bed. "Not you too," the woman groans. "Do you want me to do your hair before bed or not?" "Nope," responds the girl cheerfully. "Story," says the boy, jumping harder. "Story," the girl agrees. "Story, a story! Story, story, story!" At this, the boy bounces so hard that he launches the girl clear off the bed, forcing the woman to lunge forward and catch her just before she comes smashing back down on the floor. She scowls down at the girl's beaming face. "Children," grumbles the woman. "I swear they're so useless," the girl finishes helpfully. The woman's name is Hester, and she does not like children. She likes them least of all at bedtime. Hester plants the little girl firmly in the bed and swaddles her beneath a hefty counterpane to prevent escape, then makes a swipe for the boy. She has to chase him 3 times around the room before she catches him, the little girl cheering him on all the while. "I love you, Hester," the boy says sweetly as she hoists him upside down by the ankles. "I don't love you," she snaps. and I never will." Both children successfully immobilized beneath the counterpane, the woman at last collapses into the room's only chair in exhaustion. "Hester, will the ghosts get in tonight?" says the boy. "Don't be stupid," says the woman. "We put the ashes across the threshold, didn't we? Didn't we put the lamp in the window?" "But what if the lamp goes out?" "The lamp won't go out." "But what if it does?" "Then the ghosts will come inside. But the lamp will not go out." They have this exchange almost every single night. Hester's least favorite thing about children is how they never seem to get tired of anything. "Story now, Hester?" says the little girl hopefully. "Story!" agrees the boy, kicking at the blankets. "Story!" shouts the girl more loudly. "Story!" yells the boy, louder still. This is one of their favorite games. Who can scream the loudest? Hester doesn't care for it so much herself. "Enough with the screaming!" screams Hester, loudest of all. "I will tell you one story, if you promise to shut up after that." The children graciously admit defeat and fall quiet, fixing Hester with big round eyes as she drags her chair next to the bed. "Here's a story," says Hester, "about pirates." "Hooray!" cheer the children together. This is the only story she ever tells. They, of course, never get tired of it. "Once upon a time, in this land we call Dickerson Sea, there lived a queen named Queen Hail Meridian. She was very young and very beautiful, with golden curls and sparkling violet eyes. She lived in a palace on a wondrous island called Fair Distance, far across the sea from here, the very center of the world. The streets there are all paved with mother of pearl, and the roofs shine golden in the sun. People on Fair Distance ride in carriages and go to balls and talk in parlors, and when they talk, things happen. Important things. Not like here, where there's nothing to talk about, and no one would care even if there was. But in a place like Fair Distance, things just matter more. I got to see it once when I was a child, and one day, when I'm rid of the both of you, I'll go back." There is a rare, wistful glint in her eye, one that the children only ever see when she tells this story. "The people of Dickerson Sea loved Queen Hail Meridian very much," Hester continues, "for under her wise rule, they were always happy. The salt was not so bad then, the ocean not so sour, and the sky was always blue and clear. The ships sailed on free-flowing waves with their holds full of damascene steel, and juicy ansalt pears, and cloth as light as clouds, and everyone had as much as they wanted. But there was a problem, and that was pirates!" shouts the boy, unable to contain his excitement any longer. "Shh!" hisses Hester with a nervous glance toward the door. "Didn't I tell you to be quiet?" Yes, there was a big problem with pirates those days. They didn't listen to the Queen. They did what they wanted, took what they wanted, killed who they wanted. The brave Queen's men did their best to stop them, but the pirates fled to the very farthest reaches of Dickerson Sea, to unnatural islands with cursed soil where no civilized person would dare set foot. They built their own kingdoms there, and what foul kingdoms they were. The streets stained red with blood, and the houses all built from bones. They lived out there on the devil's doorstep, and it changed them. until there were no longer people like you and me, but creatures, half man, half monster. For a black heart is like a black pit, and out of it all kinds of strange and bad things spill. To keep the queen safe from those awful pirates, a great big wall was built around Fair Distance, 100 feet tall and 50 feet thick, with cannons all along the top. No one could get past it. And so, for a while, there was peace, because there was more than enough for everyone, and not even the pirates could take it all away. But then, one day, while the queen was sitting on her royal throne there in Parliament. "What's Parliament?" says the boy. He knows the answer because he asks this question every time Hester tells this story, but he likes to ask it anyway. It was a lot of men who sat in a fancy building all day and made laws. "What's laws?" He knows the answer to this one as well. "It's rules," says the girl, "like you must not go outside after dark is a law that Hester made for us." "Hush," says Hester. Anyway, on this day, Queen Hail Meridian was sitting there in Parliament on her royal golden throne, and she was wearing a golden dress with jewels all over it, and she had the royal golden crown on her head. Then, all of a sudden, the door flew open, bang, and someone came in. Who do you think it was? "Scarlet morning?" murmurs the girl, suddenly very timid. Yes, it was Scarlet Morning, the most black-hearted pirate of them all. She was so awful that even the worst pirates were afraid of her. She did not kill for gold or power. She killed because it was the only thing that made her happy. And she felt nothing else, not pain, nor shame, nor fear of death. She killed men and women, old and young, pirate and civilized, even little children. And afterward, she drank their blood and chewed their limbs in dark rituals, because she'd sold herself to the devil long ago, and the devil had cursed her. Everywhere she went, ill luck and foul weather followed, for everyone knows that after the red morning comes the storm. This was the terrible creature that walked into Parliament on that day. Scarlet Morning walked right up to Queen Hail Meridian's throne, and that's when they all saw. She had a gun in her hand. "Oh no," whispers the boy. Scarlet Morning took this gun, and bam! She shot the queen dead. Then she ran right out of Parliament, and she took Queen Hail Meridian's crown with her, and as she ran, she laughed. Oh, what a terrible sound! Then Dickerson Sea had no more queen. Only Parliament was left, and Parliament made a new law, and it said this: we must kill all the pirates. "All of them?" says the boy. "Every last one." So that's what they did. They got their swords and guns and knives, and they killed every single pirate that they could find, and they stacked their bodies up in the streets like logs of firewood. "But they couldn't find Scarlet Morning," cries the girl. "No, they couldn't find her, though they looked and looked. But Scarlet Morning had one more surprise waiting. The next day, a red sun rose, as red as blood, and in its wake came a dreadful storm like nothing Dickerson Sea had ever seen. It turned the ocean white as milk, and anything that touched it died, and the fish floated on top, and the birds fell from the sky like rain. The salt rushed in and covered everything, swallowing up whole islands just as it swallows us now. And it has been that way ever since. As for Scarlet Morning, no one saw her, or the Queen's crow, ever again. She leans back wearily in her chair. That's the end of the story, or at least, that's all I know.
Hester, what happened to her?
Says the girl. Weren't you listening? I don't know. No one knows.
Did she die?
The girl presses. She is always far more interested in Scarlet Morning than the boy.
What if she's still alive? What if she comes here?
Of course she won't, begins Hester. But at that exact moment, the door is blown wide open with a great whoosh, filling the room with a cloud of stinging salt. The children shriek. Hester tumbles out of her chair with shock. She rushes to shut the door, but before she does, she seems to catch sight of something outside in the sky, something that makes her face go gray and slack. She slams the door with all her might, shoving a heavy chest up against it for good measure, then staggers over to her bed to make sure that the mysterious book is still stashed there beneath her mattress where she left it. Only upon reassuring herself that it is, does she begin to breathe easily again.
What did you see, Hester?
Whispers the girl.
Was it Scarlet Morning?
Hester glances nervously back toward the barricaded door, then leans in closer.
Listen to me, both of you. You're old enough to hear it now. It's not just a story. It really happened, and it's still happening, because Scarlet Morning isn't gone. Some will say she is, but they're wrong. Something so wicked can't truly die, and she'll never stop. Not until all of Dickerson's Sea is as cold and empty as she is. That's why, if ever you smell a fog that reeks like rotten blood, if you hear a sound like the wailing of 1,000 drowning sailors, if you spy a silver ring round the moon, or sun like a great evil eye, you bar that door, and you get under the bed, and you hide. Don't you open it for anyone or anything, no matter what. Do you understand? Look at me and tell me you understand. You must not let her in. You must not let her get the book. The girl looks over at the boy, but despite all the excitement, his eyes have begun to droop with sleep. Solemnly, the girl nods. But isn't someone good coming for us, Hester? Someone who will take us home?
Yes, of course, snaps Hester. Haven't I told you that 1,000 times? Now go to sleep, and they'll get here all the quicker. This satisfies the girl. She closes her eyes, and at last is quiet. But Hester is lying. Once she truly did believe that someone was coming, that soon she'd be relieved of caring for 2 children she'd never asked for. After all, it was only supposed to be for a little while. But it has been 5 years now, and still, no one has come. She knows this means that something has gone very, very wrong. She checks the lamp and the line of ashes across the threshold, and she peeks at the book beneath her mattress one more time, just to be sure. Then she gets into her own bed and lies awake for a long time, jumping at every creak of a board or bang of a shutter, until at last she, too, drifts off into restless sleep. Hester has finished the story of Queen Hail Meridian and Scarlet Morning. But that story is not quite over. Neither is the story of the boy and the girl, although Hester's own story is soon to come to an end. Chapter 1. It was a thin, yellow-gray sort of Wednesday, and the sun had finally decided to make an appearance after almost a week of sluggish dawdling below the horizon. Now it wavered reluctantly in the sky, as if it regretted the decision. A rusty red spot on an ashen field, the closest that Caveat ever got to good weather. And yet hardly a soul was out to enjoy it. They'd drawn their curtains, and now sat in the dark waiting for the comfortable monotony of night, when there would be no chance of them accidentally enjoying themselves. In fact, the only people on the whole island who were out that day were two children, a boy and a girl, making their way through the rows of salt-frosted houses toward the shore.
"Okay, I've got one," the girl was saying. "What would you do if you were kidnapped by the bloodthirsty pirate slit-cheeked Salado Shiner, and he clapped you in chains and threw you in a pitch-black dungeon with stone walls 10 feet thick and a solid stone floor, and it was slowly filling up with water, and the only way out was a tiny door 100 feet up on the ceiling, and all you had was an umbrella, a big sack, and a bunch of balloons?"
This was a game called What Would You Do? And they played it whenever they were bored, which was always. The boy thought hard.
"Are there other people in the dungeon?"
"Yes," decided the girl.
"All of Salado Shiner's other miserable victims, awaiting their dreadful fate. And there are human skeletons, too, chained to the wall in their last anguished poses," she added, just to spice things up. The boy thought even harder, scrunching up his face with the effort.
"Do the people have flat heads?" he said at last.
"Do they what?"
"You know, the tops of their heads. Are they flat?"
"Why would they be flat?"
"I don't know. I was just asking."
"Fine,"
the girl relented. "They all have flat heads because they come from an island where the doors are just a little too low."
"Now what would you do?"
"I get all the people to stand on top of each other's heads and make a human tower 100 feet tall, and then I climb up the human tower and escape." The boy looked pleased with himself. "See? That's why I asked if they had flat heads."
"What about all the other people? Are you going to just leave them in there to die?"
"Oh." The boy looked briefly guilty, then shrugged. "Well, they're not real anyway." The boy's name was Wilmur. He was roughly 15 and newly tall in a way that meant his ankles were always showing, and he never seemed to know what his limbs were doing. Viola would have described him as a beanpole, a word she'd learned from a book, and which Wilmur hated, because how could something be a bean and a pole at the same time? It didn't make any sense. He had a distinguished nose and impressive grown-up shoulders, but his face remained stubbornly baby round, where it bobbed at the end of his long neck, his ears sticking straight out and his reddish hair sticking straight up. He had a way of barreling through life with total confidence, as though he fully expected every obstacle to leap aside for him at the last second. But, seeing as they rarely did, he tended to run into a lot of walls. Viola, the girl's name was Viola, was probably 14, and just starting to realize with great disappointment that she was not going to get tall like Wilmur. Her growth spurt had been unimpressive, if it had come at all. And on the other side of it, she still had to pin the waistband of her breeches and stuff her boots full of paper to keep them from flying off her feet. Wilmur would have described her as a shrimpus, a word he just made up, because he was still sore about the whole beanpole thing. But what Viola lacked in stature, she made up for with the enormity of her imagination. Through her eyes, heaps of salt became majestic Alps, potholes became piranha-infested pools, and wooden clothespins became tiny people with the most scandalous lives full of divorce and murder. Her bright brown eyes, set beneath skeptical eyebrows and above a resolute mouth, always seemed to be fixed on something just out of Wilmur's view. A world of brilliant color only she could see, one that looked nothing like the dreary blankness of Caveat. "Okay, my turn," said Wilmur, hopping along a line of salted bumps that had once been fence posts. "You're locked in a dungeon that's filling up with water, but instead of other people in there with you, it's a rhinoceros." He snickered. He'd only just learned about rhinoceroses and found them so hilarious that he couldn't even think about them without laughing. "Is this the same dungeon I was just telling you about, with the same sack and balloons and umbrella?" said Viola, receiving a non-committal shrug in response. "Well, first I'd use one of the ribs from the umbrella to pick the lock on the chains. You forgot that you were supposed to be chained up, too. And then I'd blow up the balloons and stuff them in the sack to make a raft. And then I'd wait for the water to lift me up far enough to reach the door." "Nope," said Wilmur. "The rhinoceros popped all of the balloons, and then it sat on you and squished you. You lose, I win." He snickered again as he remembered the rhinoceros. Then, with an overeager hop, he missed the next bump and went careening face first into a salt drift. Now it was Viola's turn to snicker as Wilmur picked himself up, his hair dusted white like an old man's. "Is that what winning looks like?" Wilmur lobbed a chunk of salt at her. The children turned right, then left, then right again, then left. And then they were at the docks. Or rather, they were at the row of lonesome pillars that had once been the docks, congealed within so many sinewy whorls of salt that they resembled stooped, wind-blown giants. Once, many years ago, ships had come to Caveat. Then what had been ocean turned to slush, and what had been slush turned to a solid crust of salt. And now ships no longer came to Caveat. The docks had fallen into disrepair before finally giving way beneath their burden of salt, and the island's inhabitants had simply abandoned them to their fate. What did it matter, anyway? No one was coming. Past the docks, the children came to the beach, which had been a sad excuse for a beach even before the ocean had gone sour. Now it was obliterated beneath a jumble of broken floes, heaped up all around Caveat, like a collar of filthy snow. Still, the children did not stop. They carried on, picking their way carefully from floe to floe, until they'd left the shoreline far behind. Now, at last, they were standing out on what they knew as the Pack, a vast, chalky white desert that was all that remained of the sea. It did not bear much resemblance to the sea, as it was described in Viola and Wilmur's books. No waves crashed at its edges, no lively ocean breeze ruffled the carpet of floes choking its surface, no seabirds wheeled and wailed overhead. It all lay as still and silent as death, save for the squeaking and grumbling of the salt as it muscled its way forward in a relentless crawl. This monotonous plain of dingy white stretched off in every direction as far as they could see before being swallowed up in a bay of dishwater-gray fog as thick as cotton, blotting the rest of the world, if indeed there was anything out there at all, from view. Viola and Wilmur had ventured out a few times to see what lay on the other side of the fog, but even when they were certain they'd been walking in a straight line, somehow they'd always emerge with Caveat sitting right there in front of them again, mocking them. The surface of the pack was prickly with salt crystals and crisscrossed by pressure ridges like miniature mountain ranges, and Wilmur started to regret going barefoot that day. Viola had warned him, to be fair, but Wilmur had ignored her, saying he went barefoot all the time, and Viola had said, yes, he did, but he regretted it every time, too, and Wilmur had said, well, this time he wouldn't, and Viola had rolled her eyes and said, do whatever you want, just don't whine about it to me. And Wilmur had been so annoyed at her that he would have gone even more barefoot if he could. She was right, of course. Viola had an annoying habit of being right, but he didn't want her to know she was right. So he turned his wincing steps into a jaunty skip to show her how unbothered he was. Luckily, they didn't have far to go. Just up ahead, hulking shapes had begun to loom through the fog. Prows and hulls and masts jutting up from the pack in a skeletal tangle, shellacked a blobby white by the salt, so that they appeared as the bleached bones of some kind of mammoth sea creature. This was the ship's graveyard, the final resting place of at least half a dozen vessels that had been abandoned there over a decade prior. There weren't many ways to get food and supplies anymore on Caveat, but there had been plenty of cargo on the doomed ships, and some of it was still almost edible. The first of the ships was a little upside-down schooner called the Heathercat, as declared by the nameplate on her nose before it had been brined over. Her bow had been staved in, leaving a hollow, which Viola and Wilmur used to stash their tools, a trolling net, a rusty boat hook, and a pair of fireplace tongs. Having retrieved these, they began to roam among the foundered ships, inspecting the pack for gaps. Usually, the floes that made it up were packed so tight that they may as well have been a single solid thing, squeezing and scraping and shoving in a slow-motion battle for dominance. But inevitably, one of them would finally give way with a thunderous boom that could be heard from anywhere on Caveat, briefly bearing a gash of ocean as dark and thick as tar before the other floes crowded in to block it out again. And with a little luck, these gaps could yield the most remarkable treasures. A bit of searching revealed a promising crack near one of the bigger shipwrecks, a once proud merchant brig called the León del Cabo, that was now stuck in an undignified position with her bottom jutting toward the sky. Here the children took turns fishing around with their tools, a finicky business requiring utmost patience, for the bitter seawater burned whenever it met flesh. Patience was not one of Wilmur's strong suits, however, and so, after he'd splashed himself several times and ended up with a rash of angry red welts across his hands, which he was being a real baby about if you asked Viola, she took over permanently, banishing him to hover sulkily behind her. "Try over there," said Wilmur. "No, not there. There. To the right. To the right. Oh, actually I meant left. Well, kind of uppish left, uppish, leftish right. Here, I'll show you." "I can do it. Will you please just let me—" With a muffled clank, the tongs made contact with something. "What is it?" cried Wilmur, butting his head over her shoulder so eagerly that he almost made her drop it again. "Pull it out! Pull it out!" "I know, Wilmur," Viola huffed. "I'm not going to forget to pull it out." With great care, she lifted their new-found treasure free, cased within a glittering crystal rind. Wilmur recognized the shape immediately, and his excitement turned to despair. "No," he said. "Throw it back." As soon as Viola had chipped away the crystal, Wilmur's fears were confirmed. It was a cloudy glass jar sealed with wax and plastered with a sodden label that read, "Abner and Merrytree's Miraculous Ever Eggs." Inside, ovoid gray-green things, eggs, were suspended in a horrible cockroach-colored jelly, a substance which, the jar proudly proclaimed, had the power to preserve the eggs until the end of time. They tasted somehow even more horrendous than they looked, but true to the label's exorbitant claims, they hadn't killed them yet. "Well, we are running low," said Viola. "I'm going to starve to death on purpose," said Wilmur. They kept at it for a while longer, but all they managed to haul up was half an empty crate, a cracked bedpan, and a strange piece of U-shaped iron about the size of a hand. "I've seen one of these in a book," said Viola, turning it over in her hands with an interested spark in her eyes. "Sailors used to nail them to their masts. It's for good luck, I think." "Hey," said Wilmur, who was staring off across the pack, shading his eyes. "What's that?" Viola joined him. At first she didn't see anything. Then she saw a dim gray lump hovering in the distance, so faint that she took it at first for a speck in her eye. "What is that?" "Looks like a lump," said Wilmur. "Oh, of course, it's a lump," said Viola, rolling her eyes. "Why didn't I think of that?" "A rock, maybe?" "But it wasn't there before. We would have seen it." They stared at the lump for a while in silence. The lump, in response, didn't do anything. "Viola," said Wilmur at last, "do you think it could be a ship?" "Ships don't come here," said Viola. "I know, but maybe," said Wilmur. "It's not a ship," said Viola. "It can't be. If it was—" She trailed off. They stared at the lump for a while more. The lump continued to not do anything. "It might be a ship," Wilmur muttered to himself. Chapter 2. Wilmur wanted to stay and watch the lump, but soon the sky turned a surly iron gray, and the fog pushed in, thick with the burnt metal tang of an impending storm. Everyone on Caveat knew how dangerous it was to get caught outside in a storm, including Wilmur, but that didn't mean he had to like it. He huffed and stomped the whole way home, his bare feet smarting. The fog clung to them like a damp sweater, making Wilmur feel disgustingly moist to his bones and worsening his already foul mood. He hated the fog, as if there wasn't little enough to see on Caveat as it was. Even during the finest weather, the sky was gray, and the houses were gray, and the salt was a dismal grayish-white. But when it was foggy, everything was a dismal grayish-white, the sky merging with the air, merging with the ground. There was supposed to be color in the world, wasn't there? He let out a loud, mournful sigh so that Viola would know just how unhappy he was. Then he coughed, because the fog smelled even nastier than usual, an acrid, rotten stench that reminded him of the time he'd accidentally set his own hair on fire to see what would happen. He turned the cough into a pathetic wheeze so that Viola would ask him what was wrong, but she wasn't paying attention to him. She kept looking over her shoulder at something. She quickened her pace, so Wilmur did too, stomping a little faster so that she would not miss any of his sighs. They took a left, then a right, and then another right, then a left, then a right. Some of the houses they passed had their lamps in their windows lit. Some didn't. Some of them hadn't lit their lamps for a while, and these houses were slowly disappearing beneath drifts of salt. On a few rare occasions, they'd glimpse a silhouette moving behind a warped window, or, on even rarer ones, cross paths with another pedestrian, ashen-faced and empty-eyed. But these passers-by would never look right at Wilmur and Viola, much less speak to them. They'd duck their heads, pull their collars higher, and hurry past as fast as they could. Viola was walking faster and faster, and so Wilmur sped up too, assuming that they were playing Who Can Walk the Fastest, which he would, of course, win. They turned right, then left, then left, then right, then left. Suddenly, Viola stepped closer to Wilmur and grabbed him by the elbow. "Wilmur," she whispered, "don't look now, but someone's following us." Wilmur, of course, immediately stopped and looked. Sure enough, there was something back there. A vague, person-shaped sliver in the fog. Wilmur thought that it was wearing a hat. "They've been behind us for blocks and blocks," said Viola. "See? They've stopped now, too." Wilmur's brow crinkled. "Why would someone want to follow us?" "I don't know," said Viola. "Maybe we should—" "Hey!" shouted Wilmur at the figure. "Why are you following us?" The figure didn't answer. A moment later, it stepped back and melted into the fog. "Well, it's gone now," said Wilmur with a shrug. "It was probably just a person. Or a ghost." Viola, for once, had no retort. They hurried on, turning right, then left, then right, then left, then left, then left, then left, then left, then right, and then, finally, they were home. Home was a lopsided shack with a single window, a single door, and a balding roof so badly bowed in that Wilmur's head almost scraped the ceiling when he walked around inside. It must have once been painted, for splinters of red could still be spied within the deepest knots and cracks of its planks, but it had long ago been scoured the same pitted gray as everything else on Caveat. Wilmur hated it. He grabbed the door's handle to throw it open, but the door had swollen shut again, just like it did every day. It whined and squawked as he wrestled with it, always catching in one place as soon as he jiggled it free in another. The door was stupid, and Wilmur hated it. "Stupid door!" he yelled. "I hate you!"
"Hurry," said Viola, looking back worriedly.
Wilmur threw his whole weight against the door, and at last it swung open with an awful skreek, sending him tumbling inside as the whole house rocked on its foundation. Viola rushed in after him, shut the door, and dropped the latch, though the latch was more of a suggestion at this point, about one stiff breeze away from permanent retirement. Inside it was cold and dark and silent. Wilmur toppled forward like a log of timber, landing face down on his bed. "I heard them, Holmes," he announced into the mattress. "And I hate this bed," he added, raising his head to give the bed a scornful stare before dropping it again in despair.
"Come on, get up," said Viola, nudging him. "Let's make dinner."
"I don't want dinner," said Wilmur listlessly. "We had dinner last night, and the night before that, and the night before that, for 100 years.
"That's the thing about eating. You're supposed to do it every day," said Viola, sitting on him to bother him. "Now will you get up?"
Wilmur didn't move. He decided right then that he would just lie there forever until he died. Viola stuck her always cold hands up the back of his shirt, but he didn't budge. Then she tried stacking books on his butt, but he still didn't move an inch. Finally, she grabbed a silk fan from the shelf and sashayed across the room in a hilarious way that always made Wilmur laugh.
"Lord Wilmur Gertrude Featherbottom the 12th, she announced in a haughty trill. "Arise from thy sumptuous comforter, for I, Lord Voilà Royal Eau de Toilette, decree it thus. The most high Duke and Duchess of Fiddlefaddle are arriving post-haste to sup with us on delightful stewed peacock breast and toasted butter apples with sweet cream."
"No!" yelled Wilmur, sitting up so suddenly that he sent all the books she'd stacked on him to the ground with a crash. "We don't have any of those things. All we have are awful old eggs, and I can't eat any more eggs, Viola. I won't. And that was a ship out there today. I know it was." His eyes felt wet. Embarrassed, he threw himself back down, burying his face in his arms. For a long time, Viola said nothing. Then he felt the mattress shift, and when he peeked out from the crook of his elbow, he saw her curled up beside him, watching him with those big, thoughtful brown eyes of hers, her mouth scrunched up the way it did when she was thinking about things she didn't think he would understand. She reached for his hand and curled their fingers together. Then she stuck her thumb straight up, challenging his. Slowly, Wilmur raised his thumb too. Without a word, they carried out the familiar motions. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb. War. Wilmur pinned Viola's thumb once, twice, without even raising his head. He could tell she was letting him win, but it still made him feel a little better. He was great at thumb wars.
"You know,"
said Viola, dodging one of his attacks,
"I bet that was a ship out there today."
Wilmur's thumb faltered. Viola didn't pin it, even though she could have.
"Really?"
came his muffled voice. "Yeah," said Viola. "Tomorrow, when the storm's passed, we'll go look for it again. We'll take a lantern so we could signal them through the fog. They can't have gone very far, not with the pack as tight as it is." Wilmur scrunched up his forehead. "Is this real?" he said. "Or another game?"
"Real,"
said Viola.
"What if we don't find it?" "Then another ship will come." Someone is looking for us.
That reassured him. His thumb darted quick as a cobra strike, besting Viola's once more.
3 out of 5,
said Wilmur smugly.
I win again.
Chapter 3. The storm roared in with much bravado, making their little house rattle and pitch like a mess of toothpicks, and only their presence within it kept it from flying away into the sky altogether. Viola lit the lamp in the window, and Wilmur lit the stove. Then together they sprinkled a line of ashes across the threshold, as one did. The cheerful glow of the lamp made their house feel a little more homey. It sparkled on the walls, lacquered a shiny blue with paint they'd scavenged from the ship's graveyard. It cast dancing shadows across the floorboards, worn glass-smooth by the ceaseless scrape of salt. It made craters and valleys on the lumpy mattresses of their 2 ancient beds, placed head-to-head so they could whisper secrets at night. One of the beds had once been Hester's. But Hester was gone now. They didn't know why or where to. All they knew was that one day when Viola was 6 and Wilmur was 7, they'd woken up to find themselves alone. Hester's shawl had been gone from the back of the chair, her shoes gone from the side of the bed, and the bed itself had been neatly made up, but very cold and empty, without even an impression on the mattress or a hair on the pillow. The door had still been latched from the inside, and the only footprints outside had been their own. It was like she had simply vanished. Viola made it a point to bring her up as often as possible because she had the sneaking suspicion that Wilmur was starting to forget her. Against the far wall were cabinets they'd fashioned from crates, and these held their treasures. Every interesting item they'd ever managed to dredge from beneath the pack. There was a pair of glass candlesticks so green they glowed in the dark, a moldy silk fan, a fake beard on a string that Viola would sometimes don for Wilmur's amusement, a mirror that they kept covered because they'd occasionally spot their reflections doing odd things without them, an ornate jeweled egg that they tossed to one another for fun, a clever clockwork cat that played a tiny tin drum, a salt-hardened shirt that looked like it still had a person inside, a 6-sided die that somehow always rolled 7s, a jeweled dagger engraved with the word Poltimore, a wooden leg, a glass eye, a pair of baby shoes in surprisingly pristine condition, and an enamel music box that screamed when it was wound up. Then there were the books, storybooks and encyclopedias, ship's logs and dime novels, books of poetry and philosophy, and piano music and sewing patterns and almanacs about the movements of stars that they had never seen. Everything they knew about the world came from these books. Wilmur preferred the adventure novels, especially when Viola read them to him. Reading had never come easily to him, and besides, books were just better when she read them. She'd make up voices and songs and sounds to make them feel more real, and if parts of the book were damaged beyond legibility, she'd fill in the blanks with little flourishes that were just as good as anything in the book itself, if not better. He didn't know how she did it. Her mind was always coming up with new things like it was nothing, even when there was precious little else that was new about their lives. Viola, for her own part, liked history books. She found them even more exciting than adventure novels because they had really happened. Fictional characters were all well and good, but when you closed the book, there they stayed. History, though, was real, whether you thought about it or not. Hidden within even the driest of tomes, there was truth, and Viola meant to find it. She could practically taste the tang of gunpowder as grand warships were sunk with all souls lost, smell the foul wind as it stirred the bodies of once fearsome pirates hanging from their gibbets, hear the swell of strings as important people mingled in golden halls having important conversations that would change the world forever. Not one of them suspecting that one day there would be a girl named Viola to read about them. To them, she was a ghost, a backward ghost that hadn't yet been born. But if they were real no matter what, then so was she.
Scarlet Morning,
read Viola as the storm dragged its fingernails across their window.
No pirate is as little known and well feared as this black-hearted villainess. She has scarlet hair to her waist, and she is adorned in black mourning silks from her head to her foot, her face concealed beneath a ghastly pale mask. Upon the palm of her left hand is a star-shaped scar, inflicted upon her by one Dune Shearwater, famed pirate hunter, who did track and fire upon her, whereupon she did throw up a hand to shield herself, the ball passing clean through and ending her life. Shearwater did bury the body of that abhorrent monstress in the sea, but it was not long thereafter that she did pledge her soul to the devil himself in exchange for renewed life, and thus did that unnatural fiend claw her way out of hell. She did pursue that pirate hunter across the sea with tireless fury, until at last she faced him upon the amethyst sands of Alamir, and there she did strike him down. Afterward, nailing his headless and rudely treated corpse to the bow of her ship in place of a figurehead. Thus does that devil's bride rove the sea to this day, a cursed creature, neither alive nor dead, that cannot be killed by blade nor bullet. Even the most stout-hearted sailor lives in dread of the sight of her flag, a red banner marked with 6 black tears, for whoever so much as glimpses it will be beset by plague and deadly storms, her patron, the devil, having imbued her with all manner of evil powers.
"I don't want to read this anymore," said Wilmur, who was lying in a heap on the bed.
"You picked it,"
said Viola.
"Well, I'm tired of it. Let's read something else."
Wilmur oozed off the bed and rolled across the floor to the bookshelf instead of walking. He ran his hand along the row of battered spines, but couldn't seem to find anything that interested him.
"I know,"
he said, an excited spark in his eyes.
"Let's read the book."
He catapulted to his feet and dragged out another book that had been stashed safely beneath Viola's mattress. This book was not like the others. It was bound in shiny brass, inlaid with a series of ivory dials, and engraved with the words, "Journals and Proceedings Relating to the Study of Bizarre Occurrences in the Curious Region Known as Dickerson's Sea, being a record of events since the crossing of Icarus Bend, thus written by one alias Crow." A long and clumsy title, so Viola and Wilmur just called it The Book. What it was, or where it had come from, they did not know. All they knew was that it was the only thing Hester had left behind, and that for some reason it was of the utmost importance that it remain hidden. Its pages were locked within thin brass cases that could only be opened by scrolling the dials into specific configurations, and after years of tireless fiddling, Viola and Wilmur had managed to unlock almost all of them, revealing pages upon pages of paranoid, nonsensical ramblings, research notes detailing bizarre and impossible phenomena, ink-spotted letters that spoke of countries and queens and kings that had never been, strange little stories about characters that appeared nowhere else in the book, and whole passages written entirely in gibberish. There was only one section that they had not yet been successful in opening, and this last mysterious section drove them, well, it drove Viola, almost mad with curiosity. If there was a key to understanding the rest of the book, she was certain it was contained in those final, unknown pages. But its case remained stubbornly locked. Viola spun the dials into their proper places, and with a click, one of the cases sprang open. Within was a stack of pages labeled Lacuna Laridae,
its fearsome fauna, fatal flora, and terrifying terrain being a compendium of hellish beasts in a forsaken place. This section contained descriptions of highly implausible monsters, accompanied by disturbing sketches, and it was, of course, Viola and Wilmur's favorite section. Day 1912. Today, I encountered a curious creature roaming level 3, some sort of squid or octopus in a remarkably bipedal configuration. Its legs formed from tentacles intertwined in an approximation of human musculature, which it was able to use with impressive competency. The creature plodded along quite rapidly with a certain sense of mysterious purpose, an eerie sight to be sure. And yet I confess excitement at the prospect of witnessing the evolution of a brand new species taking place before my very eyes. Not even Darwin with his ruddy finches can claim to have done the same. Prick. Aside from its legs, the creature had formed a trunk or head from the bulbous knot of flesh that made up its upper body, though lacking any visible eyes or mouth, these being perhaps protected within the knot. Its skin was generally sallow and vaguely reflective, but at times flashes of color would move across its surface like a blush, ranging from charming peach to lurid blue to, once, something uncannily like a tartan pattern. Clan MacLeod, if I'm not mistaken. Though how it might have come to have any knowledge of such a thing, I haven't the faintest idea. After some deliberation, I have decided upon a name. Permutatio bipoda, common name, Margrim. All in all, this promises to be one of the most momentous scientific discoveries of our time. But by all means, please tell me more about Darwin's stupid finches. Despite his earlier enthusiasm, Wilmur did not seem to be paying attention. He was staring hard at the window, his eyebrows scrunched up. "What time do you think it is?" he said. They had a clock, one shaped like a cat with a swinging tail, but no matter how many times they tried to set it, its hands preferred to entertain themselves by doing energetic backflips instead of telling the time. "I don't know," said Viola. "Late?" "Too late for anyone to be outside, right?" "Much too late." "Well, I think someone's there." Viola shot to the window next to Wilmur. There was something there. A warm orange light, bobbing in the darkness as if of its own accord. Wilmur cupped his hands around his eyes and pressed his face against the window. "I think it's a lantern," he said, "but I can't see who's holding it." "It can't be," said Viola. "Everyone on Caveat knows not to go outside at night." "Then maybe they aren't from here," said Wilmur, and that made Viola go cold to her bones. They watched the light in silence for a while. Once it moved a little closer, and Viola's heart leapt into her throat. Then it drifted farther away again, and finally vanished into the blizzard of salt. Only then did Viola begin to breathe normally. They kept watching for a long time until their eyelids drooped with sleep. But the light didn't come back. Chapter 4. Viola's eyes snapped open. She'd heard something. Had she heard something? At some point, she and Wilmur had fallen asleep on the same bed. Outside, the storm raged on in hearty gusts, pummeling the window with a sound like 1,000 mice tap-dancing in glass shoes. And surely that had been what she'd heard. And yet storms came so frequently to Caveat that even a light sleeper like Viola tended not to be disturbed by them. So what? The sound came again, a long, low bellow that buzzed in the pit of her chest. Viola bolted upright. The plates in the cabinet were thrumming, the glass eyeball rolling back and forth across the shelf. The metallic smell Viola had noticed earlier that day seemed unbearably strong now. Or was it just her imagination? "Wilmur,
Wilmur, she hissed, kicking him in the ribs. Ow, Wilmur mumbled. He raised his head blearily. What? She pressed a finger to her lips and darted her eyes toward the window. Wilmur was just opening his mouth to ask what her problem was when it happened again. Warm. He sat up so quickly that he almost knocked Viola off the bed. What is that? They listened for a while, hearts beating out a racket against their ribs. The sound came in a steady rhythm every 30 seconds or so, like the labored breathing of some gargantuan beast. Wilmur, Viola whispered, that person in the fog yesterday, what if it wasn't a person exactly? What? What else would it be? Said Wilmur. When Viola didn't answer, he grabbed his pillow and threw it at her. Hey! You can't just say spooky stuff like that and then not explain. He threw the other pillow, too, for good measure. If it wasn't a person, then what was it? Okay, look. Viola took a deep breath. Do you remember what Hester used to tell us about forerunners? Wilmur just stared blankly. They're omens, said Viola. Signs that something bad is coming, something unnatural. And a silver ring around the sun or moon? A fog that reeks like rotten blood? A howling sound like the voices of 1,000 drowning sailors? All of them are supposed to be forerunners of scarlet morning. She paused for dramatic effect, even though she was just as scared as Wilmur. It was too good a story to pass up. Hester made us promise that if we ever saw anything like that, we'd run home and lock the door and not let anyone in, no matter what. It's like she really thought that scarlet morning was after her. Well, maybe not after her. What? Wilmur's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. What was she after? The book, said Viola. There was a knock at the door. Both children screamed. Wilmur fell off the bed. In all their lives, there had never been a knock on the door. Someone's out there, gasped Wilmur as he popped back up. Is it scarlet morning? No way, said Viola. It's the storm, blowing something against the door. There was a second knock, and Viola's soul flew out of her body. That was definitely a knock, said Wilmur. What do we do? Viola grabbed the book and shoved it under the mattress, then looked around for a weapon. There was a rusty old blunderbuss, but they had no shot or powder for it, and she wouldn't have known where to put them in any case. There was the jeweled dagger, but its edge was so dull it may as well have been a toy. Why weren't they better prepared? Why hadn't she taken Hester's warning more seriously? There was a third knock, this one louder and more insistent. To Viola's horror, Wilmur stood up and started to reach for the door's handle. Wilmur, she yelped, what are you doing? I'm not scared, he said unconvincingly. I'm not either, said Viola, even less convincingly. But I promised Hester I wouldn't let her, anyone in. Whatever's out there, it could be dangerous. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's someone nice. Or maybe it's a rhinoceros. It's not a rhinoceros, Wilmur. The doorknob twitched back and forth, the latch rattling. Whatever was outside the door was becoming impatient. Wilmur grabbed the boathook and wielded it bravely. Viola settled on the commemorative Queen Hail Meridian paperweight, which was sure to do some damage if thrown. Who's there? Yelled Wilmur. There was no response, except from the door, which jiggled again but stayed wedged fast. Finally, that stupid stuck door was working in their favor. Faint footsteps crunched outside as something started to move away, and Viola felt a surge of relief. But it didn't last long. The footsteps came charging back, and then... crash! The door flew wide, the latch disintegrating into a puff of splinters. On the other side stood a figure wrapped in a huge black cloak, face shadowed beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Viola's scream caught in her throat. The boathook shook in Wilmur's hand. The figure swung a leg across the threshold, cleaving the line of ashes in two with the heel of one silver-tipped boot. Then it threw a shoulder against the door and crammed it back into its place. "Flog it all but 6, gasped a voice from within the folds of the cloak. "About time. I'm fit to choke out there." A gloved hand ripped away the scarf muffling the figure's face and tossed it aside. Dark eyes glittered at them from under the shadow of the hat, and then the hat was gone too, hooked carelessly on the bedpost. Beneath was a woman, grinning at them cheerfully past a mass of drenched black hair. She did not look like Scarlet Morning, nor like any other woman Viola had ever seen or read about. Hester had been rounded and solid, while every picture of Queen Hail Meridian portrayed her as a collection of gently swooping contours. This stranger, however, was all proud angles, sharp as steel, and any womanly curve she might have borne was swallowed up beneath a careless assortment of salt-bleached men's clothes. There was no gray in her hair, but the lines on her wind-swept face showed their habits, especially in the smug brackets etched on either side of her lopsided smirk. Her cheeks were ruddy gold, slashed with crimson of a shade nowhere to be found among the gray faces of Caveat. One thing was for sure. This stranger was definitely not from Caveat. "Nasty weather out there, isn't it?" the stranger said pleasantly, as if it was the most natural situation in the world. Wilmur squinted at her, seeming relieved that she was not something more sinister, as well as a little disappointed that she was not a rhinoceros. "I guess," he said, "it's pretty much always like this." "Who are you?" said Viola, her voice bursting out at twice its normal volume. "What do you want?" "To get out of the storm, obviously," said the stranger. She struggled out of her cloak and tossed it to the ground with a clunk. It was so stiff with salt that it did not even change shape at the impact. She had brought a smell into the room with her, rich and peppery and utterly unfamiliar, piercing the stagnant air like a knife. Wilmur stared in awe at her flashy silver-tipped boots. "You're not from here, are you?" "No, I'm not," said the stranger. "Don't suppose you get many visitors in a place like this." "Of course not," said Wilmur. "Who'd want to visit Caveat?" "No one comes here," said Viola. "Not for years." But the stranger wasn't listening. She'd begun to prowl around the room, picking things up and looking at them. She wound up the music box and held it next to her ear, then winced as it let out a piercing shriek. "You don't really live here with all this junk, do you?" "It's not junk," said Viola, her indignation overwhelming her fear for just a moment. "Get away from that!" The stranger obliged, only to take up the jeweled dagger, tossing it into the air and catching it again with deft fingers. Wilmur looked impressed. "If you're not from here," he said, "where are you from?" "Nowhere in particular," said the stranger. "I go where I like." She paced along the row of books, picking up a battered almanac in an unfamiliar language and peering at the faded print. Viola did not miss the way she wasn't really looking at it, but subtly eyed the other books on the shelf as if searching for something. "Will you stop going through our stuff?" said Viola. "We never said you could stay. You haven't even told us your name." The mysterious sound blasted again. The plates rattled. The glass eyeball rolled off the edge of the shelf and hit the floor with a plunk. "What is that?" said Wilmur, slapping his hands over his ears. "That's just my ship's foghorn, making sure I can find my way back," said the stranger. "A ship?" cried Wilmur. "You have a ship?" "Of course I have a ship," said the stranger. "How do you think I got here?" "A ship?" Wilmur was vibrating with excitement. "See, Viola, it was a ship. I told you." "And a fine ship she is. A packbreaker with an iron-banded hull," said the stranger with pride. And I'm her captain, Cadence Chase, at your service, though you can call me Chase." She swept down into a grand bow. "A captain?" breathed Wilmur, but Viola had caught sight of something stowed in Chase's waistband beneath the drenched fabric of her shirt. "Is that a knife?" she said in alarm. "What?" "Oh." Chase put her hand on it as if she had forgotten it was there. "Sorry about that. I carry it with me everywhere. Bit of a habit." She drew it out appeasingly and laid it on the bed, a black-handled folding knife with a long silver spur on one end. Wilmur stared at the knife in fascination, but Viola remained tense, her hands curled tight around the bedpost. "Now I've told you my name," said Chase. "What are yours?" She pointed at Wilmur first. "Wilmur?" said Wilmur. Chase raised an eyebrow. "What kind of a name is that?" "Why? What's wrong with my name?" "Nothing, only it's not a real one. Who saddled you with that?" "I don't know, my parents, I guess. That's how it's supposed to work, isn't it?" "They're not here, though, are they?" guessed Chase. "Only 2 beds. What happened to them?" "It's none of your business," Viola cut in shortly. "My name's Viola, by the way, and it is a real name, whether you think so or not." "No need to be so touchy. I'm only curious." "Well, I'm curious too," said Viola. "Why are you here?" "Funny you should ask," said Chase. "You see, I'm looking for something." "What are you looking for?" said Wilmur. "Nothing much," said Chase. "Just a book." Viola stiffened, shooting Wilmur a panicked look, but he seemed to have already forgotten their conversation from just a few minutes earlier because he didn't even notice. "Well, it can't be that hard to find a book," he said. "I'm sure there's hundreds of them." "A specific book," said Chase. "One of a kind, and lost for a long time." "What's so special about this book?" said Viola, trying, a little too obviously, to sound casual. "Well, it's mine," said Chase, "and I'd like it back. I've come a very long way to find it." "You can't have taken very good care of it if you lost it and it ended up here," said Wilmur. "If you must know, it was stolen," said Chase, her tone darkening. "But never mind. Can you help me find it?" "What makes you think we'd be able to help?" said Viola. "Oh, come on, Viola," said Chase, flashing a sharp grin. "I know you have it. I've been all over this God-forsaken little island, and you two are the only things that don't fit. You can't have been here alone all this time. Someone was with you. Someone who gave you the book. Who was it?" "Get out of our house," said Viola. Chase laughed, and the sound put Viola's teeth on edge. "You're throwing me out?" "No, thanks. I'd rather stay here." With a sudden reckless motion, Viola snatched up the black-handled knife where it lay on the bed and brandished it at Chase. "You can't have the book, and that's final. Now, get out." "Viola," yelped Wilmur, "what are you doing?" The humor vanished from Chase's grin. "That's mine," she said. "Give it back." Viola didn't give it back. She gripped the knife with both hands and held it at arm's length, its point aimed straight at Chase's chest. "I know who you are," she said. Chase's eyebrows knit together in surprise. "You do?" "Yes," said Viola. "You're a pirate." Wilmur gasped, but Chase just laughed. "There are no pirates," she said. "Not anymore. Now come on, give that here. You're going to hurt yourself. You're holding it all wrong." She took a step toward Viola. Viola jumped back. "I know how to hold it," she snapped. "Now, for the last time, get out or I'll—" What happened next happened so quickly that Viola didn't even realize it had happened until it was over. One moment, Chase was standing there a few paces in front of her, and the next, she wasn't. A sharp jolt of pain flashed through Viola's wrists, and then the knife was in Chase's hand, which was suddenly only inches away. Viola toppled backward onto the bed in shock. "Hey!" yelled Wilmur in a high-pitched squeak that Viola had never heard him make before. "Leave her alone!" He leaped between them, gripping the boat hook with white knuckles. Chase stepped back and lowered the knife. "She started it," she huffed. Then she took in the children's terrified faces and sighed. "Look, I think we got off on the wrong foot here. I don't want to hurt you, and I'm certainly not trying to steal from you. Don't you think I'd wait until you were out of the house if I was going to do that?" "Maybe that was your plan until the storm started," said Viola. "Or maybe this was your plan all along, so you could steal the book and kill us at the same time." "Oh, come on. Why would I want to kill you?" Because you're probably not the only one looking for that book, and you wouldn't want anyone else to know you have it," said Viola. "Killing us would be the only way to ensure our silence."
"Viola?" muttered Wilmur nervously. "Stop giving her ideas."
"You've got quite the imagination, don't you?" said Chase. "I can assure you I have no intention of killing you. Don't you think that 2 murdered children would create more problems than it would solve? Not that I was considering it," she added quickly. She folded the knife and stuffed it back into her waistband. "Now look, what if I offered to buy the book from you?" "We don't want your money," said Viola. "We don't have anything to spend it on here." "But there must be something you want," said Chase. "Better beds, decent food."
"I can get it for you."
Viola opened her mouth to fire back, but Wilmur spoke up first. "You can have the book," he said. "What?" said Chase. "What?" yelled Viola. "You can have the book," Wilmur went on, "if you take us with you when you leave." Viola stared at him, dumbfounded. Then she grabbed his arm and pulled him to the other end of the room, glaring at Chase as she did. "Wilmur, we can't give it to her. Hester would have wanted us to protect it," she hissed.
"But she's got a ship, Viola,"
he whispered back. "We can't trust her. What if she's a pirate?" "She doesn't look like a pirate," said Wilmur. "She doesn't have any scars or gold earrings, and if that's a wooden leg, it's an awfully good one. Besides, if she was going to kill us, don't you think she would have done it already?" Viola hesitated. She had to admit it was a good idea, and she wasn't used to Wilmur having good ideas. "But we can't just leave."
"Why not?"
"Because—" She trailed off, but Wilmur saw the answer in her eyes.
"Face it, Viola, no one's coming," he said.
"If our parents really are looking for us, I don't think they know we're here at all. We'll just have to go look for them ourselves." He was right. Viola knew he was right, and yet still she hesitated. This was their home, as horrible as it was. They had never known a different one. How could they possibly go and leave it all behind just like that?
"A ship, Viola," said Wilmur, his eyes shining. "A real ship, with sails and ropes and a great big wheel and everything. It'll be an adventure, just like in the stories."
His grin was so infectious that Viola couldn't resist. She grinned back. Behind them, Chase was pretending not to listen, even though the room was so small that there was no way she couldn't hear them. She stifled a pleased smirk as Viola turned back. "Here's the deal," said Viola in her most formal Lord Voilà Royal Eau de Toilette voice, which he figured was the appropriate voice to make deals with. "We will trade you the book in exchange for passage on your ship." "What an excellent idea," said Chase, "which I am just hearing about for the first time." "But," added Viola, "there have to be some conditions. First, you have to promise we'll be safe." "Safe," said Chase with a snort. The sea is never safe. There's gales so strong they can lift a sailor away like a kite. Hurricanes of salt, fierce enough to strip flesh from bone. Gigantic bergs that can nip in at any time and squeeze a ship like a pimple until it pops. There are boiling vents, hot enough to melt you to goo. Mysterious afflictions that make you grow horns all over your body. And sometimes people just explode for no reason. Yes, and there are even monsters. Just like they say. So no, I can't promise you'll be safe. Then you will do your best to protect us from those things, said Viola firmly, not believing a word of it. You'll also provide us with a place to sleep on your vessel. And food, Wilmur piped up excitedly. Not eggs. Right, food as well. And some money once we reach our destination, enough to make our way for a while. That's a little steep for one book, don't you think? Said Chase. Do you want it or not? Chase shrugged. All right. It's a deal. She held out a hand expectantly, but Viola shook her head. We'll give you the book once we're on the ship. Not before. Fine, said Chase in exasperation, letting her hand fall. You drive a hard bargain. Where did you want to go, anyway? Viola opened her mouth to answer, but nothing came out. She'd spent her whole life imagining the answer to that question, imagining every detail of all those fantastic, exciting, important places where important people lived important lives, surrounded by other important people. But in that moment, it was as if Chase had offered to grow a pair of wings and fly her straight to fairyland. Could those places be real? Could they really go there? Fair distance, she burst out at last. With the golden rooftops and the streets paved with mother of pearl, the very center of the world. Chase looked surprised. Fair distance? They don't just let anyone in, you know. Can you get us there or not? Of course I can, said Chase, though it'll take a while. It's about as far away from here as you can get. She yawned. We'll make for the Calamari Rose as soon as the weather lets up. What have you got to eat around here, besides this stuff, of course? She nudged a jar of ever-eggs with her boot. Nothing else, said Viola pointedly, and we didn't offer you any, by the way. Chase ignored her, rummaging in her pocket to produce a packet wrapped in brown paper. Always be prepared, right? She said. She unwrapped the packet to reveal a stack of flat, hard-looking cakes. What's that? Said Wilmur. Biscuit, said Chase. Like some? She snapped off a piece and held it out to them. Viola drew back distrustfully. It's not going to kill you, said Chase. Break your teeth, maybe, but never kill you. Wilmur's curiosity got the better of him, and he took the biscuit, gnawing at its edges cautiously. Then his eyes lit up with delight. I love it, he enthused, stuffing another bite into his mouth and chewing with some difficulty. It's nothing like eggs. Is all food like this? Hardly, snorted Chase. Wait, and I'll get you something better. She produced a flask and took a swig. What's that? You can't have any, that's for sure, said Chase. It's not good for children. Not particularly good for adults either, but most of us don't care. So are you two siblings or what? Not as far as we know, said Wilmur. Hester told us our parents sent us here to keep us safe during all the fighting, and so she got stuck with us, said Viola. The pirate massacre, you mean? Said Chase. You know about the massacre? And Hail Meridian? Said Viola, suddenly excited. Chase raised an eyebrow. Everyone knows about the massacre, she said. Or at least I thought so. Don't they still talk about it here? No one talks about it, said Viola. Hester said it was a secret. She wouldn't even let us say the word pirate in front of other people.
She sounds smart, this Hester, said Chase. It's a dangerous word. No one says it much anymore.
Why not? Said Wilmur.
Because the pirates are all dead, said Chase. A lot of people are dead, and everyone's still sore about it. Do you know what the massacre was?
Yes, said Viola. Hester told us about how Scarlet Morning murdered Hail Meridian and ran away with the crown, and then Parliament passed a law to kill all the pirates. Did they ever catch her?
Chase laughed harshly. Who? Scarlet Morning? There's another name no one ever says. She's long dead, though no one knows for sure what happened to her. The crown never showed up again either, and for that reason, we are still queenless.
So, it's just Parliament in charge now? Said Viola.
No one's in charge, said Chase. Parliament's gone. They burnt it down with everyone inside. There's hardly any law left now, except the Queensmen, and we'd all be better off without them.
I didn't know it was that bad, said Viola. I thought it was just the pirates who got the worst of it.
Everyone got the worst of it, said Chase bitterly. But nothing to be done about it now, is there? That was a long time ago. Do you mind if I take a nap?
What, right now? Said Wilmur.
Why not? There's nothing better to do. Pack your things and wake me when it's over. With that, she threw herself down on the floor in front of the stove, rolled over once to bundle herself in her coat, and immediately went still, as if she were already asleep. Viola and Wilmur stood there in silence for several long minutes.
Well, said Wilmur at last, that was weird.
Chapter 5. Hours passed, and the storm did not let up. It hadn't taken them long to pack. As it turned out, there wasn't much they wanted to take with them. The treasures on their shelves, once tantalizing remnants of an unknown world, now just seemed silly. Wilmur took the jeweled dagger and the spyglass, and Viola took a few of her favorite books. But the music box didn't work, and the mirror was creepy. And what would they need with an old fake beard anyway? Viola felt a particular pang as she passed over the box of wooden clothespins that had once lived such exciting lives, and which any future archaeologist would see as merely clothespins. Their packing complete, they sat and waited for something to happen. But nothing did.
Wilmur, said Viola at last. She hasn't moved since she lay down. I'm not even sure she's breathing.
What? Do you think she's dead?
I don't know. Maybe?
They both stared at the still shape of the stranger who had barged in so suddenly and upset their entire lives.
Well, go check, said Wilmur.
No,
said Viola, horrified.
You go check.
Crunch. From just outside their window came the distinct sound of a footstep. Something was coming, something with a much larger and heavier tread than Chase's.
Who is it now? Said Wilmur.
A light went past the window. For a moment, it caught the face of some hulking creature peering in at them, its features warped and wobbled by the salt-caked glass. Then, it was gone.
Wilmur,
squeaked Viola.
The door.
Wilmur lunged for the door and threw all his weight against it as Viola crawled to Chase's side and shook her desperately.
God's blood and nails,
muttered Chase, rolling over to shoot Viola an irritated look.
There's...
began Viola, but just then the door burst open with a boom, sending Wilmur hurtling back into the wall. On the other side lurked the shape of the biggest creature that Viola had ever seen in her life, its bulk nearly filling the door, and in its hand, a naked blade. Viola and Wilmur screamed again. The shape faltered at the sound.
Captain?
It said doubtfully.
That you, Clem? Said Chase. I told you I'd handle this. Sorry, Captain. Truth is, I was worried you might be in some kind of danger.
Oh, yes, said Chase dryly, sitting up. I'm afraid I've been captured by a twig boy and a girl the size of my thumb. I'm fine, Clem. The shape doffed its oilcloth hat, a sou'wester, Viola knew it to be called, revealing a surprisingly sweet-faced woman beneath, her yellow hair standing on end from the static. She had round pink cheeks, striking blue eyes, and a nose that had been broken so many times it resembled a confused serpent winding down the middle of her face. Her shoulders were broad enough that she had to turn sideways to get through the door.
How do you do?
The woman said, grinning at the children bashfully with a mouthful of crooked teeth.
Apologies, I surely didn't mean to frighten ye.
Kids, this is Clymene Brackish, my first mate, said Chase, sticking up a hand so that the big woman could help her to her feet. Never a stouter heart ever stepped between stem and stern, and she saved my sorry hide more times than I can count. The woman went red.
Aye, 'tweren't nothing so grand as all that, she stammered. And just Clem is fine.
You can never take a compliment, Clem, said Chase. I didn't even mention your killer cranberry scones. They'll blast you clear over the horizon. And this is... She pointed at Wilmur, then hesitated as if she'd already forgotten his name. Wilmur, said Wilmur, then...
Is that a sword?
Cutlass, Clem said proudly, patting it.
Wow,
said Wilmur. I bet you could chop someone's head right off with that. And I'm Viola, added Viola, before anyone could forget to ask her. They're coming with us, said Chase to Clem. Their idea, I swear I'm not kidnapping them. Has it stopped storming? Well, nay, said Clem, dusting salt from her hair, but 'tis not so bad as it was. Close enough, said Chase. She retrieved her cloak from where she tossed it earlier. It had hardened into a solid chunk. She had to smack it against the wall several times until it was flexible enough to put on again. We can't leave yet, said Viola. It's still dark out. Everyone knows not to go outside when it's dark. Chase raised an eyebrow. And what's going to happen if we do? There are ghosts out there, said Viola, and people disappear sometimes, like they never existed at all. To her surprise, Chase laughed. That doesn't scare me, she said. I've been through worse, and back. So that was it then. Viola looked at Wilmur. Ready? She said. Ready, said Wilmur. Wilmur picked up the sack holding their few belongings, and Viola clutched the book to her chest, safely wrapped in a pillowcase. And with that, they followed the woman named Clem into the vast unknown. They walked past the remains of the old docks, past the thicket of broken floes ringing the island, past the ship's graveyard that looked like nothing more than a handful of shattered sticks in the gloom. And still they walked, plunging through the soupy fog until, just like that, they were farther than they had ever been from Caveat. They could see no more than a few paces in any direction, but the foghorn continued to blast steadily, guiding them safely forward. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the pack began to break up into smaller, round pans, little finger-width cracks of free ocean visible between them. Hauled up on the edge of one of them was a battered jolly boat, its bottom sloshing with several inches of water. "Is that the Calamari Rose?" said Wilmur, very much disappointed. Chase raised her eyebrows. Clem chuckled. "It's a jolly boat, Wilmur. Remember?" Viola whispered. "It's for getting to the ship." "Oh," said Wilmur, relieved. "The Calamari Rose, indeed," Chase muttered. The little boat cut swiftly through the bitter water with Clem's strong arms rowing, bumping through the maze of salt. The children looked eagerly for the ship, but could see nothing in the dark. Then Suddenly, they could. They weren't exactly sure what had happened, but with a sudden rush, the black haze lifted, and there were lights. Warm yellow lights speckling the deck of a ship that they could only assume was the Calamari Rose. Shimmering pinpricks of silver light far above that were stars. And chilly blue light from the huge, round, white thing that hung low overhead, glowing on the surface of the pack with a ghostly sheen. Viola and Wilmur gasped at the same time, making Chase jump.
The moon,
whispered Viola. They knew what the moon was. Of course they did, for they had read about it. But if Viola was being honest, she had always assumed that it was more of, well, a metaphor. It was almost too unbelievable to be real. But there it was. Every dimple and shadow on it so clear that it seemed that they could reach up and pluck it from the sky. "And that, Wilmur," said Chase proudly, "is my ship." The Calamari Rose didn't look like the illustrations of grand warships in their books. She had a swollen, tub-shaped silhouette, her planks grayish and shaggy, her bowsprit drooping beneath the weight of salt that dribbled from it in fat clumps. She was an ugly ship. But she was a ship. Wilmur gazed at her in pure adoration. Viola breathed deeply. The wet blanket smell she'd lived her whole life in had lifted, and now the air was so crisp and sharp in her lungs that it made her dizzy. Wilmur seemed to be having the same experience, for he let out a loud gasp and then broke down into light-headed giggles. "Look, Viola, do you see it?" he said, bouncing up and down in excitement and jiggling the board they were sitting on. "That's it. That's the Calamari Rose." Instead, Viola turned around and looked back. But there was nothing to see. Caveat was gone, swallowed up in a wall of darkness as dark as a blob of ink. Ropes were fixed, and the jolly boat was hauled up to the main deck, where a scattering of sailors waited, gawking curiously. They were a funny-looking bunch, their skin scrawled with tattoos and pocked with sunspots, some with fewer limbs than might be expected, and a few with too many. There was also a large white bear sitting passively among them, like just another crew member. The bear was wearing an ascot. "Evening," announced Chase. "Or is it morning? Oh well, I'm dead tired and I'm going to bed." She made a vague motion at the children. "These are, well, they're children, as you can see. Not kidnapped," she clarified when a few eyebrows went up. To the children, she said, "We'll talk more in the morning, shall we? I'll send for you." With that, she swaggered off, as if she hadn't just uprooted their entire lives and hurled them into a strange new world. The crew was still staring. Viola sidled closer to Wilmur. "Where's your manners?" Clem scolded the crew. "This here's Wilmur, and this is Viola. And here we have Jacoby Cobandai, Mr. Chatham Coote." "Esquire," added one of the sailors. "Don't forget the Esquire." "Xerxes Blue, Grapeshot Grace, Zope the Never-Sinking, Born Dead Bagataraan, Fomka the Fool, Walking Eagle, the Upright and Pious Sister Mauritia of the Floating Chapel, Old Zounds, Boomin' Ben, Nyanyu de Atocha, the Vivaldi Brothers, the Remarkable Airborne Alma Atalanta, Bacony the Hell Pig, Eversworth Verdronken, One-Legged Vasco, One-Legged Martha, no relation, Uling Boops Gobi, Lilliput Crake, Young Teaser, and let's not forget Patrick Cospatrick the Fifth, though we calls him Fives. Where's Fives? There he is." A nondescript man that Viola hadn't seen at first gave them a lazy salute. "And the bear. She's called Bimini," said Clem. "You'll meet the rest later, no doubt. They're a fine lot of sailors. Except for Coote." The man named Coote scoffed. "No, come on with me, kiddies, and I'll show ye to your berth," continued Clem. "You
you can have the cabin boys' quarters. We haven't got a cabin boy anyhow.
She led them down into the dark, cramped hold, past greasy hogshead casks and sour-smelling bales of some kind of animal pelts, until they reached a door dangling from a single rope hinge. There was a sign on the door. It said, "Mop Closet." Viola looked inside. It was, in fact, a mop closet.
This isn't the cabin boys' quarters, said Viola. It's a mop closet. Some things can be two things at once, said Clem. Now, you'd best get some shut-eye, for it's nigh 4 bells to daybreak.
Sweet dreams. She patted Viola on the back in an agreeable way that knocked the air clean out of her before turning and walking away.
You can have the hammock, said Wilmur.
The hammock he was referring to was just an old fishing net stretched across the entire length of the closet on 3 rusty hooks. Viola was going to say that she didn't want to sleep there, but then it occurred to her that it might not support Wilmur's weight, and she didn't want him tumbling down on her in the middle of the night. So she clambered up and carefully arranged herself atop it, avoiding the hooks as Wilmur lay down on the floor. There wasn't room for him to stretch out his legs, so he propped them straight up against the wall instead.
This is so exciting, he gushed. Did you see those sailors? They're real sea dogs, just like in the stories.
Wilmur, said Viola, are we absolutely sure they're not pirates?
What? Why do you say that?
I mean, what kind of honest sailor calls himself Bacony the Hell Pig?
Maybe he just likes bacon. Bacon. Viola, do you think they'll let us have some?
They looked like a rough sort is all. Do you think we're safe here?
You heard what Chase said. The sea's not supposed to be safe.
And her. Why does she want the book so badly anyway? I don't trust her.
You're worrying too much, said Wilmur. It'll be great. And if anything bad happens, well, it couldn't possibly be worse than Caveat. So...
He was right.
Again.
Viola was not used to Wilmur being right so many times in one day. So she closed her eyes and tried to let the rocking of the ship lull her to sleep, but it mostly just made her feel sick. She knew she was not going to be able to sleep. She was going to stay awake all... Chapter 6.
Bam, bam, bam.
Viola's eyes snapped open to find that the wall wasn't on her right side like it usually was, and the ceiling above her didn't have its familiar crack that looked like a 9-legged octopus doing a cartwheel, and she wasn't lying on the blanket she'd lain on since she was a baby, with its mysterious orange splotches. She wasn't lying on a blanket at all. In a moment, she was sent hurtling through time and space to crash down on a scrap of ragged net in a dark, airless mop closet. It all came back in a rush. The stranger, the book, the ship they were on at this very moment, and she was never going to see her old bed on Caveat again.
I've knocked on the door, said a voice from outside. I've knocked 3 times. It's rude to not answer after 3 knocks.
Coming, said Viola. She got tangled in the net trying to get down and fell onto Wilmur, upsetting the mops and brooms that were leaned against the wall. They toppled on top of the children with a clatter.
No, I'm not getting up today,
Wilmur whimpered into the bunched-up sack he was using as a pillow. He said this every morning. Viola crawled off of him and opened the door. An alarming-looking boy stood there, glowering at her from behind a curtain of greasy hair. But it wasn't his hair that made him alarming. It was the multitudes of little rings studding his face like a peppering of silver pimples. He stared at her sullenly and without curiosity, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, his eyes very big and hollow in his peaked face.
Captain wants to see you,
he mumbled indistinctly.
Oh, said Viola, then, does she?
Yes, said the boy. I just said that.
Right, said Viola, and closed the door. Then, because that seemed rude, she opened it again.
Sorry,
she said,
I just need to wake up Wilmur. That's him, right there." She pointed at Wilmur as if there was anyone else in the world she could possibly be talking about.
"I'm Laddie," said the boy resentfully. "I'm the kitchen boy. We don't have a cook, so I do all the cooking. They still call me kitchen boy."
"I'm Viola?" she said in a nervous squeak. Laddie just stared at her. So she turned around hastily and shook Wilmur. "Wilmur, wake up. The captain sent for us," she said in his ear. Wilmur swatted at her. She shook him harder. "We're on a ship. We're on the Calamari Rose. Remember?" His eyes flew open, and he sat up so quickly that they would have cracked heads had Viola not jumped back just in time. "Oh, yeah! We're on a ship, Viola!" crowed Wilmur. He looked at Laddie. "Who are you?"
"Laddie, I'm the kitchen boy."
"Oh, what's that on your face?" Laddie just stared flatly.
"The captain doesn't like to be kept waiting," he said. "Also, you're supposed to bring some kind of book or something."
Viola rummaged for the book, still wrapped in its pillowcase, and held it reluctantly to her chest as they followed Laddie. Wilmur craned his head eagerly as they started up the ladder to the main deck, desperate for his first glimpse of the Calamari Rose by the light of day. Instead, they were hit with a wall of burning light so blazingly bright they could not see a single thing. They threw their arms across their faces with pained yelps. "Ah!" said Wilmur. "The ship's on fire!"
"The ship's not on fire," came Laddie's annoyed voice. "If it were on fire, everyone would be running around screaming, 'The ship's on fire! The ship's on fire!' And they're not."
Viola's eyes were watering. She squeezed them more tightly shut, finding that everything turned an angry, buzzing red when she did. "What is that?" she said.
"It's the sun,"
said Laddie.
"You've never seen the sun before?"
"The sun!" cried Wilmur in excitement, followed by a shriek that told Viola he had just tried to look at it. "Is it always this bright?" said Viola.
"Yes," said Laddie, "unless it's raining, or nighttime, or when the sun rises, or when it sets, then it's usually different."
With that, they heard him turn and walk away. Squinting and stumbling on the rolling deck, they followed.
"Knock before you go in," they heard Laddie say. "She won't answer, but you still have to knock. I have to go back to the kitchen now. Goodbye."
With that, he was gone. Viola peeked between her fingers to see a green door before them. There was a brass knocker at its center, shaped like a bird's head with a ring in its mouth. She took it and knocked 3 times. There was no answer, as Laddie had said, so they opened the door and went in. The room beyond seemed to have been hit by a hurricane. The walls were stuck full of knives. The chandelier was hanging at a rakish angle, a frilly pair of bloomers dangling from it. The sagging couch in the corner was occupied by a badly taxidermied bobcat, and the bobcat was also stuck full of knives. A battered tea trolley squeaked as it rolled slowly back and forth with the motion of the sea, bearing a covered platter and a solitary high-heeled boot that did not seem to be Chase's style. At the center of the room, behind a table buried beneath mounds of maps and charts, sat Chase, concentrating very hard on trimming her nails with her black-handled folding knife, and for some reason she was now wearing a fur coat. She looked up, annoyed. "Don't you knock?"
"We did knock,"
said Wilmur, and Viola added, 3 times. "Oh," said Chase. She stabbed the knife into the desk where it stuck, quivering, then reached for her brown leather gloves and quickly tugged them back on. "Do you have my book?" Wilmur nudged Viola. She glared at him, but reluctantly unwrapped the book from its pillowcase, stepped forward, and laid it on the table in front of Chase. "Oh," breathed Chase, running her fingers reverently along its shiny brass cover. "Isn't that the most beautiful thing you've ever seen?" "Why does it matter so much to you anyway?" said Viola. "Sentimental value," said Chase. "It once belonged to an old friend of mine, long dead now." She suddenly slammed the book back down with a loud whap, making them both jump. "Anyway," she said cheerfully, "who wants breakfast?" With a sweep of her arm, she sent all the maps and charts tumbling to the floor, then snatched the covered platter from the tea trolley as it rolled past and placed it on the cleared table. Viola and Wilmur watched with enormous eyes as she lifted the cover, revealing the grandest feast they had ever seen, because they had never actually seen one. But there wasn't an egg in sight, and so it must be grand. Some of the foods they were pretty sure they recognized from their books, like the plump sausages or the pudding slathered in sticky brown sauce. And those must be Clem's scones, delicately toasted confections studded throughout with jewel-like berries. As for the rest, they could scarcely guess. There were little silver fish in some kind of jelly, a glass pot bearing an orange substance so vivid that it seemed to glow from within, and a cloud of fluffy white stuff in a silver dish. But the centerpiece of the feast needed no introduction. It was a whole roast bird with crackling golden skin, the head still on and smirking at them in a coy way that reminded Viola of a smaller version of Chase.
"Is all that for us?" said Wilmur, his eyes enormous.
"Sure," said Chase, "courtesy of Clem. I'm sure she's lurking just outside the door to see how you like it. Consider it a peace offering." The children held back, as if expecting a trick.
"Not poisoned before you ask,"
said Chase, shooting a look at Viola.
"What a waste of good food. Poor Clem's heart would break."
She wrenched off the bird's head and popped it into her mouth with a gruesome crunch to demonstrate. "That's a special treat, passenger pigeon. They fall out of low-lying clouds like rain, and no one knows why. They're one of the few birds you can still eat without any unnatural effects. Once you've reshaped them a bit, of course. Go on, tuck in." Viola and Wilmur exchanged looks. Then, in a mad scramble, they lunged for the food at the same time, making Chase jolt back in her chair. Viola came away with a sausage clutched in either hand, and Wilmur with a whole plate of scones, and any concept they'd ever had of etiquette or social graces was completely forgotten as they descended on them with ravenous fervor. Crumbs flew in all directions, silverware was ignored. The breakfast had quickly become a competition, just like everything else in their lives, and any hesitation meant that the other would get to eat more of that gorgeous food. "Slow down," they could hear Chase say past their frantic chewing. "You'll throw up at this rate. Don't get me wrong, it would be hilarious, but this carpet is a genuine armorial." They didn't slow down. They couldn't. This food was nothing like the food they'd suffered through for so long. The slimy, rubbery eggs that tasted of sulfur, the tinned slop that tasted of rust, the hard little gray beans that managed to taste of absolutely nothing. This food was hearty and rich and warming. This food was crispy and crumbly and juicy. This food made them feel full in a way they'd never even known was possible. They ate until the tray was completely bare, and even then, they licked the plates. Chase had been watching the whole display with a look of morbid fascination. "God's sake," she said, "children are terrifying." Wilmur fell back in his chair, a pained but blissful expression on his face. "Do you eat like this every day?" he gasped. "Not for too much longer, with the two of you eating like that," said Chase. "But today's a special occasion, don't you think? Besides..." Before she could finish, there was a loud boom, a splintering crash, and something came hurtling through the floor in a cloud of smoke and bits of wood. It left two smoldering holes, one in the floor and one in the ceiling. Chase leaned over the table and looked down into the hole. 3 singed, frightened faces looked back up at her. "Is everyone all right up there?" one of them called up. "Who fired that cannon?" Chase demanded.
'Twas Cootie, Captain,"
said the other sailor nervously.
Was not, cried one of the others in a terrified squeak. And that's Chatham Coot, Esquire.
It was ye, Cootie, you filthy liar, the sailor shouted back. And I ain't calling ye Esquire. Cootie's soot-smeared face looked sheepishly upward.
I was just trying to clean it, Captain, and it slipped. So, sorry, Captain, but no one's hurt after all. It was an accident, I swear. I really am terribly sorry, Captain.
You were cleaning it, and it slipped, said Chase scathingly. I'm guessing you also slipped and packed the powder in, and slipped and loaded the ball, then slipped with a tinderbox and lit it.
Well, I wanted to make sure it was in working order.
I regret to inform you that your assassination attempt has failed, said Chase, messing around with cannons. And beneath my cabin at that. You're useless, Coot.
Esquire,
hissed Coot under his breath. Then,
what if we were attacked? We'd need to be sure our cannons worked.
That's why we have a gunner.
But we don't have a gunner, don't we?
We should get one of those. It certainly won't be you, Coot. Look at the mess you've made of my genuine armorial. That's coming out of your wages. Coot stared blankly.
I'm not getting any wages, he said. You told me the first voyage paid in experience.
Oh, that's right, said Chase vaguely. I only hired you because I didn't have to pay you. Now, get up here and fix these holes right away.
Yes, Captain.
Aye, aye. One of the other sailors cuffed Coot on the back of the head as the group moved out of sight.
Listen to him. Aye, aye.
What are you on about, Esquire? My name isn't Esquire. It's... Hang on. Are the rest of you really getting paid?
As soon as they were gone, Chase sat back with a loud sigh. This ship is an absolute circus, she said. I don't know how we get anything done at all.
Can I be the gunner?
Said Wilmur.
No,
said Chase.
What do you need cannons for? Said Viola. What kind of a ship is this, anyway?
Every ship needs cannons, said Chase easily. It's a lawless world out here in the bleach fields. One must always be ready to defend oneself.
What's the bleach fields?
Wilmur wanted to know.
You're in them,
said Chase. That's what we call these parts. The places that most ships can't travel unless you've got a packbreaker with a good, strong hull like this one. Although with that Coot aboard, who knows how long that will hold up. She turned her attention back to the book, flapping a hand at them distractedly. All right, now that you've cleaned me out of a week's worth of breakfast, why don't you go and, I don't know, roll a hoop with a stick or whatever it is children do? Viola and Wilmur stood up. Well, bye, I guess, said Wilmur. Thanks for breakfast. But Chase wasn't paying attention, too absorbed with the book and its array of ivory dials to answer. Wilmur shrugged and headed out the door. Viola started to follow, then stopped. She looked back regretfully at the book and its last, locked section that now she would never get the chance to read.
Did that book really belong to a friend of yours? She said.
Chase glanced up. Sure, she said. Well, friend might be pushing it. There was a time, at least, when I considered him a friend.
What happened to him?
Said Viola.
I killed him,
said Chase, and went back to fiddling with the dials. Chapter 7. The day was bright and hot, and the sun was making fractals in the sky, daggers of green and gold and violet that split and burst against each other like a kaleidoscope, casting rippling amber stripes across the calamari rose's sails. Clem had explained that 15 years ago there had been a terrible storm known as the Great Blow that had shattered the heavens and soured the sea, and the sky had looked like that ever since. It painted the world in a strange light that made everything seem a little too clear and a little too close, and it could play all kinds of tricks on a sailor's eyes if they weren't careful. Sometimes it flanked the sun with two imposter suns, which the crew referred to as sundogs. Sometimes there would be a ghostly copy of the calamari rose floating upside down above them, and sometimes they could see long shadows of gods or monsters loping along the horizon, which Clem said were only their own shadows reflected back, but Viola didn't buy it. Where the pack's surface had been dull and chalky before, now it hurtled upward in the most exciting shapes. Wind-carved glass towers that were all full of rainbows when the sky was clear. Sometimes, when the breeze was just right, the spires would ring out like a finger around the edge of a glass, making for a haunting chorus in the stillness. And sometimes they'd suddenly give way with the sound of 1,000 breaking windows, strewing their piercing crystals far and wide and forcing the crew of the Calamari Rose to run for cover. Every single part of that landscape wanted to kill them, but Viola didn't think she would ever get used to its beauty. She was, at that moment, up in the rigging, swinging her feet above the diamond-bright sea as the wind stirred her hair and nipped at her cheeks. Usually the rigging was overrun with sailors like so many flies in a web, loosing topsails and dousing royals and reefing courses and all manner of other mysterious, important-sounding tasks. But on this particular day, there was not much going on up there, because the Calamari Rose was stuck. This seemed to be common. No matter how sturdy her iron-banded hull might be, sometimes the pack was sturdier, and they'd have to wait for it to break up until they could carry on. Still, it meant that Viola had the rigging to herself, and that was how she liked it, because she had recently discovered something new about herself. Apparently, she was shy. Spending her entire life in the company of a single other person hadn't done much to prepare her for suddenly living in close quarters with 50 of them. Wilmur didn't have that problem. Everyone already loved him. They'd immediately christened him Cabin Boy and made him run all kinds of errands, which annoyed Viola, but which he was always eager to do. They called Viola Cabin Girl, too, but not with the same fondness, and whenever their attention was on her, she found that she was suddenly very aware of whatever her face was doing, and her words came out too loud or too soft or in the wrong order, and she never knew what to do with her hands. What had she done with them before? Why could she never seem to remember? Mostly, though, Viola liked the rigging because she had a perfect view of everything that happened on the Calamari Rose's weather decks. Alice Shadd sneaking a midday nap on the sun-warmed forecastle deck and waking up with terry stripes all up her back. Bacony and one-legged Martha trying to convince Cootie that it was good luck to lick the heads. Laddie dumping a bucket of scraps over the rail, only to have the wind toss it all back into his face. She was most interested, however, in the green door that led to Chase's cabin, keen to catch a glimpse of their enigmatic captain, but so far she had seen very little of her. Apparently, a captain was less instrumental in the day-to-day running of a ship than the books had led Viola to believe. She noticed a knot of sailors gathered around the mainmast, and spying Wilmur's shock of reddish hair in their midst, Viola started to feel a little left out, and so she scrambled down the ratlines until her feet hit the sun-warmed planks of the main deck, dodging one of the ship's cats along the way. It yowled at her in that eerily human voice they had, like a lady screaming for help. Viola avoided the ship's cats whenever she could, long, slithery things with too many eyes, but at least they were better than the rats, which had no eyes at all. "There's our cabin girl," crowed the remarkable airborne Alma Atalanta as Viola pattered up. "Where is it you're always disappearing to, cabin girl?" "I'm not your cabin girl," Viola retorted. "I told you, we're passengers who've paid our fare." It came out a little more harshly than she'd meant it to, but Alma was chronically oblivious to others' annoyance with her, and so Viola didn't feel too bad about it. Alma was a former air dancer who'd once entertained wealthy audiences with her incredible acrobatic feats, until a stunt gone wrong ended with a former beau of hers accidentally getting his neck snapped. She still wore his metal-spangled jacket over her singlet, and very little else besides. Wilmur was sitting on a barrel in the middle of the crowd, and to Viola's alarm, Clem was giving him a tattoo.
"Wilmur," she said, "what are you doing?"
"Getting a tattoo," said Wilmur, beaming. "See? It's a blue blood crab." Clem glanced up at Viola over her spectacles, comically tiny on her broad face.
"'Tis a symbol of protection, it is," she said. "The blue blood never dies, you see, and its vital juices can cure anything what ails ye. Your mate here will stay fit and hearty till the day he goes out with the tide, God forbid."
Despite her intimidating size, Clem had a gentle manner and a soft heart. Her big fingers were exceptionally nimble, and she was always doing some delicate task with them, usually knitting. She was an absolute fiend for knitting. Everyone on the crew had several pieces knitted by Clem and wore them even when it was hot, so as not to hurt her feelings. She'd already made Viola a magnificent scarf, which had quickly become her favorite possession.
"Any sailor worth their silver has tattoos," said Jacoby, proudly bearing his own heavily scrawled chest. "'Tis a mark of pride to show who you are and where you've been. See this one here?"
He pointed at a crude image on his arm, a fetching mermaid being impaled by 7 swords.
"I got her back on the devil bed after we braved the Skevington Jives. With a salt shooter so raw we could see our knuckle bones through the backs of our hands."
Jacoby Cobundai was every inch a sailor, and every inch of him showed it, from his powder-burnt cheeks to his shark-bitten shins, to his long, knobbly toes that allowed him to walk along a rope as easily as a lubber might walk along a road. He wore everything a sailor ought to: salt-bleached calico breeches, a fish-leather belt stitched with silver coins, and so many rings in his ears that they stretched almost to his shoulders. "If I recall correctly, you spent that entire voyage below decks, throwing up into my boots," said Fives, who had been sprawled out behind them all along, unnoticed. Jacoby yelped in surprise. Fives was very good at sneaking up on people because he had a remarkably unremarkable appearance. His eyes were an ambivalent shade, neither dark nor light. His hair was copper in the sun, sandy brown in the shade, and almost gray in candlelight, and he tended to hunch in a way that made him look diminutive and thin. But when he squared his shoulders, it became apparent that he was really on the taller side, though not exceptionally so. Even his clothes were nondescript, or at least, they became nondescript as soon as he put them on.
"How long have you been lying there?"
said Jacoby, once he'd recovered from his surprise.
"Ha! Thought you was a pile of mouldy old laundry with a slimy mat stuck on top, you greasy git. And I never threw up in no one's boots."
"Everyone called you Admiral Chuck Biscuits for the rest of the voyage," said Fives. "They made you wear a funny hat."
The other sailors snickered. Jacoby's face went red.
"I'll put my bird in your biscuits,"
he began, but Clem jabbed her needle at them sternly.
"Aye now, boys, none of that," she rebuked.
"Don't forget,
"There's children here."
for the love of God, man, there's children," Fives agreed, a hand to his chest.
Jacoby launched into a colorful and strongly worded assessment of Fives' many flaws, as Wilmur listened with interest.
"Did you know those two were Matelos once?" said Zope the Never-Sinking, tipping their flowery hat toward Viola conspiratorially. "Traipsed into the floating chapel as young lads giddy with grog, to have and to hold, although the only having and holding they're doing now is having arguments and holding grudges."
No one could agree if Zope the Never-Sinking was the luckiest or the unluckiest person alive. Apparently, there had escaped no fewer than 7 shipwrecks, 4 lightning strikes, 2 volcanic eruptions, a harpoon through the head, which, they claimed, had only affected them by making awful things taste delicious, an accidental poisoning that had almost resulted in them getting buried alive, and a devastating fire a day later that had killed everyone else in the funeral home, but which they had managed to survive because they'd been in their coffin at the time.
"There," said Clem, wiping at Wilmur's tattoo. "You're a proper sailor now. Who's next? Cootie? Fancy a souvenir from your time at sea?"
The sailors roared and hooted as Cootie stammered. Mr. Chatham Coote, Esquire, was a poet of some renown, to hear him tell it. He'd volunteered to crew on the Calamari Rose in order to gather inspiration for his next book of works, an ode to the sea, that most mercurial temptress, with her shapely swells and voracious depths, whose salt-nursed children ride rapturous upon her frigid bosom, as he put it, and which everyone else wished he wouldn't. He had a cherubic look to him, all soft red cheeks and boyishly tousled hair, though he'd insisted on growing an appalling mustache. It looked like a caterpillar had crawled across his face and gotten stuck. He'd bought all the right clothes for the voyage, but they were a little too new, a little too clean, and he wore a ridiculous set of boots with spiked wheels on the heels, the significance of which he could not explain.
"He won't do it," teased Alma. "He's afraid of looking too common when he goes back home to all his fancy land friends."
"Not so," insisted Cootie. "But my first tattoo should be of some great import, if I am to bear it to my grave, a symbolic representation of how the sea has bestowed upon me a tender alchemical kiss, transmuting my blood from dust into brine."
"Why do you keep doing that?" said Jacoby, "calling the sea a lady?"
"It's a metaphor."
"I know it's a meteor, but if the sea really was a lady, why would she want to kiss you?"
"Jealous of the sea now, Jacoby," said Fives.
"All I'm saying is I've known the sea a lot longer, if she's going to kiss anyone."
"The sea's not a lady," said Clem.
"And even she was, I'm sure she'd love you both equally. Now, Cootie, yea or nay? I didn't understand a thing you said just now."
"No," said Cootie sulkily. "Not today."
"Only real sailors have tattoos,"
muttered Jacoby, glaring at Fives.
"I have tattoos," said Fives.
"Did you forget? We've got matching ones."
"Not all sailors do, though,"
Viola pointed out.
"The captain doesn't have any." "I heard it's 'cause she used to be a gentle lady," said Alma. "An heiress from some posh enclave in the Nonsuch Islands before she got herself banished and lost it all."
"Oi, you'd best belay that cackle now," said Clem in a warning tone.
"He'll not cast shadow on the captain's good name, long as I'm around to hear it."
"Meant no disrespect," said Alma coyly. "It's hardly one of the more interesting rumors swirling around about the captain anyway." Viola's ears pricked up at that.
"Rumors? What rumors?"
"Enough," snapped Clem, more sternly than Viola had ever heard her. "Quit your yawping, Atalanta, or I'll give you something to yawp about, and heartily." Alma relented with a chagrined bob of her head, but as soon as Clem turned away, she darted in toward Viola with a mischievous twinkle in her eye.
"Clem's head over heels for her," she whispered loudly. "She thinks we can't tell."
Clem swatted at Alma, who quickly scampered up the mainmast out of reach.
"Stir your stumps, the lot of ye," said Clem crossly.
"Go and lay your chisels to those dirty fat salt clods clubbing up the gunnels. I want 'em sweeter and plum duff before the dinner bell." With a groan, the crew dispersed, leaving only Viola and Wilmur.
"Don't ye itch it none now, you hear?" said Clem, giving Wilmur's tattoo a gentle smack. "Budge now, both of ye, and don't let me spy you getting up to any horseplay or tomfoolery."
Wilmur hopped off the barrel and sped off, Viola close behind.
"It didn't even hurt, you know,"
said Wilmur. "Okay. Well, it did. A lot. But I didn't mind. I'm as tough as any of the other sailors."
"What do you think Alma meant?" said Viola. "About there being rumors about the captain."
Wilmur's brow crinkled. "I don't know," he said. "Does it matter?"
"Come on, let's go see if Xerxes Blue will let us play with his swords."
Chapter 8. Wilmur was very pleased with himself. He had a new tattoo that only burned a little, and Bacony had given him an old jackknife to keep as his very own, and it had been bashed yabbies for dinner. which was his new favorite food, besides ushmush and salt mule and hot atus and skilly-dee-dee and General Bort's left eye and onions in a hat. Sailors, it turned out, had a lot of very funny names for food. Even better, after dinner came Christmas, and Wilmur loved Christmas especially. It was celebrated every day on the Calamari Rose as a sort of after-dinner feast, with music and dancing and a lot of free-flowing punch known as glug, which no one would ever let Wilmur try. "Of course we celebrate Christmas," the crew had exclaimed. "It's the most important meal of the day."
"I figured it out," Viola was saying. "It's a treasure map."
"What?" said Wilmur.
"The book. There must be a treasure map encoded into its pages, just like in Barbicus the Dastardly Librarian. That's why the captain wants it so bad."
"How do you know?"
"You heard Alma today. The captain used to be a gentle lady. She must have lost all her money somehow, and finding the treasure is the only way she can regain her status. Why else would she outfit a packbreaker, hire a whole crew, and sail all the way out here at her own expense? She expects to make it all back."
Wilmur stared blankly. "You got all that from she used to be a gentle lady?"
"Oi there, cabin boy!"
shouted Xerxes Blue, the Calamari Rose's alarming-looking bosun, who'd once worked as a dyer of fine cloths before suffering some chemical reaction that had left him stained blue from head to toe.
"Bring us another round of duff, eh? There's a good lad."
"Don't do it, Wilmur,"
said Viola, but Wilmur was already off like a shot. It was a warm and cheery scene below decks. Grapeshot Grice was sawing away on her catgut fiddle as Bimini the bear kept time on a pair of bongos. Cootie was doing a poetry reading as a group of hecklers critiqued his overuse of the word supple, and Zope the Never-Sinking was flinging darts at the bone-skipper flies swarming around the lanterns overhead, never missing once. "I haven't even practiced," they insisted after skewering 2 with a single dart. "It just happens." Wilmur made his way carefully back, his arms balanced with bowls of duff. Dense, syrupy stuff that could turn the crustiest sea dog into a child, pushing and shoving for their helping. It tasted a little like a sticky brick, and sailors would often come away with fewer teeth than they went in with, but no one minded. It was worth it for a bit of sweetness in an oversalted world. "Not yet," Sister Mauritia scolded as the others raised their spoons to dig in. "We haven't said grace." Sister Mauritia was a nun of the floating chapel, which meant that her face was always covered by a veil of fishing net and seaweed. Wilmur had found this a little spooky at first, but he'd quickly discovered that she was just as hardy and boisterous as the rest of the crew, just so long as no one took Cod's name in vain. "Cod above and in the deep," Sister Mauritia began, firmly grabbing the hands of the sailors on either side of her, though they tried to squirm away. "Bless us this day, our bounteous feast. Grant us soft seas, following winds, and excellent digestion. And let us wake from our stupors tomorrow untroubled by staggers and jags. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Spirit that hovers over the waters. Amen." At that, she fished a bottle from her habit, stuck it beneath her veil, and drained it in one long swig, to the loud approval of the table.
"You know you're not supposed to do that as a nun, don't you?"
said Archie Weir, a self-serious young man who had the world's tiniest pigtail and hated fun. "Didn't you take a vow?" "I confess my sins to Cod every day, and he washes them away without a stain," said Sister Mauritia with a belch that sent ripples up and down her veil. "I may as well make it interesting for him." Only when the last trace of molasses was scraped from his bowl did Wilmur come up for air. He looked at Viola, who was eating her duff much more slowly, chewing each bite thoughtfully. "Are you going to finish that?" said Wilmur hopefully.
"Of course I'm going to finish it,"
said Viola.
"I'm still eating it, right now."
Soon, Walking Eagle joined the band with his squeeze box, and the already merry mood became one of dizzy ecstasy. The pounding of feet against the deck made the cups on the tables do a dance of their own as the crew roared along to some nonsensical old sea song. Gather me round, ye folks from the land, as well ye from the sea, and I will sing you the sorry song of Saltbox Cly and me. A sorry song, all hither and gone, of Saltbox Cly and me. Me name is Saltbox Cly, he said, me mother's Peoria Lee. So look ye in my mustard pot and see what ye can see. I'm Saltbox Cly, and that is why ye'll see what ye can see. So I looked into that little pot Cly held upon his knee. Inside I spied a wee small pig, and it was spying me. A pig in a pot, and a ready or not, and it was spying me. The pig ran up, the old king spoke, with a squeal and a fiddle-dee-dee. The wheel she went around and round, and she dumped us in the sea. Up the king spoke with the bucket and float, and she dumped us in the sea. The sea was yawning, awful fierce, the waves were bucking free. Keel up and scuppers down we were, as drowned can be. With our keels to the sun we were over and done, as drowned can be. The mermaids caught us as we sank, old Saltbox Cly and me, and bore us 80 leagues below to a mermaid's jamboree. Leagues below, with nowhere to go at the mermaid's jamboree. And there we stayed, beneath the waves, and there we still must be. So who now sings this sorry song, this man who looks like me? I'm a man long dead, and in my stead is a man who looks like me. Suddenly, Wilmur felt Viola stiffen beside him.
Wilmur,
she whispered.
It's her.
Wilmur looked up. Sure enough, Captain Cadence Chase herself had entered and was sitting in the corner, talking with Clem. She seemed to be in a good mood, her silver-tipped boot tapping against the planks to the music, a little out of time. Wilmur decided that he would have a pair of silver-tipped boots of his own one day.
She never comes to Christmas,
murmured Viola.
Why is she here now?
The rest of the crew had noticed too. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be showing off, eager to catch the attention of their elusive captain. The band launched into the next number with even more vigor, and some sailors got up to dance a clumsy hornpipe. Alma put them to shame by doing it on her hands. She landed with a flourish in front of Chase, bowing like a gentleman before a lady at a ball.
Come on, Captain,
said Alma boldly. Dance with us. Chase laughed. Clem didn't. Not a chance, said Chase. You know I don't dance. Aye, that's not true. I've seen you dance, said Jacoby. You've never seen me dance. I have, though. All right. You want me to dance? Said Chase, standing to a chorus of encouraging whoops. I'll show you a different kind of dance. Clem, get your blade. Come join me.
Me blade, Captain?
Said Clem.
The sharp one?
Yes, of course. What other?
You're dead drunk,
said Clem disapprovingly. I'm not, insisted Chase, wobbling a little as she drew her own sword to more affirmations from the crew. You won't hurt me. It'll be fun.
You can't ask that of me, Captain,
said Clem earnestly.
I won't do it.
I'll do it, said Jacoby.
So long as if I kill you, I'll get to be the new captain.
Fair enough, said Chase, pushing Clem back down by a hand on her shoulder when the first mate started to rise protectively. Chase raised her blade and pointed at Viola across the room. Viola went rigid. Watch carefully, cabin girl, she said. I'll show you how I took down Big Silver Martin back on Ile d'Atlas. Boots thumped and cups clanged as Chase struck an unsteady fighting stance across from Jacoby. They circled each other a few times. Finally, Jacoby launched forward, slashing at her with a wild swing. Chase dodged, stumbling a few steps and almost crashing into a table.
"Captain,"
said Clem, starting to rise again, but Chase waved her down. She grabbed a cup from a nearby table and gulped it dry before turning back to Jacoby. Viola's fingers tightened on Wilmur's arm.
"She's going to get herself killed,"
she said, barely audible amidst the din. Wilmur didn't respond. He didn't want to miss a moment. Jacoby lunged at Chase again, more cautiously now under Clem's ferocious glare. This time, though, something changed in Chase's face. The devilish sparkle in her eye vanished as quickly as a sunbeam swallowed up by a cloud, replaced with a hungry darkness. She countered Jacoby's blade with a vicious clash of steel, then again, throwing him back each time, the stagger suddenly gone from her step. Jacoby swung at her, but she wasn't in the spot she'd been before. She was behind him, swallowed up by shadow, only visible by the spark and flash of her sword. She whirled by on his other side as he turned to meet her, staying always on his periphery. Her sword darted almost too fast to see, neatly striking one of the silver coins from his belt and sending it rolling across the floor. The room howled with laughter at that, making Jacoby flush red. But Chase did not react in the slightest. Her face was a mask, every motion calculated and merciless as she moved in again without giving him a moment to catch his breath. He met each blow with increasingly desperate parries as he backed away. He was pushed up almost against the struts of the ship's side. Trapped. Her blade whisked by an inch from his ear, shearing off a lock of hair. He flinched away, only for it to come at him from the other side, nicking a gash in his sleeve. She was toying with him like a cat who torn the wings off a bat. Finally, she hooked the hilt of his sword and flicked it from his grasp, sending it rattling across the floor. "I yield!" cried Jacoby, throwing his hands into the air. But Chase didn't stop. She drew back her arm as if she intended to strike his head from his shoulders. "Captain!" cried Clem, in warning this time instead of in concern. Chase did not seem to hear. She drove the sword home until it met the wood of the ship behind him with a thunk, sending gasps rippling through the assemblage. Chase stepped back. The crew was silent now, staring in breathless anticipation at Jacoby's unmoving form. Viola's fingers threatened to break Wilmur's arm. Finally, Jacoby's eyes blinked open. They shot nervously to one side to see the sword driven through his collar, pinning him by his shirt to the beam behind him, only a hair's width from his neck. No one moved. Then, Chase's shoulders relaxed, the careless tilt coming back to her hips and the light coming back to her eyes as she threw her arms wide, turning triumphantly to the crew. "Exactly like that," she announced, but with more blood. The crew went wild with equal parts adrenaline and relief as Chase lurched back to her seat, leaving Jacoby struggling to free himself. Viola's fingers slowly loosened on Wilmur's arm as the band struck up again and everyone returned to their conversations and their cups, just as if nothing had happened.
"What," said Viola, "was that?"
"I don't know," said Wilmur, "but it was the coolest thing I've ever seen." Chapter 9. The bleach fields were a strange place, and strange things were always happening there. Whether it was blue fire flickering from the mastheads on creepy wet nights when the sky hung so close you could wear it as a hat, or whole weeks where the sun never seemed to set, or the crew waking up to find that everyone's right boots had mysteriously turned into left ones. Once, while getting up in the middle of the night to have a pee, Viola had even glimpsed a massive white bird watching her from a passing berg, with something that eerily resembled a human skeleton tangled about its neck, though Clem had declared this nonsense.
"Nay, girl," she'd said solemnly, "if it were one of them, we'd all be dead now."
It was not very long after that when something even stranger happened. They'd left the diamond pack behind for freer waters, though it had a consistency more like congealed bacon grease than water, sucking at the calamari Rose's sides as she forced her way through with agonizing slowness. Still,
The crew was in high spirits with anticipation for their next stop, an outpost called Old Bottle, the first real island they'd seen in weeks.
"It's not much to look at, just a wee heap of rocks is all," admitted Clem. "But 'twill seem a paradise after such a place as ye came from. They make a blue buck jerky, tough as leather and ripe as a pair of unwashed bloomers, and ye'll love every moment of it."
Viola and Wilmur joined the crew in crowding against the gunwales, eager to catch a glimpse of their first island besides Caveat. But their excitement was soon dampened, for they passed into a chilly bank of fog littered with saltbergs twice the size of the Calamari Rose, laying a treacherous maze to be navigated. All hands and the cook were called on deck, and even Chase emerged from her cabin at last to join Clem at the helm. Viola couldn't see her very well at a distance, but she could tell that the captain was in a much darker mood than she'd been those nights ago at Christmas. They sailed around for hours in search of Old Bottle, the sailor sniffing the air hopefully for a whiff of jerky, but finding none. Every promising rock that came looming through the fog turned out to be just another saltberg. The longer it took, the more unsettled the crew became. Nervous rumbles rolling across the deck fore and aft, and those that carried weapons gripped at them anxiously. Even Wilmur's joyful abandon had turned to nervous energy, and he had taken to picking splinters off of the rail and flicking them into the sea.
"It should be here," muttered Jacoby, restlessly passing his thumb over the lucky tattoo on his forearm again and again. "We moored here not 3 weeks past. It should be right here."
The air had gotten a lot colder, Viola noticed, and everything had gone quiet. Much too quiet. Caveat had been quiet too, but this was different. On Caveat, a small sound could carry for a mile, but here the silence was a hungry thing that swallowed up every sound until even the Calamari Rose, with her ceaseless groaning of timbers and creaking of ropes, seemed to be holding her breath. All Viola could hear was a strange, droning hum, so soft and low-pitched that she could not be sure if she really heard it at all, or if it was being emitted by her own frantic imagination. Still, it tickled deep within her ears and echoed in her skull until it ached. "I see it," called young Teaser, his voice oddly muffled in the hush. "Old Bottle, ho!" A chorus of relieved sighs and chuckles rippled across the assembled crew. Viola and Wilmur craned their necks, raking the fog with eager eyes, but all there was to see was fog.
"Enough of that, Teaser," said Clem wearily. "We're in no mood for your pranks."
"It's no prank," said young Teaser. "Can't you see it? Look, it's right there, right in front of your noses." He pointed confidently at nothing at all. No one said anything. It was so quiet that Viola thought she might throw up. "It's there! It's right there!" Young Teaser was yelling now. "I see the lanterns on the pier, and the masts all sticking up like winter trees in the mist. Fomka, you see it, don't you? Alice, tell me you see it." "About ship," said Chase to Clem. "Put this cod-blamed place in our wake," and hastily. The crew moved uneasily to their stations, all but Teaser, who was growing more and more agitated. He threw himself against the rail and shook it, reaching toward the island only he could see. "No, no, we can't turn back now. Not when it's so close. Why can't you see it?" "Easy there, Teaser," said Chase. "You're all right." Her voice was cool and measured, but Viola saw that her hand was resting on her knife. Young Teaser let out an awful howl that did not so much break the silence as magnify it. His face was very red, his eyes bugging out like they might pop. "I'm going to Old Bottle," he shrieked. "I'm going to Old Bottle, and you can't stop me." In the split second that it took the others to react, young Teaser had hurled himself forward and over the bow. Just like that, he was gone. They sent out the jolly boats after him, but they could not find so much as his hat. The ocean was deadly still and deadly calm, and the silence weighed so heavily that the very air seemed thickened by it, making it hard to breathe. Finally, Chase called off the search. "Enough," she said. "He's gone. You have your orders. About ship." Even the bravest, most grizzled salts seemed relieved. Not until that awful, silent place had faded into the mist behind them did any of them begin to breathe easily again. Later, some of the crew huddled around the capstan, staring dully into the mugs of hot flip that Clem had made Laddie pass around. "What was his name?" said Fives softly. "Does anyone remember?"
"What are you on about?" spat Jacoby. "Course I know his name. It was—"
He hesitated, his lips forming one soundless syllable after another, until he finally gave up. Viola racked her brain. She knew his name, of course she did. She'd stood in the mess line with him and shelled pearly mussels with him, and there was a joke he'd like to tell about a banana in someone's ear. But now she couldn't remember the joke, and she couldn't remember his name, and she couldn't even remember his face. Whoever the lost sailor had been, he was gone in more ways than one. No one spoke of the lost sailor again after that night. His sea chest was gone from the berth deck, his tin cup gone from its nail, and soon the nail was gone too, without even a hole to mark where it had been. The rest of the crew seemed happy enough to use his vacant bunk as a place to dry their laundry, as if that had been its purpose all along, and Viola began to wonder if they even remembered that it had ever been occupied at all. Wilmur certainly didn't seem to. He was as bright and chipper as ever, shooting eagerly out of bed early each morning. When had he become an early riser? And tumbling back into it late each night after the last of the sailors had hit the deck after yet another rollicking Christmas celebration. If the other sailors were doing anything, he had to be doing it too, even if it was a dirty and undignified task like caulking the bilges or swabbing the heads, or a pointless one like training all the ship's cockroaches to do line dances. Some nights he'd even taken to sleeping in the berth deck with the rest of the crew, which hurt Viola's feelings if she was being honest, but she told herself that at least she didn't have to put up with his snoring on those nights. As for Chase, Viola saw so little of her that sometimes she wondered if she'd disappeared into the silence off of Old Bottle too. One day, the calamari rose happened upon a welcome sight, a pot of porps sunning themselves on the pack. Porps were frightening things, huge, shapeless sacks of blubber that towered far above a person when reared up, their faces a lumpy mound of flesh with no visible features. Clem said that once they'd been smaller and cuter, but whatever had caused the ocean to go sour had changed them. Even without any apparent eyes or mouths, they could be quite dangerous, but they were also, supposedly, highly delicious. And so the crew fetched long hooked poles called gaffs and took to the pack to go hunting. Wilmur had insisted on taking part too, and as usual, there had been no talking him out of it. Viola, however, elected to stay behind with the ship. The porps weren't hurting anyone out there, and she didn't want to see them killed. She was up in her favorite spot in the rigging, trying not to notice the gruesome red smears on the pack, when a snatch of voices caught her ear, drifting up from the big gallery windows at the ship's stern that led into Chase's cabin.
"You need some air is what you needs," came Clem's voice. "It's close as a coffin in here."
Chase said something in response, but Viola couldn't hear what. She'd have to get closer. A lot closer. Without a second thought, she was off through the rigging like a pebble from a slingshot. She scampered across the crossjack and dropped down onto the spanker boom, shimmying along it until she could peek over the taffrail and down at the Calamari Rose's gallery. Sure enough, one of Chase's windows was open. No doubt Chase and Clem thought they had the ship to themselves during the hunt and were being less cautious than usual. Viola inched farther until she was swinging above open water, craning her neck to get a glimpse inside. Maybe she was finally about to find out what Chase and Clem were always talking about behind closed doors. "It's the that's what it is." That was Clem again, but her voice was not so distinct now that she'd moved away from the window. If you you'll have to said Chase. She was speaking in a low, muttering growl, and Viola couldn't make out any of her words at all. She considered dropping down onto the quarterdeck, where she might be able to hear a little better. But then she wouldn't be able to see anything. Not that she could see much from such a lofty angle anyway. That's when Viola had a very bad idea. Truth be told, she'd been having a lot of those lately. Something strange had been happening to her now that she was seeing less and less of Wilmur. She never realized just how much their habits had intertwined over the years, how she'd always have to hold him back from doing something ill-advised, and how he'd always end up talking her into doing the ill-advised thing right along with him. But in his absence, a new voice had emerged in Viola's head, very unlike her usual one. This voice didn't want to be held back. It wanted her to light matches. It wanted her to scream as loud as she could. And most disturbingly, at that moment, it wanted her to jump from the spanker and into the jolly boat that the Calamari Rose carried, lashed just below the gallery window, where she'd be able to see and hear everything that happened in Chase's cabin perfectly. It was a terrible idea. She'd get hurt. She'd be caught. Viola jumped. The jolly boat's canvas cover cushioned her fall, though it very nearly bounced her clean off again. She caught herself and lay there splayed out like a starfish, heart in her throat, bracing for any indication that her stunt had caught Chase's and Clem's attention. When none came, she slithered closer to the window, emboldened.
"Look at this mess," Clem was saying. "What have you been doing in here?"
"Working," came Chase's irritated mumble. "Don't touch that page. It's supposed to be there."
"It's supposed to be in the middle of the floor?"
"Yes, that's where it makes the most sense."
"And the ones nailed to the ceiling?"
"Also supposed to be there. The page on the floor is a down kind of page, and the ones on the ceiling feel more up." Viola raised herself ever so slowly and peeked over the windowsill. If she kept to the side, she could stay out of sight while still having a pretty good view through the many holes in Chase's moth-eaten curtains. At first, she only saw Clem bustling around Chase's cabin tidying up. Then, with a cold thrill, Viola realized that Chase was only inches away, her back to Viola, slumped low in her chair with her boots propped up on the table amidst precarious towers of paper. It was the book. Its brass cases cracked open, spilling its pages out onto the table and the floor and the walls and the ceiling, until it looked like the room was made of nothing but paper. "Don't throw that out. There's a little left," protested Chase as Clem picked up an empty jug and tucked it under her arm.
"Maybe it'd work a little better if you weren't drinking all this, don't you think?"
"I have to drink it. It's part of my process."
"And how's that process working for you?"
"Perfectly fine, thanks. I'm sharp as a tack. It's the pages' fault. They don't make any sense."
"Which bit's giving you trouble?"
"Which bit?" "Every bit. This ruddy, flogging book. See that page over there under the umbrella stand? It's called A Missive on Missing Socks, and Musings on the Spontaneous Generation of Unfamiliar Ones. And it's exactly what it sounds like. The page over there on the dartboard is a recipe for banana bread, but with gunpowder substituted for flour, titled A Loud and Shocking Absence of Banana Bread. As for the page folded into a swan on the tea trolley, I thought it was the makings of a cipher, but it turned out to be the Sunday crossword, filled out all wrong because he kept trying to make catastrophe fit where it doesn't fit. It's not even the right amount of letters. I wasted 3 days on it." Chase's hand drummed restlessly on the table. "There's something I'm missing. There must be. Annie would have solved it in half a minute. I never was half as good at this kind of thing on my own." Clem frowned at the name.
"You don't need Annie," she said. "You never did. Anyhow, you've got me now."
"Well, unless you know a 10-letter word for absolute disaster, no chance of success, I don't see how that helps me." Chase burst out in frustration. Then she slumped back with a weary sigh. No, I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. You've been brilliant, Clem. I don't deserve you. You don't have to deserve me. I'll be here regardless. There was a soft, melancholy look in Clem's eyes, one that Viola didn't understand. I'm worried about you, Captain. You need sleep. Sleeping's not the problem, said Chase. It's staying awake. I shut my eyes, even just for a moment, and when I open them again, the day has turned to night, and I don't know where I am or who I am. And the worst part is that then I have to remember all over again, like it's the first time. It plunges through me like cold steel and knocks the breath out of me. And it never gets any easier. She shoved an agitated hand through her hair. No, I can't sleep, not until this is done. I need it to be done. But don't waste your time worrying about me. I'm a cursed woman, just like they say, and I don't feel a thing, not pain, nor shame, nor fear of death. Viola went rigid at the words. She was clutching the windowsill so tightly it felt fit to shatter in her grip. Begging your pardon, but I'm not wholly certain I believe that. Clem's big hand reached for Chase's gloved one. Then she seemed to think better of it and drew it back with a cough. Now, what do you intends we do about the crew? They'll grow suspicious, longer we tarry in the bleach fields, and after what happened back at Old Bottle. She trailed off uneasily. I don't like it, Captain. 'Tain't natural. I fear we'll lose another. Or perhaps we already have, and don't know it. What say we set a course for some nice civilized port where you can puzzle through the book in comfort while the crew enjoys a bit of shore leave? There's no time. Chase swept an arm toward the window. Viola ducked. Look around, Clem. These were open waters last I saw them. Now the salt nips us fast more days than not, and it just keeps on coming, half a fathom thick in places and getting thicker. Everything to the west is a total wasteland, and west is the exact place we're trying to go. If we retreat to civilization, there's a good chance we may never be able to come back. Not to mention what would happen if someone were to recognize me ashore. We'd all be done for. She let her head fall back, closing her eyes. No. There's no turning back now. A bearing. We just need a bearing. And I mean to find it. And what are the kids? Said Clem. Didn't you promise you'd get 'em to fair distance? Viola held her breath, but Chase didn't get a chance to respond, because at that moment they were interrupted by 3 urgent knocks on the door. Zope poked their head inside, sporting a jaunty bowler hat. Cootie's fallen through the pack, they announced. He's dictating his obituary to Sister Mauritia, and it's dreadful. He's rhymed porps with corpse. Aye, I'll be right there, said Clem. She jabbed a finger at Chase as she lumbered toward the door. You get you some rest now, you hear? Make me, grumbled Chase. Chapter 10.
Believe you me,
Xerxes Blue boomed, thumping Wilmur heartily on the back.
this here lad had a great hulking blighter bearing down on him, 2 tons, easy, with one long tooth smack in the middle of its ugly face. But did this lad flee? Did he quail? Not him. He stood his ground, and he walloped that beast square on its awful tooth. We brought it down easy after that. All thanks to our cabin boy.
Their messmates hollered and bayed, clattering their cups on the tabletop. Everyone was in a fine mood that evening, their bellies full of hot, rich pork stew. I move that our cabin boy has earned a promotion, cried Lop Ear, a sailor who'd cut off both her ears on a dare. He's a full member of the crew now. He should be called as such." "He hasn't served a year, though," complained Archie Weir. "You can't be promoted if you haven't served a year."
"This ain't the Queen's men," said Xerxes Blue. "We give our own titles here. Therefore, I declare this lad cabin boy no more. He is now, officially, our powder monkey."
Their messmates cheered as Wilmur beamed. He didn't know what a powder monkey was, but a lot of important things on the ship had very silly names, he'd noticed. "Wilmur," hissed a voice in his ear, and he jumped to find Viola hovering over his shoulder, a manic gleam in her eye. "I have to talk to you." "Hi," said Wilmur. "Where have you been all day?" I got stuck on the stern jolly boat for a while," said Viola. "That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about." Lop-Ear butted in, presenting Wilmur with a large sardine. "As part of your initiation ceremony, you've got to put this fish in your ear," she announced. "It's tradition." "Hang on," said Wilmur to Viola. "I have to go put this fish in my ear." "Wilmur!" But he'd already been swept up in an excited crowd chanting, "Fish! Fish! Fish!" And before he knew it, he'd lost sight of Viola in the chaos. Christmas raged on through the night until, one by one, the sailors stumbled off to their bunks. Now the half-deck was quiet, except for Sister Mauritia snoring on the floor and Alma in the corner cranking out a tuneless squall on the squeeze box as Zope dozed in her lap. Usually, Viola was one of the first to bed, but tonight she lingered. She wandered over to Alma and perched on the edge of the table near her. "Hello there, little mouse in the rigging," drawled Alma. "It's late for a little mouse to be awake, isn't it?" "Mice are nocturnal," said Viola. Alma tittered obnoxiously, which turned to a shrill whistle through the gap in her teeth. "Because they're always up to mischief?" "What mischief are you up to, mouse?" "I wanted to ask you something," said Viola. "The other day, you said that there were rumors about the captain. What did you mean?" Alma hit a sour note on the squeeze box, making Zope grumble in her lap. She shot a nervous look around the abandoned half-deck, then back at Viola. "This mouse has got a matchstick in the powder keg, hasn't she? Wants to shed a bit of light, but she'll blow us all sky-high, she will. Best not go asking too many questions, mouse, or you may find you don't like the answers." "I really wish you'd drop the mouse thing," said Viola. Once again it came out more harshly than she'd intended, but Alma just had that effect on her. "You must know something about Captain Chase, otherwise why would you ship with her to a place like this? So who is she, really?" Alma leaned in closer. "There's precious little to know about her. Just rumors," she said in a low voice. "But I do know her name's not Chase. Morgenstern. Rosalind Morgenstern. That's the name I heard. Even that's not her real name, though. Her real name's a mystery. But she was born into money. As sure as the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, you can tell by the way she holds her sword, all classical-like, the way the Queen's own boys do it at Cardinal K. I heard she clove a nobleman's son to the brisket in an illegal duel, had him up on 6 men's shoulders by the end. They meant to hang her for it, but she slipped her bilbos and vanished like she'd walked clean through the walls. Fled to the sea after that, all done up in a man's disguise, and earned her sea legs the honest way. Though she were hardly honest. Kept company with the foulest gallows birds this side of Catspaw Narrows, she did. The slip-jibbed boys, chivy beamans, slit-cheeked Salado Shiner, and the 7 against the crown. A chill ran up Viola's spine. "Pirates," she whispered. "She was a pirate." "Aye, and not just her, neither," said Alma. "Clem, Jacoby, and Fives, all of them used to sail with her in the old days. Clem and Fives keep mum about it, of course. It's the only way to stay alive these days, for any sailor with a hint of a checkered past. But Jacoby will talk sometimes when he's down a few cups of glug about the mysterious death of Pine Dog Pennyblood, his cabin door still bolted from the inside, the burnt-up wreck of the Skelly Welter found floating, her hold all full of bones, the bloodbath at Goff's Pocket where the captain wiped out the whole Johnny Squelch gang with naught but a blunted spadroon. No one could catch her. Then came the massacre, and she vanished. Jacoby and the rest counted her among the dead, until years later, when she shows up again and hires them back just like that. Not a word as to where she'd been, but I think she'd been hiding out in the bleach fields. I think she couldn't risk showing her face. Or her hands. Her hands? Said Viola. What's that supposed to mean? Alma put a hand over Zope's ear and leaned in so close that she sprayed Viola with a fine mist of spit when she spoke. I grew up amongst gentlefolk, Mouse, though I weren't one of them. I dangled from the ceilings at their parties, doing tricks with my hoops and silks and glass jewels. Nothing but another pretty chandelier to them. The thing about rich folk, though, is sooner or later, they always forget you're there. And oh, the things they talk about then. One story caught my ear especially. Do you know, back before the massacre, gloves were all the rage? Only the rich could afford to wrap their dainty mitts in doeskin, while commoners' knuckles got chapped raw by the salt air. Then Scarlet Morning killed Hail Meridian, and all that changed. Nowadays, you'll not find a single glove on any civilized island. What do gloves have to do with anything? Said Viola, a little annoyed and growing increasingly anxious the longer Alma took to tell her tale. They were spooked, said Alma. They thought themselves safe behind their big, strong sea walls, but Scarlet Morning managed to walk right up to the Queen and shoot her dead without anyone stopping her at all. How did she do that? Well, maybe she's some kind of phantom. Or maybe she was there all along, living among the finer folk as one of them, a gentle lady just like them. That famous star-shaped scar on her hand hidden under her glove. So after that, gloves were out, the sign of a person not to be trusted. Look around. Even here on this scummy ship in these lawless waters, no sailor covers their hands. Except for one. Captain Chase, said Viola numbly. I've never seen her without them, said Alma, and she's got no other scar, not a false tooth, not a tattoo, not even a pierced ear. All that would have given her away. No, the only mark she bears is one she can't show. She had to be able to hide, and she has. For 15 years. Viola's heart was thudding so hard it threatened to beat itself into a pulp against her ribs. Morgenstern, Alma went on. Do you know what that means? Viola shook her head. Morning, said Alma. Morning star. Chapter 11. Wilmur was slumbering peacefully in the mop closet when Viola leaped on top of him with all the force of a cannonball, driving the air out of him with a surprised whoof. Pirates, she hissed into his face. Wilmur blinked at her with bleary eyes. Huh? I was right. The captain, Clem, Jacoby, Fives, we're sailing with pirates. Real pirates. She paused to let the dreadful words sink in. But they did not have the effect she expected. What? You didn't know? Said Wilmur with a yawn. No, Wilmur, are you telling me that you already knew they were pirates?
Well, yes.
How did you find out?
They told me.
They told you?
Jacoby did, a little while ago during Christmas. And then Five said, "No, we're not. I don't think you meant to say that in front of the boy." And Jacoby said, "But we are, though. Don't tell me what we are or are not." And then they fought about it. And they said a lot of words I've never heard before, and Sister Mauritia made me put my hands over my ears.
Viola stared at him, speechless.
"I thought you knew," said Wilmur sheepishly.
"All right. Well, that's not all," said Viola. "Captain Chase. She's not who she says she is. She always wears gloves, and she doesn't have any tattoos, and Morgenstern means morning star."
"Huh?" said Wilmur again.
"Wilmur," said Viola, "Chase is Scarlet Morning."
Once again, she didn't get the reaction she'd expected. "Because she wears gloves?" said Wilmur, crinkling his forehead.
"It's her," said Viola firmly. "Today, while the rest of you were out hunting, I overheard her talking to Clem. She said that she's a cursed woman and that she felt nothing, no pain, no shame, no fear of death. Those were her exact words."
Wilmur's face stayed blank.
"Don't you remember? That's what Hester always used to say about Scarlet Morning."
"Oh, right," said Wilmur vaguely, which was what he always said when he had no idea what Viola was talking about.
"She's doing something out here," Viola went on, "something she doesn't want the rest of us to know about, and she needs our book to do it. She said she won't be able to rest until it's done. Maybe the book has some coded magic ritual in it, and she thinks it will lift the curse. That's why she wanted the book so badly, and that's why Hester was so afraid of her coming for it, because if Scarlet Morning is set free, who knows what she'll do next."
"What curse? What are you talking about?" Wilmur's face was screwed up as if it physically hurt him to try to make sense of what she was saying. "Is this another game? Can it wait until morning?"
"It's not a game," cried Viola. "We have to do something. Last time she killed Queen Hail Meridian and started the massacre. She caused the storm that ruined Dickerson's Sea. Now she's back to finish what she started. We were the ones who gave her the book. It's up to us to stop her."
"Stop her? How?" Wilmur was getting annoyed. "I don't know if you noticed, but we're on a ship in the middle of nowhere."
"Her ship.
What could we possibly do?"
"We can't let on that we know," said Viola. "She'll kill us. Or worse. You know that Scarlet Morning was known for using children's blood in her devilish rituals. We have to figure out how to steal the book back, and then we can pack some provisions, commandeer one of the jolly boats on a moonless night, and make for fair distance on our own."
Wilmur's eyes flashed. "I'm not going to fair distance," he said.
Now it was Viola's turn to look baffled. "What? Of course we are. That was the whole plan, wasn't it? We'll get to fair distance, and we'll see the Mother of Pearl streets and Hail Meridian's palace, and we'll finally find our parents."
"We don't have parents, and you know it!" yelled Wilmur.
Viola stopped, shocked. There was a fire in his eyes that she had only seen a handful of times before.
"I'm not stupid, okay?" he went on. "I know you think I am because I'm not as good at reading as you, and I can't make up stories like you, but I'm not stupid. Maybe I used to be. I really used to believe everything you said, you know? It was as real life to me, realer even. But then one day I realized you didn't really believe it yourself. You never thought our parents were alive. You knew no one was coming, but you still pretended they were. That's all it was to you. Pretending. I didn't say anything when I realized that. I figured maybe it was okay, that it was just a really good story. It was better than dying of boredom in the worst place in the world. But we're not there anymore, Viola. This ship, these people, this whole world, this is real.
For the first time in my life, I don't need you to help me pretend I'm seeing amazing things or going amazing places. I can do those things all by myself. I finally belong somewhere, and I'm tired of always having to play your games." Viola opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Her face was very hot, and her eyes felt itchy. But Wilmur's eyes were clear and fierce, his jaw clenched, and in that moment, she barely recognized him. "Do whatever you want," he said, "but I'm not leaving." He leaped to his feet and ran out of the closet, leaving Viola alone in the dark. Wilmur didn't come back that night, and he didn't come back the night after that either. Of course, there were not many places to hide on a ship, so Viola knew exactly where he was. She saw him splicing ropes with boops, or playing slap hands with born-dead Bagataraan, or being taught the mouth harp by one-legged Vasco. He avoided her eyes every time, or else pretended not to notice her at all. Viola didn't know what to do. She and Wilmur had fought before, plenty of times, but Caveat had been so boring that they'd never gone more than a few hours without talking to each other. So she took to climbing the rigging by herself, her one safe place on the ship, watching the horizon in some dull hope of seeing an island, though she did not know what she would do if she saw one. She couldn't leave without Wilmur. Without him, she was alone. Chapter 12. The weather took a turn for the worse, the ship rolling queasily with the gelatinous churning of the sea, and the air so thick with salt flurries that they could scarcely see from prow to stern. The salt stung like the dickens whenever it touched skin, and so once the Calamari Rose's sails had been safely furled and tucked away, the crew retreated below decks to wait it out. There, Cootie was trying to teach them a game called Marley Bones that was played with ivory chips. Wilmur was doing his best to learn the rules, but it hadn't been going very well so far. "You're a cheetah," Jacoby was shouting at Fives for the 15th time. "You're a filthy weasel. I've said it once, and I'll say it again." "You've said it a lot more than once," said Fives with a yawn. "The game hasn't even started yet," said Zope. "How could he have cheated?" "He's going to," said Jacoby.
"I can see it in his eyes."
"But you all just listen," said Cootie, much exasperated at this point. "Now, we're all supposed to have 8 chips. Xerxes Blue, that's a lot more than 8.
"More is better,"
insisted Xerxes Blue.
"Means I win."
"That's not how it... You know what? Never mind. I'll go first. See, I've got a 5 and a 2, which makes 7, and that means I have a Neptune's niece. So, now the rest of you all have to match or top a Neptune's niece. Lopia, your move." Lopia stared at her chips with a blank expression for several long moments, then back at Cootie. "It has to be a 7? "The total value has to be 7, but it can be any combination of chips." "But I can put down a 7 if I want." "Of course you can put down a 7, said Cootie. "Have you got a 7? "I don't know," said Lopier. "Is 7 the squiggly one?" "I've got one!" cried Pico Rail in excitement, though it wasn't his turn. He laid down a 6, 2 3s, a 9, and a pictogram of a lady's boot. "Checkmate!" "There's no checkmate in this game," said Cootie. "And how is that a 7? 3 plus 3 is 6, said Pico. Then plus 9 is 13. It's not. Minus 6 is 7, and the boot, it kind of looks like a 7, so that counts double." "That's a 7, said Lopier, peering at the boot. "I haven't got one of those. Go fish." "Was someone looking for the 7s? Said Zope, laying down 5 of them. Cootie stared in total bafflement. "There are only 4 7s in the deck," he said. "Why did you get 5 of them?" "I don't know," said Zope. "These things just happen to me."
"Cheater,"
muttered Jacoby.
"Alice just stole a 12,
said Samson Naiad.
"She slipped it down her top."
So what? Said Alice Shad. I need a new tooth.
Who's winning? Said Xerxes Blue. Am I winning?
I think we should play something else, said Cootie. Viola was sitting apart from the others, on a barrel in the corner near Archie Weir, who didn't see the point in silly games, and Clem, who was doing a puzzle.
It was 4 weeks in the bleach fields to reach Caveat, Archie was saying, and it's been 6 weeks so far to sail away, and we haven't even made it round the key cold breakers yet. What's taking so long? At this rate, I could walk faster than this ship.
Well, you're free to get out and start walking then, said Clem. Oi, you haven't seen the last corner piece, have you, lad? I swear to God, it's always the top right piece that goes missing every time.
All I'm saying, Archie persisted, is that the crew spends more time goofing around than they do sailing, and the captain never steps toe from her cabin. It's no way to run a ship.
Then get your own ship and run it how you want, said Clem. Enough of your belly aching now. You're a right stick in the mud, you know that.
The clanging of bells pierced the storm's racket as the unfortunate sailors on watch rang out the time. 2 bells, then 2 bells more, meaning that it was 6 in the evening.
Speaking of the captain, I better bring her a spot of supper, said Clem.
She looked down regretfully at her unfinished puzzle.
Don't you touch me puzzle now, Weir.
I'm not going to touch your puzzle.
I'll do it,
said Viola, surprising everyone, including herself. Clem raised her eyebrows.
Well, thank you kindly, my girl, she said. Shield your face before you go above, and remind Laddie that the captain don't care much for clams. You are an idiot, screamed the reasonable voice in Viola's head as she hopped off her barrel, winding her scarf around her face and darting up the ladder to the main deck. That's the black-hearted pirate Scarlet mourning in there. You'll be alone with her. But we're not doing anything wrong, whispered that devilish new voice in response. We're just bringing her dinner. You are not just bringing her dinner. You're going to snoop around. You won't be able to help yourself, and if she catches you, if she's awake, we'll just leave the plate and go. And if she's asleep, we will do nothing. I am not a part of this. But you want to see too. Otherwise, you'd turn around and run back the way you came.
The reasonable voice in Viola's head was losing.
Well, we did promise Clem. The captain will be hungry otherwise. And if she's hungry, she'll get angry, and who knows what she'll do if she's angry. We'll just leave the plate and go if she's awake, and if she's asleep...
That was as far as the conversation got, because suddenly she was standing in the cookhouse, where Laddie was aggressively stirring a pot of stew. He looked up at her, scowled, and went back to stirring even more vehemently, chunks of meat flying in all directions.
Clem said to bring dinner to the captain, said Viola. Also, Clem said to remind you that the captain doesn't like clams.
Oh, was all Laddie said. He dropped the spoon on the ground and began storming around the cookhouse, sighing and grumbling loudly. Viola stood by, hands stiffly at her sides. She was never quite at ease around Laddie.
So, you're bringing her food?
Said Laddie suddenly, not looking at her as he dumped stew into a bowl and began picking out the clams with dirty fingers.
Yes, I am,
said Viola.
She's crazy, muttered Laddie.
Oh,
said Viola, then,
really?
I hear her, late at night, said Laddie. She screams, or she laughs, or sometimes both at once. Nightmares, Clem says. One night, I saw her walking out on the pack, gun in hand and an eye on the horizon, like she was looking for something.
He plunked the bowl on the tray and looked earnestly at Viola as he handed it to her.
Do this. Look her in the eye when you give her the food, right at the little black dot. When she's in one of her moods, it's not just black. It goes right through to the back of her skull, with nothing in the middle.
I don't think it works that way, said Viola. I don't think you can see the back of someone's skull through their pupil.
Exactly, growled Laddie earnestly. You shouldn't be able to. But you can.
Oh, said Viola. Chase's cabin was dark and chokingly close, the lamps unlit and squeaking on their chains with the heaving of the sea. She could just make out Chase's indistinct form silhouetted against the dismal glow of the gallery windows, slumped unmoving in her chair.
Dinner,
called Viola past the terrified knot in her throat, but Chase didn't answer. Cautiously, she moved forward.
Dinner, Captain,
she announced again, more bravely, as she set the tray on the table. Chase still did not stir. Viola should have turned around and walked right back out, but she didn't. She lowered her eyes to the table, the only thing standing between her and the most feared monster of her childhood. There, just barely visible in the gloom, was the book, its brass cases open, spilling pages across the table. Mixed among them were stacks of scrawled notes, presumably in Chase's hand, some too cramped or hastily written to read, but others marked with question mark, or what, or, in one case, I am going to shoot myself in the face, in bold, exasperated letters. Viola's eyes moved longingly across the familiar pages, some still smudged with grubby fingerprints where she and Wilmur had thumbed through them as children. Then she stopped, as her eyes fell upon a page that she had never seen before. That couldn't be right. Viola had seen all of the book's pages before. She practically knew them by heart. How could there be one that she had not? With a jolt, her eyes flashed back to the book. Its cases were open. All of its cases were open. Chase had done it. She'd cracked that final, mysterious section. "Don't!" cried the reasonable voice in Viola's head. "She's there. She's right there. She could wake at any moment."
She sleeps like the dead. You saw it yourself. She won't wake. Not if we're quiet. But I have to. I have to know what it says.
Within moments, the page was folded and tucked into Viola's pocket. She couldn't take the whole book with her, but if she could take even just one page, maybe that would be enough to confound Chase's plans, whatever they were. The room was such a mess, no doubt she would think she'd simply misplaced it. "What do you think you're doing?" said a voice, and Viola almost screamed. The voice was not coming from the shape in the chair. It was coming from somewhere behind her. She whirled to see a tall, gaunt form standing between her and the door, the chill light of the window pricking two very black eyes that were fixed on her with unwavering sharpness.
"Dinner?"
Viola squeaked when she could finally speak.
"Clem said... she said..."
There was the scrape of flint and tinder, and then light blazed from a lantern held in Chase's hand. The dancing flame cast grotesque shadows across the harsh topography of her face, and it might have just been a trick of the light, but there did indeed seem to be something very strange about her eyes.
"I didn't mean to wake you,"
stammered Viola. The shape in the chair she could see now was actually the taxidermied bobcat. I'll just go." She had just started to bolt for the door when Chase's low, cool voice stopped her in her tracks. "What did you just put in your pocket, cabin girl?" Viola stood frozen, her heart ricocheting about in her ribs. This was it. She was as good as dead.
"Nothing,"
she whispered, very little coming out but air. Chase fixed her with that terrible gaze again, flat and dead and black. "No one ever taught you to mind your business, did they?" she said. "It's a dangerous game, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, especially an orphan with no one to miss you. Are you sure that's a game you want to play? Now give it back." Despite her fear, Viola felt a surge of anger at that. She shook her head. Chase laughed.
No?
I know who you are,
said Viola.
I know what you are, and I can't let you have it.
And what am I? Said Chase, one corner of her mouth twitching upward humorlessly. Viola's hands were shaking. She curled them into fists. If these were to be her last words, she was going to make them count.
You're the person who destroyed Dickerson's sea, she said. All of it is your fault. Queen Hail Meridian and Parliament and the massacre and Caveat and Old Bottle and every other little island getting swallowed up by the salt as the ocean dies. You're the reason Wilmur and I had to grow up alone, without parents, without anything. All of this happened because of you. Scarlet mourning.
Chase said nothing for several long, excruciating moments, her expression inscrutable.
If I were Scarlet mourning,
she said at last,
I think you'd be a little more cautious how you spoke to me. Cabin girl.
She took a step forward, and terror flooded Viola's body. She dashed for the door, but she didn't make it far. Chase's hand closed on her collar, spinning her back and holding her there with an iron grip.
What was your plan, cabin girl?
Said Chase. Her eyes hovered above, pits of pure black that went straight through to the back of her skull with nothing in the middle.
You're in the bleach fields. There's nowhere to run. This is my ship, and you are nothing but a nuisance who's becoming more inconvenient by the moment. You know the stories. Tell me, what do you think I'd do to someone like that?
A scream was fighting its way out of Viola's throat, but it never got the chance to materialize because suddenly the ship jolted roughly, throwing them both against the table. The furniture all slid to one side, and the lamp would have been sent flying had Chase not caught it.
What in the...
muttered Chase. She stormed out the door, dragging Viola with her. Visibility on the deck was worse than ever in the fading light, the timbers shrieking from the aftershock, and the ship still quivering from side to side. Sailors were struggling onto the deck, dizzy and disoriented, blinking into the wind for some clue as to what had delivered such a blow. "What was that?" Chase called up to the lookout, keeping Viola firmly in her grip.
"Something came up from under the pack and struck us just off the larboard bow, Captain," came the lookout's voice from the mist above.
"What kind of something?"
"Can't say, but it was traveling fast. And it was big."
There was a distant cracking of floes, sending a tremor through the pack that shivered the calamari rose to her stanchions. Something was stirring, a hulking, misshapen silhouette against the sky. It let out a mournful bellow that echoed all across the pack. Then, ungainly limbs unfolded from the shape, and it began lurching toward them with an uneven, staggering gait. "Whale!" screamed the lookout from above, and the crew's faces dropped in terror. Viola felt Chase snap rigid.
"Man the harpoons!" she belted. "Cannons, muskets, cutlasses! God rot it! Man everything we've got!"
The whale, if it was a whale, because whales weren't supposed to have arms and legs, were they, was still coming, the pack screeching and crackling beneath it before finally giving way, plunging the creature back into the depths. Shattered floes careened against the ship's side, and Viola gasped as acrid seawater sprayed across her bare legs.
"Brace yourselves," Chase was shouting. "All hands, hold fast!"
But there wasn't time. With a sickening thud, the calamari rose was dealt another shuddering blow. Sailors were sent tumbling across the deck like dice from a cup as the ship listed frightfully larboard. Cootie rolling as far as the banister before he managed to catch himself with a terrified squeal. A shadow twisted in the deep, far more agile below than above. Then, with a geyser of water, the thing burst to the surface once more, its front legs scrabbling at the pack. Viola recoiled with terror at the sight of it. It didn't look like a whale at all, at least not the way whales were supposed to be. It had a great, swollen head and a cavernous mouth that bowed downward in an anguished grimace. Its pale eyes, set facing forward amid the scarred tissue of its brow, were horrifically human in appearance, as though beneath its leathery hide and layers of blubber lurked a tortured mortal soul desperate to escape. The whale thing let out a ghastly yowl, its mouth nearly splitting its head in two, until it seemed ready to swallow the calamari rose in one gulp. It threw one ponderous leg over the gunwale and tried to haul itself up. The calamari rose's nose dipped sharply down beneath its immense weight, her stern rocketing skyward, and Viola's boots lost contact with the deck as she was pitched suddenly forward. She flailed around for anything to slow her descent, but there was nothing. Only empty air. Then she jerked rudely to a stop, the collar of her shirt slamming against her windpipe. She twisted in disbelief to find that Chase had kept her grip on her shirt, her other hand wrapped around a halyard as they both dangled precariously above the whale thing's gaping maw. "Captain!" Viola heard Clem yell through the din as Chase strained to keep her hold on both Viola and the line. Viola risked a glance downward, then immediately wished she hadn't. The whole world had been blotted out by a fleshy pit edged with razor-sharp baleen, yawning closer and closer to Viola's swinging boots. With a cry, Cootie lost his hold and went hurtling past them. There was a flash of red, and then, just like that, he was gone. It all happened so quickly that Viola could scarcely believe what she had seen. Someone from the crew screamed. A few more sailors lost their hold and started to slide. The deck was almost vertical now. The whale thing was going to pull them under. Then, a harpoon hurtled through the air and buried itself between the whale thing's eyes, followed by a pepper of gunfire. The whale thing let out a blubbering sob, human and animal all at once, as it writhed in agony. It snapped its jaw in the direction that the harpoon had come, but so outsized was its head that doing this threw it badly off balance. It toppled to one side, smashing down on the forecastle with a jolt that reverberated through Viola's bones. The seams of her shirt strained and popped, her collar pressing hard against her throat. She clawed at it, fighting for breath as the whale thing began to roll away, back into the sea. "Hold on!" shouted Chase as Viola started to slip from her grasp. "Hold!" It was too late. Viola was falling. The bitter sea came rushing up to greet her like a cloud of daggers, and then she was plunged into nothingness. Chapter 13. It was dark. It was dark, and Viola couldn't move, and there was a crushing weight on her chest. Was she awake? Was she even alive? Was this what being dead was like? She was starting to come to terms with being dead when she realized that something was off. Something smelled. It wasn't a smell she'd expected from the afterlife. It didn't smell like dirt, or rot, or void. It smelled like body odor. She was surprised to find that the smell, the pressure, and the dark were all because someone was lying on top of her, and even more surprised to find that the person was Chase. Panicking, Viola struggled to free herself, but Chase lay as heavy as a sack of rocks. Her coat fluttered in a breath of wind, and in the flash of light that resulted, Viola saw that Chase's eyes were closed, her face crusted over with salt. She panicked even more. Was Chase dead? Was there a dead body on top of her? She thrashed more vigorously, driving a knee into Chase's stomach as hard as she could manage. Chase groaned. Viola felt a great rush of relief that there wasn't a dead body on top of her after all. Then she realized that it meant a live Scarlet morning was on top of her instead, and her terror came flooding back. Chase shifted, raising one arm to rub her eyes, and Viola seized the opportunity to scramble out from under her as fast as she could. She was greeted with a sight so strange that it stopped her dead in her tracks. A sea of clouds rolling briskly along below her feet, as though she were somehow standing in the sky far above them on an invisible pane of glass. Vertigo swept over her, and she dropped back down with a shocked shout, splaying out her limbs against whatever solid thing she was lying on to reassure herself that she was not, in fact, hurtling to her death. What in the absolute flogging, cod-rotted flogging flog? She heard Chase gasp hoarsely behind her. Just happened. Viola risked a glance down, where she was greeted with an even stranger sight. Her own distressed face staring back at her, reflected as clearly as in the polished surface of a mirror. More confused than ever, she whipped her head back up and looked around. She saw nothing. It wasn't just that the calamari rose wasn't anywhere to be seen, though it wasn't, and it wasn't just that she and Chase were alone, with no other survivors in sight, though they were. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. No rock jutted up to mar the immaculate mirrored expanse. No crack revealed land or sea below. No saltberg rippled the hazy, heat-shimmered distance. There was only sky above and sky below, with them caught hanging in between.
"Flog it 6 ways to Christmas," said Chase.
She was standing now, hands on her hips and squinting off into the distance. Just below her boots, a second, upside-down Chase was doing the exact same thing.
"Where's the ship?"
Viola picked herself up, reeling on unsteady legs.
"Did it sink? Wilmur was on it."
"Shush," hissed Chase.
"I'm trying to think."
Viola ignored her. "Wilmur!" she screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice piercing the dead air without resistance and echoing endlessly across the glossy desert.
"Flogging hell!"
said Chase, clapping her hands over her ears. "Will you calm down? The ship didn't sink. It's gone. Or rather, we're gone. Just our flogging luck."
"What do you mean, gone?"
"I mean, gone. Elsewhere. We were there, and now we're here. Wherever here is." Chase crouched and pressed a hand to the ground, testing it. "This is solid pack salt. A couple of fathoms width at least, though it may as well go all the way down because no packbreaker's cutting through that. These waters haven't seen a ship in years, maybe not since the Great Blow." She straightened up, her face grim. "We're in the far reaches of the bleach fields, and in the middle of the flogging ocean, no less." Viola's head was spinning as she tried to make sense of any of this.
"I fell,"
she said.
"into the water."
Chase shot her an annoyed glance. "Figures you would."
"I fell into the water,"
said Viola more forcefully,
"and you jumped in after me. Why?"
"Not out of charity, certainly. You stole a page from my book, and I almost saw it disappear down a whale's gullet.
Speaking of which..."
Chase held out a hand and snapped her fingers irritably. When Viola just scowled, she put a threatening hand on the knife stashed in her waistband. "Now, I am having an extremely difficult day, and I don't think you want to try me on this." Grudgingly, Viola reached into her pocket and dug out the folded page, which Chase snatched at once and stuffed into her coat. "Thank you," she grumbled. "Flog's sake, was that so hard?"
"I don't understand,"
said Viola.
"We should both be dead. So why are we here instead?"
"Because," Chase seemed to search for the words, "the sea sort of moved us."
"Moved us?"
said Viola flatly. "Right," said Chase. "Look, I've heard of this kind of thing before. Tall tales, or so I thought. The AO siren vanishing an hour from port, only to reappear 2 years later impaled on the tallest clock tower in Cuts Close with no trace of her crew. Or the mysterious girl who fell from the sky on Chilihuequi, a ticket in her pocket for the Lariana. A barge that was, at that very moment, being dashed to pieces 500 leagues away in the boghouse waters. It doesn't make any sense, but then nothing in Dickerson's Sea ever does." A sick feeling had settled in Viola's stomach. None of this felt real.
"So, how are we supposed to get back?"
Chase shrugged. "Walk, I guess."
"Walk?"
If you have a better idea, I'd be fascinated to hear it. Numbly, Viola shook her head. I'm not going anywhere with you. Then what's your plan? Said Chase. Wander around by yourself with no food or water or hope of shelter until you succumb to the elements in, 4 hours tops? What's your plan? Viola fired back. Do you have any of those things? Chase jabbed an emphatic finger at Viola. Do not. Hang on. She stuck her knife under her armpit and searched her pockets. She produced a pistol that had been shoved down the back of her trousers, followed by 2 throwing knives from either sleeve of her coat, then a coil of strangle wire hidden in her collar, then yet another knife from her boot. Finally, as Viola watched in disbelief, she drew out an entire sword that had somehow been concealed in her trouser leg. Oh, said Chase, brightening, and produced a leather flask with a triumphant flourish. There! See? I've still got the most important thing. She uncorked it and took a long swig. Seeing Viola's disgusted expression, she raised an eyebrow. What? Did you want some? No, said Viola vehemently. Good, because I wasn't offering you any, said Chase. Why would I waste good glug on a child? Viola clenched her fists. A single emotion was crystallizing amid the roiling sea of confusion in her mind. Pure, all-encompassing hatred. It was a good and hot and righteous feeling, and it settled her stomach to savor it. I don't care what you do. I don't need you. I'll find my own way. No, you won't. Come on. Chase flicked her knife open and gestured with it impatiently. That's an order. Viola stiffened, eyes locked on the knife. You don't scare me, she said, lying. I know you're not going to go to the trouble of killing me. Trust me, it would be no trouble at all, said Chase. You're wearing on my last nerve, and I've killed people for far less. So I'm your prisoner? Oh, don't be so dramatic. I'm your captain, and that means you do as I say. Viola set her jaw, trying to keep the waver out of her voice. Why do you care if I go with you or not? So when I get hungry, I can eat you for a snack. What else? Said Chase. Then, when Viola looked horrified, joking! Good Lord, you're a dour child. I can see why you don't have many friends. You know what, fine. You want to be a prisoner? You can be a prisoner. So for the last time, come on. And where exactly are we going? Said Viola. Chase squinted one eye shut and swiveled. That way, she said. Why that way? Dunno. Just like the looks of it. With that, she walked off without looking back. Viola stayed where she was. Chase was going to have to try a lot harder than that if she was going to make Viola go with her. With her? That black-hearted pirate, that cold-blooded killer, that monster who'd laughed as she put a bullet in Queen Hail Meridian. Who knew what awful ritual she had planned for Viola if she followed? Well, Viola wouldn't do it. If she was going to die, it would be on her own terms. By thirst or by knife, what did it matter? But Chase did not turn back, her heat-wavered form shrinking farther and farther into the distance. Soon she would fade from view altogether, and Viola would be free to do what she liked. Until, of course, the sun sucked all the moisture from her body, and her tongue swelled up, and her eyeballs shriveled and dropped out of their sockets, leaving her to bake away on the desolate pack for hours or days until she finally died, alone and in agony, a pitiful husk scarcely recognizable as a person. Flog it, Viola whispered to herself, and darted off after Chase. Viola watched the pack as she walked, glaring daggers at her own reflection, as her reflection glared daggers right back at her. Then, when she got tired of that, she switched to glaring at Chase's back, willing the daggers in her eyes to become real daggers that would slice their way between the vile woman's shoulder blades and rid the world of her once and for all. It felt real enough that she was half convinced Chase was going to feel them, If not as daggers, then at least as an annoying itch. But Chase didn't seem to notice. She strode ahead with that long, loping gait of hers, limbs swinging lazily in their joints, like a big cat on the scent of blood. Her silver-tipped boots jangled against the pack, the only sound beside the thin whistle of the wind. Getting kidnapped by a pirate was far more boring than Viola had expected. Her tongue lay coarse and heavy in her mouth, her throat stopped up by a bitter knot, but she would not ask Chase for a taste of glug. She wouldn't. She did her best to think of other things, but for once her imagination came up short. No matter what she tried, it always led her back to thoughts of delicious, cold, sparkling water. Or worse, it would remind her of Wilmur. The knot in her throat thickened. Things wouldn't be so bad if Wilmur were there. They passed the time playing What Would You Do and pulling funny faces in the pack, and he'd distract her from her thirst by doing his impression of a dolphin that had suddenly grown human legs, which had once made her laugh so hard she'd almost thrown up. Her heart twisted painfully, as if someone had physically reached into her chest and squeezed it. Did he miss her as much as she missed him? Or would he forget her, just like he'd forgotten Hester? No. She must not think about Wilmur, not now. If she did, she'd cry, and if she cried, she'd be even thirstier afterward. Worse, Chase would laugh at her. Hatred coursed through her blood anew at that, so she focused on that instead. Anger lay a little easier in her gut than sorrow. Finally, the sun dipped down toward the horizon as its reflected twin rose up to meet it, the pack blazing like burnished copper in the dying light. It was beautiful, but Viola wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. They'd walked for nearly the entire day, and still their surroundings looked exactly the same, like they hadn't moved at all. Finally, the evening rosiness faded to a more subdued lavender, then a chilly blue, then to the rich greenish black of night. They kept walking even then. It wasn't like they needed to see where they were going. But Viola was surprised to find that the night was actually quite bright, for the sky soon filled up with strange lights. Some bloomed and rippled slowly, shifting from green to blue to violet and back again. Some danced like fiery ribbons, seeming almost low enough to touch, and some flickered in short, silent bursts like soundless cannon fire. The mirrored pack reflected their dance in perfect time, until it seemed that Viola and Chase were adrift in an ocean of living color. Chase stopped, tilting her head back to watch the lights. So did Viola.
"What are they?"
said Viola after a moment. "The westerly lights," said Chase. "I've never seen them this close." Viola could tell from her tone that this wasn't good news. "We're farther west than I feared. Much farther. I'd say we're the only living creatures around for 100 leagues at least." Despair that Viola had only barely been keeping at bay washed over her in a sickening wave.
"So that's it then. We're dead no matter what we do."
"It's not over until it's over," said Chase. "All right, guess this is as good a place as any to rest for the night." She crouched down and took off her coat, spreading it out on the pack. "Give me your scarf," she said, snapping her fingers at Viola again.
"Why?"
said Viola.
"Because I need it," said Chase, "and I said so."
Viola didn't have the energy to argue. What did it matter, anyway? She took off her scarf and tossed it to Chase, who arranged it on top of the coat. Viola thought she was making a bed for herself, but then she lay down beside it, right there on the pack, though it had to be about as comfortable as lying on a pane of glass.
"What are you doing?"
said Viola. "Hoping for a damp morning," said Chase, taking a draw from her flask. "Sit down, will you? You're putting me on edge, hovering there all miserable like that." Viola stayed standing.
"What do you care what happens to me?"
I don't know if you know this, but most people find it upsetting when children die horrible deaths, said Chase. Is that why you threatened to kill me earlier? Said Viola. I wasn't going to kill you, said Chase. I was threatening you into compliance. It's different. She threw back her head with an exasperated groan, then rolled it forward again with a grudging sigh. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pointed my knife at you, even if you were being an absolute. Never mind. Happy? Now will you sit? Viola sat, tucking her legs close to her chest and staring at the reflection of the westerly lights in the pack. She felt tears rising in her again, but they never reached her eyes. She was too numb and weary to cry, and besides, she didn't think there was enough moisture left in her body. Flog's sake, that's even worse. Did they invent the word maudlin just for you? Chase shoved her flask in Viola's direction with a surly grunt. Fine. 1 swallow. That's it. I didn't ask. I'm not asking either. Drink the rotted glug. Viola inched toward Chase distrustfully, just close enough to grab the flask before scurrying back to a safe distance again. Scowling at Chase, she took a big, spiteful swig and was immediately overwhelmed by the foulest flavor she'd ever tasted, which was saying something, having grown up on a diet of Abner and Mary Tree's miraculous ever eggs. Chase snickered as she struggled to swallow it. Is that really what all the fuss is about? Said Viola once she could breathe again. Grown-ups are disgusting. No, you're disgusting, said Chase, snatching the flask back. Viola turned away and curled up on the pack with her back to Chase, eyes burning with something other than tears now. We're not going to die, you know, said Chase after a long silence. How could you possibly know that? Said Viola, not turning around. I'm the black-hearted Scarlet Morning, aren't I? Said Chase. You know the stories. I can't be killed. By blade or bullet. The stories don't say anything about dying of thirst. Said Chase. Kind of a lackluster death for a dastardly pirate, isn't it? What do you say we give it one more day and see if we can't find a more interesting way to die? There was a rustle and a clinking of knives as she rolled away, and when Viola stole a peek back at her, she was lying there, dead still, like she was already asleep. Chapter 14. Get up. Viola had not expected to get any sleep at all, but her weariness had apparently won out, because she was ripped back to consciousness by a dreadful figure standing over her, its boots on either side of her head, its face shadowed by a tumble of black hair against a sky just starting to bloom with morning light. Viola tried to scream, but all that came out was a dry squeak. Open your mouth, said Chase. Viola stared in bewilderment. What? We got lucky. It was a damp morning. Open your mouth. Viola opened her mouth with a perplexed grimace. Chase held Viola's scarf above her face and wrung it out with a swift twist as if she was snapping a neck, sending a rush of water down Viola's throat. Almost immediately, she started to feel a little bit more alive. Chase threw the scarf back at her. It slapped wetly on her face. Come on, we better get moving before the sun comes up. Without another word, she turned and strode off. Slurping ravenously at the scarf, Viola struggled to her feet and rushed after her. Where are we going? This way, said Chase. Obviously. But why? Chase pointed. See that shadow on those low clouds up ahead? Sailors call that a water blink, something darks reflecting back on them from below, which, under ordinary circumstances, means open water. And under our circumstances? No idea, but it's something, and something is better than nothing. Eventually, the pack's hue began to shift, its impenetrable glossiness ebbing bit by bit until it became a murky pale blue, cut through with frosty veins and dotted with dark blemishes like cranberries in Clem's famous scones. Fish, Viola realized with a morbid thrill, suspended and frozen there in their death throes. The ones closer to the surface peeked through in greater detail, and she marveled at how perfectly preserved they were, from each delicate fin to each juicy eyeball. Once they passed over a much bigger shape a few fathoms below, its long neck twisting up toward the surface. Viola could just make out a ring of hooked teeth edging a set of gaping jaws, and she walked a little bit faster. Finally, every trace of cloudiness faded from the pack, leaving it crystal clear and chillingly dark. This, Viola guessed with a sinking feeling, was Chase's open water. But they were no better off than before. She scanned the horizon, desperate for any disturbance to its unyielding straightness. A ship, an island, anything. That's when she saw it. "Captain," she shouted to Chase, who'd ended up some ways ahead of her. Chase glanced over her shoulder. "What? Do you see that?" Chase strode back and shaded her eyes to peer off in the direction Viola had indicated. There, far in the distance, the horizon wavered subtly, drawn up in dim, jagged peaks. "It looks like mountains," said Viola. "Could it be land?" "Could be," said Chase. "Even if it's not, it's shelter. Sharp eyes, cabin girl." Viola felt a little pleased at the compliment, then remembered who she was talking to and glowered to cover it. Chase didn't see. She was already setting off toward the peaks. The pack became increasingly ruffled with each step, first rising up in shallow ridges, and then into little razor-sharp skerries, and their pace slowed as they picked their way across the perilous field. The red sun was bobbing low by the time they finally reached the first of the peaks. A brilliant wall of sapphire glass shot through with flecks of fire in the dying sun. "It's not a mountain," said Viola. "No, it's not," said Chase. "That, cabin girl, is a wave." A wave. Viola stared up in fearful awe at the curl of ocean hanging above their heads, frozen at the very point of its breaking, as if at any moment it might come crashing down on them. And beyond it were more waves, as far as the eye could see. A bulging, bursting highland of dizzying cliffs and plunging valleys, all cut from the same luminous blue-black glass. The raging sea had petrified and turned to solid crystal in the space of a single moment. Chase pressed a gloved hand to the wave's surface, marveling at the galaxy of quivering indigo lights within. "It was a storm," she said. "The storm. It all happened right here." With that, she set off into the field of waves, Viola scrambling uneasily after her. There was something that felt so deeply wrong about standing in the shadow of what had once been living sea. Viola had never seen a real wave, but she had read about them many times, and she knew they were supposed to bound and buck and gallop. They were supposed to laugh and roar and boom. They were supposed to deliver a sailor home, or else bury them callously in their hollows. What had it been like to ride on a sea like that? And why did the thought of it evoke such a curious ache in her chest? Could you miss something you didn't even remember? She didn't notice that Chase had stopped walking until she'd almost crashed into her. The captain was crouched down, peering at something below the sea's dark surface. "What is it?" said Viola. "Look," was all Chase said. Viola had to kneel and put her face close to the pack before she could make out the shape that had caught Chase's eye. It was a plank, perhaps 2 fathoms down, one side broken off in a shattered line. Viola knew what it meant immediately. "A ship's nearby," she said. She was getting really excited now. "If any of it's still above water, we could scavenge for provisions there. Wilmur and I did it all the time on Caveat." Chase grinned. "It really is our lucky day, isn't it?" Viola almost grinned back before she stopped herself. It took them another hour or so to find any further trace of the ship. The sun had long since ducked out of sight, and the waves that had been glowing jewels in the setting sun now became a grim, shadowy maze. But they had the westerly lights to guide them, while distant lightning from some far-off storm supplied brief flashes where it was momentarily bright as day. Viola had never known the world could be so terrifyingly beautiful. "See that great white cap over there?" said Chase, pointing at a particularly monstrous wave. "You've got a lighter step than me. Shoot up there and see what you can see." Viola considered refusing out of principle, but they both needed to find that ship, and besides, she knew she could climb that wave. She took a running start and scampered up its slick face like a mountain goat, finding little wind-carved footholds as she went. A moment later, she was teetering at the top, a lively breeze in her hair, and the whole of the frozen ocean spread out beneath her. She waited for another flash of lightning, which was not long in coming. "There!" she cried, bounding down the wave's other side in a triumphant tumble. The ship's corpse rose up before her, caught forever between vicious waves that ripped at her like a pack of wild dogs. A man of war, Viola guessed, a proper one like from the books, her side lined with 3 full rows of cannon ports. Her masts were shattered, her golden gallery jutting steeply up on one side, and her bowsprit pitching down into the ossified spray on the other. A painter could not have imagined a more dramatic moment to immortalize the ship's tragic end. She could hear Chase coming up behind her as she squinted up at the ship's nameplate. "The Anna Charlier," Viola said in shocked delight. "I know that ship. She was captained by Captain Aberford Abercrombie and crewed by 150 men, but she vanished while trying to find a passage around the treacherous beak of Butelwolf. Wilmur and I found her logbook off of Caveat. It was one of our favorites. How did it end up all the way over there?" "Same way we ended up here, I figure," said Chase. Debris littered the water around them, and Viola kept an eye out for anything useful as they went. There was something odd scattered among it, ragged bundles that didn't look like they had been part of the ship. She had just stepped forward to get a better look when another shock of lightning, closer than the rest, turned the gloomy water beneath her feet crystal clear for a split second. And in that split second, Viola realized what the bundles were. Bodies. Hundreds of them, suspended like flies in amber, some only specks in the depths, and some in full lurid view, mere inches below the surface. Bubbles exploding from their mouths to mark their final breaths, and eyes frozen wide in terror. Viola stopped in her tracks, a scream rising in her throat that died before it reached her tongue. It was like every ounce of air had been driven from her body, leaving her as cold and dead as they were. She couldn't move. She just stood there, staring down at her feet, though the lightning had long since faded, leaving the sea dark and impenetrable once more. "Viola!" Somewhere past the thrumming in her ears, she could hear Chase's voice. It sounded very far away. "Viola?" Chase repeated, suddenly close, crouching down to look Viola in the face. Her voice was very calm. Her eyes were very dark. "We can't stop here. You've got to keep going." Viola shook her head. "I can't." "The dead are already gone," said Chase. "They can't harm you. One step, all right? Let's start with that." Still, Viola couldn't move. Her feet seemed fused to the pack. "I'll let you punch me full in the face if you can reach me," said Chase, one corner of her mouth twitching up into a hint of teasing grin. "You know you want to." Something like a laugh bubbled out of Viola at that. It didn't break the spell, not exactly, but it helped. She lifted one leaden foot and took a step. "Good," said Chase. Another. Viola did. There was another blast of lightning, and for an instant Chase became a ghostly silhouette of herself, punctuated by two lightless black eyes that flicked downward, fixing on something directly below Viola's feet, and she didn't have to look to know why. One of them was right underneath her. She was practically standing on it. The instant passed, and the world was dark again. "Don't look down," said Chase. "Just look at me." Viola couldn't help it. She didn't want to see, but she couldn't not see either. She looked down. The sea was dark, but she knew it was there. It wasn't supposed to be there. None of it was supposed to be like this. A gloved knuckle found her chin and tipped it firmly back up. And then she was looking into the face of the black-hearted pirate Scarlet Morning, just inches from her own. She had been a ghost with black eyes a moment before, but now she was a shadow with star-bright eyes fixed unwaveringly on Viola. Something about those eyes was enough to keep Viola's glance from flinching downward again. "Come on, cabin girl," said Chase. "One good whack. Straight in the nose. Think of how much you'll enjoy it." Viola knew she couldn't take another step. She couldn't. It was impossible. And yet, seemingly of its own accord, her leg lifted and swung itself forward, and then her whole body was traveling after it. And then she had taken a step. That being done, she figured that she might as well take another one. So she did. One foot after the other. She followed Chase across the hungry black sea, plunging down and down and down into infinite nothingness, and it was filled with awful eyeballs that would never close, and they were all looking at her. At last, her foot scraped against something rough and rotten. And then, the deck of the Anna Charlier was slanting up beneath her feet, and she was safe from the eyeballs at last. She realized that she'd been holding her breath. She let it out with a strangled, whew. "All right, fair's fair," said Chase. "Go on. Take your shot." She presented her cheek matter-of-factly to Viola. Viola laughed again despite herself. "I'm not going to hit you." "Wimp," said Chase. "Wait here. I'll go have a look around." Viola was only so happy to oblige as Chase vanished down into the ship's hold. If there were more bodies down there, she didn't want to see them. She sat on the deck with her knees drawn tight to her chest, listening to Chase rattle around below decks, until finally her head emerged again, a pleased expression on her face. "They have," she said, "a ridiculous amount of wine down here." There was quite a bit to find, as it turned out. Chase passed her bottle after bottle of wine, a lantern and tinderbox, jars of marmalade and lime juice, and mysterious pickled things, a crate of tins labeled Sailor Salamagundi's Delightful Dog's Body, which Chase said was not really dog, but a kind of pea stew, a coil of rope, a compass, several waxed canvas tarpaulins, and a heavy woolen blanket. "Your Captain Abercrombie had expensive taste," said Chase as she tossed herself down beside Viola, a bottle of wine in hand. "This is an exceedingly rare vintage. The grape it's made from tolerates salt, but poorly. In fact, these might be the very last bottles in existence. It's almost a shame to just swig it down." Without hesitation, she did just that. "Captain Abercrombie," said Viola thickly. "Is he down there?" "Half of him is," said Chase. "The bit below water, anyway. Here, thought you might appreciate this especially." She plunked a jar of Abner and Merrytree's miraculous ever-eggs into Viola's hands. Something about those stupid rubbery eggs floating in their disgusting brown jelly finally broke Viola. A sob came heaving up in her chest, a loud, shuddering one, and before she could choke it down, it burst forth with a shocking sound in the still night. More sobs followed, these gasping and nearly soundless as she hugged the familiar glass jar to her chest. Chase, however, offered no teasing remark for once. She just sat there, working open the wax seal on one of the jars with her knife, until finally Viola's sobs dwindled to soft sniffles and her shoulders slumped from exhaustion. Chase passed the jar to Viola. "Drink it," she said. "It'll help." The jar held a tangle of squishy, translucent strips suspended in a pungent and shockingly chartreuse liquid. "What is it?" "Sour crumble," said Chase. "Sea nettles pickled in salt and vinegar. Ships carry it for just this purpose. It's far better at quenching thirst than water alone." Viola sipped at the juice, then made a face. "It's salty. Won't it just make me thirstier?" "Salt's a strange thing," said Chase. "Too much and it'll suck you dry, but too little and all the fresh water in the world won't do you any good. A little salt in just the right amount makes the water stick. Salt preserves, just as salt destroys. Drink." Viola took another skeptical mouthful. It was briny and sour, to be sure, and yet Chase was right. It was strangely refreshing. She gulped it down ravenously, draining it to the dregs in seconds as the unbearable thirst that had throttled her for the past 2 days finally began to ease its grip. They made a meal of lime juice and marmalade and delightful dog's body, which was far from delightful. Then broke into the eggs. They tasted just as horrendous as Viola remembered, like a rubber ball wrapped in a moldy sock and then boiled in soap. But it was a comfortingly familiar horrendousness, and Viola began to feel a bit better. When they'd had their fill, Chase leaned back on the deck, taking a draw from her bottle. "We got very lucky," she said. "Tomorrow, when it's light enough, I'll check the ship's charts and figure out where we are. We've got a fighting chance now." She glanced over at Viola. "Feel like taking that punch yet? Your window of opportunity is closing fast, you know." Viola managed a shy smile. "You didn't say there was a time limit. I'd rather save it and spring it on you when you expect it the least." Chase snorted. "Good luck with that." They sat there in silence for a few moments. Said Viola at last. "Thanks for helping me. You didn't have to do all that." "Guess I didn't," was all Chase said in response. "Why did you?" said Viola. "You could have just left me. I'm only slowing you down." Chase shrugged. "Don't go thinking it's anything but selfish on my part. Every marooned sailor knows it's easier when someone's with you, even if that someone's a morose pipsqueak like you." "You've been marooned before, then?" "Something like that." Chase did not volunteer more information. Viola fiddled with the edge of her scarf as she worked up the nerve to ask a question that had been weighing on her all day. "You're not really Scarlet Morning, are you?" Chase raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" "Scarlet Morning doesn't care about anyone," said Viola. "She's empty. All she wants is to make everyone in the world as miserable as she is. But you're... She struggled for a word that wasn't too complimentary. "A person," she finished weakly. Chase said nothing for a while. Then, wordlessly, she tugged at the fingers of the glove on her left hand and slid it off. Viola's heart caught in her throat as she held up her palm, silver green in the glow of the westerly lights. There, at its center, was a star-shaped scar. "I'd picked a man's pocket, but he chased me," said Chase. "I tried to scale an iron fence to get away. The spike on top went straight through my hand. It didn't heal quite right. I wouldn't stop messing with it." She flexed her fingers, watching the bones catch and click around the old wound. I was your age, maybe a little younger. But Dune Shearwater never existed. He was the hero of a popular series of dime novels in those days. They wrote them like they were real, embellished with real names of real pirates, until fact and fiction were one and the same. I guess I'm flattered I got to be the one to kill him.
And Hail Meridian? Said Viola. Did you kill her?
You know the story, said Chase, working her fingers back into the glove. Better than I do, probably. I killed her for no reason at all, and I laughed as I did it. After all, I never left anyone alive.
But that can't be the whole story, said Viola. What's the truth?
There is no truth, said Chase. History, stories, they're all the same in the end. Whatever really happened, it doesn't matter now.
Yes, it does, said Viola. Something really did happen. Whether or not it's written down right, whether or not anyone remembers, there is a truth.
And who gets to decide that? You? Said Chase, a little testily. Memories fail, and the world moves on. Whatever story's recorded first is the one remembered, if it's recorded at all. Most things aren't. They evaporate and leave no trace, like breath on a cold night. But sometimes I think to be remembered is the unkinder fate. She swirled her bottle restlessly in one hand, staring off at something Viola couldn't see. Tell me this. All those poor sailors out there, frozen forever in the worst moment of their lives. Is it really them we're seeing? They were more than their pain, more than their awful end. They were people, and now they're just things. I think it would serve their memory better to hear their friends tell stories about them at the pub, and forget their faces forever. Salt preserves, just as salt destroys. You just don't get to choose which. She stood up abruptly and paced off toward the far end of the ship, and Viola knew that the conversation was over. Chapter 15. It was a day with no wind, and the Calamari Rose sulked amid the shattered pack, her sails hanging limply. She had taken a good deal of damage from the whale thing's attack. The bowsprit and the foremast had been smashed, and the crew was forced to work the bilge pumps around the clock to keep the ship from expiring beneath the sea. Luckily, they had seen no more of the whale thing since its attack. Unluckily, they had also seen no more of their missing captain and cabin girl. Search parties had been scouring the pack for 2 days now, but there was nothing to find. They'd all seen Chase and Viola disappear beneath the sea, and they had not come back up.
Sorry, me boy,
muttered Clem as she clambered from the jolly boat, avoiding Wilmur's eyes where he stood waiting for her. They're out there, said Wilmur. You just haven't looked hard enough. They're gone, snapped Clem, and her voice sounded thick. There's nothing for it. We fix the foremast, and we make for land. Wilmur's eyes flashed. He didn't look at her as she walked past, squeezing his shoulder. I said I wouldn't fail it again, he heard her murmur softly. This time I was going to get it right. Wilmur stayed pressed against the gunwale, combing the pack with his eyes until it became too dark to see anything. That night, for the 3rd night in a row, there was no Christmas. There were 3 new vacant bunks on the berth deck, in addition to the one left empty after Old Bottle. One of them had belonged to Cody, another to the elder of the Vivaldi brothers, and one could not be attributed to anyone at all. Zope, lucky and unlucky as ever, had been pierced through the chest by an errant shard of salt, but it had missed their heart by an inch, and they were expected to pull through. Now the remaining sailors sat below decks and passed a bottle back and forth in silence. Stupid blighter, muttered Jacoby, holding Cootie's unfinished book of poetry between listless hands. It's not how he would have wanted to go. He would have wanted to get stitched up in a hammock and lied to rest in the sea like a proper sailor. Can't even give him that. When Wilmur was sure that everyone else had gone to bed, he got out his sack and stuffed it full of ship's biscuit and salt mule and a flask of water. He thought Viola might be thirsty when he found her, so he put in an extra flask. It was a moonless night, and no one saw him as he swung himself overboard on the climbing rope that Lop-Ear had taught him to tie. The floes rocked under his feet as they hit the pack, but held up well enough. With one last look back at the Calamari Rose, Wilmur walked off into the night. Chapter 16. Up! Viola woke to find Chase's face floating over her once again, a manic gleam in her eye. "Words," grumbled Viola. "Use words." "Up is a word," said Chase. Viola struggled upright, finding the woolen blanket that had sheltered her all night wet with dew, the sky just starting to flush with crimson light. "Look," said Chase, pointing at the sky with obvious excitement. Viola looked. It was just a sky.
Look at what?
"Mules' tails and mackerel scales make lofty ships carry low sails," said Chase. "Those clouds mean a storm's on its way."
And that's good?
"A storm means rain, and rain means water. Now, for the last time, up! I need your help." Together they strung up canvas tarpaulins by their corners, half folded into funnels aimed toward tubs and buckets that Chase had scavenged, as the red sky soon turned to one of lead gray. By the time they were finished, it was starting to drizzle, but they didn't take cover right away. Instead, they stood there on the deck with their heads tilted back as the rain began to fall, slowly at first, then faster and faster, until it was a downpour. Fresh water pooled in Viola's open mouth as fast as she could swallow it, the sweetest thing she had ever tasted. Chase shot Viola a lopsided grin, not one of her sly, twisty grins, but a wide and genuine one. Her hair was plastered flat to her head, making her seem strangely reduced, like a wet cat. Viola couldn't help it. She grinned back. It rained until their tubs were full to the brim, and when it had ended, Chase deemed it advantageous to take what they could carry and set out for the open sea again. Using the Anna Charlier's charts and navigational instruments, she'd managed to determine their location, and now, at last, they had a heading. "We're here, more or less," she said, tapping a finger at a spot in the middle of the vast, blank expanse that made up the entire left side of the map, unrolled across the deck. "The bad news is, that's a couple 100 leagues off our course. The good news is, I think we're within striking distance of Wilder's Green, here. There's precious little in the way of shipping lanes between us and there, so a sea rescue is unlikely. But the same hostile pack that staves in merchant ships lends us an advantage in this case. We can walk almost the whole way to Wilder's Green on our own 2 feet. Now, that's 4 to 6 weeks hard travel at least, which pushes the limit of what provisions we can carry. But if we make for the north before heading east, we have a good chance of meeting up with the Ramblers, former pirates who made a life for themselves out here in the bleach fields, and friends of mine. We can reprovision there, and with their help, we'll make the final push back to civilization. I'll get you to fair distance yet." And so, as soon as the sun rose the next day, their great journey commenced in earnest. They wove their way through the endless fields of glass cliffs, mounting polished swells and skating down the other side until Viola felt like a ship herself. Day in and day out they walked, until her feet throbbed and her shoulders ached from the weight of her pack. But soon she found herself falling into a comfortable rhythm, as if she was a clockwork creature made for only walking. Not as fast as the Calamari Rose had been when the pack was loose and the wind was in her sails, but considerably faster than the many days when she was nipped tight. At night, they camped in the hollows beneath cresting waves. Viola huddled in her blankets on one side, and Chase sprawled out on the other. The captain never seemed to have any trouble falling asleep. But sometimes, when Viola happened to wake in the middle of the night, she'd see her up and pacing, muttering something under her breath that Viola couldn't quite hear.
She did not dare interrupt her on those nights. Finally, the pack leveled out, but their pace was not much improved, because the waves gave way to clusters of needle-sharp crystals, some as fine as eyelashes, and some long like dagger blades. They shattered easily underfoot, but Viola's boots were so tattered and flimsy that soon she was wincing with every step. Still, she pressed on without complaint, until Chase finally seemed to notice how far behind she was falling. "What is it now?" she said.
Nothing, said Viola. I'm fine.
She demonstrated by taking another casual step, but unluckily, a crystal found a hole in her boot and pricked her straight in the foot. She hissed. Chase gestured irritably.
Let me see. I said I'm fine. Shush. Give it here.
Viola balanced awkwardly on one foot as Chase cut sealing wax from one of their jars, chewing it until it was soft and pressing it into the holes in her boots. "Try it now," she said when she'd finished the second boot, tossing it at Viola. Viola caught it and stuffed it back onto her foot, hopping clumsily. Sure enough, when she tested it, she found that the prickle of the pack was greatly reduced. She began. "Come on," said Chase impatiently, turning and tromping away. With time, the sharp crystals melted away, and the pack became flat and pale again, presided over by bone-white cliffs that soared up on every side like cathedral towers. Their tracks stayed in the misty surface of the pack as they went, like they were the first living creatures to ever set foot there. They may well have been. Occasionally, they had to step across cracks in the pack, most of them small, but soon they came to a massive crevasse, 3 paces across, plunging down into black oblivion below. "Ah, flog it all," muttered Chase. "All right, here's what we'll do. I'll jump first, then you toss your pack across to me before you even think about trying it yourself. Of course, with your stumpy little legs, it's better to be safe than sorry. I could rig up a lifeline, or maybe some sort of bridge." Realizing that Viola was no longer beside her, she twisted in confusion, only for Viola to hurtle past a moment later, clearing the crevasse with a great leap and skidding to a stop on the other side. Pleased with herself, she looked back to see Chase staring at her in disbelief.
Your turn, said Viola. Do you want me to catch you?
"Oh, you're going to catch something, that's for sure," grumbled Chase, ducking her head to hide her amused smile. "Stand aside, twerp, and wipe that smug look off your face." Chase was in high spirits that night, though some of that may have been the wine, since Viola kept refilling her cup when she wasn't looking. She would never understand the appeal of a drink whose only purpose seemed to be turning grown-ups into idiots, but it also made Chase more talkative, and she liked when Chase was talkative. "Go on," Chase was saying. "What else did your story say about me?"
That you wiped out the turnspit dogs, the scourge of the hungry coast, after their leader, Rodriguez Solitaire, insulted you, said Viola with gruesome relish. You appeared out of the night fog like a phantom and descended on their ship as they drank and danced. Not one of them saw you coming. You strung the crew up by their toenails like so many dried herring. And as for Rodriguez Solitaire, you cut open his belly, filled it with lead shot, and stitched it back up, so that when you chucked him overboard, he sank like a rock, his gut as heavy as a cannonball.
"Rod Solitaire," scoffed Chase. "Rod Solitaire wishes he was worth my time. No one knew him except as a nuisance, and the turnspit dogs were just his sons, Ezzo and Sugarspoon. Okay, I did kill Sugarspoon, but you wouldn't fault me if you knew him. Boy was an unbelievable pest." She jabbed a finger at Viola. "Believe me, the only reason anyone remembers Rod Solitaire's name is because he happened to steal the metric system. And everyone knows that was an accident, no matter how he tried to spin it."
He stole the what?
Exactly. It's been a whole mess ever since. Chase took another emphatic swig of wine.
Well, what about the sisters Cuthberta and Elizabeth Hirsute, the cannibal queens of Rattlebone Cross? They claimed that if they ate 100 human hearts, they could buy the devil's favor away from you,
So you let them get as far as 98, and the last human hearts you forced them to eat were each other's."
"Sisters?" snorted Chase. "Is that what they're saying?" "The heart thing, by the way, is also not true," she added when Viola looked concerned. "Flog's sake, how would that even work?" "But they weren't sisters. They were married."
"Married?"
"Sure. They wanted a proper certificate from a civilized church, so Cuthberta wore a dress and Elizabeth wore a fake beard. The priest didn't even look twice." Chase chuckled into her cup. "Crafty old toads. I heard they faked their own deaths once to get out of paying their bar tab."
"But the stories can't all be wrong," said Viola. "What about the illegal duel with the nobleman's son? Or the mysterious death of Pie Dog Pennyblood? Or how you wiped out the entire Johnny Squelch gang with nothing but a blunted spadroon?"
Chase frowned. "Where did you hear all of that?"
"Alma? She said you were born into money, too. But then you said you were a pickpocket, so I guess she was wrong about that."
"You're a terribly nosy child, aren't you?" said Chase, a little crossly. Viola shrugged.
"I spent my whole life with nothing to do but read books about the past, trying to imagine what it would have been like to see it myself. But you were there. How did it feel to see all of those big, important things happening all around you? To be a part of them?"
"It felt like any other day," said Chase. "Sometimes that day brought red tides, to be sure. Sometimes bitter news. And sometimes you didn't know if you'd live to see the next day at all. But still, it was just a day. Those big, important stories from your books. You end up missing most of them, even when you're right there in the middle of it. It's only later that you find out what kind of story you were living in. It's only later that you look down and see the blood, and you wait for the pain to set in so you know if it's your own blood or someone else's. It's only later that you realize what you've lost." There was a faraway look in her eyes. Her cup dangled from her hand, forgotten. "It wasn't all like that, you know. The blood and the battles and the murder. Yes, there was violence, and yes, there was death. That's what happens when starving dogs fight for scraps. But there was life, too, even in the crooked, dirty, broken things. In fact, I think those are the things I miss the most. The glass-strewn streets of Devil's Pike, glittering like jewels in the lamplight, amber and blue and bottle green. The glorious stink of fermenting fish heads from Granny Auk's barge. The rats of Drytown Bay. Good God, the rats! The music and the singing and the dancing. Pirates don't get to write their own histories, so they sing them instead. And years later we still know about the girls of Satanazis, and the good sloop Stingaree, and the ballad of Rabo Torto, even if we don't quite remember what they mean. I used to go to this saloon, the Laughing Cat. There was a woman who'd sing there sometimes. I don't remember her name. She'd sing this one old sea song, Abilene. It was different than the others, sweet and sort of sad, like a tune from a music box. I think I'd heard it as a child. I think everyone had. But the Laughing Cat burned down when the Queensmen razed Devil's Pike to the ground, and I never heard Abilene again. I ask people about it everywhere I go, but no one's heard of it. I wind up the music boxes when I find them, but they play a different tune. It's gone now, but I know it was there. Viola listened raptly, watching Chase's face in the darkness as she spoke. Her profile was a shadowed skyline of gaunt peaks and valleys, traced by a rosy thread of lantern light, like the first flash of sunrise above the horizon. It had not been so long ago that she had seen Chase's face in the lantern light and been appalled by it. Her sharpness, her sneer, her dead black eyes,
all befitting that monstrous entity that had once haunted her babyish dreams. But Chase's eyes weren't dead now. They glittered bright and hot as embers in a coal-black hearth. Chase turned suddenly to catch Viola staring. Viola whipped her head away, embarrassed. "Why am I telling you all this, anyway?" said Chase. "I've never told anyone that. There's something about you, cabin girl. You're always telling stories, aren't you? You make me want to tell one, too." She cleared her throat. "All right, enough about me. What about you? What stories do you tell about yourself?" "I don't," said Viola, wrinkling her nose. "What kind of story would that be? Nothing interesting has ever happened to me in my entire life. Well, until now, I guess." "But you're only, what, 5?" said Chase. "You've got your whole life ahead of you. You can do whatever you want, be whoever you want. You don't know how many people would kill for that. A clean slate to write on however you want." "To write what?" said Viola. "I can't be who I want to be. It's too late. All the best stories are already over. The world I grew up dreaming about doesn't exist anymore. Even Fair Distance. Wilmur was right. There's nothing for us there. No one waiting. I think I've known that all along." Her face felt hot. She ducked her head. "When I look ahead, I don't see anything. Just white. You had a golden age. All I've got is salt." There was a very strange look on Chase's face. She let her head fall back against the swell behind her, tipping the rest of the contents of her cup down her throat with one long swallow. "A golden age," she murmured. Was that what that was? They didn't talk any more that night. Chapter 17. The weather took a turn for the worse the next day, the wind whipping up cyclones of driving salt and enveloping the world in a ghastly colorlessness. Still, Chase didn't slow, even as the flurries built to a raging gale, and they could see no more than a few paces ahead of them. She kept them moving dead ahead, eyes locked on her compass. Suddenly, she came to a halt. "That's not good," Viola heard her mutter to herself. "Don't like that." Viola stole a look at the compass. The needle was quavering wildly, jerking from north to northwest to somehow north-south. They were hit with another gritty blast, and Viola was forced to shield her face with her scarf, leaving the rest of her painfully exposed. Then, to her surprise, the stinging onslaught eased a little. She looked up to find that Chase had thrown one side of her coat around her, like it was the most natural thing of the world. "I'm sick of this place," grumbled Chase. "We'll have to find shelter, and soon, or we'll be sandpapered down to bloody nubs." "There's a cave right there," said Viola. "Would that work?" Chase looked. Sure enough, there was a cave, a sizable gap carved out of the foot of a cascading salt fall. She looked back at Viola with a bemused grin. "I can't decide if you're my lucky charm or my unlucky one, cabin girl," she said. "That'll do perfectly." The entrance opened into a stately cavern that felt almost like a palace, the salt cascading down in fluted columns, clusters of stalactites dangling above their heads like crystal chandeliers, while the pristine pack formed a plush white carpet underfoot. The vaulted ceiling soared as high as the Calamari Rose's mainmast, peeling back from the sky at its pinnacle and letting in a gentle shower of salt flakes that drifted lazily in the light of Chase's lantern, glittering like diamond dust. Viola secretly hoped that the storm wouldn't let up any time soon. She wanted to stay in that cavern forever. Chase chose a hollow carved out in one corner, unfurled her bedroll, and heaved herself down with a weary sigh. Viola could have chosen any other hollow, but she followed Chase instead, spreading out her blanket beside her. Chase said nothing of it, only distractedly whisked her bedroll to one side to make room for her. Her attention was still fixed on the compass in her palm, its needle ceaselessly twitching and twirling.
"What's wrong with it?" said Viola.
"I don't know," said Chase, snapping it shut, "but I don't like it." She looked over at Viola, raising her eyebrows. "What's wrong with you?"
"Nothing,"
said Viola. "Why?" Chase looked down at Viola's blanket next to hers, then back up. "You're not worried I'll murder you in the night or something?" Viola shrugged.
"Well, you haven't yet, so no. Besides, it's probably warmer with the two of us here together, isn't it?"
"Probably is," said Chase, "but don't go thinking I'm going to read you a bedtime story." She bundled herself in her coat and rolled away. Viola came slowly awake, unsure of what had roused her. Something was wrong, or rather, two things were wrong, but it took her a few moments to figure out what they were. The first wrong thing was that the cavern was nearly as light as day, but not with the sun's normal rusty cast. It was an eerie, cold light, flickering rapidly in a way that made every movement appear jerky and unnatural, like the flipbooks with their clever moving pictures that had kept her and Wilmur entertained on long, stormy days on Caveat. Viola was just turning to ask Chase what she thought was going on when she realized what the second wrong thing was. Chase was gone. Viola bolted from her blanket in a panic, throwing aside Chase's rumpled bedroll as though she might be hiding underneath. It was no good, of course. Chase wasn't there, and the bedroll was already cold. "Captain," she yelped, her voice echoing throughout the cavern. But there was no response. Chase was gone. Had she finally decided that Viola was more trouble than she was worth and left her behind without a word, just as Hester had left all those years ago? Viola tried to calm herself. Chase's pack was still there, along with its load of bottles. She might leave Viola, but she wouldn't leave the wine. Besides, Chase seemed to sleep but intermittently, and was often getting up in the night to pace or go off on her own secret adventures, and that must surely be the case tonight, even in such awful weather. But that still left the matter of the strange light. Viola crossed to the cave entrance and poked her head out, bracing for the inevitable salty blast. But it didn't come. In fact, it was surprisingly still out, though far from clear. The world was draped in a pallid fog, plunging everything into chilly blankness. The only thing she could see was her own shadow, or rather, shadows, fanned out around her like tick marks on a clock. The sun was stuck trembling at its apex directly overhead, white-hot against the pale sky. "Captain?" called Viola. Her voice came out muted and indistinct, as though she were hearing it past stuffed-up ears. There was still no response, but a moment later her eye fell upon a welcome sight. A trail of boot prints pressed into the pack, half drifted over with fresh salt. Viola hesitated. Should she follow them? Something strange was going on, and she knew from a life on Caveat that when strange things happened, you stayed indoors and waited for them to be over. But then a life on Caveat had also given Viola a distinct advantage at navigating white voids, one which not even Chase could boast. And so, she took a breath to steady herself, lifted her hand from the safety of the cavern entrance, and set off after the line of prints. Chase's trail meandered aimlessly, her pace apparently unhurried, but with an uneven, staggering rhythm that Viola found unsettling. Chase always walked with a forceful stride, and she was always decisive about her direction, even when it was wrong. Where exactly was she going? "Captain?" called Viola again, without much hope. This time, though, there was an answer. It was Chase, her voice a distant, muffled buzz. "Captain!" cried Viola, abandoning the muddled trail to rush in what seemed to be the direction of the voice. "Where are you?" Chase was yelling. What? Viola yelled back. I can't hear you. Chase sounded farther away than ever, but there was an unmistakable edge of danger in her voice now. I don't know where you are. Viola was getting really nervous now. Just keep talking. I'll find you. Chase screamed. At least, she had to assume it was Chase. It didn't really sound like her. Viola broke into a sprint, frantically scanning the fog for something, anything, but there was only suffocating nothingness pressing close on every side, bending the sun's cold light in disconcerting arcs. Finally, she spotted something. A faint gray sliver marring the vacant expanse. Captain! Cried Viola in relief. Chase was standing some 30 paces ahead, her back turned, haloed by a curious rainbow light. She didn't react to Viola's shout, but at least she wasn't dead, so that was a start. Viola rushed toward her, but Chase's form grew vaguer with each step, fading to nothing just before she reached her. Confused, Viola stopped and looked around. There was Chase again, on her left now, still about 30 paces away, her back still turned. Captain? Said Viola, taking a few uncertain steps toward her, but once more Chase faded away the closer she got. Befuddled, Viola swiveled. There was Chase again, and then again. 3 of them in total. What, exactly, was going on? That's when Viola had a thought. She looked up at the sun where it sparkled amidst its rings, flanked by 2 mock suns on either side. Sundogs, the sailors of the Calamari Rose had called them, a trick of the light caused by salt crystals in the sky. Maybe, somehow, Chase had sundogs too. Viola started for the middle of 3 chases, and to her relief, this one stayed put. Captain, said Viola as she reached her, gripping Chase's sleeve to ensure that she wouldn't lose her again. But Chase still did not respond. She just kept staring straight ahead, her eyes strangely vacant, her lips moving faintly as if with some soundless prayer. Are you all right? Viola started to step forward to get a better look at Chase's face, but some indescribable force stopped her dead in her tracks. There was something on the ground in front of them, a fine gray line inches from the tips of Chase's boots, little more than a ghostly smudge against the sea of white. It took her a few seconds to realize what it was. Then her stomach dropped to her toes. It was a cliff, and Viola had almost walked right over it. She could see nothing of what lay beyond it, but she could sense the scale of it in the pit of her stomach, something impossibly, unknowably vast. Silence radiated from it like heat from a furnace, silence so absolute that it vibrated in her ears and jangled in her head until it ached. She had heard this kind of silence before, back in the place that old bottle should have been. Back where the sailor whose name she could not remember had jumped overboard and vanished forever. And now here was Chase, poised on the brink of it, ready to do the same. Chase's lips were still moving, and Viola was close enough now that she could just make out what she was saying. 23, whispered Chase. 24. 25. Captain, said Viola, shaking Chase's arm to get her attention. What are you doing? This time, Chase did seem to notice her. She glanced over with a detached look, but there was no recognition in her eyes. Do you see that? She murmured. Viola risked another look at the void. It made her eyeballs quiver in their sockets. The taste of bile was getting stronger in her mouth. There's nothing there, Captain. No, it's... Chase's brow furrowed in confusion. It's there. It's right there. Don't you see it? A black spot surrounded by a thin, pale ring. It's getting closer. The ring is getting thinner. When it vanishes, so do we. She swayed, her head bending drunkenly forward before snapping suddenly upright again, like someone trying not to doze off. Viola clung to Chase's arm, trying to pull her back, but Chase could not be moved. "Captain, get back!" she cried fearfully. "You're going to fall!" "I have to go," said Chase vaguely. "Annie's waiting for me." Viola threw her arms around Chase's middle and held on for dear life, but she could tell that it was useless. Something was drawing Chase forward, and she didn't have the strength to pull her back. "Please, Captain, Annie would want you to stay. I want you to stay. I can't do this without you." A guttural sound bubbled in Chase's throat, something that could have been a laugh or a sob, as she swayed again. She reached a hand forward, and to Viola's shock, the tips of her fingers seemed to vanish, as if she dipped them into a wall of white paint. She knew in her gut that this was a matter of life and death, that the next time Chase swayed, she would be gone forever, just like that, as if she had never existed at all. And so Viola did the only thing she could think to do. She snatched the black-handled knife from Chase's waistband and jabbed the spur of its hilt into her hip as hard as she could. Chase yowled and staggered in surprise, almost taking them both over the edge. But Viola was ready. She hauled at Chase's waist with all her might and managed to tip her backward instead of forward, toppling them both to the ground in a great puff of salt. "Flogging hell!" snapped Chase, the sharpness back in her voice and the spark back in her eyes. "Did you just stab me? I'm going to punt you over the horizon." She stopped when she saw the expression on Viola's face. She looked back at the terrible nothingness looming before them and seemed to realize what had happened. In an instant she was back on her feet, her hand closing on Viola's collar like a naughty kitten and hauling her back the way they'd come. There was a look in her eyes that Viola had seen only once before, back on the calamari rose off of Old Bottle. Something almost like fear. The sun seemed to be following them, scrolling backward toward the west. Then, all at once, it shot forward again and vanished into the east, plunging them instantly into the dead of night. Only then did Chase's hand ease up on Viola's collar. She wobbled, fell to her knees, and threw up into a salt drift. "I hate this place," she groaned, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. She looked around the blurred landscape with a bemused expression, then back at Viola. "I don't suppose you remember the way back." Viola offered her a hand up. She took it. "This way," she said. She looped Chase's arm around her shoulders and supported her the whole way back to the cavern. Chapter 18. Chase collapsed onto her bedroll with a pained hiss, clutching her hip. "I think you bruised the bone," she complained through her teeth. "How did you even manage that? Your arms are like tiny little noodles." "I had to make it hurt," said Viola. "You were about to sleepwalk right off a cliff." "You're welcome, by the way." "I'm not thanking you for stabbing me in the hip," said Chase. She threw back her head with an annoyed sigh, then fished a battered packet of ship's biscuit from her pocket and shoved one toward Viola. "Fine, take it. You earned it." Viola looked at the biscuit, then back at Chase in disbelief. "Are you trying to give me a biscuit for saving you?" "What, did you want more than one?" said Chase. "Bit steep, if you ask me." Viola slapped the biscuit out of her hand. "I don't want biscuit. I want you to tell me what that was back there, and why it had you acting that way." "Nothing," said Chase. "It's nothing." "It wasn't nothing," said Viola. "I was there. I saw it. And you almost made both of us fall into it, so I think I deserve to know." "It's nothing," insisted Chase. "Literally, nothing. It's complete and utter emptiness. And it's what surrounds Dickerson's Sea on every side. We sailors call it the gray
Nothing is just nothing, said Viola. What is it? And why is it there?
Chase shook her head. This is Dickerson Sea. That's just how it is here.
That's not an answer,
Viola burst out in frustration.
There's something out there, and it's not supposed to be there. There used to be more to this world, didn't there? It's supposed to keep on going, not just stop. I've read the books. They talk about a huge, wide world that's round like a ball. They talk about there being 7 seas instead of just the one. When did that change? And what happened to the rest of it?
I don't know, said Chase. No one does. 15 years ago there was a storm, and then...
But it didn't start with a storm.
Viola was yelling now.
Something was wrong with Dickerson Sea before that. I pay attention to these things. I've noticed.
The maps are blank around the edges, even the ones from before the Great Blow. The history books are full of gaps, and they only go back so far.
They don't say where we came from, how we got here. What happened to Dickerson Sea to make it like this? It's like something big, something important got erased at some point, and no one even noticed. And it's still happening. Things, people, they keep disappearing, like they never existed at all. It's not right. Why can't anyone else seem to see that? Why isn't anyone trying to stop it? Why doesn't anyone care?
And what are we supposed to do? Snapped Chase. Cling to what we once had? Live our lives in heartbreak as if we were promised a kinder world? No, it isn't right. Yes, it was supposed to be different, but here we are. Things we thought we'd have forever, things we were certain we'd never forget, they slip through our hands like grains of sand. They burn up in splendid fires, or they fade away quietly in the night, and in the morning, who's to know the difference? We bury our dead in the sea, and the creatures of the deep strip them to the bone. And then they eat the bones, too. How are we supposed to keep track of what died and what vanished? You read your books and think you know what it was like, but you never really understand. You'll never know what it was like to have something and then lose it. Viola flinched, surprised by the emotion in Chase's voice. Chase seemed a little surprised by it, too. She looked away with a surly cough. After a few long moments of silence, Viola spoke up again.
When we first met, back on Caveat, you asked who it was who used to live with us, she said. Her name was Hester. She didn't like us much, but she was all we had. Then one day, she just disappeared, even though there was nowhere to go. I never forgot her. Her ratty old shawl, how she smelled like fish and sour milk, her stories. But Wilmur didn't seem to remember her at all. He'd say things about our childhood as if it had always been just us. And when I reminded him, he'd just have a blank look on his face. He believed me, I think, but he didn't remember.
Chase's obsidian gaze was fixed on her again. She met it boldly.
I know you think I'm just a kid who doesn't know anything about the world, and maybe you're right. But I do know what it's like to lose someone. And for a second out there, I thought I was going to lose you too. All I'm asking is why?
Chase sighed.
You're right, she said, a little more gently.
The Great Blow isn't the reason Dickerson Sea is strange. It was always strange. And the gray was always there, a border far past the imagination of even the most intrepid sailor, the very edge of the world. Maybe there used to be more besides Dickerson Sea long ago, but Dickerson Sea was always enough for us. Then the storm came. The sky shattered, the sea soured, and the gray pushed in, swallowing everything it touched. It doesn't stay on its side of the line anymore. It runs all through Dickerson's Sea like cracks in a porcelain dish. And things can... well, they can fall through those cracks. Small things, usually. Odd socks and nail scissors, or a pair of spectacles that you're sure were just beside you. But it takes bigger things, too. Whole ships, islands, people. And when the gray takes something, it's just gone. Gone from the world. Gone from memory. All that's left is an extra plate in the cupboard, or a scuff on the wall where they used to lean their chair back every night. But you can't remember how it got there.
A lacuna,
said Viola. That's what Alias Crow called them in the book. Something missing, something lost. Right, said Chase. Left or died or vanished, there's no answer, no matter how hard you search. And in its place, just emptiness. There was an uncharacteristic coarseness to her voice, like she was speaking past a lump in her throat.
You lost someone too, didn't you?
Said Viola. Chase didn't answer, but Viola could tell from her silence that she'd guessed right.
Who?
Said Viola.
Annie?
Chase's head snapped toward her. All right, how exactly do you know that name?
You were talking about her on the cliff,
said Viola.
You said she was waiting for you in the gray. Who was she?
Chase wouldn't meet Viola's eyes. An old friend, she muttered. That's all. Something clicked in Viola's mind.
I knew it! You are looking for something out here, aren't you? You're looking for her. That's why you crewed up an expedition to the bleach fields. That's why you needed our book. You think it's going to tell you how to bring her back.
How do you even know I'm looking for something? Said Chase sharply. I overheard you talking to Clem about it, back on the Calamari Rose. Everyone else is fleeing east, away from the salt, but you're trying to sail west. You're a creepy child, said Chase grumpily. How could you possibly? And why would I tell you, anyway? It's none of your business.
Because I can help you,
said Viola.
I grew up with that book. I practically have it memorized. You never figured out how to read it, did you?
And you don't have the time to learn. You need me. Chase's expression was guarded. Why would you want to help me? She said softly. You said it yourself. I'm the black-hearted pirate who ruined Dickerson's Sea, after all.
I don't think I believe that anymore, said Viola. And if things are going missing, I want to believe they can come back. I want to help.
She thrust out a hand.
So let me help.
Give me the page. Chase crinkled her nose in annoyance, but she reached into her coat and slapped the mysterious faded letter down in Viola's hand. Fine. We've established your eyes are sharper than mine, so have at it. Tell me what I'm missing. Viola spread the page out on the ground in the light of the lantern and leaned in close. For all her confidence, it really did look like just a lot of nonsense.
Alias Crow says something about a map.
Right here, she said. If you're wondering whether there's a map anywhere in the book, the answer is, of course, there isn't, said Chase. Did you think I wouldn't have thought of that?
It wouldn't look like a map, said Viola.
He'd never make it that easy. It would be in some kind of code. I've tried every cipher I know, said Chase. I've checked for invisible ink or messages embedded in the paper, and no luck. But he wouldn't use a code that anyone else would know, would he? He's too paranoid for that. So how are we supposed to read it?
Just give me a minute.
Viola chewed her lip, thinking hard. His typewriter's dying, she observed. The ribbon's running out. So why is it the clearest here? in the middle. "What on earth is a typewriter?" said Chase, leaning over Viola's shoulder. "Did you even read the book?" said Viola, shouldering Chase away. "It's the machine he's using to write, and the ribbon is what makes it work. When it runs out, the words fade away. But here, they come back, and then fade again, which means he wrote this middle part before he wrote the beginning and the end." Chase was paying close attention now, her eyes bright. "Keep going," she said. "Nothing in the book is random," Viola went on. "All of the ink spills, the misspellings, the cross-throughs, the pages ripped from other books. It might look like an accident, but it's not. It all means something. Like on page 352, he talks about hating coffee, but page 347 is covered in coffee rings. That's how you can tell the pages aren't numbered in the order he wrote them. The one stained with coffee came last, because by the end, he's afraid to fall asleep." Chase was hovering over Viola's shoulder again, but this time Viola didn't push her away. It felt good, having Chase hanging on her every word like that. "Look for us in the stars and in the empty places in between," she read. "I don't think these faded words are an accident. Maybe it's not about what he was trying to write when the ribbon ran out. Maybe the empty spaces themselves are what's important." She moved her finger along the page, then stopped on an unassuming blotch in the paper. "What does this look like to you?" "It looks like a blotch," said Chase. "Why? What does it look like to you?" "Wilmur and I used to have a book of maps back on Caveat," said Viola. "We'd look at it for hours, imagining all the places we wanted to go. There was one island I always remembered because it was shaped sort of like a kneeling lady stretching her arms above her head." She traced the edge of the blotch with her finger. "It's shaped exactly the same. This isn't just a blotch. It's an island." Chase snatched the page to get a better look, then shook her head. "You may know the book, but I know Dickerson Sea, and I've never seen an island like that." "It's real," insisted Viola. "I saw it on the map." "Then your map is wrong," said Chase. "I'm telling you, it doesn't exist." "Maybe it doesn't exist now, but what if it used to?" said Viola. "What if it fell through the cracks?" finished Chase softly. "What better place to hide something important than an island that doesn't exist?" Chase shot suddenly forward, sandwiching Viola's face between her hands and staring urgently into her eyes. "And its name. Do you remember its name?" I'm not sure," mumbled Viola past smushed cheeks. She tried her hardest to remember, which wasn't easy with Chase staring at her like that. It started with a G. Gull? Gull something?" It all came back to her in a rush, as clearly as if she was reading it on the map before her. Gull Gap. That's what it was called. Gull Gap. Chase released Viola, studying the page fervently again. "I've never heard of it. What am I supposed to do with an island that doesn't exist?" "Give me that," said Viola, grabbing the page back. "Look for us in the stars. What does that mean?" She ran a hand across the faded lines of periods and commas. The little black dots had been punched so hard into the paper that some of them had pierced it all the way through. When she held it up against the lantern to get a better look, they sparkled through the page like little flecks of fire. That's when it struck her. Slowly, she raised the page and held it up to the sky. "Stars," she said. "They're stars." Chase snatched the page back again. "That's the Griphites constellation, the Devil's Toenail." "He's giving you directions," said Viola. "That constellation will help guide you to Gull Gap." "Well, that's a bit of an issue," said Chase, "because the Griphites constellation hasn't been sighted since before the Great Blow. An island that doesn't exist and a missing constellation. What am I supposed to do with that?" Viola looked up.
"It's not missing," she said, pointing. "Isn't that it? Right there?"
Chase leaped to her feet, as if it would actually help her get a closer look.
"That's not possible," she said in disbelief,
tracing the constellation's shape with her thumb.
"I know the stars.
I would have noticed if it had come back."
"Maybe it's not back," said Viola. "Not exactly. Maybe we're just in the one place in Dickerson Sea where we can actually see it.
The gray was doing something strange to the sun earlier, making it seem like midday when it wasn't, like time itself was getting muddled.
What if this is the same thing?
What if somehow the gray is showing us the sky the way it used to be?
A shadow of the past, guiding the way," whispered Chase.
Then, with a sudden loud laugh, she caught Viola around the middle, whirling her through the air in a giddy hug. Viola squeaked as her boots flailed in the air.
"You bloody little genius," said Chase as she set a flustered Viola back down. "I never doubted you for a moment. I never said a cross word against you, and no one can say I did."
Her eyes were shining brighter than Viola had ever seen them. She had done that.
"So what now?" said Viola. "Are we going to find Gull Gap?"
"We?" said Chase, raising her eyebrows.
"What about Fair Distance?"
Viola shrugged shyly.
"I mean, it's not like Fair Distance is going anywhere."
Chase hesitated. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We stick to the plan. We'll need the Ramblers' help to make it much further. After that, we'll just see, I guess." But she couldn't stop her mouth from twitching up into a ghost of a pleased grin.
"All the same, I think I'd be an idiot to turn down your help, cabin girl."
Viola felt so warm she thought she might burst into flames. Once she thought that Fair Distance was the very center of the world. But maybe that was starting to shift. Chapter 19. Wilmur woke to find himself stretched out on his back on what appeared to be the deck of a ship. Which was strange, because the last thing he remembered, he was lying down on the pack to have a nap. Blurred faces hovered above him. They were unfamiliar blurs. He blinked several times to bring them into focus, but they remained unfamiliar. They belonged to a handful of young men with matching haircuts and jackets, staring down at him in slack-jawed curiosity. "Hi," he said. The men jumped, as if it hadn't occurred to them that he could speak. Wilmur sat up. It was harder than he thought it'd be, and sent everything spinning. He could tell that he was, in fact, on a ship, but it was not the Calamari Rose. It was an elegant ship, done up in blue and white, and scrubbed so dazzlingly clean that it almost hurt to look at. The crew members, too, were done up in blue and white and well scrubbed, their hair pulled back into neat pigtails at the bases of their necks. "He's awake, Captain," said one of the men. Wilmur heard the crisp clicking of boots, and then the sailors leaped aside to make way for a petite yet formidable woman. She wore the same blue jacket as the rest of the crew, but hers was trimmed with gold braid and starched within an inch of its life, so Wilmur figured she must be the captain. Her boots were so shiny that when he looked at them, he could see two perfect tiny Wilmurs looking back at him. "What's your name, lad, and where did you come from?" she demanded. "Wilmur," said Wilmur. "I came from the Calamari Rose. We got attacked by a whale, and I lost my friend. You haven't seen her, have you?" "We certainly have not," said the woman. "We're in the bleach fields, after all. You're the first living thing we've seen in weeks. You were out on the pack, alone and unconscious. How did you come to be there?" "The Calamari Rose is a pack-breaker," said Wilmur proudly. "We go where we want." "A pack-breaker?" said the woman in surprise. "And what is its mission?" "We hunt porps," said Wilmur. "Well, they let me help." Who are you?" "Of course, how rude of me," said the woman. This is the SCS Excelsis, and these fine men you see around you are Her Majesty's Queensmen. I am Captain Jacqueline Tavernier Blue. A pleasure to meet you." She hinged at the waist into a stiff little bow. Wilmur did his best to bow back from where he sat. He thought he remembered Chase telling them something about Queensmen once, but he could not remember what. "You were fortunate that we found you when we did," said Jacqueline. "Well, thanks," said Wilmur. "But I should go. I've got to keep looking for my friend." "That would be unwise," said Jacqueline. "You won't survive much longer out there on your own. Can you describe this friend of yours?" "Her name's Viola, and she's very short for her age, so she might be hard to spot," said Wilmur. "But I'll know her when I see her. She's my best friend." Jacqueline's face softened a touch. "You'll cover more ground if you stick with us. At least until you've recovered," she said. "I'll make sure the lookout keeps an eye out for her." "Really?" said Wilmur. It did seem preferable to walking all around the bleach fields on foot. "Thanks."
"Is there a problem, Captain?" said a voice. An odd-looking man was approaching. He was completely bald, without even a shadow of hair on his naked head or brow. A look of uninterested displeasure was frozen on his face, which Wilmur thought made him look like a grumpy statue. He was outfitted in a fine black suit that shimmered subtly like an oil puddle, and oddest of all, he wore what appeared to be bones across his chest, a pair of gilded collarbones and a breastbone studded with dark red rubies. The strange getup was completed by a large golden locket at his throat, clasped far too closely for comfort. "We've picked up a castaway, sir," said Jacqueline. Her voice was courteous, but there was an underlying sharpness to it, too. She did not seem to like this man. "We do not pick up castaways," said the man in a controlled growl. His iron-hard eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Wilmur. Wilmur stared right back at him.
"Do you expect us to toss him back out onto the pack?" snapped Jacqueline. "He's just a boy, Ravenspurn."
"What is your name?"
the man said to Wilmur, ignoring her. "Wilmur," he said. "I came from the Calamari Rose. We got attacked by a whale." The man didn't appear to have any feelings about that at all.
"Indeed,"
he said. "I won't be any trouble," Wilmur promised. The man did not respond, but turned and walked away without another word. "Mr. Derringer," said Jacqueline, turning to one of the sailors, "please find Wilmur a bunk and make sure he drinks plenty of water. As for the rest of you, back to work."
"Come with me,"
said the sailor to Wilmur. He looked more or less the same as all the other sailors, and Wilmur wondered how he was going to tell any of them apart. Hadn't anyone here ever heard of tattoos? "That was Herman Ravenspan," Derringer explained as they walked. "Captain Tavernier Blue commands this ship, but Herman's the head of the Queensmen. He comes aboard sometimes, and she hates it. He takes the captain's quarters for himself when he's here, and she has to move to the first mate's cabin." "I don't think I like him much," said Wilmur. "None of us do," said Derringer. Chapter 20. "It's called What Would You Do?" said Viola. "So if I said, what would you do if you were at the bottom of a pit that was 100 feet deep, and there was a hungry tiger in the pit with you, and all you had was a wooden pole and a big hat? Then you'd have to say what you do to get out of it." Chase thought about it. "Do I have my knives?" "No, just the pole and that hat." "Well, that's not realistic. I'd always have my knives." "Fine, you have your knives. So what would you do?" "Well, first, I'd pretend to be wounded so the tiger thinks I'm easy prey. When it gets close enough, I'd stab it through the chin, pinning its jaws, and then stick my knife in its carotid artery until it bleeds out. Then I'd gut it, splice its sinew to create a rope, and whittle the pole into a couple of sturdy climbing picks. Then, using the tiger gut rope as a belaying system, I'd climb up the wall of the pit and escape, sporting my new hat and a fine tiger skin to boot." "That was terrifying," said Viola. "You're terrifying," said Chase. The pack had changed again. the towering salt formations giving way to wind-carved seracs and whorled drifts crusted within a shiny, brittle rind that reminded Viola of Clem's famous meringue pie. They had to tread lightly and test each step as they went, or risk plunging through the crust into the fluffy depths below. "Is that what you did all day on that miserable little island?" said Chase. "You must have been bored out of your minds." "That, and other things," said Viola. Like this," said Viola, and hurled a clump of salt at the back of Chase's head. It exploded, dusting Chase with white powder. "You little stinker!" Chase whirled in indignation. "You've got a death wish, I see. No one sneaks up on Scarlet morning and gets away with it." She lunged at Viola, who fled, laughing her head off. Normally, Chase would have caught up to her quickly with her longer stride, but Viola had the advantage on the fragile pack. She found it easy to stay ahead of Chase, whose silver-tipped boots kept punching through the salt. "I'm starting to see how Dune Shearwater got one over on you," she yelled back over her shoulder. "You must be losing your touch." "And you're about to lose your head," said Chase, but she was laughing too. "I think I'll use your skull as a flower vase." Viola scampered up a swooping cornice out of reach, but it was more precarious than expected. With a resounding crack, it gave way, dumping her down a slick slope that she had not noticed until too late. She tumbled along it in a tangle of limbs before landing in a deep drift at the bottom, leaving a Viola-shaped hole on its surface. "Viola!" She could hear Chase calling after her as she struggled to dig herself out, a little embarrassed but unhurt. "I'm all right," she called back, heaving herself back onto the surface of the pack just as Chase caught up with her. Chase's attention, however, was fixed on something else, something just past Viola, and when Viola turned, she saw it too. It was a porp carcass, split wide open with many ragged cuts, its guts exposed and reeking. Bits of shredded blubber had been strewn around it like gruesome confetti, and beyond it were more dead porps, as far as the eye could see, staining the pack with garish smears of red. "Maybe there are porpoise nearby," said Viola. "I doubt it," said Chase, crouching down as close to the mess as the smell would allow. "They didn't take the pelts, the meat, the blubber. They didn't take anything. They just tore them up and left them." "So what did it then?" said Viola. Chase didn't answer, glancing briefly skyward with what Viola thought was an uneasy look. "We should keep moving," she said. "Porps mean the pack is thinning out, and that means we're getting closer." A silver fog descended quickly in the sunset's wake, touching everything with a mercurial sheen that lent it all an air of unreality, like a dream. Chase seemed on edge, her hand hovering on the handle of her knife as they wove through the ghostly dunes. Viola clung close to her side. The moon hung low overhead, ringed by a pale halo, and it made Viola nervous, especially with the stench of rotting porp still in her nostrils. It reminded her of Hester's warning. A silver ring round the moon, or sun like a great evil eye. Suddenly, just as they rounded a large serac, Viola found herself looking into another sort of eyes. These ones flame orange and slashed lengthwise by a line of continuous pupils. She shrieked in surprise. The owner of the eye shrieked too. There was the scurry of hard, tiny feet, and something bounded away, leaving only a track of narrow darts in the salt. "What was that?" she gasped, her fingers locked tight on the cuff of Chase's sleeve. More orange eyes floated in the haze, thorny silhouettes lurking behind them. Chase raised her lantern, catching one of them in its light, and Viola saw that it was a shaggy gray creature, thickly matted with salt and bristling with bony growths, its head caged within a tangle of antlers. It froze in the light, then bounded away with a frantic "Spiny goats," said Chase, "though I don't remember them looking quite like that." The lantern's light scattered flakes of warm gold across the silver pack, and Viola noticed something she hadn't seen before. 2 long, parallel tracks carved into the surface of the salt, running off into the fog. Captain, she said, tugging on Chase's sleeve and pointing. Chase wheeled around, and her eyes glittered at the sight. Ramblers, she said. We made it, cabin girl. They didn't have to follow the tracks for long before they arrived at their source. A wooden sledge turned on its side, its contents chewed and scattered, presumably by the goats. The owner of the sledge was nowhere in sight. Chase cupped a hand around her mouth. "Hoy!" she called, her voice echoing in the stillness. There was no response, except for more distant ahs from the goats. "There's no one here," said Viola, disappointed. "Yes, there is," murmured Chase. "I can smell 'em." There was a click behind them, and Viola jolted. Something had emerged from the fog, a ragged, bundled shape, and from it jutted the barrel of a rifle aimed straight at Chase's back. "Hulloa," rasped the figure. "Who's there?" Chase turned until the rifle's muzzle rested against her chest. "A friend," she said. "One who's been away too long." The figure hesitated, lowering the rifle just a hair. "I know you." "Yes, you do," said Chase. "It's me, Quagga." The woman named Quagga reached up and pulled down the sheath of goatskin covering her face. Underneath, she was as tough and withered as a hank of salt mule, her eyes pearly pale, her sparse brown teeth framed by stubbled lips. She looked about 1,000,000 years old to Viola, who wondered if that was how all old people were supposed to look. Quagga squinted at Chase. "Danny boy," she said suspiciously. "Heard you were dead." "I heard the same about you," said Chase. "Maybe we should start a club." She broke into a wide grin and threw herself forward, wrapping Quagga in a fond embrace. "You're a sight for sore eyes, old-timer." "It is you, isn't it?" said Quagga softly, pulling back far enough to press a mittened hand to Chase's cheek. "Not dead, my Danny boy." Viola stood by uncomfortably until they broke apart. "Come," said Quagga gruffly, gesturing before lurching off into the fog. "Get out of the open." "Danny boy?" Viola whispered to Chase as they followed. "Is that you?" "Shush," said Chase. Quagga led them through pitted hills and hollows until they arrived at a small mesa with the blackened remains of a fire at its center, that by the looks of it had been cold for some time. Quagga crouched, fumbling to light it again with stiff, swaddled hands. "Let me do that," said Chase. She took over the flint and tinder, and within minutes the fire was blazing merrily, tinging the night's misty chill with a rosy glow and casting long shadows across the mesa. Quagga's eyes swept aimlessly past Viola, then back again, screwing themselves up distrustfully as she seemed to notice her for the first time. "Who's that?" Quagga spat, gripping her rifle nervously. "That's Viola, my traveling companion, and the bane of my existence," said Chase. "It's all right, she's with me." No, insisted Quagga. "She's not supposed to be here." "None of us are supposed to be here," said Chase. "But here we are." "Quagga, where are the others?" "Others?" Quagga finally looked away from Viola and back at Chase. "Gone. All gone." "Dead?" said Chase. "All of them?" "Not dead," said Quagga. "Gone." "Gone where?" Quagga didn't answer. She was staring at Chase, confusion in her eyes. "I know you," she said at last. "Yes," said Chase, "from Devil's Pike. We used to play cards at Cap Rapids, remember? You'd trounce me every time. You always were an incorrigible cheater." "No," said Quagga vaguely, "not there. Somewhere else." Chase's brow furrowed. "How long have you been alone out here, Quagga?" "Not alone," said Quagga. "My friends are here." "Friends?" said Chase. "What friends?"
"My friends," repeated Quagga. "They'll be here soon."
She shuffled toward the stark drop-off marking the edge of the mesa, mumbling to herself.
"Her mind's gone," said Viola. "So what do we do now?"
"I'm thinking," said Chase distractedly.
"You don't know what's coming, do you?"
said Quagga suddenly. She turned, brown teeth bared in a rigid smile. Chase stood, subtly positioning herself protectively between Quagga and Viola. "What's coming, Quagga?" she said, calm. Quagga's head lolled to one side as if she lacked the strength to hold it up, filmy irises adrift in her bulging eyes.
"Evening red and morning grey," she said, "sets the traveller on his way. Evening grey and morning red brings down rain upon his head."
Chase froze.
"Listen,"
said Quagga with a disconcerting giggle.
"Do you hear them?"
Sure enough, a sound was building, a distant, thunderous thrumming growing steadily louder.
"Captain, what is that?"
said Viola. Quagga was laughing now, harder and harder.
"The silver circle will find you, Denny boy," she croaked between guffaws. "Did you think you could run from it forever?"
Chase stepped forward until she could look down into Quagga's pale, pale eyes. "I'm sorry, old-timer," she said quietly. "I really am." There was a sudden flash of steel, and Chase's sword, which Viola had not even seen her draw, sliced a line across Quagga's throat. The old woman's skin parted bloodlessly, like paper, and then her head went tumbling through the air to land with a dry splat at Chase's feet. Something rushed out of her severed neck, something dark and viscous like a slimy shadow, launching itself at Viola before she had a chance to react. Then there was a bang, and the thing burst apart, splattering across the pack in wriggling drops. Chase's pistol was in her hand, a thread of smoke drifting from its barrel. Viola opened her mouth to scream, but something else beat her to it. Something raw-throated and desperate, human and inhuman, 1,000 voices screaming together in an anguished chorus that shivered Viola to the bone. A shadow was moving across the night sky, a churning cloud of black wings that blotted out the moon. Chase looked at Viola with frantic eyes. "Run!" she barked. She did not have to say it twice. The next thing Viola knew, her feet were drumming the pack, leaving the campfire and Quagga's body far behind. It was too dark to see, but she could hear the urgent cracking of Chase's footfalls nearby, and she followed that. Her mind had narrowed down to a single instinct. Run! Run! Get away now! Then her foot punched through a thin part of the pack, and Viola was sent sprawling into a salt drift. "Stupid!" the voice in her head screamed. "Stupid! Stupid! Stupid!" She fought to free herself, panicking more and more as the clamor of wings drew closer, until at last she managed to break loose, her ankle throbbing. She couldn't hear Chase's footfalls anymore. Which way had she gone? Viola limped forward as best she could, not caring where she was going, as long as it took her away from that awful cloud. Then, with a rush of wind that smelled like death, the cloud was upon her, and still it was screaming. Something sharp struck her in the shoulder, and hot pain shot through her like a bolt of lightning. Her limbs locked up, and she went down again, hard. She was staring up at the awful cloud now as it screamed and screamed and screamed. And now Viola was screaming too. She was falling into a feverish sea that flooded her veins and melted her body like a candle. The darkness was a jangle of agonizing black and red, and Viola had the strangest feeling that she was not alone in it. There were other people there too, floating around her. She couldn't see them, but she could hear them. "My Muv, you'll tell my Muv, won't you?" "No, not that way." "You promised." "Hold fast, spies. Give her all you've—" "Viola?" "Just do it and get it over with." "There's not enough time." "I'm all right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Viola, please. Don't. Why? Viola!" Viola's eyes flew wide to see a dark shape leaning over her, its head crowned by the moon's silver halo and its face in shadow. Strong gloved hands were gripping her arms, and it hurt. Everything hurt. The razor-sharp prickle of the pack beneath her, the harsh night air clawing its way down her windpipe, even the beating of her own heart. And Viola was still screaming. She couldn't stop. No, 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 Chase was saying. Was it really her or just another voice in Viola's head? Viola, look at me. Stay awake. Viola couldn't answer. She was choking on screams. Her limbs locked and rattled and jerked, and she had no control over them. The gloved hands tightened, holding her in place. Keep still, said Chase. It's got to come out, but I'll make it quick. White-hot pain shot through her shoulder like lightning, dragging her back into her body just to melt her all over again. The figure had something in its hand now. A feather, long and barbed and wet with blood. Viola's blood. It's okay, Chase was saying, putting pressure on Viola's shoulder. You're okay. It's not okay, Viola sobbed. It hurts. I know, said Chase. I'm sorry. The voices were still babbling in Viola's ears, though she could no longer make out what they were saying. Make them stop, she whimpered, squeezing her eyes shut. What? Chase tapped Viola's cheek insistently until she opened them again. Viola, make what stop? Quagga's friends, said Viola. They're in my head now. Chase swore. Then, through the haze of pain, she felt arms wrapping around her, lifting her, pulling her close. Viola's cheek was pressed against Chase's coat now, and a button was digging into her cheek, and it hurt. She could feel the warmth blazing from Chase's chest, and that hurt too. She could smell Chase's sharp, spicy smell that at some point had become comfortingly familiar, and even that hurt. But suddenly, she didn't care about the pain. Chase was holding her. She was going to die, but Chase was holding her. Come on, cabin girl, said Chase, her voice very close, her breath hot on Viola's forehead. I promised to get you to fair distance, didn't I? It'll be summer soon. The days will be long and yellow, and you can walk on the grass in your bare feet. There are little white flowers everywhere, and if you bite their stems, they let out a drop as sweet as honey. Everything on fair distance is sweet. It's the only place in Dickerson's Sea where you can get the taste of salt out of your mouth. I don't want to go to fair distance, said Viola. I want to stay with you. Chase was silent for a while. Okay, she said at last. Stay alive, and we'll go wherever you want. Just you and me. We'll go to the Karos Bank. The stars fall slowly there, like a tear down a cheek. Or the midnight cliffs of Azabachi, so indescribable in their beauty that they've driven poets to madness. Or Pearl Island, which is just what it sounds like, a pearl the size of an island. Well, sort of. It's only big enough for one person to stand on at a time, and there's usually a line. Kind of a tourist trap, that one. Viola felt calmer now, listening to Chase's voice rumble in her chest, feeling the rhythmic rise and fall of her breath. She was safe, and she was warm, and she was being held. And if that was how she died, well, maybe it wasn't the worst thing in the world. I want to see those places, she slurred. But I think I have to sleep first. You'll stay, right? You're not just going to leave once I'm asleep? I'm not going anywhere, said Chase. You can sleep. Don't let him forget me. Viola's eyes were starting to slip closed again. Wilmur. He will, you know. He never remembers anything. The last thing she was aware of before fading into nothingness was that Chase had picked her up and was carrying her.
Journals and proceedings relating to the study of bizarre occurrences in the curious region known as Dickerson's Sea, being a record of events since the crossing of Icarus Bend by G. and unreadable, Critchlow, SVO, etc. Thus written by one alias Crow. Lacuna, noun. 1. A gap, break, hole, or lack in a set of things. Something missing. 2. An absent part, especially in a book or other piece of writing. A vacancy caused by omission, loss, or obliteration of something necessary to continuity or completeness. 3. Unreadable. Or hollow. Day 235. A list of avian anomalies observed in Dickerson Sea. Storks now carry newborn babies away. Hummingbirds drink blood. Seeing a single magpie will cause one to fall into a deep and unbreakable depression. Seeing two creates a permanent state of euphoria, but those affected often die in preventable accidents, believing they cannot be killed. Seeing three will transform one into a girl, 4 into a boy. I am told some seek this out. 5 will turn one into a statue of pure silver, 6 into one of pure gold, and 7 imbues one with a terrible, unforgivable secret never to be revealed. Woodpeckers are capable of boring through any material. They also drink blood. The cry of the loon sounds exactly like your most embarrassing secret. Dodos have made a full recovery as a species, and are doing well. I admit that I am happy for them. Swans remain as vicious as ever, but with even more teeth. Owls are always talking behind your back and saying some very hurtful things. Canaries now thrive in coal mines and have established an egalitarian subterranean society with none of mankind's social ills. They do drink blood, though. The ducks of Salient Point have declared a local woman, Ina Rollmops, their leader. Unfortunately, Ms. Rollmops seems to have been secretly harboring some disturbing notions all her life, and now deploys her duck army to seek revenge on her enemies, namely those whose Sunday hats she deems too casual. Of the blue-footed booby, I will say nothing here. An exercise in the study of paradox decay and its effects. Subject 1. Adult female cat, Calico. Subject 1 delivered 5 healthy kittens, a mix of tabby and calico. Subject 1 was allowed to remain with her kittens for 6 weeks until the kittens were weaned. Subject 1 was then deposited into the redacted, and the kittens examined. No immediate effect was observed on the kittens. After 1 week, the kittens were again examined. The calico kittens, the ones most resembling their mother, had seen some minor shifts in markings, but otherwise, the paradox decay was found to be minimal. Subject 2. Adult female cat, tortoiseshell. Subject 2 delivered 4 kittens, all with tortoiseshell markings. Subject 2 was allowed to remain with her kittens for 2 weeks, after which she was deposited into the redacted. The kittens displayed moderate signs of paradox decay over the following weeks. While chasing a beetle, one kitten passed through a solid stone wall. It was not possible to retrieve it, and its fate is unknown. The remaining 3 kittens appeared more stable and became adept mousers. The mice were often found mutilated in improbable ways, such as their corpses being turned completely inside out. Subject 3. Adult female. Subject 3 delivered, and unusually, immediately after giving birth, Subject 3 was deposited into the redacted. Severe paradox decay was found to occur immediately thereafter. One was eaten by a species that now appears to be extinct as a result of this experiment. Another, quite bizarrely, walking upright
like a human, singing in the night in an unfamiliar language, and stretched longer and longer, its boneless and slithering. The paradox decay was found to be extremely hazardous to the researchers, and all remaining were deposited into the redacted. This seemed to effectively resolve the paradox. However, the memory of will never leave us. Day 3088. On the apparent disappearance of the inkblot. I fear that I have done something ill-advised. Let me explain. I had gotten it into my head to feed some book or letter or other piece of writing to observe its effect on language. I realized that such an experiment was risky. Suppose I were to unravel the very notion of literature or grammar or, heaven forbid, the written word itself. Therefore, I elected to proceed by inserting a work of no intellectual significance whatsoever, a children's book, The Man on the Yellow Inkblot. How I even came to possess such a thing, I have no idea. In it went, and the world appeared unchanged, my other books remaining stalwart on their shelves as ever. I logged the experiment's uninspiring results and went about my day. However, upon returning to my desk this evening, I discovered a strange thing. My inkwell had exploded, spattering my notes, and every instance of the word, "There's another inkblot here," was completely obliterated. Not only that, but upon consulting my other volumes, I was unable to find a single intact instance of the word inkblot in any of them. All had been in some way obscured, blotted out, or scribbled over, or chewed away by book lice. Having removed the inkwell, let us continue the experiment by typing. Inkblots fly. Inkblots shoo. Inkblot horsing around. Hungry as a inkblot. A inkblot of a different color. What about derivatives? Inkblotoni. Inkblotalion. Mule. Night inkblot. Inkblot knee-tail. Inkblot hippopotamus. Returning once more to my desk, I find that I must have neglected to move the inkwell after all, for it has exploded once more to the same effect. How fascinating. It appears I have, in a single stroke, consigned the inkblot and half of the inkblot hippopotamus to oblivion. However, having lost a fingertip to one of the ghastly creatures in an unfortunate childhood event involving a carrot, I admit to not feeling too torn up about it. My son. Your mother, as ever, sends her warmest regards. I apologize for the considerable passage of time since my last letter, for you see, the days have a way of blending one into another here, and they are not much distinguishable from the nights. I am lucky to see an hour or so of sunlight each day, and some days none at all. But we are creatures well accustomed to long hours spent by candlelight in dark, stuffy libraries. My records tell me you will soon be 13. Allow me to be the first to wish you a merry birthday. Enclosed is your gift, a first edition La Perouse, well loved and annotated by your mother and myself. I realize with regret that we failed to send a gift last year, and so I hope this book's remarkable rarity will make up for it. May your 13th year be a jolly one indeed. I hope you are continuing to keep up your physical health and mental fortitude with wholesome and stimulating activities, as I suggested in my last letter. I am delighted to hear that you have made a friend, but I do caution you, my son, not to get too heavily involved with those of lesser verisimilitudes than yourself, lest it prove to be a distraction. Your mother requests that I interject here that she wishes you a merry birthday as well. I remain your proud father, alias Crow. Day 4011. A treatise on coincidence. There is much to be said about the nature of coincidence in Dickerson's Sea, though little of it, admittedly, of any real scientific merit. To be certain, wherever coincidence occurs, it is likely to appear to the layman's eyes to be a remarkable event, perhaps even a magical one. And yet, the truth remains that in a universe of infinite chaos, improbable events will, from time to time, fall together. Nevertheless, it does seem to me that Dickerson's Sea is a place of higher-than-average rates of coincidence. I myself experience regular coincidental events. Whenever I wear my goldenrod ascot with a blue posy pattern, personal style being important, even when one finds oneself in a remote research station, as I do, I always, without fail, drop my morning toast into a puddle. For this reason, I have retired the ascot. Name is smudged and unreadable, and I once enjoyed spending our evenings reading while listening to the phonograph, but the frequency of the word being read, coinciding with the word being sung, proved distracting. I began to keep a list of these words, and the list spelled out, "The rivers, lakes, and ocean all stood still, and nothing stirred within their silent depths. Ships sailorless lay rotting on the sea, and their masts fell down piecemeal," which appears to be an excerpt from Byron. Coincidentally, I can hear the phonograph playing from the other room just now. This might not seem so unusual, except that, word is obscured, has been gone for 5 years, and there is no one else who could be playing it. I know what you're thinking. The phonograph is my imagination, and I have gone mad. But I haven't gone mad. It isn't my imagination, because I'm not mad. I'm quite sane, and I haven't gone mad. I haven't. Whenever I draw domino tiles from the bag, it is a 00 every time. I do not need to replace them in the bag for this phenomenon to be repeated endlessly. When I try to pour out the whole bag, I black out for the entire day. What occurs during this lost day, I do not know. I tried to play the phonograph once, since text is obscured's disappearance. The cylinder was not one I recognize. It turned out to be a recording of my own voice, talking to myself in my study. I do not know who recorded it. Did I record it? In the recording, I begin counting down, my voice growing louder and louder until I am screaming and it no longer sounds like my voice at all. This is also a coincidence. Because of all the cylinders I could have chosen, I selected this obviously flawed one. The problem is with the cylinder and not with me. The phonograph has stopped playing, and someone is coming down the hall. I find myself quite immobilized by dread. I think I must be dreaming, and in order to escape, I must pour out all these domino tiles. If you will excuse... Do you want to die with me? Day 6,200 and... something. Lately, a new creature has taken to haunting the hallways of the first level, one I call the Angel. Scientific designation forthcoming once I locate the Latin dictionary that I seem to keep hiding in my sleep. The Angel's body is abnormally long, easily twice my own height, though very thin, with 2 large wings sculpted from its own leathery skin. Worst of all is its face, its mouth always stretched wide in a vacant grin, and its eyes are not true eyes, but merely hollow, fleshy approximations. I often hear it scratching at my door, babbling in a crude mockery of human speech. All of its sentences rise at the end like a question, and I know, somehow, that it is a question I am going to have to answer someday. I have reinforced the barriers on all 3 staircases, but as the Angel does not seem to be dissuaded, I must assume it has discovered an alternate route. Tomorrow I will find and obstruct this route. But at least the Angel does not seem to have the strength to break through my door on its own, though I do see it stick its fingers underneath and wiggle them sometimes. An unsettling gesture, to say the least, especially as it seems to possess an inappropriate number of digits on each hand. Day, ? There are voices in the hallway, and they are getting closer. One of them is text obscured's, and one seems to be mine. The others I do not recognize,
They speak sometimes to me, but more often to each other. The same conversations again and again. An older man greets a child at his birthday party. 2 women gossip at a ball, and, text obscured, asks if I would like tea. I never answer, but sometimes I hear myself answer anyway, from the other side of the door. She asks if I am coming to bed, and I respond that I intend to very shortly. She says that my mind will be a little clearer with sleep, and I respond that of course it will. I only need a few more minutes. She answers that it will be the death of me. And then she is suddenly very close to the door, and she asks if I am dead yet, and I wait for my response, but it never comes, and then she laughs. I no longer can recall. Text obscured, laugh, but I am certain it didn't sound like that. Every day the grows louder, and every night the confounded ticking of Icor's infernal machine permeates my dreams, and always it is counting down. I have tried many times to shut it off so that I may have some peace, but it seems to have some way of turning itself back on. This morning, there was a sheet of paper already in my typewriter bearing words that I did not write. I know I did not write them. I do not use ampersands, nor do I use Oxford commas. I cannot quite recall what an Oxford comma is, only that I feel great disdain when I think of them. There used to be more on the page, ampersands and Oxford commas and all, but the page has gone blank now, except for the words, "Do you want to die with me?" Well, do you? Why are you doing this, anyway? Do you think that anyone is actually going to read it? Face it, you are dead, long lost, like Franklin and Leichhardt and all the rest. You will never go home again. You've known that for a long time, haven't you? So why are you still holding on? Because you are afraid. Afraid not to think, afraid not to be, afraid to blink out like a soap bubble on a hot summer day, your fate unknown, your work unfinished. Logically, you know that when you are dead you won't mind it, that you will feel no pain, no dissatisfaction. No love, no hope, no fear, no joy, no simple delights like cracking a hard-boiled egg, or picking out an ascot, or the sound of typewriter keys, or fear, or fear, or fear, and the truth is, you would rather feel all the worst things forever than not at all. You would rather your mind slowly unravel over years and years of agonizing solitude than nothing at all. Do you want to die with me? The truth is, I'm beginning to think I do. A typewritten letter. There are actually 2 letters. The first is legible, even though a second has been typed over it. Letter 1 begins, "Hello, this is Alias Crow." Letter 2, "Hello, is anyone there? I do not think this is Alias Crow anymore." The first goes on, "What have I done?" The second, "I did not do this. I have committed no sin. I am innocent. I am something new." The first, if anyone is reading this, please understand this was not our plan. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought. Then the second letter. Please, I can fix it. I know that I can fix it. I know that the next time I will get it right. Please, just give me one more chance.
Chapter 21. At that moment, on the Excelsis, 2 sailors named Cutter and Bastion were having a mock duel as the other sailors hollered advice and whooped when one of them took a blow. Wilmur was watching too, itching to join in, but he already knew that they would not let him. Little boys shouldn't play with swords, they would say. Well, Wilmur wasn't little. He was already as tall as some of the men, and Derringer was only a couple of years older than him. Anyway, they weren't even using real swords. They were using sticks. The Excelsis had proved to be different from the Calamari Rose in almost every way. Jacqueline held the crew to a strict schedule, and on days when the ship was stuck and there wasn't much to do, she had them run drills or jog around the decks to keep up their fitness. There was no Christmas, no gambling, and no drinking of glug.
Even the ship's slithering cats were polite and businesslike in their hunting. The crew was made up of all men, except for Jacqueline, which Wilmur found strange, and almost all of them came from civilized islands. Apparently it mattered a lot which island you were from and how important your family was there, and the ones from good islands and good families never seemed to shut up about it. Not Jacqueline, though. She had no tolerance for bragging, and those caught doing it would be given humbling tasks like holy stoning the decks or serving dinner to the others.
"If you wanted to swan about like little lords, you should have stayed on land to do it," she'd said. "Out here at sea, you're all the same, a pair of hands that do as they're told and a mouth that shouts, 'Yes, Captain,' when I address you."
"Yes, Captain," the men had responded, some more grudgingly than others. Still, despite Jacqueline's strict and formal bearing, Wilmur could tell that she was made of a different stock than the rest of the crew. There was a certain robust physicality to her, and a devilish sparkle that sometimes appeared in her eye, and when it did, you knew you were about to catch a glimpse of her other side, one that was passionate and a little reckless, who never flinched in the face of a dirty or difficult task, who sometimes swore and then pretended she hadn't. Wilmur even thought he could spy a sliver of a faded tattoo peeking above her collar. He liked her very much.
"Good form, Bastion," said Jacqueline. "Cutter, you've got to keep your elbow down. You're practically begging to get stabbed in the ribs."
"You mean poked," said Wilmur. "Poked in the ribs."
"Ouch,"
said Cutter, as the foretold poke occurred.
"What did I tell you?" said Jacqueline. "Elbow down, Cutter."
"Are you going to stand by and allow these men to engage in violent sport?"
said Herman, who was suddenly standing behind Wilmur. It was a hot day, but he still wore his suit, every button neatly buttoned all the way up to his chin, the bones splayed out on his chest. As far as Wilmur could tell, he never took them off. Jacqueline's face, which had been relaxed and pleasant, tensed as she turned to face him.
"They're practicing a useful skill, Ravensburn," she said.
"And how is beating each other with sticks considered a useful skill?"
"They need to be able to defend themselves," said Jacqueline sharply. "Otherwise, we will be easy prey for looters and pirates."
Herman's eyes narrowed, which was the most expression that Wilmur had ever seen him make.
"There are no pirates,"
he growled. He jerked his head toward the dueling men.
"Put a stop to this."
With that, he walked away. "No pirates," said Jacqueline under her breath. "You made sure of that, didn't you, Ravensburn?" She turned back to the duelers.
"Cutter, Bastion, swords down, fun's over."
The men disbanded, grumbling, but Wilmur tagged along after Jacqueline as she clicked her way aft toward the quarterdeck.
"Hey, Captain," he said.
"I've been wondering—"
"Is that any way to address your captain?" said Jacqueline crisply. "Hay is for cows, and I am not a cow."
Wilmur considered this. Your captainess? I am bewished to inquire—" Jacqueline chuckled, not bothering to hide her fond smile now that it was just the two of them. "Goodness, that's even worse. We'll work on that, shall we? Now, what were you going to ask?" "Oh," said Wilmur, "I was just wondering why Herman wears those bones." "It's a sign of mourning," said Jacqueline. "On civilized islands, it's customary to display a piece of the body after you lose someone. Of course, since the massacre, everyone's lost someone, so the bones have become a bit of a fashion statement these days. Not for Herman, though. He wears them because it's proper, and the Ravensburns have never been anything but proper." "Do you wear any bones?" said Wilmur. Jacqueline hesitated, then tugged forward a coil of braid on her jacket that didn't quite match the others. The others were gold thread all the way through, but this one was twisted up with strands of shiny black. "My brother," said Jacqueline. "Julian. They never found his body, but I cut his hair for him the last time I saw him. He'd always worn it long, and I knew somehow that he wasn't coming back. We were twins, you know, and exactly alike, before he changed his name and ran off to the sea. I wanted to go with him, but I never was half as brave as him." There was an aching in her eyes as she gazed off across the pack. I think a twin must always know when the other one is gone. It never feels right, being only one after you've always been two. Now he's nowhere, and I'm still here, and this is all I have to prove I ever had a twin at all. I'm sorry, said Wilmur, because he didn't know what else to say. So am I, said Jacqueline. Don't ever let anyone tell you the massacre was justice, Wilmur. People like Ravensburn will say so, because they can't face their part in it. Did you know that he's the last surviving member of Parliament? The rest all died when the Parliament building burned down with everyone inside. Ravensburn wasn't there. No one knows where he was at the time. The massacre was his doing. No one called for the purge of pirate islands more vehemently than him. Now all the rest are dead, and he gets to live on comfortably, as if nothing ever happened. She shook her head. I shouldn't be speaking of this, least of all to you. It's okay. I don't mind, said Wilmur. I know you don't, but if Herman heard me talking this way, I'd be fired in an instant. He's my employer, after all. He wouldn't fire you, Wilmur assured her. You're a very good captain. I know, said Jacqueline primly. Don't repeat a word of this to anyone. Understood, sailor? Aye, Captain, said Wilmur with a smart salute. Chapter 22. Viola was standing at the rail of a ship. She was wearing a new dress, and it itched. There was a ribbon in her hair, and she hated it. But it didn't matter because the brisk ocean air was on her face, and the waves were rolling merrily all around. The sky was blue, and so was the sea, and there were seagulls mewling overhead. A voice called, "Get away from there! You'll fall in!" A woman grabbed her hand and pulled her away from the rail. Viola was angry at that, though she wasn't sure why. The woman had very cold hands, and that made her angry too. She wasn't going to fall in. She was not a baby. She was standing in a graveyard, carpeted with bone-white grass. All the graves looked the same, except for one that was smaller. 2 men with shovels were there too, their clothes and faces streaked with red earth. "It's a shame," said one man. "A shame indeed," said the other. Viola leaned in to get a better look at the graves, but all she could see was a dimly lit room. There was a bed with tousled sheets, but it was empty. There was a bassinet in the corner of the room, and inside was a baby that cried and cried and cried, but no one took any notice of Viola as she pushed her way through a crowd of people. They were all too entranced by something just out of Viola's view. She could hear a woman singing, a song that Viola had never heard before, and yet somehow she felt she must have known it. All her hands flailed for something to catch hold of as she hurtled through the dark, cold cellar. A girl was sitting on a stack of carpets, her face in her hands as she cried out for help, but no one heard a frantic clicking noise. Viola rounded a corner to find a cluttered study where a man was pecking away at a strange boxy thing. "Are you going to work all night?" said a woman as she entered, setting a cup of coffee in front of him. "You know your work gets sloppy when you haven't slept." The man looked at the cup, then at her. "You're not her," he said. "The eyes are wrong." The woman screamed, and 1,000 voices were screaming too, pounding at the inside of Viola's skull. "Where's my mother?" "Day 23, bluish-gray, still not right. I saw what you took, and I'm going to make you sorry. And there are those for whom we weep, the young, the bright, the fair. Good night, darling. I love you. Do you love me?" "She's dead. She's dead. They killed her." "I'm Annie, and I won't be in here long. My parents are coming for me." "What's wrong with my name?" Viola's eyes flew wide. The last voice was Wilmur's. She tried to call for him, but no sooner had she opened her mouth flooded with water as she plunged into a dark, cold sea. Strands of pale light filtered down from far above, the moon wavering on the surface. She tried to swim toward it, but her limbs were sluggish and leaden. A body crashed into the water above her, surrounded by clouds of red. Brings down rain upon his head. And the body's cold weight hit Viola full force, pulling her down with it. She couldn't get free. She was drowning. She was being dragged to the bottom of the sea. She was standing in a room. It was the most beautiful room Viola had ever seen. It was the most beautiful anything she'd ever seen. It was built of palest green stone, veined with rosy gold, so airy and luminous it seemed almost lit from within. Columns, artfully fashioned to look like a grove of slender trees, soared upward all around, their branches fanning out at the top to support an immense, domed ceiling of faceted glass, which bathed the room in sparkling light and sent dappled rainbows playfully skirting across the mother-of-pearl floor. It all felt so real, as though Viola could reach out and touch it. She tried. She could, in fact, reach out and touch it. The column was satin smooth under her fingertips, and colder than she'd expected. What was going on? She couldn't really be in this room, could she? Was this heaven, or something like that? If so, heaven was kind of lonely. As if this was not all strange enough, the double doors at the far end of the room suddenly opened, and Queen Hail Meridian herself came through. She looked just as Viola had always imagined her, perhaps even more so. Her bone china cheeks, her shower of honeyed curls, her big violet eyes fringed by snow-white lashes. She wore a froth of blush-colored silk, as light as a breath of wind, clasped at the neck and elbows and waist with bands of decadent pearls, her hands wrapped in soft white leather gloves to her elbows. And there, on her head, was the royal crown, a somber golden lump that seemed too heavy for her slender neck. A young waiting girl walked behind the queen, carrying the train of her gown, though there was not a speck of dust on that perfect floor to dirty it. Neither of them took any notice of Viola, even though she was standing right there in plain view. Hail Meridian's violet eyes darted quickly around the room before waving the girl away. "That will be all," she said. The girl seemed surprised. "Your Majesty? Do you not need help undressing?" "I said, that will be all," said the Queen. And Viola was surprised by the sudden sharpness in her gentle lilt. "You are dismissed." The girl ducked a nervous curtsy and rushed from the room. Hail Meridian pressed the doors closed behind her. Only then did she exhale a tremulous breath, her proud posture crumpling in on itself like a puppet with its strings cut. She crossed to a gilded vanity at the far end of the room and lifted the crown from her head, setting it carefully on a silk cushion, and then began to unpin the multitude of little pearl combs from her hair, laying them in a neat row before her. Her hands were shaking, Viola noticed, her cheeks flushed and damp. One of the combs snagged in her curls. After struggling with it for a few moments, the Queen gave up and caught herself by the roots of her hair, dragging the whole mass off her head. A wig, Viola realized with surprise. Her famous golden curls were a wig. Underneath, her real hair was thin and colorless, almost white, drenched in sweat and held close with a simple net. Without the wig, Hail Meridian looked small, fragile, almost gawky, her striking eyes too large for her peaked face, her narrow frame swallowed up within billows of gossamer fabric like a crushed moth tangled in its own wings. There was a rustle behind her, and Hail Meridian sprang to her feet with a desperate cry, a dainty palm-sized pistol appearing suddenly in her hand. She whirled and pointed it right at Viola, who scrambled back in alarm. "I'm sorry," began Viola. "I don't know how I got here. I didn't mean—" "Easy there, love," said a voice behind her. "It's only me." Viola spun to see a man stepping out from behind a column. He was slight and willowy, like a rapier, with impish green eyes and silver hair, though he wasn't particularly old. He was, however, clearly a good deal older than Hail Meridian. He wore a trim jacket of the same shade of sky blue that the waiting girl had worn, which Viola guessed made him a servant, but he didn't carry himself like a servant. He swaggered forward, his dimpled smile bearing sharp points like fangs, lending a roguish edge to his boyish handsomeness, if you liked that sort of thing, which Viola wasn't sure that she did.
"Vess,"
said Hail Meridian, letting out the breath she'd been holding with a shuddering gasp.
"What are you doing here?"
"I came to see you, of course," said Vess. "I couldn't stay away. Can you blame me?" He caught Hail Meridian around the waist, drew her in, and kissed her. Viola looked the other way until they were done.
"What's the matter with you?" yelped Hail Meridian, pulling away and glancing anxiously at the multitude of windows all around them. "You know they're always watching me. There was someone hiding under my bed last night, I'm sure of it. I heard breathing." "There was no one under your bed," said Vess blithely. "It's just your imagination running away with you. It's these big drafty halls, that's what it is. They drive anyone to madness."
"Hello!" he shouted suddenly, his voice echoing all throughout the room. Hail Meridian leaped on him, clapping a hand over his mouth.
"Why can't you take this seriously?" she hissed. "You know what will happen if they catch me with you. They'll...
"And who's going to catch us?" said Vess, peeling her off of him.
"No one's ever been able to catch me."
"Don't you trust me?" Hail Meridian's enormous eyes were swimming with tears.
"I can't do this much longer, Vess. They know. I can see it in their eyes. They're plotting to expose me. You've got to get me out of here."
No, none of that," soothed Vess, tucking a stray wisp of her hair back under its net.
"You've been doing brilliantly, Elise. You've got the lot of them eating out of your hand. I assure you, not one of them suspects that their beloved queen has been a pirate all along."
Viola jolted.
"What?"
she said aloud without thinking. Hail Meridian's head snapped toward her as though she'd somehow heard, but her eyes looked straight through Viola.
"You know you can't use that word here."
The queen swatted at Vess's chest for emphasis.
"If someone heard you..."
"Don't you understand?" said Vess. "We don't have to be afraid of them. We're winning, all thanks to you. Your latest decree ordering the Queen's men into Shim's Pass for the safety of all has had just the effect we hoped it would. The Gunpowder family have lost their most advantageous hunting ground, while honest merchant ships are being forced to seek new passage through hell or high water to avoid having their cargo skimmed by crooked officers, driving them straight into the nets of the brothers Cobb and Firk, who, true to their word, have sworn themselves to you in gratitude. Their fleets stand ready to teach the Gunpowders a bloody lesson they won't soon forget, and show the rest of the pirate world what happens to those who fall from your good graces. That leaves only the Requiem Sharks as the last holdout standing in your way of total control over the pirate courts, but I have it on good authority that they will be dealt with soon enough." His eyes sparkled like a wicked schoolboy's. "A new golden age of piracy is about to dawn, Elise, with you at its head. The courts will be yours, and with their armadas at your command, we will bring the civilized world to its knees. And then at last, we will be together in the light of day." Hail Meridian smiled thinly. "You've said that before, many times. It's always just a little longer with you, before there's something else you want me to do." "I mean it this time," said Vess, "just a little longer. I won't let anyone harm you, my love. Remember, the Silver Circle is at your disposal, and anyone who raises a hand against you will find themselves reduced to a fine mulch by sunrise." A shadow flickered across Hail Meridian's face at that. She caught Vess forcefully by the front of his jacket and kissed him.
"I don't need the Silver Circle," she said. "I only need you."
Viola's head was reeling. Then everything was reeling, the room spinning dizzily around her, the columns crumpled like paper, the beautiful floor cracking and chipping away, and then she was flung violently back out into the blazing light of... Chapter 23. Day. What? Viola came awake to the sound of voices, the ghost of her dream already fading in her mind. Her eyes were open, but it was too bright to see anything. There was a rotten taste in her mouth.
Don't look like any kind of lady to me,
one of the voices was saying. What do you expect after we've been shipwrecked out here for God knows how long? Said another voice. Chase. That was Chase. Viola struggled to rise, but couldn't. Something heavy and coarse was wrapped around her. She looked down to see that she was bundled up in goatskin blankets on a wooden sled. Quagga's sled.
She's awake,
said another voice. A face swam into view above Viola. It belonged to a man with a face full of dusty stubble and a slack-jawed expression. I'm here, Viola, said Chase, and Viola flopped her head to the side to see Chase standing with another disagreeable-looking man. He had pale, wide-spaced eyes that looked off in subtly different directions, like a hammerhead shark. The eyes were aimed unkindly at Viola, or rather, one of them was. Darling, said Chase in an uncharacteristic lilt that Viola had never heard from her before, thank goodness you're all right. She dropped to her knees beside the sled, throwing her arms around Viola in a tender embrace. Viola went rigid in confusion. Don't say a word, Chase hissed in her ear. Let me do the talking. Then, more loudly, and in the same bizarrely sweet voice as before, she won't survive much longer out here. What would your captain think if he heard you left behind an innocent young girl to die? The wall-eyed man scowled, unmoved.
We'll see what he has to say about it then.
Come on, get her up.
Viola shot Chase a look that meant, what is going on? And Chase shot one back that meant, if you mess this up for me, so help me God. Aloud, Chase said, do you think you can walk, my love? Viola had no idea if she could walk or not, but suspected she didn't have much of a choice. She braced for the pain as Chase slipped an arm around her and lifted her free from the blankets, but all she felt was a dull burn and a rush of dizziness. She stumbled and would have fallen had Chase not caught her and propped her back up. Good girl, Chase said softly in her own voice. You're all right. Viola's legs tangled around each other like overcooked noodles as she walked, the ground seeming to dodge her steps, but Chase held her upright and kept her moving steadily forward. A shadow fell across them, and Viola squinted up to see a ship looming ahead, a grand, gorgeous ship that made the Calamari Rose look like a leaky bucket. This ship, too, was a pack-breaker, her hull wrapped with shining steel bands, but that's where the resemblance ended. This ship was built of new wood, richly burled and purple in color, with voluminous snowy sails that snapped crisply in the breeze. Her name was inscribed in gold on her bow, the SCS Brightest and Best. The crew watched them with suspicious eyes as they boarded, all of them sweating through matching cream-colored jackets with pearl buttons, an oddly dainty choice of garment for such a brutish-looking bunch. They nodded at Viola and Chase in the barest semblance of courtesy, but Viola could hear them murmuring nastily to each other as they passed.
Well, snap my garters and call me Samuel. What's this?
Someone bellowed, and a man came striding into view. He was not a large man, and yet everything about him seemed to be oversized, from his bushy mutton chops framing an enormous set of shockingly white teeth to his dramatic greatcoat topped with a pair of epaulets that made him look nearly as wide as he was tall. At his throat he wore a cream-colored cravat that matched the crew's jackets, held in place by what appeared to be a single gold-plated vertebra.
These are the castaways, Captain,
replied the wall-eyed man flatly.
The castaways! Of course, roared the captain, clapping the wall-eyed man enthusiastically on the shoulder and almost knocking him over. Excellent work as ever, Mr. Lamp Muscle. I never have to worry when you're on the job, do I? When's the last time you thanked your magnificent first mate, Mr. Lamp Muscle, my good boys?
A few half-hearted, "Thank you, Mr. Lamp Muscles," rippled through the crew.
"And you," enthused the captain, turning to Chase and Viola and sweeping a grand bow. "Thrilled to make the acquaintance of two such charming ladies as yourselves. My name is Captain Haricot V. Prickpost, your most humble servant. To whom do I owe the pleasure?" He peered at Chase more closely. "You look familiar. Have we met?" Chase was staring at Prickpost with a strange expression, but it quickly vanished behind a blandly pleasant smile as she ducked a bow herself. "No, good sir, I don't believe we have. My name is Arabelle Swift, and this is my daughter, Viola." She clasped Viola's hand in an attempt to appear motherly as Viola stared at her dumbfounded.
"Hello there, little one,"
beamed Prickpost loudly and slowly as he crouched down to Viola's level.
"How did a dear little girl like you end up in such a dreadful place as this?"
Viola stared flatly back.
Poor girl. She hasn't spoken a word since she saw her father trampled to death by a herd of wild pigs. God rest his soul, said Chase gravely, but that's a long and sad story.
"Plenty of time to tell it over a bit of refreshment," declared Prickpost. "Come, allow me to entertain you in my stateroom, my dear lady. I insist."
If you don't mind, perhaps we could freshen up first, began Chase.
"I insist,"
thundered Prickpost, flinging his arms around them and bustling them away. Prickpost's stateroom was an extravagant yet strangely shabby affair. The plush carpet was musty underfoot, the decorative paper on the walls peeling off in large swaths. The furniture was covered in velvet drapes, which Prickpost buzzed around the room, removing.
"Pardon the mess," he enthused. "The salt air is murder on the wallpaper."
He spent several moments trying to stick one drooping flap back in place, only to have it flop over the top of his head, oozing paste into his hair. He finally gave up, kicking the errant strip under the sofa.
"There you are. Have a sit. Something to drink? I've just had a fresh pot of tea brewed up. A very nice grosse violette. It's all the rage in St. Roma de Sau, you know."
"Water, if you would," said Chase.
Of course, of course."
Prickpost looked at his teapot, then around the room, then back at the teapot, apparently at a loss.
"Well, there's water in tea, isn't there?" he chirped at last with a shrug. "How do you take it? 7 lumps or 10?
Viola grabbed a teacup and tipped its contents down her throat. It was scorching hot and so sweet that it made all her teeth want to leap from her mouth. But she didn't care. She drained it in one go.
"Goodness, the girl has an appetite," hooted Prickpost. "Would you like a sweetie, my dear?"
He offered Viola an array of bonbons, trimmed with sugar frippery. Viola grabbed a fistful and shoved it all into her mouth at once.
"Forgive her manners," said Chase, shooting Viola a glare. "I'm afraid grief has left her but a shell of her former self. Poor dear."
Viola ignored her and grabbed a second teacup, guzzling that one down too.
"Not to worry, plenty more where that came from."
Prickpost simpered as he settled into a slippery wingback chair across from them. He had to dig his heels into the carpet to keep from sliding off.
"Now, Mrs. Swift, how did you and your lovely daughter come to find yourselves in such an unfortunate predicament?"
"Alas, we were transporting my dear husband's coffin back to our home island of Forward Kettle when our ship was rammed by a whale," said Chase. "We were the only survivors. I don't think I can bear to say more. The pain is still too fresh."
Surely Prickpost could not really be buying this. Perhaps he could not see very well past his mutton chops. Chase? A grieving widow? A mother? It was almost too ridiculous to believe. She had adopted a polite, diminutive posture, her ankles daintily crossed, though it did not look very dainty with her silver-tipped boots, and her hands clasped in her lap, which she would occasionally wring. She seemed to be avoiding looking Prickpost in the eye, and she had let her hair fall forward over her face in an apparent show of modesty.
"Oh, were you?" exclaimed Prickpost. "How dreadful! I can't imagine how terrified you must have been. And the poor girl's shoulder. What happened there?"
"Oh, she was running with scissors again, even though I've warned her about it 1,000 times," said Chase. "You know how children are."
"That I do. Cheeky scoundrels, the lot of them," bleated Prickpost, wagging a finger at Viola. "No more sweeties for you, young lady, until you learn to listen to your mother."
Viola fixed him with a death glare as she popped another bonbon into her mouth. His unflagging grin flagged for just a moment.
"Now," gushed Prickpost, turning back to Chase, "where can we deliver you, Mrs. Swift? Forward Kettle is a bit out of our way, but we'll be docking at Wilder's Green in a matter of days. You should be able to make your way home from there, though I fear every ship willing to take on passengers is packed to the gills these days."
"Anywhere's better than the middle of the ocean," said Chase pleasantly. "Thank you, good sir. My daughter and I are forever in your debt."
"I'm a soft-hearted man. What can I say?" trilled Prickpost. "If I see a woman and a child in distress, why, I just can't rest until I help them. I find the world has grown too hard these days, but you can rest easy knowing that some of us, at least, still value gentlemanly conduct."
Viola found herself growing weary of the conversation, and of Prickpost. Her head throbbed, her shoulder ached, and she wanted real water and real food. Of course, she couldn't actually say that, since apparently she didn't talk. She tried to get her point across by yawning loudly instead. She had to do it 3 times before Prickpost caught on.
"Poor dear, she seems to be exhausted," he fawned. "How rude I've been, prattling on. Come, I'll see that you have a bed made up for you."
Chase caught Viola's eyes and mouthed, "Thank you," as Prickpost began to clear the table.
"Here, I'll take that," he warbled, reaching for the empty teacup in Chase's hand.
This movement seemed to take her by surprise, for she glanced up quickly and looked into Prickpost's face, straight on. She caught herself and turned away at once, but it was too late. Prickpost's eyes had narrowed in suspicion.
"I know you," he growled.
He reached out as if to turn her face back toward him. Chase pushed his hand aside and stood. She was the taller of the two, but somehow he was the more impressive figure as he stepped back and pointed an accusing finger, his eyes blazing.
"Lenora de Merle and Sables,"
he spat. Viola knew that something very bad had just happened. Chapter 24. Viola watched as Prickpost's stateroom exploded into chaos. Lamp Muscle and his men had flooded in as quickly as if they'd been listening at the door, which they probably had been, and now everyone was shouting at once.
"Lenora de Merle and Sables!" roared Prickpost again. "I'd know your face anywhere. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you?"
"You are mistaken," said Chase. "I do not know of this person I apparently resemble."
"Mistaken? Mistaken?" blustered Prickpost. "How could I forget you after everything you did? I will not stand for it. I tell you, I will not have this pirate aboard my ship."
Lamp Muscle and the others bristled and bared their teeth, hands hovering on their weapons. Chase stayed calm, but Viola saw her hand shift subtly toward her knife. "Please don't use such horrible words in front of my daughter, sir," she said softly. "You're scaring her."
"Oh, I'm scaring her, am I? We'll see how scared she is when I turn you both over to the Queen's men. Grant no quarter to pirates, and neither will they."
"I'm telling you, I am not who you say I am, and I am not a pirate," said Chase. "What's it going to take for you to believe that?"
"And why should I trust you?" hollered Prickpost, "after what you did to Ravenspurn?"
Something flickered across Chase's face at that. The faintest of expressions, scarcely noticeable, but Viola saw it, and unfortunately, so did Prickpost.
"Throw her into the brig immediately!"
he screeched, his face a violent shade of red. Prickpost's men grabbed Chase's arms. She did not resist them.
"Come on, you two,"
said Lamp Muscle, seizing Viola's wrist and yanking her roughly up off the couch. She cried out as daggers of pain shot through her shoulder.
I suggest you take your hands off of her, said Chase, as quiet and calm as ever, but there was danger in her eyes now.
Or what? Said Lamp Muscle, gripping Viola's wrist harder.
Or I'll pull out your guts the way a magician pulls scarves out of a hat, said Chase.
Murderous growls rippled through the crew, weapons flying into hands. A thicket of blades and barrels was leveled at Chase now, fingers hovering on triggers. She didn't so much as blink, even though she was outnumbered 10-1.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Snarled Lamp Muscle. Viola shot Chase a fervent look, shaking her head and mouthing, "Don't." Chase's expression smoothed, and she vanished once more behind Arabelle Swift's mild smile.
Nothing at all, she said sweetly. Just a poor attempt at a joke.
Prickpost's men swarmed her, wrenching her arms behind her back and dragging her off. Lamp Muscle followed, hauling Viola with him and muttering venomously under his breath. Prickpost didn't turn around as they went. He poured himself another cup of tea and downed it in one gulp.
"Well," said Chase, "that could have gone better."
The brig was not as bad as Viola had feared, though it was clearly meant for cargo and not for prisoners. Crates and kegs had been hastily shoved aside, leaving only a narrow stretch of floor for them to occupy, and the only light came from a single lantern swinging crookedly from the low beams overhead. Still, it was far drier than the calamari Rose's hold had been, and there were no rats or human skeletons, like in Viola's books. Chase's hands had been secured with chains to the wall behind her, but no one had bothered to restrain Viola. She sank to the floor in a daze, some part of her still wondering if this was all just a dream. Chase ducked as low as her shackles would allow and peered under the door.
"They haven't posted a guard outside," she said. "Security on merchant ships has gotten lax since my day. They didn't even search me."
She glanced over at Viola, her voice softening.
"You all right, cabin girl?"
Viola reached up to touch the bandaged wound on her shoulder, then thought better of it and withdrew her hand.
"I think I am, actually. It doesn't hurt so much anymore. I just feel weird and kind of floaty. How long was I asleep?"
"Better part of 2 weeks," said Chase.
2 weeks?
"Thereabouts. I had to drag you halfway across the bleach fields in hopes of running across a merchant ship, and of course it had to be this one. Honestly," she added crossly, "you've been far more trouble than you're worth."
"Well, sorry to inconvenience you," said Viola, a bit of sharpness coming back into her at that. "I wasn't the one who got us thrown in the brig for being pirates."
Chase made a face at her. Viola shivered.
"What happens if Prickpost turns us over to the Queen's men? Will they hang us?"
"No, they won't," said Chase. "Do you think this is the first time I've been clapped in irons? I've clawed my way out of worse. I'll get us out of this, too." That made Viola feel better.
"And then what? Can we go to the Midnight Cliffs, or that place with the slow-falling stars?"
Chase looked uncomfortable. "You remember that, do you?"
"Of course I remember. You promised."
Chase scowled, but Viola could tell she wasn't half as grumpy as she was pretending to be. "We'll have to get out of here first. All right, since you're feeling so much better, make yourself useful and come over here. I'll teach you how to pick a lock." With Chase's guidance, Viola produced a narrow metal shim that had been stitched into the seam of her coat and slid it into the keyhole on the cuffs. "Push it in as far as it will go," Chase instructed. "Tighten the cuff a notch until you feel the pull start to slip, and then— Ow! I said tighten it a notch, not break my wrist. Now, jimmy the shim in between the ratchet and the pull, and— Jimmy, cabin girl, Jimmy."
"What do you mean, Jimmy?"
"I don't know, just— Jimmy." Chase tried to demonstrate with her hands before remembering that she couldn't. Who doesn't know what jimmying is?
You know that saying Jimmy over and over doesn't help me at all, right?
After several minutes of frustrated jimmying, The cuffs finally snapped open with a satisfying clunk and clattered to the floor. Chase stretched out her arms in relief, then celebrated her newfound freedom by flicking Viola on the nose. "That's for not knowing how to jimmy," said Chase, "and for almost getting yourself killed and scaring the daylights out of me." Viola grinned a little smugly. "You were really worried about me, weren't you?" "A momentary weakness," said Chase. "Now that you're awake, I remember how annoying you are. What do you suppose there is to drink around here?" She jumped to her feet and began to prowl around the hold. Viola shivered. "Captain, what was that thing?" "The cloud that attacked us." Chase didn't answer. She lifted the lid of one cask and sniffed it, then recoiled as a saccharine stench enveloped the hold. Ugh, the would-be perfume. Eau de banane, if I'm not mistaken. Our host, as usual, has egregious taste. She slammed the lid back down, annoyed. Though if I can't find anything better, I may end up drinking it anyway. "Captain," insisted Viola, "you have to know something." "Ah!" Chase had hurled a small, round thing wrapped in gold foil at her. She caught it just in time. "Butter apples," said Chase. She peeled back the foil on another to examine it. Candied, obviously. Oh well, food's food. She took a bite and went back to rummaging. "Captain! Is this a roast turkey?" "No, it's porcelain. I hate this ship." Chase tossed the baffling bit of decor over her shoulder to shatter on the ground. Viola tried a different tack. "Who's Lenora de Merle and Sables?" Chase froze, her whole body tensing like a string on a fiddle. "Oh, you can't be serious." "No, absolutely not." "Why not?" said Viola. "You wouldn't refuse to talk about it unless it was true." "It isn't," said Chase, "and I won't." "Well, there's nothing else to do in here, so you might as well tell me." "There's plenty to do. We could count all the pegs in the wall, or put splinters under our fingernails." "Prickpost said you were a pirate, and that part's true. Alma was right about you being a gentle lady, wasn't she? That's how you know about butter apples and eau de banane, and that's how Prickpost recognized you." "If it was true, which it isn't, I don't see how it's any of your business," snapped Chase. "Why on earth do you care so much?" "Because we might be about to die, and I still don't know anything about you," Viola shouted back. Chase fell silent at that. So Viola went on. "Prickpost means to turn us over to the Queen's men. Both of us. Like it or not, I'm a part of this now. So if I'm headed to the gallows for something Lenora de Merle and Sables did, I just want to know why." Chase crossed her arms with a huff and looked away. "Seagulls," she said at last. "What?" "I was answering your first question, which happens to be the only one that concerns you. Seagulls. That's what attacked us in the bleach fields. At least, they were once something like seagulls." "You've seen them before?" Chase nodded tersely. "They're every sailor's worst nightmare. The gulls are supposed to have something rotten in their blood, some kind of poison. It doesn't take much, a scrape of a claw, a nick from a feather, and it's enough." She eyed Viola's shoulder grimly. "You should be dead. I still don't know why you're not." "Then, whatever's rotten in the gulls, it's in me now, too?" said Viola, her voice coming out smaller than she meant it to. "I don't know." Chase crouched in front of Viola, peering close as if searching for something in her eyes. "You said you felt weird. Weird how?" "It's like... Viola searched for the words, flustered with Chase's attention fixed on her like that. "It's like I've been somewhere else these past 2 weeks. It didn't feel like 2 weeks. It felt like a few moments. And it felt like forever. It was dark, and it was loud, and there were other people there with me. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them." "Can you hear them now?" said Chase. Viola listened, but all was quiet. She shook her head. "That's not the only thing, though. I had a dream. Everyone has dreams, said Chase. Not me, said Viola. I always thought that Wilmur was making it up when he talked about them. Once he said he dreamed his hands were eggs, and when they hatched, a bunch of snakes came out and flew away. It just sounded ridiculous. But this dream wasn't like that. It felt real. Chase's brow knitted. What do you mean, real? Viola tried hard to remember. I was in a palace. I think it must have been on fair distance, because Hail Meridian was there too. Only she wasn't how I thought she'd be. She wore a wig, and her real name was Elise. Chase jolted back as if something had bitten her. How could you possibly know that? Because there was a man there too, and that's what he called her, said Viola. His name was Vess. He had gray hair, even though he wasn't that old, and his teeth were sharp like fangs. They were in love, or she was in love with him anyway. It was all coming back to her in a rush now. I think he was a pirate, and he said she was one too. They were plotting something. They said that all the pirate courts would bow to them, and that they'd bring the civilized world to its knees. A dreadful change had come over Chase's face. Every hint of playfulness and ease had vanished, and in its place something dark and unfathomable. In her eyes, Viola saw the answer she was looking for. Her dream was not just a dream. It's all true, isn't it? Cried Viola. Hail Meridian was working with Vess. And you knew. You knew that she wasn't the perfect queen from the stories. She was getting really excited now. This was better than the best stories in her favorite books. That's why you did it. That's why you killed her. They were trying to take over Dickerson Sea, and you were trying to stop them. It was just a dream, Viola, said Chase. Ridiculous nonsense, like you said. No, it wasn't, said Viola. I saw it so clearly. The voices wanted me to see it. There are no voices, said Chase, but Viola wasn't listening. They were the ones who ruined Dickerson Sea, not you. Why didn't you ever try to set the story straight? If the civilized people knew that you didn't actually murder their perfect queen in cold blood, maybe things would get better. We could clear your name. The pirates could come out of hiding. Dickerson Sea could start to heal. And what if I did? Said Chase, her voice rising. What if I did everything they say I did? And worse. What if you were locked in this room with a monster from your stories all along? What would you do then? You're not, said Viola firmly. You didn't have to save me, but you did. You carried me for miles across the bleach fields, even though it meant you getting captured. I know you're a good person. I think you're trying to fix things. And I could help you, if you'd let me. You said it yourself, you don't know the first thing about me, said Chase. She was coiled tight, her hand hovering over the knife hidden in her waistband, a tic that Viola was starting to recognize as one of fear. You're scared, said Viola. Of what? Of Vess? That's enough, Viola. Of the Silver Circle? I said that's enough! The shout came bursting out of Chase so loudly and so suddenly that Viola flinched back, cowed. The last glimmer of light in Chase's eyes had been extinguished, and Viola knew that she had gone too far. You never do know when to stop, do you? Snarled Chase. You're a stupid little girl who never learned to mind your business, and people like that wind up dead. Do you understand? If you knew what was good for you, you'd pray you never find the answers you're looking for. With that, she reached up and snuffed out the lantern, plunging them into darkness. Chapter 25. Wilmur was writing a letter, which was hard because the bunk room had been darkened and everyone was supposed to be asleep, but harder still because he'd never written one before. Dear Viola, he wrote, which seemed like a good way to start a letter. Hello. This is Wilmur. How are you? I hope you are good and not dead. I am pretty good. I am on a ship right now. It is called the... He hesitated. Hey, Derringer. Said Derringer from the bunk below his. How do you spell excelsis? said Derringer again. You asleep? Wilmur decided to wing it. Excelsus. It is a nice ship, except for some of the crew, who I hate. There's a man, Greaves, here, and he is the WORST. He is always bothering Maddock and calls him Buttock, which isn't even that good a joke. Besides, there's another man here whose actual real name is Buttstroke, but no one is allowed to make fun of him because I guess the Buttstrokes are a good family. I don't really get this place. The rest of the men are okay, mostly. I even have a new friend, Derringer, who's 18. This is his first time in a ship, and he gets seasick sometimes, but I told him I wouldn't tell anyone. Except you, I guess. I never get seasick, by the way. The captain of the Excelsus is good, too. Her name is Jacqueline Blue something. I like her a lot. She acts serious, but she's really funny. At dinner, she pretended to make a face like Herman, and I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. Wilmur snickered out loud at the memory, accidentally blowing his candle out. He had to stop and light it again. Oh, I forgot to tell you about Herman. He owns the Excelsus, and I don't like him at all. He has no hair at all, and he wears bones on his chest, like real human bones. It sounds kind of cool, but on him, it's not. Sometimes I see him staring at me, and when I stare back, he just turns around and leaves. It's WIERD. Scratch that. WEIRD. Scratch that. WIERD? Scratch that. Question mark? It's strange. There's a lot more, but I'll have to tell you when I see you because I'm almost out of room. I hope you get this letter and write me back, except I'm not sure how to send it to you. Jacqueline says a packet ship is coming soon, and we can post our letters then, so I guess I will just give it to the... Wilmur came abruptly to the end of the paper, his pencil skidding past the edge and leaving a line on the book Derringer had lent him to bear down on. He licked his thumb and tried to scrub it away, then flipped the page over. Hey, Derringer? How do you end a letter? Derringer? Poniard? Poniard snored. Bastion? Bastion whimpered something in his sleep that sounded like, but I don't want a mouse in my bath. Cutter? Shut up, suggested Cutter into his pillow. Wilmur frowned. Okay, that's the end of the letter, except to say that Cutter is dumb and he has a dumb face. Jacqueline said you can be as rich as you want, but it still can't buy you a chin. Then she said not to tell anyone she said that. I like her so much. Okay, that's the end for real. Do you put dear at the end of a letter too, or just at the start? Dear Wilmur. Me. Chapter 26. Wake up. Something was pressed to Viola's throat, something cold and sharp. Her eyes flew open, and though she could see almost nothing in the pitch blackness, she could feel hot breath on her face and a weight pressing against her chest, pinning her down. Scream, said Chase, in a harsh voice that was very unlike her own. Captain, gasped Viola, what are you doing? I told you to scream, hissed Chase, pressing the knife closer. Scream for your life! Viola tried to struggle free. You're not thinking straight. You're sleepwalking. This is a dream. The weight on her chest vanished as Chase leaped to her feet with a feral howl, hurling a keg to the ground with a blistering crash. Viola did scream at that, scrambling back as far as she could until her back met the wall. Good, said Chase. Again. Louder. Captain! She could hear Chase coming at her again. With a yelp, Viola rolled away, taking shelter behind a stack of crates. Captain, stop! Viola was nearly weeping. It's just me! The crates were swept aside, sending butter apples bouncing across the floor. I'll kill you! Shouted Chase. I'll kill you right here and now! Viola threw her arms over her head with a desperate wail, but Chase's faint silhouette stood motionless, swaying a little with the motion of the ship, head cocked back as if listening. Footsteps pounded on the deck overhead, along with a few muffled shouts. Chase suddenly crouched. "Viola," she said, in her own voice now. "They're going to come and get you in a moment. When they do, tell them I kidnapped you. Tell them I'm raving mad and that I threatened you into silence." "Captain, what?" Viola could hardly speak past her sobs. "They'll let you go. When they do, run. Don't wait for me, and don't look back. Wilder's Green is a good place. You like it." Boots were thudding down the stairs toward them. "No," sniffled Viola. "No, you said I could stay with you." "You can't," said Chase. "I'm sorry. I should have told you from the start. For a while there, I thought—" She cleared her throat. "Something's coming after me, cabin girl. Something I can't get away from. You can't be there when it catches up. So promise me you won't go digging any deeper. Go and live a nice, quiet life where nothing ever happens." "No!" Viola threw her arms around Chase's middle and held on for dear life. "I can't do that. Not again. Please, Captain, don't make me go." "Viola." Chase's voice sounded thick. "Don't." The men were at the door. Chase wrenched herself out of Viola's arms and caught her by the nape of the neck, holding her steady. "All right, listen," came her urgent whisper. "If you find yourself in trouble, look for a one-eyed man selling eel glug in South Stave. His name is Ling Freshwater. Tell him— Are you listening? Tell him to take you to the second city. Tell him you heard Charlie Noble was looking for him, and show him this." Something was pressed into Viola's palm, something smooth and cold with a long spur on one end. Viola did not have to see it to know what it was. Chase's black-handled knife. "Do you understand?" said Chase. Viola managed to nod, stuffing the knife into her pocket as the bolt rattled in the door. "But I will see you again, right?" "Sure," said Chase, and Viola could hear the tight smile in her voice. "I'll meet you back out there, under the westerly lights, in another life." The door swung open, flooding the room with lamplight, and Viola caught the briefest flash of Chase's soft expression before it distorted into a furious snarl, lunging at Viola once more. Viola found that it wasn't hard to make her cry of fear sound convincing. "Let go of her, pirate!" Men rushed into the room, wrestling Viola from Chase's grasp. Lamp Muscle ran at Chase and struck her across the face with the butt of his gun, knocking her to the floor as the others hustled Viola out of the room. Viola looked over her shoulder, trying to catch one last glimpse of Chase amid the chaos, but the door slammed shut, and she was gone. Viola was shuffled through a forest of frilly, cream-colored jackets, lightheaded and overwhelmed. They were talking about her. They were talking about the mad woman below. Someone asked her a question, but Viola just stared with bleary eyes. Finally, she was deposited in Prickpost's stateroom, where Prickpost waited in a pair of silk pajamas and a velvet dressing gown with heavily padded shoulders. This time, he didn't offer Viola a seat.
"The men tell me she attacked you," sighed Prickpost. "Tell me the truth now, girl. Is that woman really your mother?"
Viola just glowered at him distrustfully.
"Enough of that. I know you can talk," chided Prickpost.
"She kidnapped me," said Viola at last. "She said she'd kill me if I said anything."
"It's as I feared," rumbled Prickpost, putting a solemn fist to his lips. "Her heart is as foul and black as ever it was. Who are your real parents?"
"I don't have any," said Viola grudgingly. "I'm an orphan."
"Ah, so you've no family at all?"
"No." She thought about telling him about Wilmur, but it was none of his business.
"And how did you come to be in the company of that woman?"
"I don't know. It just sort of happened." There was a hard knot in Viola's throat. She tried to swallow it. "What are you going to do with her?"
"Don't worry about that," declaimed Prickpost. "She will soon be in the capable hands of the Queen's men, where she won't be able to harm you or anyone else. They will see that she is brought to justice. Long overdue justice, I might add. But you're only a girl. I'm willing to release you." Do you have anywhere you might go?"
"No," said Viola. "Nowhere." She thought of the house on Caveat, grey and cold and empty, and felt sick to her stomach. Prickpost eyed her with indifferent pity.
"In that case, I'm afraid we must part ways as soon as we reach Wilder's Green," he expressed. "I can't think what else could be done. I'll give you the name of an orphanage that may be able to take you in, although come to think of it, it may have burned down 20 or 30 years ago. Not ideal, perhaps. But of course you understand that a merchant ship is no place for a young girl, and none of my men can be responsible for you."
"I wouldn't want to stay here anyway," said Viola nastily.
"Good, then it's settled," crowed Prickpost, clapping his hands to summon Lamp Muscle from outside the door. "Mr. Lamp Muscle will find you a more, comfortable spot to await our arrival at Wilder's Green. How fortunate you were that my ship ran across you. Not only did I save you from certain death, I rescued you from that dreadful woman. No need to thank me. It is enough to have done a noble deed."
With that, Viola was whisked out the door of Prickpost's hideous parlor and back into the unkindness of the ship beyond it. Chapter 27. The first thing Viola thought when she saw Wilder's Green was ships, and the second thing was chimneys. She thought ships because there were hundreds of them, thousands, hundreds of thousands, so many that made her itchy to see them swarming like roaches around the smoggy blotch that presumably contained Wilder's Green. Of Wilder's Green itself, all she could see was chimneys, which was why she thought chimneys. They prickled through the haze in a dense stubble, like a hedgehog wrapped in cotton. Viola had spent the better part of a week cooped up in a dark little cubby on the brightest and best's 'tween deck, not much bigger than the broom closet she'd occupied on the Calamari Rose, with only the barest pretense of being a passenger instead of a prisoner. The only time she'd seen the weather decks were on short, chaperoned outings to use the seat of ease, as the ship's needlessly elegant toilet was called, during which she saw that the crew had wised up since Chase's little charade, and now the hatch leading to the brig was guarded by no fewer than 4 men at all times. But at least their presence meant that Chase was still alive, the only comfort Viola had to cling to on those long, mind-numbingly lonely nights in her cubby. Now she was watching their approach to Wilder's Green from the safety of her hiding spot under the quarterdeck ladder, coiled and ready to run should Lamp Muscle discover her. Fortunately, everyone seemed to have forgotten about her in the chaos of making the ship ready to dock. Men were running back and forth in a frenzy, sweating through their fancy jackets as they hauled crates marked fragile and gaudy lacquered furniture. Someone was dragging a white giraffe on a chain. Where on earth had they been keeping a giraffe? The brightest and best sailed into the fray, butting her way between the other ships and crushing a few smaller ones underneath. Finally, she could go no farther, packed in with the other ships like herring in a barrel, but the dock was still nowhere in sight. Then, to Viola's surprise, the mooring lines were run out right then, and gangplanks were laid from their ship to the next. All around, the other crews were doing the same, turning the press of ships into one gargantuan dock that zigzagged hectically toward Wilder's Green. Viola crept out from under the ladder, dodging 2 men carrying a hideous sofa with legs shaped like cows' hooves. Then she stopped, numb with terror. Chase really expected her to go into that? Alone? Here were more people than she'd ever seen in her life, a churning, crawling, buzzing, shouting tapestry that threatened to swallow her whole. She couldn't do it. Not without Chase. She was just turning back to gaze regretfully at the brig hatch again, when a large pair of boot-clad legs crashed into her, sending Viola to the deck with a thud, and the boots to the deck with a much louder thud. The crate that the boot's owner had been carrying smashed open, sending its load of crystal candy dishes rolling every which way before plopping through the scuppers and into the sea. Viola looked up and into the angry face of Lamp Muscle.
"I'll wring your neck, you mewling brat," he began.
But Viola didn't wait to hear how he ended. She was off like a shot, speeding across the gangplank and melting into the crowd in a moment. And just like that, Viola was alone in the world for the very first time. If she had hoped that Wilder's green would be in any way green, she was disappointed. The island was brown from top to bottom, but not a uniform brown, the kind of brown that came from every other color mixed together. Wherever Viola looked, she discovered a new kind of brown, the charred umber of soot-streaked bricks rocketing up 100 feet, the pale taupe of the ash-stained sky pricked by a forest of chimneys, the shiny bronze of fat shanks of meat roasting on spits, the tawny faces of ancient fisher-folk scraping scales the size of dinner plates from fish the size of small ships. Everything that wasn't brown was soon turned it by the greasy, salt-flecked mud churned up under 1,000,000 tromping feet, staining sleek spurred boots and battered oilskin waders alike the same mucky sepia. Viola's head whirled as she was swept along, the frantic voices in her mind almost drowned out in the clamor of the crowds. South Stave. Chase said to find South Stave. If we were in trouble, we're not in trouble. We're only walking. We're fine.
Fried sea scorpions, crispy, crunchy, get 'em while they're hot.
We are in trouble, though. We don't know how to do this. Stay at the Staghound Inn, meet the famous ghost of Amacy afterward. We can figure it out. We can't. Best false teeth carved to your specifications, tin, shipwood, or genuine pork tusk. We don't know anyone here, and we don't have any money. We don't even know how money works. We're going to die. We're not going to die. Real waxed roses, red as anything, just like what they got some fair distance. Just keep walking like we know what we're doing. Fine quality hats sold here, sou'westers to sombreros. I can't.
Crocodile eggs, safest eggs around, guaranteed no funny business.
I need scrimshaws, fresh off the latest voyage of the good ship Nightlark. I'm going to...
Hacksilver, get your hacksilver, keep ye and yours safe from creepy crawlies.
Scream! Viola flung herself aside and into a narrow alley scarcely wide enough for her to slide in edgewise, but at least it was dark there, and quiet. Well, quieter. She closed her eyes and sagged against the cool brick wall, drawing fast, shallow breaths and feeling the roar of Wilder's green rumble in her chest. She fumbled for the knife in her pocket and clutched it for comfort, running her thumb along the worn black handle again and again. She could do this. She was going to have to, even without Chase to lead the way or Wilmur to boost her spirits. She had survived the whale thing, just as she'd survived the bleach fields, and she'd even survived an attack by seagulls that should have killed her. She could survive this, too. But if she was going to find South Stave, she was going to have to do something that felt, in that moment, more terrifying than anything else she'd been through. She was going to have to talk to someone. She took a few deep breaths, slid out of the alley, and walked nervously in circles for a while before getting up the nerve to approach a pleasant-faced woman selling pickled pig's feet. "Could you tell me the way to South Stave?" she said, stammering only a little bit.
Faith, Moppet, I ken that," said the woman with a toothless smile. "Plod you abaft to Ashley Bend, 3 and 23 rods to Worm's Turn. Next, catch you about Strangle Knot and heave your larboard till you strike surroundings on the Torre de Cuerpos. Hear ye? Bodge lively now, Moppet. God be with ye."
Viola walked away considerably more lost than she had been to begin with. It took 3 more conversations and a crude map sketched on the back of a paving stone for her to finally find her way to South Stave. She scurried across a rope bridge that was more gaps than planks, slogged ankle-deep through an alleyway awash with sludgy water, and felt her way down a long, dark tunnel before emerging into the enormous market square that was South Stave, shadowed by a looming monument that looked very out of place among the lively chaos. It wasn't until she got a little closer that she recognized what she was looking at, and her blood ran cold at the sight. Skeletons. Hundreds of them, caged within bands of black iron. The weathered skulls had been layered like bricks, packed in with stripes of femurs and spinal columns, and punctuated by whole skeletons held together by chains. Around their necks were plaques bearing names: Captain Alvord Cutthroat, Yalara Killdevil, Blackjack Gillyflower, Leviathan de ojos azules. Another plaque had been set into the ground at the foot of the monument, this one bearing only one word. Pirates. Viola stopped in her tracks, unable to tear her eyes from the wall of empty sockets and rigid grins. She'd been hearing about the pirate massacre her entire life, but it was a very different thing to see the consequences of it laid out so plainly before her. She couldn't help but imagine the anonymous skulls as familiar faces. Jacoby, Fives, Clem, Captain Cadence Chase. Finally, she forced herself to turn and walk away, but she could feel the eyes of the dead following her as she went. She wandered South Stave until at last she found her quarry. A stand with rows of vivid green bottles on display, each one holding a preserved eel frozen in its death throes. Behind the bottles stooped a large man with a nose like a mashed potato and one eyelid stitched shut.
"Hello there, Doc," said the man when he noticed Viola standing at the counter. "You're a bit young for a eel glug, ain't you?"
"Are you Ling Freshwater?" said Viola.
"I be so," said Ling Freshwater. "What can I interest you in? I have more besides glug, you know. Perhaps a fine toadskin purse, pretty glass beads to match a pretty girl's eyes."
He held up a necklace in a violent shade of magenta. Viola pulled Chase's black-handled knife from her pocket and held it out. "I heard Charlie Noble was looking for you," she said. Ling Freshwater looked at the knife, then back at Viola.
"Well, ain't that a pretty thing? Charlie Noble, you say? Can't recall ever running afoul of no Charlie Noble myself."
This was not the scenario that Chase had described. "You are Ling Freshwater, though."
"Aye, the one and only."
"And you're sure you don't know Charlie Noble?"
"Sure as rain, Doc. Except... I know. You must be looking for me old pa. He ran the stand up until he died last year, God rest his bones."
"But you just said you were Ling Freshwater."
"Aye, so I is. Ling Freshwater Jr., name for me old pa."
"And you both only have one eye?"
There's a funny story, see. I fell in the gutter once while fetching me old pa's glass eye where I'd rolled away and ended up getting myself a spot of infection. Life's a funny thing, Doc. Don't make no doubt of that."
"But you must know something about the Second City," said Viola in frustration. Ling Freshwater Jr.'s eyebrows shot up his forehead.
"The Second City? Nah, Ducky, you'd best steer far astern of that place. No one goes there. Besides, it's haunted."
"Haunted? By what?"
"By them," breathed Ling Freshwater Jr. "There's things here what walks on two legs like people, but they ain't. They've been snatching folks, dragging 'em below, never to be seen again. Why, one took me mate McCranny right from his doorstep, poor blighter. You've got your piece of silver on you, don't you, Doc?"
"No," said Viola, then, "What?"
"Silver," said Ling Freshwater Jr. "'Tis the only thing what keeps the creepy crawlies away. They can't stand it. Makes 'em sick, it does."
He reached down his collar and pulled out a silver coin on a cord, one side bearing Hail Meridian's elegant profile, the other polished smooth and scratched with the likeness of a snarling devil.
"You'd best get your piece of silver quick now. They'll smell a wee thing like ye leagues away."
"I don't know how to get one," said Viola, "and I don't have anything to buy it with."
"Nay, that won't do."
He sized Viola up, then slipped the coin from his neck.
"Tell you what, Doc, I'll give you mine, out of the kindness of my heart, in exchange for your pretty little knife there."
Viola closed her hand around the knife and took a step back. "No," she said, "it's my friend's. I can't just give it away."
"If you insist on going to the Second City, I could tell you how to reach it," said Ling Freshwater Jr., "but mark me, You don't want to go setting foot anywhere near there without a piece of silver. And this, son, is as fine as they get. Solid silver, clean through. So have we a deal?
Viola hesitated, but before she could answer, someone else cut in.
Not running that old scam again, are you, Ling?
Said a girl, leaning on the counter between them. She winked at Viola.
Don't listen to him, love. That coin's nothing but silver-plated junk.
The girl was a little older than Viola, 18 or 19 maybe, her long hair braided with all manner of trinkets, beads, and shells.
I would only look out for this poor wee babby,
insisted Ling Freshwater Jr.
You can't deny she needs her silver, solid or no. All's well, Doc. You can keep your knife. I'll give you this here silver piece for only 7 cockles.
The girl glanced at Viola.
Do you have any money?
Viola shook her head.
She doesn't have any money, and neither do I, said the girl. So we'll trade it from you in exchange for free soup for a week.
He narrowed his eyes.
Isn't your soup always free?
Not for you, said the girl. For you, it's 7 cockles.
Ling Freshwater Jr. burst out laughing.
You drive a hard bargain, beautiful Elvie. Make it 2 weeks and it's yours.
He tossed the coin to the girl named Elvie, who draped it around Viola's neck.
Not bad,
she flashed Viola a friendly grin, revealing a row of teeth set with tiny, colourful gems.
It suits you. Come on, love, let's leave this old hack to his tricks.
She looped an arm around a dumbfounded Viola and steered her off into the crowd.
You're new here, aren't you?
Said Elvie as they walked.
I can tell. I know everyone in Wilder's Green. Hi, Mrs. Skeepsrack. Yes, the mere radish sauce you gave me was delicious. Everybody raved about it. That's Mrs. Skeepsrack. She's delightful, even if she does grind up monkey bones in her flour to make it whiter. But you didn't hear that from me. What's your name, love? I'm Name, stammered Viola. I mean, my Viola name.
Viola considered dying right then and there.
Viola. Just Viola.
Viola, repeated Elvie, drawing the word out long and slow.
That's a beautiful name. My name's Elvie, named for my grandmother, who was named for her grandmother, who was named for, I don't know, some old dead person. Strangely, though, my name's different from my grandmother's grandmother. I'm not sure why, but I love my name. I love everything about me. Oh, there's my friend Paliura. Hello, Paliura. How's your wife? Still having the headaches? Come by tomorrow and I'll give you some soup for her. Yes, you too. Goodbye. That was Paliura. I like her very much. She carves wooden legs for the sailors, and if they're not nice to her, she carves them just a little too short. Now, Viola, who told you about the second city?
Uncertain, Viola kept her mouth shut.
It's all right, love, said Elvie. I know how to find it. Just you stick with me, and I'll show you.
Chapter 28. It took them quite some time to make it out of South Stave, for Elvie really did seem to know everyone, and she had to stop and talk to all of them. Finally, though, as the sun was dipping lower in the smog-choked sky, the crowd started to drop away, and soon they were the only ones in sight as they navigated a dizzy maze of streets into the heart of Wilder's Green. The farther they got from the docks, the grander the buildings became. Grimy brick monoliths and tumble-down wooden shelters gave way to rows of somber stone manors, patchy cobblestones and barrel-stave walkways turning to wide thoroughfares lined with stately lampposts. But the windows were all barred and boarded, the doors chained shut, the lampposts so long neglected that rust ran from them like rivers of blood. Salt piled up against the buildings in deep, dirty drifts. A narrow stream of tracks down the very center of the street was the only sign that pedestrians had ever passed that way, with scarcely a boot print deviating from the path. Viola grew more and more nervous the longer they went without seeing another living being, Elvie's constant chatter the only sound in the lonely streets. Where could she possibly be taking her? Had Viola made a mistake in trusting this stranger, friendly as she was? What if she was taking Viola somewhere to rob her? She knew Viola had no money, but she did know about Chase's knife, and maybe she wanted it. Or worse, what if she had more nefarious intentions for Viola, and was planning to forcibly conscript her into picking pockets or sweeping chimneys or some other unpleasant task? Viola had read a few too many books about the kinds of things that could happen to children alone, and her imagination was quick to fill in the blanks. A distant clock tower pounded 8 bells, and Viola was just considering taking advantage of the deepening mantle of darkness to make a run for it, when Elvie brightly announced, "We're here." There, not 2 paces before them, the street ended at the lip of a massive black rift that seemed to have split the whole of Wilder's Green in twain. The paving stones at its edge were rippled like paper, the lampposts mangled and crushed, and houses stood bisected all along it, their decaying innards laid bare like rooms in an unkempt dollhouse. "That's the second city?" said Viola, staring at the crack in disbelief. "Sure is," said Elvie cheerfully. "Oh, well, more like the first city. But that's what everyone calls it. You see, long ago, when they first built Wilder's Green, they built it too low, and whenever it stormed, the whole city would flood. So they decided to move everything up a level and build it again, exactly identical to the one below. Down to the last detail, street to street, house to house, lamppost to lamppost. Bricked the old one over and left it to rot. Then, during the Great Blow, there was an earthquake on Wilder's Green. I barely remember it. I was only little then. And this crack opened up, laying the second city bare once more." "And we're going down there?" "Oh, no, of course not. No one goes down there. It's haunted." Elvie produced a jar swimming with tiny minnows and shook it vigorously until the minnows began to glow. Faintly at first, then brighter and brighter, until the jar was shining as merrily as any lantern. Elvie hooked it over her arm and pointed toward a narrow ridge that ran along the lip of the crack, edged by a scraggly rope railing bolted to the wall. "We're going this way. Just watch your step and keep a hold of the line and you won't fall." With that, she was off, bouncing along the crumbling brink as casually as one might stroll along the seaside. Viola stood frozen. Should she follow? Chase had not given her any instruction on why she should seek out the second city, or what type of person might be waiting for her there. Then again, if she didn't follow, she'd be all alone in a dark and unfamiliar place, with no prospects but to sleep out in the gutter, vulnerable to all sorts of robbers and child snatchers. But Viola had followed far more fearsome villains into far more dangerous places and come out the other side. Whatever was waiting for her here on Wilder's Green, it would have nothing on her travels with the black-hearted pirate Scarlet mourning. The thought draped over her like a protective mantle, and Viola felt a little braver. And so, with one hand gripping the rope and the other wrapped around the knife in her pocket, Viola followed Elvie into the dark. They had only traveled a short distance, a shackle's length perhaps, before they reached a short flight of slimy marble stairs leading up to a decrepit villa. And up these stairs went Elvie, Viola at her heels. The villa looked like it had been beautiful once, the ghosts of withered vines still clinging to its vaulted white facade, but now its windows were boarded up, its stucco peeling off in chunks, and someone had scrawled across the front of it in big, crooked black letters, "These streets belong to the Requiem Sharks." Elvie approached the villa's iron-studded door and knocked smartly 3 times. A moment later, a slot slid open, revealing a small pair of suspicious eyes. "Oh, eh?" said the eyes. "Would you know it's me?" said Elvie. "You can see me." "Oh, eh?" insisted the eyes. "Hello, said Elvie. "Now can I come in?" The eyes turned toward Viola. "Who's that?" "She's with me," said Elvie. "Oh, eh?" said the eyes to Viola. "Hello, said Viola. The slot snapped shut, and the door swung inward, revealing a boy of no more than 10, whose whole head was shaved except for a short pigtail on his left temple. "You know I have to check," he said gruffly.
It's my job."
"I know it is, Wart," said Elvie, playfully tugging his pigtail. They made their way down a mouldy corridor and up a sagging staircase as soft as melting chocolate until they came to a large set of double doors, from which emanated a heavenly smell. With a proud wink in Viola's direction, Elvie caught the doors by their brass handles and threw them wide. The scene beyond took Viola's breath away. It was a huge, spacious room. A gallery, perhaps, or even a ballroom. Its paneled walls painted a lush green bordered by swags of gilded flowers. Its plaster ceiling painted to look like a clear blue sky. The gorgeous chandelier overhead was missing most of its crystals, but it had been lovingly patched with bottle glass, sending vivid flecks of light whirling across the filthy carpet in a way that reminded Viola of the westerly lights. At one end of the room, an enormous pot the size of a bathtub simmered away beneath a makeshift chimney, and this seemed to be the source of the mouth-watering smell. At the other end was a ramshackle harpsichord where a boy in a velvet dressing gown sat coaxing a lively tune from its broken keys as a cluster of colorful youths looked on. "Here we are," said Elvie, flinging an arm around Viola's shoulder and sweeping her into the room. "Everyone, meet Viola, and Viola, meet everyone. These are my friends, the Sons of the Requiem Sharks, the last pirate guild in all of Dickason Sea." Viola found herself surrounded by a wall of curious faces, all pushing and shoving to get a better look. "Elvie," said the boy in the dressing gown, "you seem to have brought us a murderer. Look, she's drenched in blood."
"Who'd you kill?"
said a squat girl with a fishhook through her nose, her eyes sparkling.
"And what did you do it with? I fancy a broken bottle myself. Stab, stab."
"You never killed nobody, Pigtoe," said another girl, this one proudly sporting a recently blackened eye and a cocked hat. "Lay off. You're scaring her."
"Not scaring nobody. Look at her. She's a stone-cold killer. Mark me."
A grizzled salt with a face like a punched-in bulldog, by far the oldest among the group, shouldered his way to the front, glaring at Elvie. "Ah, seems like every day you're coming back here with some new hell-born babe in arms. How do you know we can trust her?"
"Because I found her asking Ling Freshwater Jr. about Charlie Noble," said Elvie.
"She's one of us, Gob."
Charlie Noble?
The elder eyed Viola suspiciously.
That's an old code. No one's used that'n since before the massacre. Where'd a fresh-cut scantling like ye hear such a thing?
Viola panicked. Should she tell them about Chase? It seemed like a bad idea, especially with how meeting Chase's old friends had been going so far.
"From a friend?"
was all she said.
A friend, eh? And what pirates do you happen to call your friend?
Viola clamped her mouth shut, her heart hammering fast. "It's all right, love," said Elvie. "We're all pirate kind, just like you. Most of us here lost our families to the massacre. Now we take care of each other." "I'm not a pirate," said Viola hesitantly, "but I did travel with them." "Then you're a pirate," said Elvie, "at least as far as the Queensmen are concerned. But don't worry, you're safe with us. No one bothers us out here on the edge of the Second City. They're much too scared of what's down there." "What is down there?" Viola began, but Elvie was already flitting away. "Go get yourself washed up," she chirped. "Soup will be ready soon." Chapter 29. After the frenzy of faces and never-ending hubbub that had been Viola's first day on Wilder's Green, it was a relief to find herself deposited in a quiet side room with only a small tub of murky water, a lump of soap, and a scrubby bit of rock to keep her company. And it was even more of a relief to wash up properly for the first time in God knew how long, watching layers of caked-on salt and grime and blood slough from her skin until she shone like polished gold and the water in the tub turned to a hideous slurry. She saved her injured shoulder for last, still masked in a filthy bandage that she realized with a pang had been torn from Chase's shirt. She did not really want to look beneath it. If she never looked, she could pretend it didn't exist. But she knew in her gut that there was no putting it off any longer. She'd have to clean it and change the dressing, or risk infection. Gritting her teeth, she reached for the bandage and peeled it back. She'd expected the wound to be raw and angry, perhaps even still bleeding, but instead she found a gnarled patch of flesh, as hard as a knot of wood. She prodded it gingerly. It didn't hurt so much as it just felt weird, like she was poking someone else, and that person was describing the sensation to her. Still, it wasn't bleeding, and it didn't seem to be infected. Probably. And so she decided that it would be fine to go back to ignoring it. Her ablutions completed, Viola hesitated for a long moment, the crumpled bandage still clutched in her hand. Some childish part of her wanted to keep it, one of the last things she had left of Chase. But that was stupid. It was just a disgusting piece of cloth, and Chase had sent her away. She didn't want to see her anymore. Viola had been cast out into a different story. The wrong story. And now Chase was alone, facing the gallows at the very least. And that was if Lamp Muscle hadn't taken matters into his own hands and cut her throat first. Someone should be with her. Viola was supposed to be with her. A surge of tears that she'd been fighting for days welled in her throat, but again she forced it down. Chase would be all right. She had to believe that. After all, she hadn't gotten her reputation as Scarlet Morning by being someone who'd go quietly to her death. She had a plan. She must have a plan. And that meant that Prickpost and his whole awful crew wouldn't stand a chance. She let the bandage slide from her hand into the tub with a splotch, where it wavered for a moment before vanishing into the depths. Then she pulled on the nubby sweater that Elvie had lent her, and rushed away to rejoin the others. "Don't you look handsome?" cried Elvie when Viola stepped back out into the main room, and Viola was so flustered that she ran into the corner of a table. "Come here, love. Come and have yourself some soup. It's been simmering all night with shark bones from Duck Croc's butcher shop, and my friend Kahala gave me a whole pot of chum sauce and some scurvy grass to flavour it. This might be my best batch yet." A tin dish bearing a greenish, swampy-looking concoction was placed in Viola's hands, but Viola wasn't thwarted by its queasy appearance. It was real food, and it was hot, and she had eaten nothing but the brightest and best's bizarrely sweet ship's biscuit all week, and that was only when they'd remembered to give it to her. Without a moment's hesitation, she tipped the entire contents of the dish down her throat and drained it in one continuous gulp.
"She's little, but she's got an appetite, don't she?"
crowed the fish-hook-nosed girl.
Another for our new friend."
The dish was quickly filled to the brim once more, and once more Viola quickly emptied it. Despite its sludgy consistency, the soup was hearty and savory, with a mysterious kick that warmed her from the inside out and delighted her long-abused taste buds. It was the most delicious thing she'd ever eaten, at least since that first sumptuous breakfast in Chase's cabin. She was just looking down into her third helping of soup when she realized that her soup was looking back at her. There was an eyeball floating in it, a gooey, silvery black one with a slitted pupil. Viola dropped her spoon with a yelp. A merry shout went up around the room. "You got the prize!" hollered the other patrons in unison, then burst into riotous laughter. "That's the prize," Elvie explained helpfully. "You lucky gal." Viola stared at the eye. The eye stared at her.
"That's Wilder Green's finest delicacy, that,"
said a boy whose greasy hair had been twisted up into two large points like horns.
"A nice juicy sea cat's eye." "Don't let it scare you,"
said a strapping youth with a star tattooed on either cheek and rapier at her hip.
"Think of it as a plum, a sweet ocean plum." "She won't do it," sulked Wart. "It's wasted on newcomers. You might as well give it to—"
Before Wart could finish, Viola snatched up the eyeball and popped it whole into her mouth. It burst easily between her teeth, letting out a rush of juice so overwhelmingly fishy that it almost came back up through her nose. She managed to choke it down with difficulty. The room went absolutely bonkers.
"She actually did it! I told you she was a murderer, a proper madman.
Eye-biter. That's what we'll call her from now on. Huzzah for Eye-biter! What did I tell you? Said Elvie, her jewel teeth sparkling. She's one of us! Viola grinned back. Her face was warm, but in a good way. So this was what it felt like to fit in somewhere. When everyone had eaten their fill, they gathered around the harpsichord as the young man in the silk dressing gown, Dauphine, Elvie had called him, settled on the bench. "Why don't you pick the song, Eye-biter?" he asked Viola. She thought about it. "Do you know Abilene?" "Afraid not," said Dauphine. "Sing a few lines and I'll try to pick it up." "Sorry," said Viola. "I can't." They sang another song instead, a wistful ballad that Viola remembered once having heard on the Calamari Rose. "I used to be a sailor, but I'm a sailor now no more. I used to pace a rolling deck, but now I pace the shore. The salt spray used to speck my face, but the salt spray now has dried, for soon would come that awful day, the day the ocean died. I took my boat out on that day, as I'd always done before. I watched the fiery sunrise, but I should have watched it more. The waves rose up to greet me, but no greeting I supplied. I thought I'd get another chance before the ocean died. The waves, they turned to iron spikes that tried to run me through, and the sun would never set again the way it used to do. I didn't know I'd heard the last of the laughing of the tide. I never thought to say goodbye before the ocean died. So here I am, all bent and gray, far more than I should be. For what's left now for one who's bred to ride a rolling sea? I never learned to love the land, and I couldn't, though I tried. A sailor with an aimless heart that with the ocean died." The fire dwindled to cracking orange embers, and the mood grew more sedate. Mats and blankets were rolled out next to the hearth, and some of the younger kids drifted off to sleep. Elvie and the others, however, stayed up talking as the embers dissolved to ash. "Tell us a story, Mother Gubb," crowed the fishhook-nosed girl, whom everyone called Pigtail. "Ah, you get no story from me, you rotted pests," grumbled Cobb, who was already rolled up in a blanket on his own mat. "But, Ma, how are we going to sleep otherwise? Guess we'll just have to stay up all night singing Rosie-Posy Up the Wall over and over and over and over. That ye will not," blustered Cobb as they giggled. "It better get you to sleep now, the lot of you, or I'll—" "Oh!" He petered off with a resigned sigh. "Gubb has the best stories," said Elvie to Viola. "He knew all the famous pirates back in the day. Didn't you, Mother Gubb?" "Aye, I did at that," said Gubb with a proud smile despite himself. "Why, the Scarivore barber once dropped his shot pouch right in front of me, and it were I that fetched it for him. He may well have died that day if not for me. Not that he ever did thank me." "What about Scarlet Morning?" said Viola. "Did you know her?" "Course he did," said the horned boy, Double Dog. "The two of you were best mates, weren't you, Gubb?" "Really?" said Viola. She got a roar of laughter in response. "It's true. Split a delicious baby with her once, right, Gubb?" "He's just too modest to tell you that he's Scarlet Morning. No, he's Doon Shearwater, the famed pirate hunter. He's both. He just has to run back and forth really quickly. You'd best shut your sorry yaps, or, blustered Gubb, red in the face. "Do you want your cod-rotted story or no?" Snickering, they quieted. "Nay, I never did meet Scarlet Morning," said Gubb to Viola, "because there weren't no Scarlet Morning. She was a myth. Why, I heard that any young thing looking to break into piracy could don the mask and fly the flag.
And that's how come in the story she seemed to travel so fast.
Scarlet Morning is real, though, said Viola, a little defensively.
And what would a new-birthed C-squared like ye know about it? Said Gubb crossly. Now, the Requiem sharks, though. They was real. The finest pirate court in all of Dickerson's Sea they were.
There was a misty look in his ancient eyes.
Those were the days of murdering opera singer Black Mama the Alto, of hell-bent Haddie with a beard down her chest, of Mad Mud Puppy and his woebegone floaters, of the rogue Gowl Tame who stole the Diamond Darter right out from under Bloody Bill Ivory, and, of course, gold-bearded Gideon Sweet, the king of the Requiem sharks, who ruled Wilder's Green from below our boots in the Second City.
Viola's ears pricked up. The Requiem sharks lived in the Second City?
Aye, and a proper empire they had down there, too. The Queensmen couldn't catch 'em. The rival courts couldn't touch 'em. No one knew the Second City like they did. But to common folk, to pirate kind, they was always fair and just. I tell you, Shirley, nothing was ever better here, except when the Requiem sharks ran things.
So, what happened to them? Ventured Viola. Gubb didn't answer. He was muttering to himself indistinctly, his eyes darting nervously around the darkening room. They started turning up dead, is what happened to them, said Elvie. Bodies in the street, their guts on the outside of them, and a terrible look frozen on their faces. Others would go crazy, yelling about invisible things coming for them, and then they just drop dead. Just like that. No one knew what was doing it. People said there was something unnatural down there, seeping up from the flooded places, some kind of old pirate curse. The Second City wasn't safe anymore. The Requiem sharks had to leave. And when they lost the Second City, they lost Wilder's Green. That was back before the massacre. Maybe if they'd still been around when the Queensmen attacked, our families would still be alive. There was an uncharacteristic bitterness in her voice, but she quickly shook it off. So that's why people think the Second City is haunted, said Viola. They're afraid whatever killed the Requiem sharks is still down there. Doesn't it worry you, living here on the edge of it? Not us, said Elvie. It's not the dead we're afraid of. It's the living. And the living won't come near us as long as we're here. We're safe. And we live like kings. She gestured grandly at the room around them as the others cheered. There is something down here, though, said Wart. In fact, I'm sure I saw a ghost over on Marychild Street just last week. You did not, retorted the girl with the cocked hat, Fat Ewa. You always make things up. Not this, said Wart. It was a woman, with long wet hair and no eyes, just standing there in the street. She looked right at me and started coming at me, and well, I just ran. How did she look at you with no eyes? I don't know, but she did. She could see me, I could tell. I think she wanted me. Well, that's just silly, said Dauphine. Ghosts are one thing, but do you really expect us to believe that anything would ever want you? Wart scowled as the others roared with laughter. Chapter 30.
Wilmur, called Derringer. Herman wants to speak to you in his cabin.
Wilmur looked up. He was playing fox and geese with Garrot and winning. He had already beaten Poniard twice and Fletcher once. Why does he want to see me? Said Wilmur.
I don't know, said Derringer. He didn't say.
Did he sound angry? Said Wilmur. Herman never sounds angry, said Fletcher. Nervously, Wilmur stood and followed Derringer. Garrot looked relieved that the game was over, because he had been losing. He said, "Oh well," and quickly swept the pieces off the board. The Excelsus's captain's quarters were a handsome affair, all mahogany and polished brass with big, bright gallery windows. Jacqueline would have looked right at home in them, but somehow Herman's presence alone was enough to make them feel stuffy and dark, like a prison. He sat behind the desk, surveying neat stacks of snow-white papers. He looked up when Wilmur came in, his face arranged in its usual, composed deadpan. Hi, said Wilmur. I heard you wanted to see me. Jacqueline was teaching him how to respond more politely to his superiors, but he didn't think Herman deserved it.
Yes, said Herman. I have a question for you.
About what? Said Wilmur.
You're not in trouble, said Herman.
Wilmur didn't feel convinced.
I have a question, Herman went on. About this ship you say you came from.
He paused expectantly. The Calamari Rose, said Wilmur. Herman made a note in a small notebook.
And you say this ship was a pack-breaker and a pauper.
Yep, said Wilmur.
And yet, porps are rare in these regions, said Herman. There are many more to the northeast, where their whelping grounds can be found. What porping ship would carve through such thick and barren pack for the sake of meager game?
I don't know, said Wilmur with a shrug. We just went wherever the captain wanted to go, and killed any porps we could find along the way.
And who was this captain? Said Herman, narrowing his eyes.
Her name was Chase, said Wilmur. Captain Cadence Chase. The name did not seem to mean anything to Herman, who nodded slowly and made another note in his book.
No one sails these waters unless they have a reason. Honest ships keep to civilized seas, where the pack is looser and the going is easier.
Well, there's still people out here, even if they're not civilized, said Wilmur, a little annoyed. The Calamari Rose was the first ship to come to our island in a long time, and I'm glad it did.
And this island of yours, what is its name? Pressed Herman.
Caveat, said Wilmur.
I do not know of any such island, said Herman, consulting the map furled out over his desk.
Well, it's real, said Wilmur, growing more annoyed still. I lived on it for 15 years. Herman made another note in his book. Well, said Wilmur. Is that all you wanted to know?
There's one more thing, said Herman. What kind of a name is Wilmur?
Why? What's wrong with my name? Wilmur was indignant.
It's not a real name, said Herman.
I don't know why not, said Wilmur. It's my name, and that's all there is to it.
I apologize if I offended you, said Herman stiffly. You may go.
Puzzled, Wilmur turned and left the room. Why wasn't his name a real one? Chapter 31. Viola was dreaming again. She was hurtling through total darkness, and she was hurtling fast. She could feel the mysterious, invisible others hovering all around her, and there was something they wanted very badly to tell her, but they wouldn't all stop talking at once. I've never seen rain like this.
Goodness, what's that smell?
It's someone's birthday today, isn't it? Yours? And how old are you now?
You! Yes, you! I saw what you took, and I'm going to make you sorry.
Means that rain is coming soon.
To thee at noon, to thee at vesper hour, and when now fades the light.
Viola was in a cluttered study. There was the same man as before, but he was grayer and more haggard now. He'd moved his bookcase in front of the door. She was in a crowded room. A woman was singing, but she couldn't hear the words. The crowd was growing restless now. Someone was shouting. She was in a graveyard with bone-white grass. One of the graves had been crudely dug up, leaving a great ragged hole carved into the red earth. She was sinking in cold, dark water. Up above, the surface glittered with flecks of orange like fire. A body splashed down. She was in a cellar. A girl sat there crying, her face in her hands. She looked up at Viola. "Who are you?" she said. "You're not supposed to be here." But Viola didn't get the chance to answer, because she was suddenly standing in a deserted city square. She was looking up at an iron statue of an angel, its arm raised to hold a darkened torch aloft, and its head swallowed up within clusters of oil-black muscles. The sky was utterly dark, without stars or moon. No, it wasn't the sky. It was the brick ceiling of a cavern, dripping streams of rancid water like rain. This must be the second city. At the far end of the square was a ship, of all things, a pretty blue and red sloop stuck halfway through a pub. Its sign declared it to be the Neptune's Cup. The windows streamed with yellow lamplight, spangling the damp cobblestones outside with pathways of gold. Merry laughter rang out from within, echoing all the way up to the high cavern ceiling. None of the pub's patrons took any notice of Viola as she stepped up to the window, though she was standing so close that her nose almost touched the glass. They were a ragamuffin bunch, yet richly attired, too. Fine silk hats set rakishly atop tarred braids, ropes of pearls dripping from tattooed necks, chased silver cutlasses shoved through decaying fish-leather belts. Pirates. They were all teeming around a man with gold coins braided into his beard and a paper crown on his head, singing raucously, "A very happy birthday, and many, many more. A life without a single storm upon the sea or shore." Viola was growing excited. That must be gold-bearded Gideon Sweet, the king of the Requiem Sharks. And there was Hell-Bent Hattie with a beard down her chest, and the man with the barrel chest and the harlequin mask had to be the murdering opera singer Black Mamo the Alto. She couldn't believe she was actually getting to see them with her own eyes. Suddenly, it all just stopped. The pub's occupants froze in place, stock-still and slack-faced, like actors awaiting further direction. Their mugs dangled by their sides, dribbling their contents onto the floor. After several long, unsettling movements, they all turned one by one and fixed their eyes on Viola. She took an uneasy step back. There was something very odd about their eyes, but she couldn't put her finger on what. Their mouths dropped open, and they screamed. An icy lance shot through Viola's shoulder at the sound, skewering her like a fish on a hook as the darkness exploded with movement. A cyclone of ragged gray wings and flashing yellow eyes. The window gave way in a shower of glass as barbed feathers flew like arrows, plunging into the pirates on the other side and dropping them like sacks of meat. Those that had escaped the initial volley did not remain standing for long. Cruel beaks and sharp talons tore through them as easily as a spoon through jelly, strewing them across the floor in a gory chum. Within moments, the partiers were dead, every last one of them. But the screaming didn't stop. "You said you can't. You promised. Don't. Please. Why? 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 Why?" Nausea overcame Viola, and her knees buckled, the cobblestones rushing up to meet her. But just before it all went black, she was aware of someone approaching behind her, an indistinct figure amid the cloud of gulls. A man, slight and willowy like a rapier, a gigantic bird perched on one narrow shoulder. She caught a flash of silver hair, a fang-like incisor behind a cruelly curled lip, and Viola knew at once who it was. It was,
"Long past time ye should have been up. Are you going to sleep all day?"
Viola's eyes snapped open. She was lying on the same mat by the villa's cold hearth where she'd fallen asleep. Elvie and the others were gone, all except for Gubb, who was staring down at her with such an overt frown that it turned his already creased and cratered face into something resembling a squashed cabbage.
"You're a funny one, ain't you?" said Gubb.
"What?" said Viola.
"You were talking just now," said Gubb. "Screaming more like. Do you do that often?"
She squinted at him in confusion.
"What time is it?"
"Forenoon watch rang 4 bells not long ago. The others have already gone."
Viola sat up shakily.
"Have I been here all night?"
"How should I know?" said Gubb. "I ain't your mam."
He turned and tottered away, muttering to himself. Chapter 32. The streets of Wilder's Green were hot and lively in the late morning sun, and Viola was glad to wander the streets and let the cheerful din of daily life drive away the ghastly screams that still echoed in her head.
Sea cow steaks, fat and juicy, get 'em here.
Sock goggles, just a top-gallon apiece. Protect those peepers from the glare, mates.
"Treat yourself to a cuttlefish croquette. 2 for a cutpenny."
Read all about the atrocities of Scimitar Oryx, the butcher of Anati, hot off the presses from Emerald Bottoms just yesterday.
And yet, for all the heat and the noise and the bustle, a cold shiver still stuck in Viola's bones, one that proved impossible to shake. She'd seen the requiem sharks in her dream last night. More than that, she'd seen the thing that had killed the requiem sharks, the very same seagulls that had almost claimed her own life. An old pirate curse, Elvie had called them, and Viola figured that she hadn't been far off. A fast-moving cloud that came and went in moments, leaving only bodies in its wake, their guts now on the outside of them. What else could that be but a curse? And then there was the matter of that dreadful figure she'd glimpsed walking amongst the gulls. It all felt like something out of a particularly chilling murder mystery, the kind she'd used to stay up reading with Wilmur late into the night until they'd both fall asleep wrapped up in the same blanket, too spooked to go back to their own beds. The memory sent a pang of grief through her like a shot. None of this would be so scary if Wilmur were with her. With him, it would feel like an adventure. She didn't know how to just be one. She was two. She had always been two. She needed Wilmur. But how was she going to find him? She followed the crowds until she was back at the docks, and there she searched the sea of faces flooding on and off the ships without much hope. Even if Wilmur did end up on Wilder's Green through some stroke of good fortune, how would he know that Viola was looking for him? He almost certainly believed her to be dead. He could come and go without either of them ever knowing. There had to be some way to tell him that she was there. That's when she had an idea that struck her as a pretty good one. She shot off back into the streets of Wilder's Green until she found what she was looking for, the cold remains of a cook fire, half buried in drifts of ash. She rummaged around for a hefty stick of charcoal, then rushed back to the docks, selecting a broad brick wall that plainly faced the arriving throngs. There, Viola scrawled in the biggest, darkest letters she could manage, Wilmur. She figured she didn't need to add much more than that. Pleased with herself, she hurried off in search of more walls to write on. She ran about marking up every surface within her reach, and when that was done, she turned her attention to the ones far above, where rickety scaffolding zigzagged skyward and tangles of block and tackle clotheslines nearly blotted out the sun. It was just like the rigging of a ship, Viola realized with a thrill. If she could get up there, her message would be even more eye-catching. She filled her pockets with as much scavenged charcoal as they would hold, and up she clambered. Up above the noise and stink of the crowds, the jumble of clamshell rooftops created a new kind of city, and Viola had this one to herself, save for a cluster of monkeys with upside-down faces fighting over the carcass of a pilfered sea scorpion. There she renewed her task happily, feeling very much at home. Soon, though, she began to have the distinct feeling that she was not alone. She risked a quick glance over one shoulder. Sure enough, someone was watching her. a little girl with ruddy cheeks and curly hair who couldn't have been more than 6. Said Viola. Hi?
Hi,
Said the little girl. She was dressed strangely in a smock that seemed to be made of 2 different smocks, one half sky blue and the other black and gold checks, stitched together down the middle. Strangest of all, she wore a pair of paper wings tied to her back with string.
was that your writing?
Said the little girl.
I'm learning to write too.
It says Wilmur, said Viola, a bit uncomfortably. She had little experience with children younger than herself and wasn't sure how to act. It's my friend's name. I'm trying to find him.
Oh,
Said the little girl.
my name is Rosa Maitra.
I'm Viola, said Viola. Are you sure your parents are okay with you being all the way up here by yourself?
They don't mind.
Said Rosa Maitra.
After all, I can fly.
Said Viola dubiously. You mean you flew all the way up here?
Of course not.
Said Rosa Maitra, looking at Viola like she was an idiot.
I can't fly yet.
Okay, said Viola. Well, it's nice to meet you, but I have to get back to work, so... She shuffled away, but the girl kept following her.
Can I help?
Said Rosa Maitra.
I'm good at letters. Wilmur. Those are my favorite ones.
I guess, said Viola, sensing that she was not going to be able to get rid of the little girl. She dug a lump of charcoal out of her pocket and handed it to Rosa Maitra. The girl went immediately to the nearest wall and etched out Wilmur in clumsy letters, looking back several times throughout to study Viola's. They went on like that into the afternoon, until the walls were covered in Wilmur's name, Viola's in tall, dark letters, and Rosa Maitra's crammed below in much smaller letters. Finally, Rosa Maitra seemed to grow bored of the task.
I think that's probably enough,
she said decisively.
When do you think your friend will come?
I don't even know if he will come, said Viola. He could be anywhere in the world right now. But I have to do something. I have to try.
Why don't you ask an oracle where he is?
Said Rosa Maitra.
I know one named Tal de Tali. She's my friend, and she's very good. She helped me find my shoe after I lost it in the canal. She told me just where it ended up.
Really? Said Viola. How does it work?
She's magic,
said the girl.
She knows everything.
Well, said Viola, I guess it can't hurt. Can you take me to her?
Sure,
said Rosa Maitra.
Come on, I know a shortcut.
She grabbed Viola's hand and sped off through the scaffolding. They crawled across several half-collapsed roofs, scooted along a couple of rusty gutters, and swung across a particularly wide gap in a clothesline. By then, even Viola, with her strong stomach for climbing, was feeling a bit queasy. So she was relieved when they finally slid down an awning and landed back on the street, their fall broken by a heap of salt and half-rotted trash. Here the houses were sparser and shabbier, the streets a swamp from canals that had leaked through their cracked barrier walls. The mud slowed even Rosie Maitra's energetic pace, and they sometimes had to hop on floating bits of jetsam just to get across. At last they came to a stop before the remains of a once grand fountain. At its center, a statue of some former queen had once stood, but the pedestal beneath her had given way and sent her toppling face first into a nearby building, where she now hung suspended in a most undignified position. Rosa Maitra ducked between the buckled folds of the statue's robes and into the shadowed spot beneath, where a large drain pipe jutted out of the wreckage. She rapped on its side 3 times with one chubby fist.
Hi, Tal de Tali, she said. It's me, Rosa Maitra.
Something unfolded in the darkness, and bony fingers wrapped around the edge of the pipe, dragging a hunched shape behind them. Viola could see very little of the oracle in the dim light, just spidery limbs bundled within layers and layers of rags, and a gaunt face with eyes so sunken that they looked like nothing but shadowy pits in her face.
"Hello, Rosamatra," said Tal de Tali in a thin, wheezy voice. "How are your parents? Has your father's leg healed yet?"
"Our parents are fine," said Rosamatra, "but my father hasn't injured his leg."
"Oh," said Tal de Tali. "Well, wish him well for me when he does."
She turned her dark sockets on Viola.
"Who are you?"
"Viola," said Viola. "I'm looking for my friend Wilmur. Rosamatra said you might be able to help." Tal de Tali's fingers unfurled toward Viola, turning her palm upward expectantly.
"Do you carry him with you?" she creaked.
No," said Viola. "I told you I don't know where he is. He's, too big to carry anyway."
"She wants you to give her something,"
said Rosamatra.
"It works better if she can touch a piece of the thing you're looking for."
"I don't have a piece of him," said Viola, her heart sinking. "I don't have anything at all."
"Well, she probably can't find him then,"
said Rosamatra with a shrug. "Wait!" Viola was struck by a sudden thought. She bent and tugged off one of her boots, placing it in the oracle's waiting palm. These used to be his boots. He outgrew them. Tal de Tali ran her hands over the shabby leather.
"The nails in the front wore out a long time ago," she said. "He was always scuffing them on the ground when he walked, even though he knew it annoyed you. He never listens, does he?"
Viola couldn't believe her ears. "That's him," she said. "That's Wilmur."
"Wilmur?"
said the oracle, cocking her head as though listening.
"Not Wilmur. William."
"No, it's Wilmur," said Viola.
"William,"
insisted Tal de Tali.
"Ah, what a mess! What a terrible mess! 2 holes in the ground, both empty, and the bones are wrong."
She trailed off with a shudder. "Do you know where he is?" Viola pressed. But Tal de Tali said nothing.
"She doesn't always answer,"
said Rosamatra.
"Sometimes she doesn't like to answer."
Tal de Tali's hands had stopped at one spot on Viola's shoes, the little plug of wax that Chase had used to patch them in the bleach fields. She raised her head, fixing her dark pits on Viola again.
"The knife in your pocket," she said. "Where did you get it?"
Viola had almost forgotten about the knife. She pulled it out eagerly, placing it in the oracle's reaching hand. "My friend gave it to me," she said. "Her name is Captain Cadence Chase. Can you see her? Can you tell me if she's all right?" Tal de Tali tossed the boot aside so that she could turn the knife over with both hands.
"This once belonged to a man. Scops," she said in a fervent mumble, as though trying to read a page before it was snatched away. "His name used to be on the handle, here, before it was rubbed away. One day Scops fell, gashed his neck on the spike of an iron fence, and died. An accident, or at least that's what they printed in the papers. And this knife, she kept it all this time."
She trailed off, her mouth twisting and untwisting.
No, this isn't right. Who gave you this knife? Who really gave it to you?"
"I told you," said Viola. "It was my friend."
"No!"
All the muscles in Tal de Tali's face twitched in agitation.
"It cannot be her. This isn't real. You're not real. This is a dream."
She dropped the knife with a wail, tearing at her head as though trying to claw some invading presence from her brain. "It's not a dream," cried Viola, lunging forward and grabbing the oracle's wrists to keep her from hurting herself. But the moment their hands made contact, a sharp jolt tore through her body like lightning, her shoulder blazing with dizzying pain. A surge of red specks filled her vision as she was hurled. She was in a room. There was a baby. She was in a graveyard. All the graves looked the same. She was in the water. A body splashed down over. She was in a cellar. Hale Meridian was there. She looked at Viola. Viola looked at her. "How are you doing this?" said Hale Meridian. "I don't know," said Viola. "I don't—" She was on a dark street in the second city. A man was there, a man with silver hair and green eyes and a cruel, fanged grin. Perched on his shoulder was a bird, a monstrous bird with ragged gray wings and terrible yellow eyes. He was scratching its chin. The gull looked at Viola, and it screamed. Viola fought her way back into her body, the screaming of the gulls still jangling in her ears. No, it wasn't the gulls. It was Tal de Tali. The oracle had fallen from the drainpipe and now lay convulsing on the ground as Rosamatra watched with morbid interest. "I'm sorry," said Viola as she rushed to Tal de Tali's aid. "I'm sorry, I didn't—" In the light, Viola could see the oracle's face a little better. She wasn't as old as Viola had assumed, though her matted hair was so pale as to be white, and her eyes weren't pits after all. They were blue, and shockingly large in her sunken, hollow face. No, not blue. Violet. She was looking down at the face of Queen Hale Meridian herself. Chapter 33. "Rosamatra," said Viola as the oracle heaved and shuddered in her arms. "I need you to go find some water for her. Do you think you can do that?" "Of course I can," said Rosamatra with a toss of her head. "I'm great at finding things." She tore off like a shot, leaving Viola behind with the woman who had called herself Tal de Tali. Once she was absolutely sure they were alone, Viola leaned over the oracle again. "It's you," she said. "Hale Meridian." "No, no," cried Hale Meridian, throwing her hands over her face. "You're not here. You can't see me." "Yes, I can," said Viola. "How? How are you still alive?" "I'm not alive," Hale Meridian spat back. "Haven't you heard? I'm dead. I'm a ghost. No one can see me." "I told you I can see you," said Viola. "I used to look at your picture in the history books every single day. I know you're Hale Meridian." "That is not my name," she snarled. "That was never my name. Hale Meridian is dead. The Queen is dead. The Queen is dead. They burned her body, put a bullet in her head." She sang the last part in a discordant whistle. "You're not dead," Viola grabbed the Queen's shoulders insistently. "You're alive, and that means the story's all wrong. Scarlet Morning didn't kill you. She's innocent. The massacre shouldn't have happened at all, but you're here, and that means you can set things right. You're the Queen. You could clear Scarlet Morning's name. You could change the laws that are hurting the pirates, and you could fix it." "You're not listening, are you?" said Hale Meridian. "They can't see me. How many have looked into my eyes just like you did, and then looked away because it can't be? She's dead. Hale Meridian is dead. Everyone knows that. They want me to be dead. They like the story better that way. Good, innocent Hale Meridian struck down in a golden youth. Won't you shed a tear for one so pure, so beautiful, so voiceless in death? A pretty face to mark a bloody banner. And so I am dead. Because if I'm not, then they were wrong. This whole world is wrong, and the blood that has been shed cannot be washed away. But they will not even think of that. They will not carry that weight. So I must carry it alone, trapped here in this living hell with none but the dead to keep me company, knowing that I was the one that killed them. They are screaming, screaming, always screaming, and when I die, I will scream with them. I hope to be forgotten when I do. It is the only mercy I deserve." She doubled over, racked by agonized sobs. Viola felt a pang of sympathy. "It wasn't your fault," she said. "I mean, it wasn't all your fault. Vess manipulated you." Hail Meridian's head snapped back upright. "How do you know that name?" she demanded. "Who are you?" "I'm no one," said Viola. "Just a girl, looking for answers." "No, you're not," said Hail Meridian. "You were there. You were in my dream. How?" "I don't know," said Viola. "But I have dreams too, ever since the gulls." Hail Meridian went very still. "The gulls," she whispered. "You've seen them?" "Yes," said Viola. Is that what happened to you?" Hail Meridian suddenly grabbed Viola by the front of her borrowed sweater and dragged her closer until their noses were nearly touching, staring hard into Viola's eyes with her enormous violet ones. There was something off about those eyes, Viola realized, a strange kind of shimmering paleness at their center. With a sudden, hideous scream, Hail Meridian recoiled, a look of terror blooming across her face as she struck wildly at Viola again and again with splintered fingernails. "The Silver Circle!" Hail Meridian shrieked. "You will not bring it here! You will not bring it back to me! Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away!" Viola scrambled out of her reach, barely remembering to grab her boot and Chase's knife as she fled. Rosamedra was just arriving back with a gourd of water, but Viola grabbed the little girl's hand and pulled her along with her, knocking the gourd to the ground in her haste. She did not slow until Hail Meridian's furious howls had faded away behind them. "Is she okay?" said Rosamedra when Viola stopped to catch her breath, clutching at her scratched cheek. Viola didn't answer. Her mind was racing. "Rosamedra," she said, crouching down to her level, "can you do something for me? Can you look at my eyes and tell me what you see?" She waited, holding her breath, as Rosamedra leaned in and stared thoughtfully into her eyes, her little forehead crumpling with concentration. She said. "What is it?" said Viola. Rosamedra raised one chubby fist and curled her fingers into a ring, which she peered through at Viola. "Like that," she said, "but shiny." Chapter 34. "Good evening, Wilmur," said Jacqueline. "Good evening, Captain," said Wilmur, saluting smartly the way the other sailors did. It seemed to please Jacqueline. "Going to bed?" she said. "Not yet," said Wilmur. Most of the sailors had already gone in, but Wilmur was still out watching the pack for any sign of Viola, as he often did. It was a cold night, with wet air, but Wilmur didn't mind, because Derringer had given him his old blue jacket, and it kept him plenty warm. It fit him surprisingly well, and it made him feel like a real member of the crew. Jacqueline leaned against the rail next to him and produced a cigar, which surprised Wilmur. Smoking was the sort of thing that Jacqueline would refer to as a filthy habit. She acknowledged his wrinkled forehead with a sheepish shrug. "You don't mind, do you?" "No," said Wilmur. "Can I have one?" "You most certainly may not," said Jacqueline. "You'll never get anywhere worth going if you imitate your elders, you know. We don't have half as much sense as we pretend to." She popped the cigar back into her pocket so as not to tempt him further. "No sign of your friend?" "No," said Wilmur. "Not yet." "I'm sorry, lad," said Jacqueline. "We've had the lookout scouring the pack day and night, but no luck." "She's not dead," said Wilmur. "I know you're thinking it, but she's not." "Perhaps you're right," said Jacqueline. "Stranger things have happened in Dickinson Sea." She clapped Wilmur's shoulder and turned to go. Then she seemed to remember something and turned back. "By the way, Pierce told me that Herman summoned you to his cabin today. What did he say to you?" Wilmur shrugged. "Not much. He just wanted to know about the Calamari Rose." The ship you came from, yes. Why did he want to know about that?" "I don't know," said Wilmur. "It was weird." Jacqueline glanced furtively about the deck, then leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Wilmur, I want you to tell me the truth, all right? This Calamari Rose, was she really just a porping vessel?" "Sure," said Wilmur. "I mean, that and other things, I guess." "What other things?" Wilmur wasn't sure how to respond, so he just shrugged. Jacqueline sighed. "Do you remember when I told you about my brother Julian?" she said. Wilmur nodded. "He was a pirate," said Jacqueline. Wilmur's eyebrows almost shot off his forehead. "What?" "He was a ship's surgeon in the Gunpowder family's fleet. Tourniquet Jack, that's what they called him." Jacqueline smiled fondly. "All that to say, Wilmur, I hope you know I'm not the sort of person to judge a person based on their more unsavory acquaintances." Wilmur believed her. "The Calamari Rose was a porping ship," he said slowly. "I didn't lie about that. But some of the crew did used to be pirates." "I thought so," said Jacqueline grimly. "Herman was suspected too, if he asked about it." "Did he say anything else?" "No. Yes. He asked about my name. He said it wasn't a real one. Why do people keep saying that? I've heard so many funny names, I don't know what makes mine any less real." Jacqueline's brow furrowed. "Is it your real name?" "I guess," said Wilmur. "I've never been called anything else." Jacqueline turned to face him, motioning for him to do the same. "Look at me," she said. "There's something I want to know." Wilmur obeyed. She examined his face closely. "Who else told you it wasn't a real name?" "Chase, the captain of Calamari Rose, said it when she first met me." "I see." Jacqueline nodded, very slowly. "I think, Wilmur, that they both asked about your name because they suspect it isn't your real one." "What's that supposed to mean?" said Wilmur. "I don't know yet," said Jacqueline. She tossed her head primly to signal the end of the conversation, patting his arm reassuringly. "Get yourself to bed, sailor. I'll take care of this." "Take care of what, though?" "Don't use that tone with me. Bed, now. It's quite late." "Aye, Captain," muttered Wilmur grudgingly. "And don't let slip that we were talking about this." "I won't," said Wilmur. "Good night." "Good night, Wilmur." Chapter 35. That night the villa was as cheerful and rollicking as the night before, but Viola took no part in it. She sat off to the side, staring at the two blurry, dark spots in the bottom of her polished tin dish that were her eyes. It wasn't much of a mirror. If there was anything wrong with them, she couldn't see it. But she knew they were there. Two little silver circles, just like the ones she'd seen in Hale Meridian's eyes. When everyone else had finally fallen quiet and the fire was starting to die, Viola lay down purposefully on her mat, pulled her blanket to her chin, and squeezed her eyes shut. She needed answers, and there was only one way she knew to get them. She was going to have another dream. She lay impatiently, waiting for sleep, but sleep did not come. The dark behind her eyes stayed dark, and her buzzing mind did not stop buzzing. She tried counting sheep, which what did that even mean? What was the point in counting sheep in particular? Were shepherds known for being well-rested, or were they always falling asleep on the job from too much sheep counting? Viola had never even seen a sheep. Were they really all that boring? Shouldn't she count something really exhausting, like Abner and Mary Tree's miraculous ever eggs? That made her think of a song that Wilmur had once made up just to be annoying. It went, eggs, eggs, I hate eggs, 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 eggs. And now that was stuck in her head. Outside, she heard the first watch chime 8 bells. Midnight. And still, sleep did not come. "Still up?" said a voice, and Viola turned her head to see Elvie watching her in the dark. "Don't force it. Sleep is like a cat. It'll only come if it thinks you don't care." Viola managed to smile, but didn't feel much comforted. Elvie shifted onto her side with a drowsy sigh. "Something's weighing on you, isn't it? You can tell me, if you like. What's so heavy that you can't put it down until morning?" Viola hesitated. "I grew up on a dead island," she said at last. "All the people there had given up a long time ago. They just sat around waiting for the salt to bury them alive. So I spent all my time reading books about people who were important. People with the power to change not just their own lives, but the whole world. And then I'd always feel sad because so much had happened, and I'd gotten here too late and missed it all. Then someone came along, and I knew right away that she was one of the important ones. Being with her felt like standing at the center of the world, and I knew as long as I was there, I wasn't going to miss anything else. And I felt like maybe I did matter, just from being near her, like I was part of the story too. But now I'm alone, and I don't know what story I'm in anymore, and everything is so frightening and overwhelming and confusing, but somehow smaller than I thought it'd be too. Like everyone here has already given up too. Like the things that happened before I was even born are just too big to fix. But they can be fixed. I know it. It's not too late. Someone's got to do something. And if no one else will, then maybe that someone has to be me. She was embarrassed the moment she said it. "It's stupid, I know." "I don't think it's stupid," said Elvie. "From the moment I saw you, I thought that you must be special. Well, special's not the right word. Everyone's special. But you're lucky." Viola snorted at that. "Me? Lucky? I've never had a moment of good luck in my entire life. Only bad things seem to happen to me." "Truly lucky people have a lot of bad things happen to them along with the good," said Elvie. "And yet, even the worst of them always seem to lead somewhere worth going. Tell me, out of everything that's ever happened to you, would you take any of it back?" Viola opened her mouth to say of course she would. Then she stopped. Maybe she could have grown up with her real family on a beautiful island like Fair Distance, but then she might never have known Wilmur. Maybe she could have avoided falling into the ocean when the whale thing attacked, but then she would not have been able to travel with Chase. Maybe the gull's feather could have missed her, but then she would not have found Hail Meridian. "That's what I thought," said Elvie. "Not everyone has that, you know. Some people live their whole lives trapped in regret. I should know." She let her head drop back down onto the pillow and closed her eyes. "I fussed at my parents the last time I saw them. I refused to kiss them goodbye. I was so very little then. Still, I think I'll regret it until the day I die. They weren't even pirates. They were bakers. The Queen's men didn't care. They killed them just the same. That's why I try to love people so much while they're here. I don't want to miss a single thing. If I have regrets, I want them to be because of what I did do, and not what I didn't do. With that, she nestled down in her blankets and dozed off again, leaving Viola alone with her thoughts once more. The middle watch chimed 2 bells, and Viola finally accepted that she was not going to get any sleep that night. Elvie was right. It wouldn't do any good obsessing over it. She was just going to have to try again tomorrow. She was in a cellar. Oh. Viola was starting to recognize this cellar by now. A gloomy dugout with low ceiling beams and a sodden earth floor crammed with barrels like the hold of a ship, all of it snowed under by a thick layer of dust. An old ship's figurehead was propped against the wall. A handsome woman in a plumed helmet, smiling gently past blistered pink cheeks, one hand pointing toward the ceiling as if in warning. Queen Hail-Meridian was there too, sitting on a stack of old carpets and crying. She didn't look like a queen. Her beautiful gown was frayed and blackened with mud, her hair limp and unwashed, her face chapped from crying. She was hugging something to her chest, a bundle wrapped in filthy rags which she clung to the way a child might cling to a beloved doll. She looked, in that moment, very much like a child herself. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked right at Viola. "It's you again," she said. Viola turned to see if someone had come in behind her, but no one was there. Hail-Meridian was talking to her. "I'm sorry," said Viola. "I didn't mean to intrude, but I have so many questions for you." "Shh," said Hail-Meridian. "It's starting." A distant boom rattled the cellar, sending bits of ceiling raining down on them. Viola jumped, but Hail-Meridian didn't seem surprised. "One big one in the east," she muttered as she raised a finger, followed by 2 smaller ones. Bang, bang. Her finger dropped and lifted with each blast, as though conducting it. Then the gunfire starts. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. She tapped out the rhythm distractedly on her skirt. "Where are we?" said Viola. "The second city," said Hail-Meridian. "The night the massacre began." More muffled explosions were rumbling through Wilder's Green now. "I get stuck in this one a lot," Hail-Meridian went on. "As soon as it ends, it just starts over, again and again and again and again. I think this must have been my last chance to set things right." Her hand was still drumming on her skirt. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. "But why?" said Viola. "Why are you hiding when you're the one who's supposed to be dead? Why did any of this happen in the first place?" There was another explosion, closer this time. The cellar walls rattled, showering them with dust. Hail-Meridian reached into some hidden pocket in her dress and pulled out her dainty, palm-sized pistol. "She'll be here soon," said Hail-Meridian. "Who?" said Viola. But she did not have to wait long to find out. The door in the cellar ceiling flew open with a bang, and a man in a blue jacket tumbled down the stairs to land in a heap on the floor. Hail-Meridian yelped and pointed her gun at him, but he did not rise again. Dead. Someone else was descending the stairs after him, bloody sword in hand, face shadowed by a wide-brimmed hat. "Who's there?" Hail-Meridian aimed her pistol at the figure with a shaking hand. She'd been calm before, but now her voice quavered fearfully, as though she'd been drawn into the immediacy of the danger after all. "Put that thing down," said the figure, stepping unceremoniously over the man's body. "This night has been difficult enough already." Viola's heart leaped into her mouth. She knew that voice. It was Chase. "Captain!" Viola cried. But Chase did not so much as look at her. Of course she couldn't hear her. This was just a dream of someone else's memory. And yet, She looked exactly the same to Viola's eyes, as if this memory had happened yesterday and not 15 years prior. "You," said Hail Meridian in shock. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to fix your mess," snapped Chase as she staggered past Viola, clutching her side with a pained expression. She was injured, Viola realized with concern. "Come on, we're getting out of here now." Hail Meridian backed away, keeping the pistol trained on Chase with one hand and clutching the rag-wrapped bundle with the other. "No, no. Vess said not to trust you. He said—" Chase's hand shot out lightning fast, sending Hail Meridian's pistol skittering across the floor. "Don't you understand?" she barked as Hail Meridian cringed back. "The Queensmen are here. They've been hungry for blood for a long time, and now they've got their excuse, thanks to you." She snatched the bundle from Hail Meridian and threw it open. Within was a tangle of bright red hair affixed to a pallid face with empty pits for eyes. It took Viola a moment to figure out what she was looking at. Then her heart plummeted from her mouth to her toes. It was the mask of Scarlet Morning. "A brilliant bit of pageantry," said Chase. "It wasn't enough just to stage your own abduction, was it? No, you had to make sure that Scarlet Morning was seen fleeing the scene, and with all the Queensmen out looking for her, you could disappear into the night, easy as can be. Have I got that right?" Hail Meridian's face crumpled. "I had no choice. They were going to kill me. I heard them whispering it from the walls. I had to get out of there, or they would have... they'd..." Another blast shook the cellar, followed by a peppering of gunshots and screams. Hail Meridian threw her arms over her head with a frightened gasp. "And you never once considered that you might be followed," said Chase. "You've led them right to us. And now there's a whole city full of people between you and them." Hail Meridian looked stricken. "Vess said I'd be safe here. He said they wouldn't find me." More shots rang out, almost directly overhead this time. Chase glanced up nervously. "We don't have time. Where is the crown?" I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "I mean, I don't know," Hail Meridian screamed. "One night I woke up covered in dirt, and the crown was just gone. I must have hidden it, but I don't remember where. I don't remember anything at all." She ground the heels of her hands into her temples as if to squeeze the memories out. "What's happening to me?" "Look at me." Chase caught Hail Meridian by the jaw and held it in place, searching her violet eyes. Finally, she released her, face grim. "You've been poisoned." "Poisoned? I don't... What?" "Your friend, Vesper Argent, poisoned you," said Chase, over-enunciating each syllable as if she was speaking to a baby. "There's a silver ring in your eye. I can see it even in this light. You've been hearing voices, seeing things other people can't, haven't you? That's how it works, for the ones who die slow, anyway. And he would have been slipping you small enough doses to ensure it would be slow. He needed a mad queen, so he made one." Hail Meridian trembled violently. Then her strength gave out, and she collapsed. Chase caught her and lowered her to the ground with a pained grimace. "I'm sorry," she muttered brusquely. "This shouldn't have happened to you." There was a clatter behind them. Chase whirled and fired off a shot, sending a second blue-jacketed man rolling down the stairs to land in a pile with the first. She hissed through her teeth at the sudden movement. Someone shouted upstairs, boots pounding the floor overhead. The man was not alone. Hail Meridian raised her head, eyes wet and hollow, but her jaw set with determination. "I'm going to turn myself in. If they just saw that it was me, that I was alive, then maybe—" "It won't work," said Chase. "They have the story they want. Poor innocent Queen Hail Meridian murdered by pirates, and they'll make it true themselves if they have to. No one's going to ask who fired the shot when they find your body, or whether it came from a pirate or a Queensman's barrel." She freed the mask of Scarlet Morning from its wrappings, shaking out its long red hair. "Now, Tonight is not the night you die. As long as you're alive, we still have a chance. What are you going to do? I'm going to give the Queen's men a more exciting target. In a moment, Chase had vanished behind the awful visage of Scarlet Morning, black hair covered by red, gritted teeth covered by a porcelain smirk. Wait for 5 minutes after I'm gone, then run as fast as you can. Get to the docks at Sawbuck Lurch and hide. I'll meet you there as soon as I shake them. You won't come, said Hail Meridian dully. I've lived this memory so many times, and you never come. Don't stop running, said Chase, as if she hadn't heard. Don't look back. Could I have done it differently? Shouted Hail Meridian. Could I have said it right? Why keep showing me this one if hope was already lost? But Chase was already gone, flying up the stairs to meet the Queensmen. Viola dropped to her knees in front of Hail Meridian, waiting for the Queen to meet her gaze so that she could peer back into her violet eyes. Now that she knew what she was looking for, it was impossible to miss. A pale ring shimmering around her pupils, pronged with sundogs like a halo around the sun on a misty day. The silver circle. The poison. It comes from the gulls, said Viola. Vess's gulls. That's why we're connected, isn't it? Whatever's rotten in their blood is in us, too. The rest all died. But we didn't. A low rumble rocked the room, but this one didn't sound like an explosion. The ceiling beams shivered, the plaster crumbling away to nothing as it fell. Hail Meridian squeezed her eyes closed. It will be over soon, and then it will start again, and again, and again, until there is nothing left of me. Viola's heart was pounding hard, but not with fear. She caught the Queen's hands and gripped them tight until she opened her eyes again. It's not over, said Viola. We're alive, aren't we? They couldn't kill us, even though they tried. You keep reliving the same night, obsessing about what you could have done differently. But it's not over. Everything that happened then is still happening now, and that means we still have a chance to change things. Over their heads there was another smattering of gunshots, then a loud thud, the sound of a body hitting the floor. Hail Meridian's eyes darted nervously upward. She's not dead, said Viola. Chase, or Rosalind Morgenstern, or Lenora de Merle and Sables, or whatever you knew her as, she's alive. I've seen her. She's got a plan, and I think she needs our help. If the Queensmen get their hands on her, they'll kill her. But you're the Queen. They answer to you. You're the most powerful person in Dickerson Sea, even if it doesn't feel that way. You can set things right. And I'll help you. There was a flicker in Hail Meridian's eyes, something almost like hope. So what do we do? The room shuddered again, cracks running down the walls and onto the floor. Viola and Hail Meridian shielded their heads as a stack of crates toppled over with a splintering crash. Vess, said Viola, he's behind all of this. Is he still alive? Do you know where he is? I don't know, said Hail Meridian. I've looked for him in dreams, but I can't find him, not since the massacre. I hoped he was dead, but if the gulls are back, then maybe he is too. The cracks were spreading rapidly now, widening into fissures into which barrels tumbled haphazardly. Viola tried to think fast. She was out of her depth here, no doubt. But hadn't she read about royal coups and courtly intrigue often enough? If he is alive, I don't think he knows you are too. The last thing he'd want is you coming back to claim the throne. We have to figure out how to get you to fair distance without him finding out. There must be some there who are still loyal. They'll protect you. Hail Meridian shook her head. No, I can't take back the throne without the crown. A queen is nothing without it, and it's lost, I told you. I don't know where. The floor lurched, huge chunks of it crumbling away and disappearing into the growing void around them. Viola and Hail Meridian struggled to keep their footing, huddled together on the last intact piece of ground. But you must remember something, cried Viola. You're an oracle, aren't you? If you can find lost things for strangers, surely you can find this. Hail Meridian's eyes flew wide. She whipped her head toward the corner where her little pistol had come to rest. My pistol, she said. I never went anywhere without it. I must have had it when I hid the crown. If I could touch it again, then maybe it would bring something back. This cellar is in the second city, right? Said Viola, getting excited. The pistol might still be there. Where is this place? How do I find it? Hail Meridian's fingers were drumming anxiously as she scoured her memory. It was an old Requiem shark hideout. The top of it was a tavern, shaped like a ship. The Neptune's Cup, said Viola. There was a resounding crack, and the ground beneath them finally split in two, rocketing Viola away from Hail Meridian. I'll find it, Viola called out as she hurtled into the darkness. I promise! I'm going to find it! Chapter 36. The next day, when the red sun came up, Viola's mat by the fire was already empty. She was off on a very important mission, and there was no time to waste. The streets were busy even at that hour, an endless surge of hopeful passengers streaming as ever toward the docks. None of them took any notice of a girl in an overlarge sweater rooting through junk heaps, collecting scraps of paper and nubs of charcoal. When she was satisfied with her collection, she stuffed them into her pocket and set off in search of an angel. First, she approached a wise-looking woman with warts all over her face like barnacles. Excuse me, said Viola. Do you know where I can find the square with the statue of an angel that holds a torch like this? She struck a pose to demonstrate. The woman squinted at her. Anvil? Angel, said Viola. Anvil? Angel. Anvil? Viola excused herself and carried on. The lanky man combing seaweed from the muddy banks thought he knew where the statue of the angel was. He was pretty sure it was near his friend Skib White-Eye's house. When Viola asked where that was, he said it was probably near the statue of the angel. She wasn't able to get much more out of him than that. The kids punting on homemade rafts in the shallows knew where it was and gave her directions, but when she got there, she found that it was actually a man painted with white plaster who was only pretending to be a statue, and poorly. Finally, the woman mending nets on her stoop nodded knowingly. Aye, lovey, I remember that old statue, she said, but it's long gone now. They tore it down to make way for the Torre de Cuerpos. And that's how Viola found herself back in the busy square that was South Stave, staring up at that grisly pillar of bones. Bones that had once been people, and now were only things. Who were they? Pirates? Or just people who'd gotten in the way? And how had Chase so narrowly escaped being one of them? I'm going to fix it, Viola whispered, looking meaningfully into the sockets of the nearest skull, its teeth studded with gems like Elvies. I'm going to make it right. She pulled a crumpled wrapper from her pocket and marked it with a charcoal cross. X marks the spot. Now that she'd found the angel, sort of, all she had to do was trace her steps back to Elvie's villa. Back and forth she went, again and again and again, until she knew it by heart, making notes on her stack of papers as she went. Left, then right, then right, then left, then right, then left, then left, then left, then left, then right, then left. She was feeling very pleased with herself by the time she had finished. There in her hands was a perfect map of the route between the villa and the square where the statue of the angel had once stood, and directly underneath it was its twin, in that subterranean city that matched the one above, street to street, house to house, lamppost to lamppost. This map was going to lead her straight to the Neptune's Cup. "You're crazy!" yelled the anxious voice in Viola's head as she tugged on her boots in the dead of night. "You're going to die. No, you're going to worse than die. Who knows what kinds of unnatural things are down there, ready to suck out your soul and leave you an empty husk, trapped forever between life and death?
So what?
Said the other voice in her head, the one that had at some point become the more reasonable of the two. I already have the silver circle, don't I? What else could they possibly do to me? She picked her way past the sleeping bodies littering the floor, wound her scarf around her neck, and made sure that her silver piece was secure beneath her collar. Then, with a steely resolve and a surprising spring in her step, she shook her lantern to wake up the glowing minnows and started out into the night. The chasm outside the villa door was an oil-black stripe that made the rest of the darkness around it look gray. Still, Viola didn't falter. Caveat had prepared her well for the darkness. She fixed the lantern to her belt and began the long climb down. It was easy going at first, as the rock had been broken off in jagged ridges that gave her plenty of footholds to choose from, almost like descending a particularly perilous staircase. But soon, the slope bent dramatically inward until she was clinging to the rock face like a limpet on a ship's keel, her feet dangling sickeningly above the blackness, and she was obliged to climb back up a few fathoms and find a gentler path downward. It was hard work, and the going was slow, her borrowed sweater catching and tearing on the toothy stone as she went. She was going to have to apologize to Elvie for that when she gave it back. But soon, eerie blue lights began to prick the void below, flickering and dancing like phantom torches, and Viola paused to get a better look at them. She'd seen something like that a lifetime ago, indigo flames flaring around the calamari rose's yard arms. Corpuscents, as some of the crew had called them, or witch fire, according to others, though no one could agree if they were good or bad luck. Tonight, though, Viola was sure that they must be good luck, for as she looked closer, she saw that they were glimmering on chimney stacks and steeples and gables scaled with clamshell shingles. The second city. She wedged herself into a vein of rock and shimmied down until she was close enough to jump to the nearest rooftop, wincing as the wooden girders sagged and popped with the sound of rotting wood. With utmost caution, she slid down a rusted drain pipe until her boots hit puddled cobblestones with a splash, and then, at last, she was standing on the streets of the second city. She was on a wide avenue lined with decomposing buildings of once elegant stone, exactly like the ones above, but so ancient and waterlogged they looked like they were melting. Everything was slick and sodden from the foul-smelling water that dribbled down like rain, the street awash with greasy pond-sized puddles, and Viola could already feel the frigid damp seeping in through the holes in her boots. She wrapped her scarf a little closer and began to walk, the only sound the moist slapping of her steps. It was spooky, navigating that desolate mirror of the lively city above. Instead of the ripe stench of sun-warmed crowds and street meat frying, here a smog of mold and decay draped over everything like a clammy sheet. Instead of chatter and haggling and gossip, here the quiet pinging of puddles echoed for blocks in the stillness. Instead of rollicking life, here was only death and sorrow and the heavy ache of things forgotten. Left, then right, then right, then left, then right. She learned quickly to avoid the puddles when possible, especially after finding herself shockingly doused to her waist in one particularly deep pothole. The slapping of her boots turned to squelching after that. She walked briskly and purposefully to warm herself back up, refusing to turn her head toward the many yawning black windows as she passed. She was not going to be delayed by ghosts. If they wanted her attention, they were going to have to come to her. At least, that was what she was telling herself, when there was a sudden sound behind her, a small, sharp splash. Viola whirled, but there was nothing there. It had probably just been a bit of rubble falling from a nearby building. The ground was littered with it after all. Still, she wasn't going to wait around to find out. Gripping her silver piece, she quickened her pace. She'd only gone a block and a half when she heard it again. This time, there was no denying it. A footstep. She spun again, sweeping the darkness with her lantern. There was a flash of movement at the corner of her eye, a flicker of trailing cloth as something dashed out of sight behind a wall. "Who's there?" shouted Viola, her voice shockingly loud in the silence. It echoed back to her like a mocking response. "Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?" Whatever was following her, living or dead, Viola could not decide which was worse. She was not interested in meeting it. She broke into a sprint and ran the rest of the way. Suddenly, a column came flying into view ahead of her, and Viola skidded to a stop just in time, almost slipping in a scum-caked puddle and crashing headfirst into it. There, looming over her, was a hideous scaled monster, slashed all over with toothless orange mouths. She stumbled back with a scream, but all that came out was a dry squeak, parroted smugly back at her by the second city. "Eep! Eep! Eep!" It took her several harrowing moments to figure out what she was looking at. It wasn't a monster after all. It was a statue. Its form completely obliterated beneath the bulging masses of shiny black muscles that plastered it from head to toe. It was an angel. It was her angel. Viola's fear evaporated in an instant. Eagerly she whipped the lantern back and forth until the rays fell on a familiar silhouette jutting up on the far side of the square, a skeletal tangle of creaking spires. A ship. The Neptune's Cup. Viola's heart was pattering in excitement now instead of fear as she approached the long, dark pub that had been so warm and cheery in her dream. The once bright windows were shadowed black, the blue and red and yellow paint bleeding down her sides in a nasty slurry. But still, it was here, just where she'd known it would be. She'd actually found it. The door stood slightly ajar. Its hinges were so frozen with rust that Viola had to use Chase's black-handled knife to force it wide enough to slide inside. There, she paused to bolster herself before raising the lantern again. She had an uneasy hunch of what she was about to find. She was right. Bodies. Nothing but bones, now, strewn across the room in tattered blue piles. 4, 5, 6 of them at least. Despite her unease, Viola felt an odd little surge of pride that Chase had managed to dispatch so many Queensmen, even while injured. She picked her way across the room, sidestepping each corpse as the soggy floorboards complained underfoot. Behind the bar was an open trapdoor, blocked by yet another blue-clad skeleton slumped half in and half out of it. Viola found a broom and poked gingerly at it until it toppled into the cellar with a clatter, landing, by the sound of it, atop the heap of bodies at the bottom of the stairs that Chase had left there 15 years prior. Viola took a deep breath, one of anticipation now rather than fear, and crept down the sagging stairs. The cellar was just as she'd dreamed it. There was the pile of dead Queensmen right where Chase had dispatched them. There was the old figurehead, apparently having been troubled by a colony of shipworms in the interim, her gently smiling face now just a mess of holes. There was the moldering stack of carpets that Hail Meridian had once sat upon, and there, in the corner, exactly where Hail Meridian had dropped it, was the reason she had come. A dainty, little palm-sized pistol. It lay satisfyingly heavy in Viola's palm, a little tarnished, but still exquisitely beautiful, befitting a queen. The enameled grip bore an inscription, "Knock 'em dead, my love. V." Ew. She swaddled the pistol in her scarf and tucked it beneath her sweater, then hurtled back up the stairs, almost vibrating with excitement. She'd done it. Her plan had worked. It wasn't the lost crown of Hail Meridian, not yet, but it was going to lead them straight to it. She was flying so fast that she didn't notice that her path was blocked by someone standing in the cellar entrance until she had almost smacked into them. Viola staggered back, her foot slipping past the edge of the stair and hurling her into sickening emptiness. She managed to grab hold of the railing to stop her fall, but could not keep her grip on the lantern. It flew from her hand, crashing into the pile of bones at the bottom of the stairs and flaring brighter as the shocked minnows dashed around in a frenzy. Its light caught the very edges of a woman, her skirt clinging wetly to pallid legs as if she'd been swimming in it, her top half wrapped in shadow. She just stood there, looking at Viola. At least, Viola assumed she was looking at her because she couldn't see her face.
"Viola," said the woman,
and Viola's stomach flipped. She knew that voice. "Hester?" said Viola. It came out very small.
"No,"
answered the thing with Hester's voice. The thing started to come down the stairs, wobbling on each step with a strange, rubbery gait. An awful smell had filled the room, putrid and metallic, like a dead fish soaked in ammonia. It made Viola's stomach heave into her throat. She scrabbled for the coin around her neck and shoved it forward as far as the cord would allow. "Stay away!" she commanded with an unconvincing tremor. "Don't you dare touch me!" The thing drew itself back with a hiss, but stayed stubbornly blocking Viola's escape.
"You have no need of silver trinkets, girl," it said. "There's silver enough in your blood already."
"What are you?" said Viola.
"You know what I am,"
said the thing. It didn't sound like Hester anymore. This was the voice of a young boy. "Section 4, page 317. Viola's forehead crumpled in confusion. "What?" "Section 4, it repeated. "Page 317. Are you talking about the book?" Viola racked her mind, trying to put herself back in the body of a very different Viola, the one who'd light the lamp in the window and sprinkle ashes across the threshold, as one did, and stay up long into the night reading to Wilmur. "Maugrim," said Viola. "You're a Maugrim."
"That is what he named us," said the Maugrim. "The scientist."
"But you're supposed to be in Lacuna Laride," cried Viola. "Why are you here?"
"Lacuna Laride overflows," said the Maugrim. "And so we walk."
Viola shuddered. "How many of you are there?"
"Many," said the Maugrim.
It was speaking with two voices in tandem now, an old man and a young woman.
"Many,
"Many,
many.
and we are so hungry,
Viola.
You can hear us, can't you?
You can hear us when you close your eyes."
"The voices?" said Viola. "That's you?"
"You haven't been listening," said the Maugrim.
"You need to listen. You need to remember, because we can't. We died with no stone to mark our graves. We died in pain, and now we are only pain. And that will be the fate of everyone in Dickerson Sea unless it can be stopped. The silver circle will take and take and take until there is nothing left. What are you going to do about it, Viola?" "I don't know," cried Viola, angry now despite her fear. "I don't know how to help you. I didn't ask to have you in my head. I didn't ask for any of this. So what do you want from me? If you have something to tell me, just tell me." The Maugrim stood silent for a moment, swaying a little, and Viola thought she could hear a chorus of faint, hissing whispers emanating from it, as if the voices within it were conferring among themselves. Finally it spoke again, in Hester's voice.
"Evening red and morning grey sends the traveller on his way," said the Maugrim. "Evening grey and morning red brings down rain upon his head."
Viola's blood ran cold. It was exactly what Quagga had said just before she died. "What are you talking about? What does it mean?"
"Evening red and morning grey sends the traveller on his way," said the Maugrim.
Louder now, more voices joining in. Evening grey and morning red brings down rain upon his head. Viola lunged back and snatched the lantern from the pile of bones, thrusting it at the Mogrim. Somehow, even in the direct lamplight, she still couldn't see its face, but she could see its body. Its skin was very pale and silvery, as translucent as fogged glass, and below it, something was moving, squirming, flexing, pulsing. Not one thing. Lots of things. Viola bolted. She pushed past the Mogrim, her hand brushing against something cold and pulpy like a rotting jellyfish, and then she was past it, charging toward the door. The Mogrim's head whipped around after her, a little faster than the rest of its body. Evening grey and morning red, it was still shouting in a multitude of voices, brings down rain upon his head. Evening grey and morning red brings down rain upon his... Viola ran past the crumpled heaps of Queensmen's skeletons and slid through the door back out into South Stave below South Stave. The Mogrim couldn't run as fast as her. She was home free, as long as she didn't falter. But she'd only made it as far as the statue of the angel when the screaming started. Chapter 37. Viola was sinking in cold black water. It was filling her lungs like knives, and the others were sinking all around her, and they were drowning. They were coming fast on her heels. She couldn't run fast enough, and they didn't care who she was, or if she was the one they wanted. They were going to kill her either way, and she was alone. And everything was burning, and she was trapped, and the doors were barred. Who had barred the doors? And now the air in her lungs was hot, and everyone was screaming. They were screaming. They were screaming. And Viola was screaming, and she was alone. And she did not know where she was, or who she was, and she was alone. And she was dying. She was dying. And this time, no one was holding her. And when she died, no one would remember her, not a single one. The grave was empty, and so was the bed, and she was sinking into darkness, and the darkness was filled with ragged gray wings and rolling yellow eyes, and someone was coming out of it, and Viola knew exactly who it was. It was gray, and it was red, and then it was finally quiet. Chapter 38. The pain faded, and the light came back. But so did the screaming. Numbly, Viola limped back through the second city, heavy feet catching on every cobblestone. Numbly, she made the excruciating climb back to the surface, her fingers sore and clumsy. Still, the screams followed her, muffled and echoing in the dark expanse. Only when she came at last to the villa did she know for sure that it hadn't been a dream. The facade had been completely torn away, the iron-banded door standing alone with no one to guard it. The screams got louder as Viola made her way up the debris-strewn stairs, and she was forced to accept that they weren't a dream either. The doors stood open, revealing a room half buried in shredded plaster. The beautiful ceiling with its painted blue sky was gone, and in its place was the real sky, the bloody red sun signaling the dawn of a bloody red morning. Children were crying, older kids running back and forth without purpose. Elvie's big soup pot had been crushed. Elvie. Where was Elvie? Finally she saw her, slumped at the end of a beam of chilly light striping the dusty air. Terror surged in Viola's chest. "Elvie!" she cried out, rushing to her side. To her overwhelming relief, Elvie lifted her head and looked at her in confusion. "Viola," she mumbled. "You're all right?" Elvie was kneeling over something, a prone figure. Bulldog face bathed red in the harsh morning light, eyes frozen wide. It was Mother Gubb, a jagged gray feather buried deep in his heart, and a shimmering silver circle ringing the center of his eyes. All told, there were 4 dead besides Gubb, among them Dauphine, who had played the harpsichord so wonderfully, and Wart, poor Wart, hardly 10 years old. Pigtoe wouldn't put down his body. She had always acted so tough before, but now her heart-rending wails echoed through the ruined villa, tears flooding down her cheeks and drenching the blanket wrapped around his body. The destruction outside was even worse. Scaffolding had been shattered to splinters, awnings reduced to confetti, brick walls toppled like children's blocks, and everywhere there were bodies. Viola's stomach twisted, a hard knot sticking in her throat. This place that had been such a flurry of life was now a place of death. Elvie didn't cry as they wrapped the bodies in sailcloth and cleared away the deadly feathers, their hands protected within layers of rags. She didn't cry as they searched the rubble for survivors, and she didn't even cry when they found none. There were no wounded to tend to. Everyone who'd been pierced by feathers or raked by claws was already dead. Viola didn't know whether to feel relief at that or not. At least they hadn't had to suffer for long. But why hadn't they gotten the chance to fight for their lives like she had? Why was she still here, and they were not? Finally, as the bloody sun was setting into an ash-gray evening, she and Elvie joined the crowds on the docks to watch the string of boats winding its way out into open ocean, carrying bodies to be buried at sea. The sisters of the floating chapel, seaweed veils drawn over their faces and lanterns in hand, had gathered to sing some dreary old hymn. Sleep on, thou mighty dead, a glorious tomb they found thee. The broad blue sky above thee spread, the boundless waters round thee. Viola wished they would stop. There was nothing glorious about all those people disappearing into the sea when they should have been living another day just like any other. Then someone else started to sing. A different kind of song this time. One that everyone seemed to know. A few others joined in, then a few more. The song spreading in ripples until the whole crowd was singing together, drowning out the sisters. Good night, my jolly dogs, good night. My hour's come at last. Alas, my final ditty sung, I've drunk my final glass. For I am leaving with the tide, bound for a distant shore, and by the morrow I'll be gone, won't come round here no more. So have yourselves another round, it surely has been my delight. I never cared for long goodbyes, instead, my jolly dogs, good night. Don't cry for me, my jolly dogs, nor keep my bar stool free. Fill up your bumpers to the brim, don't pour them out for me. For I am gladly striking home, away across the sea. But I'll remember you, my friends, if you remember me. So have yourselves another round, the winds are fair, the stars are bright, and I will whisper as I sail, good night, my jolly dogs, good night. Elvie sang along, soft and haltingly, before her voice dwindled away to nothing. The next moment, she was shaking violently, rocked by sobs too big for her body as all the emotion of the day finally clawed its way out of her.
Elvie,
cried Viola, throwing her arms around her to steady her. Elvie clung to her so fiercely that her fingers threatened to drive through Viola's back, but Viola would sooner have died than pull away. She stood firm with all of her strength, even as Elvie grew heavier and heavier in her arms. Suddenly, she got lighter again, and Viola looked up to see that someone else had stepped in. A large woman with tattoos on her face, raising Elvie back up with an arm across her shoulders and whispering comfort in some language that Viola had never heard before. One by one, the crowd moved in, wrapping arms around her, or resting hands on shoulders until the crowd was one big knot. And Viola was not so numb from grief that she didn't marvel at the sensation of being at the center of it, bodies pressing in on every side, passing shared sorrow from one to another until the weight of it was not diminished, not exactly, but dispersed. A little lighter with so many hands lifting it up. Suddenly, another hand took hold of Viola's sleeve, tugging insistently. She looked down to see a ruddy, serious little face looking up at her. "Rosamatra," said Viola with a rush of relief. "Are you all right?" "Yes," said Rosamatra. "Although an awning fell on my father's leg and broke it, just as Tally said." Viola's stomach tightened again in a hard coil of dread. "Tally, is she... she's not doing very well," said Rosamatra. "And she keeps screaming your name." Chapter 39. Knock, knock, knock. Jacqueline knocked on Herman's door 3 times, as was proper. It made a dour thudding sound beneath her knuckles. It hadn't sounded like that when it was Jacqueline's door, she was sure. When it was Jacqueline's door, it had made a brisk, cheerful rapping sound. "Come in," said a low growl from the other side. Jacqueline straightened her jacket before taking the brass knob firmly in hand. The door slid open smoothly, as if welcoming her back. "Good evening, Ravensburn," she said, touching her right hand to her left shoulder in a brief, polite salute. Herman was standing there in the middle of the room, feet planted so steadfastly that somehow he did not even sway with the motion of the ship. The ship swayed around him. "I've come to report," said Jacqueline. "The pack's too tight, and growing tighter still. It is my professional recommendation that we turn back while we still can, or we'll find ourselves crushed. The Excelsis wasn't built for this."
"These waters were traversable last year," said Herman.
"And every year the bleach fields push further in. Soon not even icebreakers will be able to brave these straits. We must turn back."
"No," said Herman simply. "We press on."
"Why?" said Jacqueline. "What do you expect to find? The calamari rose? She far outpaces us with her sturdier hull, and she's got many days' head start. This pursuit is fruitless, and besides, she's just one lone pauper. What could you possibly hope to gain by apprehending her?"
"Civilian ships have no business in these waters," he said in that infuriating monotone of his. "If they are conducting business in the bleach fields without the proper permissions, they will receive a significant fine."
"A fine?" said Jacqueline in disbelief. "All this over a fine? Do you know how much it's costing you to fund this fool's errand for a single day?" She watched Herman's face carefully for a reaction, but there was nothing. No spark behind his dull gray eyes, no involuntary twitch of a muscle, no tightening of the jaw. Nothing. "Or is it," she said softly, "the truth about Wilmur that you're really after?" There. A sharp little knob right in the middle of his throat first fluttered, then froze, unbreathing, for several moments before resuming its rhythm. It was such a subtle movement that Jacqueline would have most likely missed it had it been anyone else. But on a man who stood so uncannily still, it sprang out like a lightning strike. "He told me you asked about his name," said Jacqueline. "You think it's him. You think he's William. You think he's your son." Something was happening behind Herman's eyes, some chemical reaction that turned dull lead to flashing steel.
"Get out,"
he said, but Jacqueline wasn't about to stop now. "You know I know about him. I know you've been looking for him ever since the massacre, and I know that's why we're really all the way out here in the middle of nowhere, slogging our way through the bleach fields. So why won't you tell him?"
"Because I'm not sure."
"The Calamari Rose is a pirate ship, Ravensburn. You know it, I know it. Do you think that's a coincidence?
I said, get out! Shouted Herman, his granite mask crumpling, cracking around his sudden snarl like salt flows giving way to long, sustained pressure. And just for a moment, something was exposed underneath. Something soft and sad and scared, flinching in the rush of light after being kept for years in the airless dark. For the first time, she was seeing the real Herman Ravensburn. You overstep your station, Captain, he continued in a clipped, strangled version of his usual growl. Speak of this again, and there will be grave consequences.
I'm not going to tell him if that's what you're worried about, said Jacqueline. God knows I don't want to hurt him. No, if anyone's going to tell him, it's going to be you. Herman opened his mouth to say more, but he didn't get the chance. There was a shout from outside, followed by the urgent scuffle of feet. A moment later, the door was ripped open by a breathless sailor from the evening's watch. Packet ships brought news from Wilder's Green, Captain, he said. There's been an attack. Wilmur awoke to the sound of boots thundering back and forth on the deck above his bunk. Something was happening, something very exciting by the sound of it. Always reluctant to miss out, Wilmur slid out of bed, felt around sleepily for his boots, then elected to leave them in the interest of getting up to the main deck as quickly as possible. The weather decks were chaos, sailors hauling on lines and scampering up the rigging to unfurl the sails above. Seeing Maddock run past, Wilmur waved at him. Hey, Maddock, what's going on? But Maddock did not so much as look at him. He tried again, wandering over to where another cluster of sailors was clewing and squaring and slacking like their lives depended on it. Hey, Poniard! Bastian! Greaves! What's going on? Budge out of here, snapped Bastian. Can't you see we're busy? Finally, Wilmur spotted Jacqueline standing up on the quarterdeck with the pilot. Ordinary seamen were not usually allowed on the quarterdeck, but Wilmur figured she wouldn't mind. Go back below, Wilmur, said Jacqueline when she saw him coming up the ladder. This is Queensman business, and we can't have you underfoot. But where are we going? Insisted Wilmur. The sight of the pack sliding past them as the Excelsus's sails began to swell with wind sent a surge of panic through him. We're not leaving, are we? We haven't found Viola yet. Wilmur, snapped Jacqueline, you have your orders. Go back below. No, yelled Wilmur. He knew you weren't supposed to yell at your captain, but it wasn't like Jacqueline was really his captain anyway. Just let me off here. I'll find her myself. You most certainly will not, said Jacqueline. She looked around to make sure no one was watching before leaning a little closer, her tone softening. I'm sorry, Wilmur. Your friend is gone. It's the living now that need our help. Go below, and we will discuss this later. She reached out to give his arm a reassuring squeeze, but Wilmur leaped back out of her reach, his eyes blazing with angry tears. He turned and ran below, throwing himself down on his bunk and kicking the wall again and again, as if to kick the Excelsus to pieces. Chapter 40.
Hagfish, slime, and leadshot plucked from a bleeding wound, said the healer, old Krampus, squinting down at Hail Meridian's unmoving form as she rummaged around in her turtle-skin satchel. Shipworm from a vessel that has seen both death and birth. Eyes plucked from a crab that has survived its boiling. If that don't do the trick, these blood-sucking eels never fail.
She hoisted a jar of swampy water, in which two shocking, toothy creatures floated dead, having apparently disemboweled each other. She rattled the jar in an attempt to rouse them, then gave up and tossed it away.
Or this, she said,
pulling out a leathery, mummified toe.
Toe of a crooked priest who has seen the gallows for his sins. Stick the toenail under the tongue and nail the rest to a wall what faces west, and the bad spirits will run out of her and into it.
We are not, said Viola, going to do that. It had now been more than a week since the gull's attack, and Hale Meridian had fallen into a deep and restless sleep, from which she could not be wakened. With the help of Rosametra's family and a borrowed pushcart, Viola and Elvie had transferred the poor queen from her drainpipe to the hastily constructed camp that was their home for now, an alley off of South Stave shaded by a patchwork of sailcloth awnings. Still, even with the constant parade of local healers that owed Elvie a favor, Hale Meridian's condition had only worsened. At first, she'd been gripped by feverish terrors, quaking and mumbling nonsense in her sleep. But now, she lay unnervingly still, with only the thin breath that slipped in and out between blue lips to mark her among the living.
"What about this?"
said Rosametra, picking a filthy sock out of old Grampus's bag.
"Strong bit of magic, that," said old Grampus. "A sock stolen from the foot of a rich man not long for this world. Stick a coin in it and tie it round her throat, and everything she touches will turn to gold."
"Why," said Viola, "would we want everything she touches to turn to gold?" Old Grampus shrugged.
"Some people like gold."
"You're the worst healer I've ever met," said Elvie, "and that includes the one who made a potion that turned 6 people into rabbits. The only person who didn't turn into a rabbit was the one who actually drank the potion."
"Something stronger, maybe,"
insisted old Grampus. She dug into her bag again, plucking forth a second vial with a crumpled paper label. The label said, "Arsenic." "Is that arsenic?" said Viola.
"Aye,"
said old Grampus cheerfully. "That's a poison," said Viola.
"Aye,"
said old Grampus again. "She's already been poisoned," said Viola.
"Aye,"
said old Grampus.
2 poisons. They poison each other."
"I don't think it works that way," said Viola.
"Enough,"
said Elvie, bustling old Grampus out. "Away with you, and I'd better not find any toes nailed to walls tomorrow." She turned back with a sigh. "Well, that's every healer I know, and trust me, I wouldn't have brought in old Grampus as anything but a last resort."
"She's going to die, isn't she?"
said Rosametra, staring down at Hale Meridian with grim fascination.
"Rosametra,"
scolded Elvie, "don't be horrible." Viola said nothing, just sat there staring dully at Hale Meridian's colorless face, her fragile skin slung across gaunt topography, her violet eyes twitching back and forth beneath bruised gray lids. It all seemed such a cruel joke of fate, that Viola had come so close to rescuing the lost queen, only to have the gulls rip her away again. She'd found the key to the riddle that was the missing crown, that little pistol still bundled in Viola's scarf beneath her pillow, but it did them little good now. For a moment, she'd really thought. Viola swallowed the lump in her throat. It didn't matter what she'd thought. It was stupid of her to believe that she'd ever be able to make a real difference. Outside, a surly rumble rippled through the streets at some unseen disturbance. There was a flash of crisp blue, a glitter of brass buttons, and Elvie's bright eyes darkened in anger. "Queensmen," she spat. "What are they doing here?" said Viola nervously, moving instinctively to shield Hale Meridian from their view. "Why else?" said Elvie. "To start trouble." Rosametra watched as the line of clean-cut men marched past, led by a small, yet imposing woman.
"Maybe we could ask them to help tell the tally,"
she said. Elvie put an arm around the little girl. "The Queensmen don't help us," she said. "I'm sorry, dearest. We're on our own. And that's if we're lucky, when it comes to them." Ships, thought Wilmur. Chimneys. He was sitting astride the Excelsus's bowsprit, staring ruefully at the distant smoggy blob that was Wilder's Green, his first real island ever. Though, of course, he had not been allowed to go ashore with the others. "Official Queensman business," Jacqueline had said in her usual stuck-up way. He felt guilty being angry at Jacqueline, but he was. She had been acting so strange lately, treating him like a baby, and Wilmur was not a baby. Now the Excelsis was deserted except for him and presumably Herman, who had not stepped a single shiny shoe outside his cabin in days. Wilmur channeled his aimless rage into the knots that Jacqueline had told him to stay and practice, but he couldn't make it past the cat's knee-knuckle, his least favorite knot. He tied and untied it so many times, and with such furious vigor that the rope had unraveled into a mass of strings in his hands. He hurled the whole business into the sea with an angry grunt. Why did he need to learn stupid knots? He wasn't even a real member of the Excelsis's crew, after all. Why did he have to follow Jacqueline's orders? He sat there sulking for a bit. Then, because there was nothing else to do anyway, he fetched another length of rope and began again. At last, near sundown, the first platoon arrived back at the Excelsis, Cutter, Bastion, and Langridge, their arms full of treats like they'd been on holiday. "Buck up, kid," said Langridge upon seeing Wilmur's glum face. "We brought some back for you. See? Honey-fried bleachfield crickets." He tossed Wilmur a little seaweed sack, chortling obnoxiously. "You won't believe all the kinds of bugs they eat here. It's freakish." "What's the difference between eating bugs and eating, I don't know, shrimp?" said Cutter, crumpling up his forehead. "Because we eat shrimp and we don't eat bugs. Don't be an idiot." "I'm not. Just seems to me there's not that much difference, is all. They've both got all those legs, little pinchy faces." "You've got legs and a little pinchy face, and we don't eat you, do we?" Still arguing, they carried on toward the cookhouse to have a mug-up. Suddenly, Bastion stopped and looked back at Wilmur. "Say, Wilmur, who do you know on Wilder's Green?" "No one," said Wilmur past a mouthful of crickets. "Why?" "Because someone's written your name all over the walls," said Bastion. "Didn't know if that meant anything to you." He turned back and disappeared into the cookhouse. Wilmur was puzzled. Who? A sudden thought sparked in his mind. Without a second thought, he was gone, rocketing down the gangplank toward Wilder's Green. Chapter 41. Viola was having the only dream she'd been having all week. It was dark, but not truly dark. It was the false darkness of something sitting on your chest and covering your face with a pillow. She fought to get away, as she always did, knowing full well what she'd find on the other side. A cloud of ragged gray wings and rolling yellow eyes, and at their center, that dreadful figure with a sharp-toothed smirk. Suddenly, the pressure on her chest was gone, and she was flying, lifted from the bottom of the sea. There was a light dancing above, silver-white like the moon on the surface of the water. With a gasp, her head came bursting through, air rushing back into her lungs, and she was on a balcony, looking out over a city of shining golden roofs, the sea sparkling blue-green in the distance. Hale Meridian was standing beside her, looking exactly as Hale Meridian should. Her hair tumbling around her shoulders in rich golden waves, her cheeks lightly touched with carmine, her violet eyes wide and bright and clear. "Your Majesty!" cried Viola, but the Queen didn't seem to hear her. She was watching the horizon, her lips moving with some soft, breathless recitation. Viola leaned in closer. 60, whispered Hale Meridian. 59, 58, 57. "Elise!" yelled Viola, grabbing her arm and shaking her. "You have to wake up!" Hale Meridian glanced at Viola, a glint of recognition in her eye. "You?" "Yes," said Viola. Hale Meridian's hand was very cold. Viola squeezed it tight, trying to warm it up. "Please, you have to wake up. You have to try." "No, it's too late for that," said Hale Meridian, turning back to look across the city again. 43, 42, 41. "It's not too late," said Viola. "It can't be." In the distance, a thread of smoke had started working its way up from somewhere just out of view. As Viola watched, it turned thick and black, roiling up in great filthy blooms against the pale evening sky. Hail Meridian's brow furrowed. "I saw something very strange," she said. "That shape, standing among the gulls. You've seen it too, haven't you?" "Yes," said Viola. "It's Vess." "I thought so too," said Hail Meridian. "But then it changed, and it wasn't one figure anymore. It was two." A tremor ran through the balcony, shivering the palace, the city, the whole world. A chorus of screams was building now, drifting up with a column of smoke as it grew thicker and thicker, staining the sky a bloody gray. 25, said Hail Meridian, her other hand tapping a frantic rhythm against her skirt. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. 24, 23, 23, 24, 25, 23, 24, 25, 23. The world was falling apart around them. The golden roofs in the city caving in and collapsing one by one. The balcony jolted sharply sideways like a foundering ship. Viola tried to hold on to Hail Meridian's hand, but it was ripped from her grasp. "Just hold on," screamed Viola as they were hurled apart. "Hold on a little longer. I'll find a way to save you. I promise." Jacqueline burst into Herman's cabin without knocking, slamming the door open so violently that the crystal snifter of brandy on the shelf went flying to the floor with a crash. "Ravensburn," she gasped. "Wilmur's gone." Herman raised his head. His suit was as perfectly pressed as ever, and of course he had no hair to be out of place, and yet he somehow still managed to look disheveled. It was late, but he was drinking coffee. Jacqueline could smell it from across the room, sour and tarry black with a burnt finish, like gunpowder. Coffee hadn't been good for a long time, but it was so rare and expensive that the upper classes still insisted on drinking it despite its unpleasantness. Herman, though, Jacqueline was pretty sure he drank it because it was unpleasant. "He's nowhere on the ship," said Jacqueline. "He must have run off. Have you seen him?" "No," said Herman. "Well," she said impatiently, "aren't you going to do something about it?" Herman's granite eyes betrayed no hint of emotion.
"The boy is not under contract. He's free to go as he sees fit."
Fury boiled up in Jacqueline, and she could no longer restrain herself. She did what she had wanted to do ever since the day she'd first laid eyes on Herman Ravenspurn. She stormed over and slapped him across the face. Not even the unshakable Herman Ravenspurn could retain his composure at that. He stared back at her in utter shock, opening his mouth as though to shout, but no sound came out. He moved to stand, but Jacqueline grabbed him by the lapels and pushed him back down. "No, you're going to listen to me now, Herman," said Jacqueline, using his first name for once. "And then you can fire me, or court-martial me, or bloody draw and quarter me. I don't care, because there's something that needs to be said, and by God, I'm going to say it. I know you did something horrible 15 years ago, and I know you've paid for it dearly ever since. It turned you into this hollow, passionless man sleepwalking through the ruins of a world he helped to break. But I know you, Herman, better than you think I do, and I know that somewhere shoved away deep down inside you, there's still a soul. Because all this time, all these many years, you held out hope. You held out hope for him. That boy is not just your lost son, your only child, your William. He is your last chance at redemption. Now, we are not friends, Herman Ravenspurn, and there is certainly no love lost between us, but I will not stand by and let you just throw all of that away. Wilmur could be anywhere on Wilder's Green by now. So hang your pride and hang your fear, and for flog's sake, go and find him." Herman pushed her hands away and stood, now rising above her with a terrible look in his gunmetal eyes. Jacqueline glared back at him, bracing herself for whatever admonishment was to follow. But none did. For several agonizingly long beats, they both just stood, staring at each other. At last, Herman took a half-step back. He picked up his dreadful cup of coffee, drained it, and set it back down. Then, without a word, he walked past Jacqueline and out the door. Jacqueline ran out after him, just in time to watch him descend the gangplank and vanish into the crowds flowing toward Wilder's Green. "Good on you, Ravenspurn," she said softly, a smile tugging at her mouth, despite herself. Chapter 42. Wilmur had not been prepared for the sheer size of Wilder's Green, nor for the great number of people that called it home. And yet, not a single one of them seemed to know anything about the person who had written Wilmur all over the walls. The man trapping blue-blood crabs by the docks didn't know. Neither did the overworked chimney sweep. The kids chasing a six-legged calf down the street thought they'd seen the girl who'd done it. But when Wilmur asked her name, they said, probably Veronica. "Faith, me right Ben Boko, I did claim that very muppet," said the pleasant-faced woman selling pickled pig's feet. "The timber snip did stop aboard me fair 23 nights were out, I lay, and maund a bearing for South Stave." Wilmur walked away considerably more confused than he had been to begin with. The sky brightened, and the sun came up, and Wilmur was still no closer to finding Viola. He stopped to stare hard at one Wilmur, 30 feet up the side of one lopsided building. How had she even gotten up there? A little frustrated with Viola for not being more specific. "Hi," said a voice, and Wilmur turned around to see a small girl with paper wings watching him. "Hi," said Wilmur. "Are you a Queensman?" she said, pointing at his jacket. "If you are, I can't talk to you. I'm not supposed to talk to Queensmen." "I'm not a Queensman," said Wilmur. "I'm just wearing the jacket." "Oh, good, because I wanted to talk to you," said the girl, skipping over to him. "Are you looking at our letters? I did those ones over there. I'm very good at letters." She pointed at one of the smaller, shakier Wilmurs. Wilmur was puzzled. "You wrote them?" "Well, my friend helped," said the girl. "My name's Rosa Maitre. What's yours?" I'm Wilmur." "Oh." Rosa Maitre looked him up and down, then nodded. "Come on," she said, turning and starting to walk off. Wilmur just stared after her, utterly baffled. "Come on, where?" "To see Viola," said Rosa Maitre, looking over her shoulder at him. "Obviously." It was a chilly gray morning, no less so because of the cold mist that had rolled in off the canal, making everyone's feet feel uncomfortably damp, no matter how many layers of socks they put on. The rest of Elvie's crew huddled at the far end of the camp, warming their hands around the cook fire as Elvie prepared the morning soup in half of an old wooden hogshead. But Viola wouldn't leave Hale Meridian's side. The Queen was shivering despite the mountain of blankets piled over her. Her face was flushed and slick with sweat, and when Viola reached out to wipe it away, she found her forehead burning hot. "Don't you dare die," whispered Viola. "It wouldn't be fair. You made it this long, didn't you? You can make it a little longer." "Viola!" called a voice, and Viola looked up to see Rosie Maidra marching toward her, leading someone by the hand. A tall boy in a blue jacket, his bright brown eyes a little doubtful as he smiled at her. For a split second, Viola almost didn't recognize him. And then she did. "Wilmur!" she screamed, hurling herself at him full force to wrap him in a crushing hug. He was taller than she remembered, and not as skinny. There was a new solidity to his middle, and when he hugged her back, she felt the brush of fluffy hair on his arms. When had that happened? "I wrote you a letter," said Wilmur. She looked up at him, her forehead crinkled. "What?" "A letter," said Wilmur. "I wrote one." He squirmed until she loosened her grip so that he could dig in his pocket for a crumpled piece of paper, which he handed to her. For some reason, Viola started laughing. Once she started, she couldn't stop, until she was laughing so hard that she was crying. "You wrote me a letter," she managed to gasp between giggles, clutching it to her chest. "Don't laugh. I worked hard on it," said Wilmur, but he was laughing too now. "I'm not," said Viola, even though she was. "I'm sorry." She hugged him fiercely again, mashing her face into his chest. "Wilmur, Wilmur, Wilmur. I really missed you." "Yeah," said Wilmur. "I missed you too." Elvie was watching them, eyeing Wilmur's blue jacket disdainfully. "Who are you?" she said. "We don't want any Queensmen here." "He's not a Queensman," said Viola. "Elvie, this is Wilmur. He's my friend." "Is he? Ah, have some soup," said Elvie, instantly warming. "I was the one who found him," said Rosie Maidra. "It was my letters he was looking at." "But how did you get here?" said Viola, turning back to Wilmur. "The calamari rose. Is she here?" Wilmur shook his head. "I haven't seen them in ages. I left to go looking for you, and then I got picked up by another ship, the Excelsis. Well, it's all in my letter." "A ship?" said Viola, but before she could say more, there was a blood-curdling scream. Hail Meridian was thrashing amongst her blankets, head thrown back, and all the ghastly cords in her throat wrenched taut as she screamed and screamed and screamed. Viola rushed to her side, grabbing the Queen's flailing hands. "Is she okay?" said Wilmur, as he stared down at Hail Meridian with wide eyes. "I don't know," said Viola. "She gets like this sometimes, but at least she's awake." "Viola!" heaved Hail Meridian, her silver-shot eyes rolling wildly. "Where's Viola?" "I'm here," said Viola. "I'm right here with you. It's okay." "No, no, 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 it's not," hissed Hail Meridian. "It's not. It's red and grey and grey and red brings down rain upon his head." All the warmth seemed to flee Viola's body. "Why did you say that?" she said. "What does it mean?" "There's a man coming," said Rosamedra suddenly, pointing with one chubby finger. Sure enough, a man in an elegant black suit was standing stiffly nearby, looking comically out of place in his finery amidst the grimy bustle of Wilder's Green. It was Herman. "What are you doing here?" said Wilmur, his eyes flashing. "Did you follow me?" Herman held Wilmur's eyes for just a moment, then turned them away, sweeping them across the camp and its occupants with an unfathomable expression. They lingered a moment too long on the woman who lay twitching and muttering in Viola's arms. Viola leaned protectively over her. "Wilmur," she said, "who is that?"
"I have come to escort Wilmur back to the Excelsis," said the man in a bland, formal clip.
"You're not escorting me anywhere," snapped Wilmur. "I'm not going back."
"I have come," said Herman, his voice rising slightly before leveling out again, "to request your return to the Excelsis."
"He said no," Elvie interjected, sizing Herman up fiercely. "Who are you supposed to be, wearing a suit like that on Wilder's Green? I hope a dog pees on it."
My name is Herman Adamastor Pactolus Laurelton Ravensburn de Merlin Sables, said Herman, a little indignantly. I am the head of the Queensmen, and the only governor that Dickerson's Sea has left.
Oh, a Queensman, said Elvie venomously. I hope 10 dogs pee on it then. Merle and Sables, said Viola. Did you just say your name was Merle and Sables? Herman's eyes had been fixed on Elvie, but now they snapped to Viola, a terrible flinty fire in them that had not been there before. And who, he said, punctuating each word like a hammer blow, are you? Herman Ravensburn, this is Viola, said Wilmur in annoyance. Viola, this is Herman Ravensburn. Elvie, this is Herman Ravensburn. And Herman Ravensburn, this is Elvie. And my name's Wilmur. There, have we got everyone's name now? My name is Rosamatra, said Rosamatra quietly. Now get out of here and leave us alone, suit-wearing man, Elvie commanded, or I'm going to hit you very hard with my spoon, and I will enjoy it quite a lot. Herman opened his mouth to retort, but someone else spoke up first. Herman Ravensburn, said a voice, thin and wavering. Is that you? Herman had already been standing ramrod straight, but at the sound of that voice, he somehow snapped up even straighter. His eyes shot to Hale Meridian, who was staring at him from half-lidded eyes. Herman stepped toward her, his lacquered shoes falling evenly one after the other in a practiced line. Then, after only a moment's hesitation, he knelt down right there in the turned dust so that he could look down into her face.
Your Majesty, he said, and lowered his bald head in a bow.
What?
Said Wilmur. Hale Meridian floated a tentative hand toward Herman's face, passing her thumb over a faint dimple just above his hairless brow.
It is you, isn't it? The scar you got as a boy in school. Breech block. He switched his blunted saber for a real one.
Herman looked at Viola. What happened to her?
Seagulls,
said Viola. She could feel the others staring at her questioningly. When she heard their screams, something went wrong inside her.
I see, was all Herman said. Then, without another word, he gathered Hale Meridian in his arms, blankets and all, and stood. Everyone jumped up, yelling at once.
What are you doing? You can't just take her. You put her down right now, or I'll...
Why can't you just leave us alone? We don't need your help. Herman settled the queen against his chest and glared back at them, striking a surprisingly grand figure despite the fresh streaks of dirt on the knees of his trousers.
This woman, he said, is the Queen of Dickerson's Sea, to whom I have pledged my eternal duty, and she is going to die unless she receives immediate medical attention. That must not happen. I trust you will understand the gravity of the situation.
No one had anything to say to that, except for Rosamatra, who quietly said,
Wow.
The Excelsis is equipped with a well-stocked surgeon's bay, Herman went on, and the doctors on fair distance are the best in Dickerson's Sea. I am taking her there, one way or another. And, Wilmur, I would like you to come with me. Captain Tavernier Blue is worried about you, as are others.
Wilmur hesitated distrustfully. Can Viola come? He said at last. All eyes turned to Viola, Wilmur's imploring, Elvie's sympathetic, and Herman's still smoldering with some mysterious emotion.
If you like, was all Herman said.
The words stuck in Viola's throat. Everything was changing again. Could she trust this man, a Queensman of all people, after what she'd seen them do? Did he really mean to help, or was she delivering Hail Meridian into the mouths of wolves? And then there was the matter of his name, Merle and Sables. "Oh, for the love of my good mother in heaven," said Elvie, "just go." Viola looked at Elvie, shocked. "But he's right, isn't he?" said Elvie. "They've got better doctors on their islands, and if she really is the queen, fair distance is where she belongs. Not here." She put a hand to Viola's cheek. "I know how much you want to save her, Viola. So do I. Just one. I wanted to save just one." Her eyes were very soft and wet, but she still managed to wink. "No long farewells now. You'll come back to visit, and you'll always know where to find me. And you," she added, pointing her spoon sternly at Herman, "are going to take good care of her, or I will come for you, and I will hit you so hard you'll never be able to sit down properly again." If Herman had any feelings about that, he chose not to voice them. Viola's mouth wobbled. She threw herself into Elvie's arms and held on tight. "Oh," said Elvie. "Oh, love, don't cry." "Thank you," whispered Viola. "Thank you." Chapter 43. "So then Langridge said, 'That's not my mug. I can tell because this one has a scuff on it, and my mug doesn't have a scuff on it.' And then Karat said, 'Well, let's ask Wilmur. He was here the whole time.' And I couldn't really tell the difference between the mugs because they're literally all exactly the same. But I said it was Langridge's mug because he was being a doofus, and then he sulked about it all through dinner. And then we got here, and I went ashore, and I saw my name all over the walls, and then I looked around until I found you." "Okay, I think that's everything that happened to me. What about you?" Wilmur looked expectantly at Viola. "I don't even know where to start," she said slowly. "Well, you got attacked by a whale?" Wilmur prompted. "Right," said Viola. "I got attacked by a whale. Then I fell into the ocean with Chase." "Sure," said Wilmur, nodding. "Then we woke up hundreds of leagues away in the far reaches of the bleach fields because the ocean moved us, but we survived because we found supplies in a shipwreck frozen in the waves, and also there were all these dead bodies. And then we walked forever, and Chase almost got eaten by the gray. And then we met an old friend of Chase's who turned out to be already dead, and she had some kind of goo creature living in her. And then we got attacked by seagulls, and I almost died. And now I have magic dreams that show me the past. And then we got captured by someone who recognized Chase, except that he called her Lenora de Merle and Sables. And then they were going to hang us both, but Chase tricked them into letting me go on Wilder's Green. Then I met Elvie, and then I met an oracle called Tal de Tali, but she turned out to be Hail Meridian, and also we have the same dreams because she almost died from the gulls too, except that she was poisoned by this man named Vess, who planned the downfall of Dickerson's Sea, and he also poisoned a lot of other people, and they called it the Silver Circle because it leaves a silver circle in your eye, and I have it too, and I don't know what it's going to do to me because it's maybe killing Hail Meridian right now. Oh! Also, I saw a monster, and I found this gun." Viola held out Hail Meridian's pistol as if that explained anything at all. Wilmur looked at the pistol, then back at Viola, a stupefied expression on his face. "The gun," said Viola, "is going to help us find Hail Meridian's missing crown." "I think more stuff happened to you," said Wilmur. Everything had happened so quickly the moment they'd set foot on the Excelsis. Hail Meridian had been whisked away to the surgeon's bay, and at Herman's urgent command, the ship had exploded in a frenzy of activity as the crew made ready to cast off. Before Viola even had time to think, Wilder's Green was shrinking far away behind them, and she was hurtling once more into a strange new unknown. Now she and Wilmur stood together at the prow, looking off across the pack, just the way they once had on the Calamari Rose. This stretch of ocean was a jumble of ash-colored pancake salt that bobbed and thumped as the Excelsis cut through it. The evening sky hung low, tarnished a stormy gray, and crisscrossed with thin lines of cloud-like scars that stretched from one horizon to the other. It was a chilly sight, and yet the lack of sun had done nothing to relieve the sweltering heat of the day, the wind stirring across the deck as hot as a moist breath. Viola looked at Wilmur for the millionth time, trying to record this new version of him in her mind. She realized that her mental image of him was one already long out of date. Him at 11, just before he'd started really growing, a toothpick with big brown eyes and a mop of stick-straight red hair, still small enough to jump on the bed without sending his head through the ceiling. That was still his face. Those were still his eyes. But now he was up there, his mismatched man features starting to pop out from under persistent baby cheeks. Had he changed so much in such a short time? Or had he been changing all along, and Viola just hadn't noticed? "Are we really going to fair distance?" said Viola softly. "I guess so," said Wilmur. "Funny how things work out, isn't it?" "And then what?" said Viola. "We live there with all the golden roofs and mother-of-pearl streets, and we have everything we ever wanted?" Wilmur shrugged. "I don't know. We can always leave if we don't like it. Crew on another ship, maybe. I'm pretty much old enough, you know, and then we can see the world." "Like the Karos Bank," said Viola. "The stars fall slowly there, like tears down a cheek." Said Wilmur. "It's just something Chase told me about," said Viola. "She said she'd take me there." "She did?" said Wilmur, his forehead scrunching up. "You talked to her?" "Of course I talked to her. We were stuck in the bleach fields together for ages." "Well, I know that. I just thought you didn't like her." "I didn't. But now I do. We were, you know." "Not really," said Wilmur. "Remember when you thought she was Scarlet Morning?" "She is Scarlet Morning," said Viola. "She showed me the scar and everything." "Oh," said Wilmur. Then, "Hang on. Really?" "Be quick about it, sailor," said a voice from behind them. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" Wilmur pushed off the railing and saluted smartly as Jacqueline approached. Viola clumsily copied his movements. "You must be Viola," said Jacqueline warmly. "Wilmur has told me so much about you. A pleasure, indeed." Yes," said Viola. "I mean, you too. The pleasure is mine?" Jacqueline pursed her lips to stifle her amusement. "Goodness, there's two of them now. I'm sure the Excelsis is about to become a much livelier place with the two of you reunited. Now, sailor, go help Viola find a bunk and get her settled in, won't you? And be sharp about it." "Aye, Captain," barked Wilmur dutifully. They had received no further word about Hale Meridian's condition by the time lights out rolled around, the hour when all the sailors not on watch were expected to lie in their bunks and extinguish their lamps whether they were ready to sleep or not. Viola was comfortable enough in her bunk, the first real bed she'd slept on since Caveat, and yet she found herself lying wide awake long into the night, her mind unquiet. Finally, she gave up and slipped from her bunk. Wilmur, of course, had had no trouble falling asleep. He lay face down in the bunk below hers, snoring into his pillow. The familiarity of it all made Viola smile. So much had changed, but this, at least, was the same. The weather decks were deserted, the sky a deep green, traced with frosty swirls of stars, the way it never was on Wilder's Green, but still a far cry from the majesty of the westerly lights above the bleach fields. Everything was deathly still, except for the salt pans creaking against the Excelsus's sides and the soft singing of one of the sailors on watch. To thee at evening grey, to thee at growth of day, to thee at noon, to thee at vesper hour, and when now fades the light. Viola started to walk, not really knowing where she was going, and even though she hadn't exactly meant to, she found herself standing at the door of the surgeon's bay. Softly, she pushed it open and slipped inside. The lamps had been blinkered, touching the room with a somber light that just made the shadows look even darker. And there was Hale Meridian, her face as white as the pillow it rested against. She lay so terribly still, and yet to Viola's eyes, there seemed to be something in her that was crawling, pulsing, trying to claw its way out of her. Herman was there too, sitting so motionless that Viola didn't even notice him until she'd almost bumped into him. He was hunched at the side of Hale Meridian's cot, his elbows propped stiffly on his knees, his hands folded in front of him, an exact 45-degree angle of a man.
"May I help you?"
he said without moving. "Sorry," said Viola, jumping back sheepishly. "I just wanted to see how she was doing."
"The physician has administered mithridate and tinctures of blue blood crab, but her state has not changed. I will inform you if it does."
"Oh, okay. Thanks." Viola hesitated. "Sir Herman? I mean, Mr. Ravensburn? I wanted to ask you something." He just stared at her flatly. "You said you were the head of the Queen's Men," Viola went on. "A friend of mine is being held by them, and I'm worried about her. I think you may know her, too. Her name is Lenora de Merle and Sables. If there's anything you can do to help her—" Herman stood up so suddenly that his chair pitched backward with a clatter. Even in the dim light, Viola could see the anger flashing in his eyes.
"You're lying."
"No, I'm not," said Viola indignantly. "Why would I lie?"
"Because my wife, Lenora Ravensburn de Merlin Sables, is dead," said Herman. "I laid her in the ground myself 15 years ago."
Viola's blood turned to ice.
"I do not know who this woman was," said Herman, "but she was not Lenora de Merlin Sables."
Viola took a slow step back, then another, then turned and scrambled from the room before Herman could stop her. She sprinted up the varnished steps 2 at a time, 2, 4, 6, 8, and then down another set, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. And then she was tumbling into Wilmur's bunk, just as she had as a little girl when ghostly fingers scraped at their window. He didn't even stir as she curled up against him. He just lay there, heavy and warm and knowable, a rock of safety in a frightening sea that plummeted down, 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 with no bottom in sight. If you knew what was good for you, you'd pray you never find the answers you're looking for, Chase had said. Viola was starting to understand what she meant. Chapter 44. Derringer and Garrotte sat together in a thin patch of shade mending a torn sail.
"Can't believe the captain has us doing needlework like proper little ladies,"
muttered Garrotte, sticking himself for the 10,000th time. "Other queensmen don't have to do the mending, you know. They send it ashore and get it back all clean and pressed, too." Derringer wasn't listening. He was staring absently at Herman's door. "Why do you think Ravensburn went after Wilmur on Wilder's Green?" said Derringer. "How should I know? I see as little of Ravensburn as anyone else. He never leaves his cabin." "Except when Wilmur's on deck," said Derringer. "When Wilmur's on deck, he comes out and just stands there." "It's none of our business," said Garrotte. "Ravensburn's from one of the old black and white families, and you know how they are.
They don't have to worry about seeming strange. They were born with their spot at the top of the ladder already fixed. Figure he can chase after Wilmur and come back with strange old beggar women if he wants to. I just think... Well, think less and so more. I'm doing all the work over here. Ow! Mother carries chickens.
Garrotte had stabbed himself once again, spotting blood all over his portion of the sail. Derringer said nothing more, but quietly resumed his work, still thinking hard.
Dead? Shh, Wilmur! Viola glanced anxiously around the bunkroom to make sure that no one was listening. Look, I don't know what really happened, but you should have seen his face.
She'd done her best to fill Wilmur in on everything she'd learned, hoping that in doing so it would start to make more sense. But of course it hadn't, and from the look of absolute befuddlement on Wilmur's face, he was no closer to grasping it than she was. "So Chase isn't Lenora de Merlin-Sables after all?" said Wilmur. "I mean, she can't be if Lenora de Merlin-Sables is dead."
Obviously not, said Viola. I wouldn't put it past her to pretend to be someone's dead wife, but here's what I don't understand. Prickpost was the one who called her Lenora Merlin-Sables. He definitely recognized her, and what's more, she seemed to recognize him too.
"Maybe she's got a twin," said Wilmur. "Or maybe she did die, and then she came back to life."
Don't be stupid,
said Viola. "What? Why not? Hail Meridian came back to life."
No, she didn't. It was a lie they made up to justify killing all the
Viola thought better about saying the word aloud, even though she and Wilmur were the only ones in the bunkroom.
People don't come back to life. Not even in Dickerson's Sea.
"That wouldn't even be the weirdest part," said Wilmur. "The weirdest part would be her marrying Herman. Can you imagine?" he snorted.
Oh, shut up, Wilmur.
"What? You have to admit it's funny."
No, it's not.
"Why not?"
It's just not. She wouldn't do that.
"That's what makes it funny. Can you imagine her in a white dress and grumpy old Herman at the altar, making a face like—" Wilmur frowned as hard as he could, squeezing his arms against his sides in two rigid lines. It was the kind of impression that would have had Viola rolling on the floor back on Caveat. But she still didn't laugh. "Oh, come on! Why don't you think it's funny?"
I don't like you making fun of her is all.
"I'm not making fun of her. I'm making fun of Herman. What's wrong with you? First you hate Chase, now you're in love with her." Viola didn't know how to explain it, so she didn't. "Must have been some trip," said Wilmur. "Oi, Wilmur!" yelled one of the Queensmen from the door. Wilmur's friend, Derringer, Viola was pretty sure. "Captain wants me to touch up the paint on the beakhead, and I need someone to spot my belay. Do you mind?" "Sure," said Wilmur, shooting up. "I'll be right back," he said to Viola before scrambling out of the bunkroom. Wilmur wasn't sure why Derringer had asked him to spot him. The place he was meant to be painting was easily accessible from the heads, which the crew used as a bathroom, and so all Wilmur was doing to help was just standing there holding Derringer's limp safety rope in one hand and trying not to breathe through his nose. "Say," said Derringer at last, "I've been meaning to ask. Things have been funny around here lately. Do you know what's going on?" "Not really," said Wilmur. "I'm just as confused as you." This was absolutely true. Derringer was staring intently at Wilmur's face. Wilmur self-consciously wiped at his nose in case he had a booger. "What are you looking at?" he said. Nothing, muttered Derringer. "Ravensburn said anything to you lately?" "Sort of, I guess, when he came to get me on Wilder's Green." "What did he say?" "Not much. Mostly he just said he was Herman Fancypants Fiddle-Faddle Ravensburn, official lord of being boring." Wilmur snickered, confident he'd finally found an audience for his Herman impression. But Derringer didn't laugh either. He was still just staring at Wilmur. "Why do you ask?" said Wilmur. "No reason," said Derringer. They both fell silent for a while. "Finally starting to cool down a little," said Wilmur at last. "So, what do you plan on doing when we reach fair distance?" said Derringer. Going to stay with us, or go with Ravensburn?" "What? Why would I go with him?" "Dunno. Just thought maybe you might, you know?" "No, I don't," said Wilmur, getting frustrated. "Look, whatever you're trying to get at, just tell me instead of being all weird and vague. It's annoying." "Okay," said Derringer. "Let me explain. See, I watch everything that goes on here. I learned to do it at school. The other boys wouldn't beat up on me if I knew secrets about them, so I noticed things, you know?" "Sure," said Wilmur, still with no idea where this was going. "You don't know your parents, right? But you must have had them. Everyone has parents." "I guess. And Ravensburn, he went to look for you on Wilders Green. That's not like him at all. A Ravensburn walking the streets of Wilders Green by himself, it just doesn't happen. And he's been watching, and being just generally, weird. So I thought..." Derringer looked at Wilmur. Wilmur looked at him. "Don't you know where I'm going with this yet?" said Derringer. Wilmur thought about it. "No," he said. "It's just that..." Derringer studied Wilmur's face again. The beak had forgotten and unpainted behind them. "You have the same nose," he said at last. "Who does?" said Wilmur. Then he realized. "Herman's nose? Derringer, what are you saying? Are you playing a trick?" No, said Derringer, raising his palms to Wilmur as if he were surrendering. "I'm not saying I know for sure. It's just a guess." Wilmur stood there, thinking. "Well," he said, then dropped Derringer's rope and clambered back up on deck without another word. Wilmur walked straight to Herman's door and opened it without knocking. He stood in the doorway and looked around for Herman, but Herman, for once, was not there. The smell of coffee drifted through the air, and suddenly Herman was standing behind him. He was trying to get through the door, but he couldn't because Wilmur was in the way. "Hi," said Wilmur. Herman only raised his eyebrows slightly. "Hello." Wilmur looked at the mug Herman was carrying. "What's that you're drinking?" "Coffee." "Oh. Smells bad." "Some people think so." "Can I try some?" "No." "Hey, Herman," said Wilmur. "Are you my dad?" Herman did not say anything for a very long time.
"It would seem that way,"
he said at last. "Oh. Who's my mom?"
"Her name was Lenora."
"Okay. Well, bye." Wilmur stepped aside to let Herman pass and walked calmly away. Chapter 45. Viola double and triple checked that the bunk room was empty, then pulled the blanket from Wilmur's neatly made bed. Since when did Wilmur make his bed? And draped it over her bunk to transform it into a kind of tent. She needed it to be totally dark if this was going to work. Inside, she sat cross-legged and pulled something out of her pocket. Chase's black-handled knife. She turned it in her hands, feeling her thumb slot into the satin-smooth grooves where someone else had rubbed their thumb across it many times before. There, near the pommel, she could feel a line of small, rounded dents, all that remained of a name that had long since been sanded down to almost nothing. E. Scops. The man who had died by accidentally gashing his neck on the spike of an iron fence. At least, that was what they'd printed in the papers. "I picked a man's pocket, but he chased me," Chase had said, a lifetime ago. "I tried to scale an iron fence to get away. The spike on top went straight through my hand. I was your age, maybe a little younger." So who was Chase, anyway? Cadence Chase, Scarlet Morning, Rosalind Morgenstern, Danny Boy, Lenora de Merle and Sables, Pickpocket, Gentlewoman, Legendary Pirate, Dime Novel Myth, Dead, Alive, Someone's Wife. Which was true? Were any of them? She had to know the truth, and only Chase could tell it to her, which Viola knew that she would not. She was going to have to see it for herself. She gripped the knife, sliding her fingers into the hollows where Chase's own fingers would have gripped it, trying to see its secrets past eyes squeezed shut. She let her head grow heavy, as if she was about to fall asleep, which wasn't hard, since she hadn't slept a wink the night before. There, at the back of her mind, were the voices, whispers that she realized must always be there if she just listened hard enough. She dragged them to the front of her mind. I hear her late at night. She screams or she laughs, or sometimes both at once. Heard you were dead. What if you were locked in this room with the monster from your stories all along? What would you do then? 23, 24, 25. It was 2. It was always 2. Red and gray and red brings down rain upon his head. The silver circle will take and take and take until there is nothing left. What are you going to do about it? Viola was standing at the rail of a ship. She was wearing a new dress, and it itched. There was a ribbon in her hair, and she hated it. A voice called, "Get away from there, you fall in!" Viola turned to see a woman coming toward her, a baby in her arms, but they were oddly blurred, like she was viewing them through smudged glass. The only thing in focus was the baby's wide brown eyes, fixed on her with unblinking intensity. The eyes scrunched up wetly, and the baby started screaming. It set Viola's teeth on edge, and she just wanted it to stop. "Good night, darling. I love you. Do you love me?" The ship flew to pieces, and the woman and the baby flew with them. Viola's heart quickened in her chest, but she wasn't scared. She was excited. Someone was coming after her, and he was faster than she was. But the old church was just up ahead with its old iron fence, and she knew that she could get over it, and he could not. "I saw what you took, and I'm going to make you sorry." Pain exploded through Viola's hand, and darkness rushed in, cold and bloody black. She was scraping her thumbnail back and forth across the gash on her palm, fascinated by the pang that shivered through her with each pass, and the way it hurt, but it didn't really. Was that really all there was to pain? "I'm Annie, and I won't be in here long. My parents are coming for me." The pain dulled to an ache, and then it shrank into a sharp, bright star floating in the dark. A part of her, yet outside of her. Viola followed it, and now the darkness was churning, thrashing, twitching, a cloud of razor-edged wings. She wasn't afraid. They wouldn't touch her. The bright star was growing closer, and now it was a window lit up with firelight. Shapes were moving on the other side, accompanied by merry laughter and the tinkling of glasses. No pain, no shame, no fear of death. The ache exploded out of Viola and into them, sharp and swift like arrows, sending bodies tumbling to the ground. Things, and no longer people. They were all screaming, and the sound set her teeth on edge, but all she had to do was wait for it to be over. Viola was hurled from her body, thudding to the ground with the rest of them. She couldn't move, frozen where she fell, her eyelids forced wide open. Someone was coming out of the darkness. That same shadowy figure amidst the cyclone of ragged gray wings and rolling yellow eyes, a monstrous gull perched on one gloved hand. Viola had seen this scene many times before in her dreams, but not like this. Because this time, the figure stepped into the light, looking down at Viola with flat, dark eyes. It wasn't Vesper Argent. It was Chase. Viola couldn't move, couldn't plead, couldn't even look away as Chase surveyed her with some strange, detached expression. She was running a finger absently under the gull's chin, scratching beneath its razor-sharp feathers as it whined piteously. "Shh," Viola heard her whisper to the gull. "Shh." There was a strangled whimper from somewhere behind Viola, and Chase's eyes snapped toward it. She whistled, the gull launching from her hand and flying out of Viola's view. There was a whir of a feather, a dull, wet thud as it struck its mark, and a gasp that was quickly cut short. Then there was only silence. The other gulls had stopped their wheeling and perched with nervous, ruffling feathers on the ceiling rafters, keening mournfully to themselves. Suddenly, a second shadowy figure appeared in the darkness, stepping silently up behind Chase, blade in hand. Despite everything she'd just seen, Viola's first instinct was to cry out and warn her, but it was useless. Her vocal cords didn't even twitch. The figure hefted the blade. Chase didn't turn, but suddenly the black-handled knife was in her hand. She drove the spur end of it back into the figure's knee, hard, making it stumble back with a loud curse. Viola's heart leaped into her throat. She knew that voice. "Ow," complained Vesper Argent, limping into the light. "Was that necessary?" "If it gets you to stop trying to sneak up on me, then yes," said Chase. "You know it'll never work. Your left nostril whistles so loud I can hear it a mile away." Vess huffed, self-consciously feeling at his nose. "No one else ever seems to notice." The corner of Chase's mouth twisted up in an amused half-grin, exactly the way she'd used to grin at Viola. "That's because they don't know you like I do," she said. "Lucky blighters." "Why are you here, Annie? Thought you were in Shell Heap until Tuesday." "Change of plans," said Vess. "Annie?" "Shell Heap became a bit precarious." "Husband found out?" As a matter of fact. Vess jabbed a finger indignantly at her. "Yes. But it doesn't matter anymore. Queen Dearest Ferdinandia has mysteriously fallen ill, and with no next of kin, she's turned to a recently discovered distant cousin, who is, of course, one of my girls. Elise." "Which one is Elise?" said Chase. "Not the one with the eyes." "Why? What's wrong with her eyes?" "They're creepy, is all. They're perfectly fine eyes. More importantly, the public is going to love them when they belong to their inspiring new monarch, Queen Hail Meridian." "Hail Meridian. Not bad. Do you like it? I thought it was fitting. Scarlet morning, evening gray, and a fleeting golden afternoon in between. This is it, Fritz. This is the big one. But I need your help. Someone needs to be there on fair distance to keep an eye on Elise and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Luckily, I've found you the perfect cover." "No, you haven't even heard the rest of the plan. I don't need to. You're going to ask me to seduce some horrible nobleman, and I won't. Oh, he's not so bad. A bit unconventional in appearance, maybe, but he's a sweet, bookish lad, and more importantly, a pedigreed black and white. You'd be living the high life." "I don't care. You know how this works. You want someone dead, you come to me. You want noblemen seduced, you go to one of your other girls." "Please, Fritz. You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. I do it myself, but I can't show my face on fair distance after the Duchess Blanc du Roy debacle." "Which I did warn you about, by the way." "Yes, you did, and I should have listened to you, but I didn't, because I'm an idiot. Happy? Now will you do it?" Chase made no response, like she wasn't even listening. She was looking down at Viola again with that same distant expression. "What are you looking at?" said Vess, annoyed. "I know her," said Chase vaguely. "She used to sing at the Laughing Cat." Vess squinted down at Viola too, then back at Chase. "So?" In an instant, the light fled from Chase's eyes, leaving them dead and black again. She straightened, drawing her shoulders back stiffly. "I need to finish cleaning up. Take the birds and make yourself scarce. We can't have your presence tied to the silver circle." Vess stepped back. "You'll do it then?" "Maybe." "I knew you would," said Vess with a radiant grin. "It's you and me, Fritz. Just the two of us, always. No pain, no shame, no fear of death." With that, Vess melted back into the darkness, and with a whistle, the gulls swarmed after him in a thunderous rush of wings. Chase didn't flinch as their sharp feathers flicked by inches from her face. She just reached for a tablecloth and whisked it over Viola, plunging her into... "What are you doing?" said Wilmur. Viola's eyes snapped open to find Wilmur standing there beside the bunk, holding back the blanket curtain with one hand. "Nothing," said Viola, her voice thick. "I was just... thinking." "Okay," said Wilmur, his tone flippant but a little too harsh and a little too loud. "Hey, guess what? It turns out Herman's my dad. And I guess that makes Chase my mom." "Wilmur, wait!" Wilmur didn't wait. He stormed down the ship's cramped corridor so fast he was almost running, very nearly crashing into Poniard, who was coming the other direction with a crate of canned tomatoes. Poniard slammed against the wall, sending cans rolling across the floor. "Just talk to me," pleaded Viola, sidestepping rogue tomato cans. "I know you're upset, but—" "I'm not upset," said Wilmur. "I think it's funny. We waited on Caveat for years for our parents to come back for us, and then it turns out one of them actually did." "Wilmur—" "I get why Herman didn't tell me, at least," said Wilmur. "He's just awful. But Chase knew who I was the whole time, and she pretended she didn't. She barely even talked to me." He came to an abrupt stop, and when he looked back at her, a fury was smoldering in his brown eyes that Viola had never seen in all her years of knowing him. "But she talked to you," said Wilmur. "When it came down to it, she chose you." She didn't," Viola stammered. "We didn't mean to get stuck together, and I didn't know, or I wouldn't have—" "Well, I don't care," said Wilmur as he turned away with a shrug, but his hands were clenched, his shoulders shaking. "I don't need parents. I've done just fine without them. You can have mine, I guess." With that, he was gone again, running up the ladder to the main deck. Viola raced after him. "Wilmur, where are you going?" she cried as he headed straight for the ship's rail. He didn't respond, didn't slow, just placed a hand on the banister and heaved himself overboard onto the floes below. "Wilmur!" Viola scrambled up onto the rail and leaped after him. She landed in an untidy pile on one slanted pan, which wobbled dangerously, and she couldn't even imagine how they were holding up for Wilmur. "Wilmur, please, stop!" she screamed. "You're going to fall in!" "Who cares?" Wilmur yelled back, stomping carelessly from one floe to the next. "I'd rather drown than spend a single second longer on a ship with Herman, with either of them." He took another angry step, and with an ear-splitting crack, the pan crumpled underfoot. He reeled back, trying to catch himself, but he didn't have the momentum. The floe was breaking apart faster than he could find his footing. He lost his balance, pitching toward the hungry black sea below. Viola launched herself at him full force, bowling him over, and for a sickening instant they were both hurtling through empty air. Then they came smashing down on another floe in a tangle of limbs. It rocked and spun crazily at the impact, bitter seawater washing across it and scathing their skin wherever it touched. But the floe held. They clung to each other with all their might until at last it ceased its queasy rolling, and even then they didn't let go. "I'm sorry," sniffled Viola into Wilmur's shirt. "This is all wrong. It's wrong, and it doesn't make any sense, and I don't understand. But I'm on your side, Wilmur, no matter what. I'm your family, and you're mine. So flog all the rest of them." A muffled, bubbling gasp burst out of Wilmur, and Viola knew that he was crying too. "We'll leave," she went on. "We'll run away if we have to. We'll go wherever we want, just the two of us. We don't need them. Any of them."
"Real?"
Wilmur's voice came out very small. "Or a game?"
"Real,"
said Viola. They lay there for a while longer, the flow bobbing slow and steady beneath them now, a little island all their own. They would have to go back to the Excelsis eventually, but not just yet. The peaceful moment was not to last. Suddenly, the calm was shattered by a piercing wail that echoed all across the pack. It was Hail Meridian, and she was screaming Viola's name over and over and over. Chapter 46. Viola and Wilmur tumbled into the surgeon's bay to see Herman and the ship's surgeon, a weedy, nervous young fellow named Lancet, trying to hold Hail Meridian still long enough to administer medicine, but the Queen would not be restrained. Her frail body jackknifed off of the bed in lock-limbed spasms, like she was being yanked toward the sky by invisible strings. "Viola!" she was howling. "Where is Viola?" "I'm here." Viola threw herself to the Queen's side, trying to catch her thrashing hands and hold them steady between her own. "You're going to be okay," she said, but she knew it was a lie. Hail Meridian looked awful. Her face was flushed a ghastly purple, rivers of sweat pouring down her cheeks to pool in the gaunt hollows of her throat. Her skin seemed as thin and flimsy as onion skin, rippled with dark snarls of veins that pulsed in a most unnatural way. The silver circle blazed so vividly in her eyes that their violet color seemed entirely drained away. Hail Meridian's hand curled into a fist on the front of Viola's shirt, dragging her forward with surprising strength. "The broom," she said. "Bring me the broom." "What?" "The broom, the one made of ash with willow straw in the far right corner of the forecastle." Hail Meridian's eyes snapped toward Herman. "There's a gravy boat in your cabin, isn't there? The one made from a nautilus shell. Your great-uncle gave it to you as a wedding present. And your least favorite cologne. The Blancval ambergris that you always worry smells a little off. The broom, the gravy boat, the cologne. I need them." Herman hesitated, his stony brow creasing faintly with confusion. "Why?" "Please!" cried Hail Meridian in frantic desperation. "Now!" Herman made no further protest. Without a word, he stepped back and rushed from the room. Wilmur scowled and looked away as he passed. The surgeon leaned in with his little green bottle, trying to spill something down Hail Meridian's throat while she was distracted, but she swatted viciously at him, sending the bottle flying from his hands. "Get out!" she snapped. "Get out!" Lancet didn't need any further urging. He rushed from the room like he was going to be sick. "What are you doing?" said Viola. "You need him. You need medicine." "There's no medicine in the world that can help me," said Hail Meridian. "No. There's only one thing I can do now." The door burst open again, and Herman staggered back in, uncharacteristically out of breath, carrying the broom, the gravy boat, the cologne. "William, put the cologne in the gravy boat and stand there," commanded the Queen, gesturing with trembling hands. "Ravenspurn, you, stand there. Viola, take the coin from around your neck and put it under the bed. Then get on your knees." "What? Just do it." Viola exchanged baffled looks with Wilmur, but they did as they were told. Hail Meridian dipped 2 fingers into the cologne-filled gravy boat and smudged them across Viola's forehead and lips, making Viola cough in surprise as an acrid taste bloomed across her tongue. "What are you doing?" said Herman. "Treasure of the sea, anointment of ambergris, poured from a nacre bowl," murmured Hail Meridian feverishly, "and a silver coin under the platform, the way shipbuilders of old used to put them under the mast for good luck. Now, the The rod of white ash, treasure of the shore, backbone of the finest ships that cut across the sea. She grasped the broom's handle and pushed it toward Viola. Hold it here, and here, above my hand, and below. Yes, like that.
Your Majesty, said Herman, who seemed to have realized what was going on, but the Queen took no notice of him. She fixed Viola with her violet eyes, silver rings meeting silver rings, drawing herself up as proudly as her ravaged body could manage. By the authority I bear over sea and shore, she said, and by the power imbued in me as Regina Populi Maris by my predecessor, Queen dearest Ferdinandia, and by God himself, above and in the deep, and in the full presence of Parliament, I declare you, henceforth and evermore, no longer Viola of Caveat, but Queen Cry Abilene, rightful ruler of Dickerson's Sea. For a moment, there was nothing but stunned silence. Then, "What?" said Wilmur. Your Majesty, you cannot do this, said Herman. I can, said Hail Meridian. We do not have the crown, said Herman. Without the crown, a new queen cannot ascend the throne. Then you'll have to find it, said Hail Meridian. But I don't need it to name an heir. Check your law books. I did everything right. Please, Ravensburn, if there is only one good thing that I accomplish in my life, let it be this. No, yelped Viola, finding her voice at last. No, I can't. You're the queen, not me. Hail Meridian was very calm now, as she reached up to trace Viola's cheek with one shivering hand. Before I met you, I could only look backward, never forward. When I tried, all I saw was a pitch-black sea, empty and silent and dead, and I knew that there was no hope for Dickerson's Sea. Everything we were would be unwritten, and there would be nothing left. Not brightness, not dust, not memory. But you, Viola, I never saw you coming. Try as I might, I could see neither past nor future with you. You are a sparrow flying true amid a hurricane. You are a sunbeam springing violently into being from nowhere, and everything you touch changes. I didn't know why at first, but I think I do now. You're not supposed to be here. But you are. This isn't your world, and the gravity that weighs us down, it isn't your gravity. The void can't touch you, because the void is in you, and it is as dark and sorrowful as I ever feared. But it isn't empty. It's alive. And from it, anything could grow. It's you, Viola. There's only one thread forward, and it's you. Viola's throat felt swollen. I can't, she choked out. You can, said Hail Meridian. You must. I'm sorry. She looked back at Herman. She will need your help. Promise me you'll keep her safe. Herman said nothing for a very long moment. Then he nodded. You have my word. Hail Meridian closed her eyes and leaned back against the pillow. The fever in her cheeks had cooled, the sweat that beaded it chill like morning dew. The sea is very dark, and in the depths they're singing
They're singing for you, Viola. A song for a different kind of coronation. You will wade into a wild surf, the water flowing free as tears, and all the stars in the ocean will break upon your brow, one by one. With that, her head fell slowly to one side, her final breath dwindling on blue lips, and then, at last, she was still. And just like that, Hail Meridian was dead, and Viola became the heir to the throne of Dickerson's Sea.
This is Ramon Diocampo. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Scarlet Morning, Book 1 by N.D. Stevenson, presented by Quilltree Books and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer, Abigail Marks. Managing editor, Karen Radner. Production manager, Nathan Rossborough. Text copyright 2025 by N.D. Stevenson, Inc. Production copyright 2025 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Unauthorized use of this publication to train generative AI is prohibited, and this publication is excluded from the EU's text and data mining exception. Thank you for listening.